Su Chen traveled to a small urban novel and became the second male lead of a rich second-generation family, buying to the Destiny villain system. As long as you plunder the protagonist's opportunities and luck, and snatch the heroine, you can get rewards. 4 years ago, the heroine Yi Qingyan's father was murdered, and her junior brother Yi Xian went abroad to gain experience for the sake of his master. 4 years later, Yi Xianlong King returns, and he will kill any god who stands in his way, and any Buddha who stands in his way. Su Chen, who understood the plot, began to make plans, making Yi Qingyan mistakenly believe that it was Yi Xian who killed her father, and the destined heroine turned completely evil. The original protagonist, Yi Xian, was toyed with and played with. Until the moment of his death, he had no idea why he was so unlucky and why he died tragically. Chapter 1: The Destined Villain. River City. In an exquisite villa with a country style. I traveled through time. While murmuring, Su Chen received all the information. He traveled to a novel called Return to the City, The Return of the Dragon King, and he is a rich second-generation villain, but fortunately, my body is still my own. This made Su Chen breathe a sigh of relief. After all, not everyone can achieve such an excellent result of 18. Ding, the Destiny villain system is activated. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Su Chen's ears. He quickly accepted and understood the functions of the system. In the future, as long as you snatch the original protagonist's opportunities, luck, girls, etc., you can get reversal points. Reversal points can be used to draw prizes. Oh, that's interesting. Su Chen curled up the corners of his lips. With a system, things would be easy. Soon, he began to recall the first plot. The story begins with the protagonist Yi Xian having a beautiful senior sister named Yi Qingyan. This woman is so beautiful that she seems out of this world, like a fairy from heaven descended to earth, but while God gave her goddess-like beauty, he also brought her bad luck. Yi Qingyan's father was killed by the criminals at the beginning, and the killing was carried out through live broadcast. Her father's name is Yi Xiao, and he is also the protagonist's respected master. At this point, the game was full of hatred. Yi Qingyan's junior brother Yi Xian, when he saw this live broadcast scene, his eyes were filled with blood and tears, and he embarked on the road of revenge alone. I decided to go abroad for experience. Things may change over time, and I will come back to seek revenge on the criminals in the future, a fight until death. At the same time, the beautiful Yi Qingyan was also reluctant to leave. She stood on the waiting for husband rock and waited for her old friend to return. An extremely romantic love story. It is not difficult to guess what will happen next. The name of the novel is Return to the City, The Return of the Dragon King. After returning to China, Yi Xian began to kill indiscriminately. This is also the core of this novel. Moreover, the author also gave a setting. The two were childhood sweethearts and grew up together. After Yi Xiao died, because the secret manual of martial arts was passed down to sons and not daughters, he did not give it to his own daughter, but gave it to Yi Xian. He also left behind a secret bag of martial arts techniques, allowing him to gain experience abroad. So, Yi Xian received the inheritance, and while going abroad to improve his skills, he also learned countless skills. And while returning to Xia country to pick up girls, he also established his own power. Because of this, he also targeted Su Chen's fiancée Xiaoruoshi, and Su Chen was a shameless bootlicker, madly attracting hatred, but was slapped in the face by the protagonist Yi Xian. In the end, Su Chen's family was destroyed and all his relatives died. This is the whole plot of the original book. I died a miserable death. Su Chen covered his face and smiled bitterly, like a wrong ghost, as if teasing and mocking. Suddenly, the corners of his lips curled up in a beautiful arc. Next, let me rewrite the ending. Soon, the story begins. The first plot. Su Chen began to recall. In the first chapter, Yi Qingyan starts looking for a detective to investigate the murderer of her father. However, an accident happened during the investigation and she mistakenly thought that the murder was caused by someone from the Su family, so she sneaked into the Su family alone and worked as a servant. Then, due to some misunderstandings, he mistakenly thought that Su Chen was the murderer, and his hatred was filled to the brim. Yi Qingyan originally wanted to kill Su Chen secretly, but was stopped by Yi Xian. He promised to personally help his senior sister and master to take revenge. Not only do they want to kill Su Chen, but they also want to bring down the giant Su family step by step, so he told his senior sister not to alert the enemy. In the subsequent plot, with the help of Yi Xian, Yi Qingyan gradually fell in love with her junior brother, but after they dealt with the Su family, they found out that the murderer was not Su Chen, but a bigger villain behind him. Then continue with the water plot. But Yi Xian did not suffer any loss, because at that time, he had already accepted his senior sister Yi Qingyan, and the number one female protagonist, Su Chen's fiancée, Xiaoruoshi, and also annexed the entire Su family and Xia family. There are many other girls in the plot, and the plot is simply extremely exciting. It also opens up the sequel, so that the plot doesn't collapse in the latter part while it is good at the beginning. It can be said to kill two birds with one stone, but how could Su Chen let him get what he wanted? Yi Qingyan wants to find a detective to investigate, right? Su Chen's expression suddenly became amorous and evil, but his eyes seemed to be smiling, and his lips were raised in an evil way. He decided to pretend to be a detective, create a trap, a huge scam that is so big that it will be as big as the sky and as deep as the earth. Chapter 2: Yi Qingyan searches for a detective master. Everything is ready. When Su Chen saw this message, a beautiful smile appeared on his face. After a few days of preparation, everything is ready soon. Su Chen drove a Lamborghini Veneno to the detective agency in the Garden New World business building on Wui Avenue. This is a very famous place for hired detectives in Jiangcheng. As soon as Su Chen opened the scissor door and got out of the car with his long legs, he attracted countless people's attention. Xiaomei, at first glance, this little brother is so handsome. Go ask him for prestige. Go for it. Fuck, Lamborghini Venom. What does a big shot like this want to do here? Woo woo, another day of craving for a handsome guy. The girls stared with their eyes wide open. The men were all attracted by the Lamborghini Veneno. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, and they didn't even care about the beatings of their girlfriends next to them. It's as if he is wearing a piece of equipment that increases his physical resistance. The only thing in his eyes is Lamborghini Venom. Girlfriend or something, just get out of the way for now, Su, Mr. Su, I've long heard of your great name. At this moment, in the detective agency, a man in a suit respectfully greeted the new boss. It's okay, don't be nervous. Su Chen looked at the other person's trembling appearance and comforted him. Yes, he has acquired the entire detective agency. I am this way. Can't you take orders yourself? Are you afraid of missing out on Yi Qingyan's commission? Does not exist. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. The maids present were also shocked. They never expected that Manager Wu would have such an attitude when facing the new boss. In their eyes, Manager Wu is the representative of majesty and solemnity. And what about Manager Wu now? Just like a little white rabbit, its momentum was completely crushed. How could they not be shocked? Why don't you come over and say hello to the young master? Manager Wu frowned, extremely nervous, and called out to the maids and butler detectives. These people don't know Mr. Su's identity, but he knows it. This man is the eldest son of the Su family, not just a new boss. If you really offend him, you will be dead. Hello, Master Boss, you're so handsome. Master, I have a question I don't understand. Can I add you on WeChat and ask you for help tonight? The maids surrounded them one by one. They all wore black and white maid outfits, and their legs were wrapped in black stockings, revealing a hint of charm. Very sexy. One of the more innocent maids looked at the other maids and wondered why they were all starting to close their legs. What does this mean? What are they doing? I don't understand it at all. The deacons and detectives were also extremely polite and respectful. After all, they were all people with reasoning abilities. Looking at Manager Wu's appearance, it is not difficult to guess that this boss must have a very powerful background. Just as Manager Wu was introducing the employees to the boss one by one with a flattering smile, suddenly, the receptionist came in and reported, Manager Wu, there is a guest outside. Before he could finish his words, Manager Wu scolded him, shut up. Can't you see we are entertaining the young and handsome Su? After the angry retort, the maid was helpless and shed tears. She didn't expect that she would be scolded even though she was following the rules. After Manager Wu finished scolding, he smiled flatteringly and was about to receive Mr. Su's praise, feeling that he was extremely sensible. Suddenly, Su Chen slapped him to the ground, looked at him condescendingly, and said, "You don't even want to do business? How can you be a manager?" At the same time, I complained in my heart, MD, is this guy cerebral palsy? Yi Qingyan will be here at this time. What if you chase her away? How can I carry out my plan? Manager Wu looked up and cried bitterly, No, President Su, that's not what I meant. He never imagined that such an experienced person like him could actually flatter the wrong person in his lifetime. Go and invite that guest in. Su Chen said calmly, yes. Afterwards, Manager Wu rushed out in a panic and tears to greet the guest. This scene frightened the maids and the butler detectives. At the same time, I also realized that this new boss is really domineering and handsome. Soon, a beautiful woman in a floral long dress came into everyone's sight. Her waist was so thin that it could be held in one hand. She was so flawless and otherworldly beautiful that she looked like a fairy from heaven descended to earth. Those charming eyes that could speak flickered like ripples, emitting a bewitching light, as if to suck people's minds, and everyone present was stunned. Those who didn't know thought it was a fairy who had run down to the mortal world. It was so beautiful, The short manager was standing next to her looked like a humble dog. No, this is not even as good as a dog. It even makes people feel that the two of them are not from the same planet. When Su Chen saw Yi Qingyan's first reaction, his eyes lit up and he was also amazed. Even though he has lived 2 lives as a human being, even though he has personally seen those top female stars in the entertainment industry in his previous life, there is no way she can compare to Yi Qingyan. What jade nurse, pure school beauty, international supermodel, they are not even as good as her toe, beautiful, charming, attractive, stunning, and a bit cold. This is a beautiful woman with natural charm and extraordinary beauty. No wonder that old pervert Yi Xian was willing to go abroad to gain experience for his senior sister. Hello, I'm here to see the detective. A gentle, soothing and calm voice sounded. Everyone finally came back to their senses and stared at the beauty in front of them without blinking. Not only does she have a great figure and good looks, but she also has such a nice voice. The deacons and detectives swallowed their saliva and swore in unison in their hearts, "I'm going to get this boss." To demonstrate his professional competence, Manager Wu quickly completed the entire commission's requirements. Miss, you want to find out the truth about your father's murder, right? However, it was a few years ago, a long time ago. I'm afraid, however, before he could finish his words, the detectives came forward one after another and said, "Manager Wu, I, Liao Tong, am qualified for this commission." Ms. Yi, I can relate to your experience. I can do you a favor, beautiful lady. I am. Manager Wu originally thought that no one would take the task, but what was unexpected was that one after another the deacons and detectives came out and said that they could do it, and some even directly introduced their resumes. This made the maids nearby dumbfounded. At the same time, he angrily said in his heart, "Humph. As expected, no man is good. They are all bad people." At the same time, they looked at Su Chen and muttered to themselves, "The boss is not among the bad guys, okay. Yi Qingyan had to admit that she was stunned for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed in Xu Weimei's eyes. She never expected that her mission would be so popular, but fortunately, she prepared a question before coming here. Now is a good time to ask. Well, fellow detectives, I prepared a question. She stated her request, which was to the effect that whoever answered correctly first would be hired. It's okay. Miss, let me ask you something and I promise to answer you in seconds. A detective topic? Interesting, I'll join in. Come on, tell me now, I can't wait. Just when Yi Qingyan was about to ask the question, suddenly, Su Chen leaned back, took back his right hand, crossed his fingers and placed them on his chin, smiled at everyone and said, "If you don't mind." Having said this, he paused and spoke in a gentle and calm tone, "Let me play too." The moment the words fell, everyone looked at each other in shock. Chapter 3, Reasoning Overwhelms the Butler Detective. What, master? Manager Wu's voice was piercing. I want to participate too. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Su Chen asked back. No. Of course, no problem. Manager Wu was very surprised and even made a gesture of invitation. At the same time, I thought to myself, yes, after all, Mr. Su definitely didn't buy this store just to make money. They must be here out of interest, so it is only natural that they know a little bit of reasoning. So Manager Wu started to make faces, trying to get the deacons and detectives around him to give way to young Master Su. But what was unexpected was that after hearing the questions, these guys were all ready to go and were extremely excited. It's over. Manager Wu was almost crying. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing if these guys beat up Mr. Su? At this moment, Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes revealed something strange. She has already regarded Su Chen as a boss-level figure, because whether it is appearance or temperament, she is the one who crushes everyone else. It would be a good idea if this gentleman could take on the task. The deacons and detectives were also a little stunned. They didn't expect that the boss would come and steal business from them. Like the usual bosses, he was just a figurehead, because reasoning work requires a very high level of brainpower. Ordinary people cannot do it. Moreover, they have to work for a long time before they are qualified to receive tasks. Normally speaking, this boss is definitely no match for them, but this time, they didn't plan to give in, because the beautiful boss this time was really too good. If they gave in, they would be struck by lightning. Then I'll get straight to the point. Yi Qingyan said directly. A farmer crossed the river with a wolf, a sheep, and a cabbage. He was on the left bank of the river. Now he wants to transport all these things to the right bank. The problem is that he only has a small boat in front of him. The boat is so small that it can only accommodate him and one item. The only other person who can row the boat is the farmer. When the farmer is around, these three things get along peacefully. Once the farmer is gone, the wolves will eat the sheep, and the sheep will eat the cabbages. Excuse me, how do I cross the river? The moment the words fell, everyone fell into rapid thinking. The butler detectives got into the state in a second and began to simulate and calculate. First, the farmer led the wolf across the river to the right bank. No, in this way, the cabbages on the left bank will be eaten by the sheep. So, what if you bring the sheep first bring the sheep to the right bank? Then, that's not right. So, what should I bring as the second item, if we take the wolf with us, when the farmer comes back with the cabbages? Won't the sheep be gone? If you bring some cabbage with you, the sheep on the right bank will definitely eat it when you come back. Only a second had passed at the scene, and the detectives were so anxious that they were sweating. Then there is only one answer left: take the cabbage over first. No. That's not right. In this way, the sheep on the left bank will definitely be eaten by the wolves. All three answers are wrong. At this moment, the detectives' joy turned into confusion. Just when they were about to change their thinking, Suchin said calmly, "This question is not difficult." In an instant, everyone's eyes were on him, and the answer follows: 1. First, transport the sheep across the river and place them on the right bank. 2. Then carry the wolf across the river and place it on the right bank, but bring the sheep back with you when you return. 3. Put the sheep on the left bank and transport the cabbage to the right bank of the river. 4. Go back to the left bank and transport the sheep to the right bank. Now the wolves, sheep, and cabbages have all been transported here. The moment the words fell, everyone was stunned. They never expected that the moment they heard the answer, it would be so simple. What's even more terrifying is that Suchin only took less than 3 seconds to answer the question correctly. My God, this speed of thinking is too terrifying. It only took a few seconds, and I hadn't even eliminated the wrong answers yet. I, Chen Xiao, admire you. If it was half a minute, maybe I could answer it, but 3 seconds, Master Su was really too strong. The deacons and detectives all looked at him with great admiration and were completely overwhelmed with admiration. The speed of this kind of thinking conversion is really too fast. This kind of person is a natural detective. To be honest, is this question difficult? It's not difficult, but this innate talent is amazing to everyone present. A hint of surprise flashed across Yi Qingyan's beautiful eyes. She never expected that the question she had carefully prepared would be answered in just 3 seconds, and it's the correct answer. For some reason, she was particularly optimistic about the man in front of her. He's the detective I want. Yi Qingyan shouted in her heart, and then immediately signed all the matters with Manager Wu. Although Manager Wu was confused, he didn't dare to stop Su Xiao because he saw that he really wanted to get involved. According to the usual rules, the agreement was signed. In this way, Suchin became Yi Qingyan's exclusive detective, helping her find the truth about her father's death. The hiring fee is 30,000 yuan for a period of 15 days. Find the truth and collect the full price. If not found, half the fee will be charged. That's the price the detective agency charges. The next day, the two met at the agreed location. Good morning, Miss Yi Qingyan. Suchin was wearing a suit and a hat, looking like a real detective. Hello. Yi Qingyan nodded slightly in greeting, and her face turned red when she saw the person coming. Because I was really impressed by his handsomeness. This detective is so handsome, and his decisive attitude is also very charming. And Suchin looked at the charming woman standing in front of him. The black and white plaid shirt, matched with a pure black miniskirt. Her snow-white long legs are very dazzling, matched with the scent of Armani perfume on her body and her delicate face. She is simply a beauty. It was obvious that the woman had dressed up carefully. Suchin smiled slightly in his heart. In the original novel, when Yi Qingyan sneaked into the Su family as a servant, she did have feelings for Su Chen, but it was just a sentence that was easily passed over. Otherwise, wouldn't the protagonist Yi Shen become a cuckold? In the subsequent plot, Yi Qingyan mistakenly believed that Su Chen had killed her father due to some misunderstandings. Love turns to hate directly, and some of the early feelings naturally disappear without a trace. Suddenly, at this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. 100 reversal points rewarded. Ding, the host triggers a special reward, and the temperament attribute increases by 50 points. In an instant, although Su Chen did not change on the surface, the sense of oppression was obviously increased. Ms. Yi Qingyan, please describe the situation back then in detail to me. Okay. Yi Qingyan shuddered a little. She inexplicably felt that the detective in front of her was very scary, but for some reason, I felt a sense of security. a kind of oppressive force that made me want to crawl into his arms and seek protection, and the detective's temperament feels improved. She even suspected that the detective in front of her was the world's #1 detective who came to this detective agency to bully the newbies. Afterwards, the two went to Yi Qingyan's house together to prepare for reasoning. They talked a lot on the way, and the woman kept telling the other person some details about that year. Soon, the scene was resisted. Su Chen asked his first question. First of all, the motivation. Chapter 4: The truth of Yi Xiaoyao's death. First of all, the motive. Your father, Yi Xiaoyao, was murdered. Why was he killed? Was there any enemy? I don't think so. I don't know much about this, but my father is a very good person. Yi Qingyan answered like a well-behaved kitten, and also introduced his father's interpersonal relationships, most of which were very friendly, and he had never offended anyone. Then the second point is, who is the beneficiary? Who can benefit from your father's death? As soon as Su Chen asked the second question, Yi Qingyan was completely shocked. The charming beauty looked at Su Chen with admiration in her beautiful eyes, because before, she was like a headless fly, searching everywhere for the truth about her father's death. But we have never changed our thinking and started from the perspective of the beneficiaries. This detective is really amazing. Yi Qingyan admired him immensely and immediately told him everything that had happened. About half an hour later, after hearing this, Su Chen was stunned. So, your junior fellow apprentice has inherited the master's legacy and has the opportunity to study abroad? No. Impossible. When Yi Qingyan heard that Su Chen was about to suspect her junior brother, she quickly explained, my junior brother and I. The woman began to tell some stories about how the two of them had depended on each other since childhood, and also said that her father had adopted Yi Xian since he was a child and had a deep affection for him. Stop. Miss Yi, you have to understand one thing first. Su Chen interrupted Yi Qingyan directly, and then said seriously, what you said is not important to me. My goal is to find out the truth. The moment he finished speaking, Yi Qingyan was shocked by his aura again. Sitting next to him, he said obediently, okay, Mr. Detective, I will listen to you. The woman didn't know why, but she felt that the other person was very handsome and wanted to surrender to him. What's more, his words were so charming, so cool. Yi Qingyan almost forgot that she was here to investigate the truth behind her father's death, not to find a date. Is this woman really a bit of an M-type? Su Chen looked at Yi Qingyan beside him, feeling neither crying nor laughing. The original novel seemed to have described it a little bit, but it was basically glossed over, so he didn't take it too seriously. It basically describes her need for a sense of security, belonging, and a little bit of M. Is this the live video from that time? Su Chen looked at the video on the tablet and asked. Yes. My father was killed during this live broadcast. It was recorded on the screen. Yi Qingyan nodded in response. She had watched this video thousands of times, so even if I see it now, I won't feel overly sad about my father's death. I've seen it so much that I've become numb, but it doesn't mean that the feelings for my father are gone. If she wasn't there, she wouldn't have called a detective. Besides, my junior fellow apprentice and I were watching the live broadcast together at the time, so it's impossible that he killed Master through the live broadcast. Yi Qingyan helped Yi Xian explain it again. At the same time, he felt guilty for having doubted his junior brother just now. Yes, my junior brother was watching the live broadcast with me at the time and has an alibi, so this is impossible. Did you notice that? Su Chen suddenly paused the video at 17 minutes and 5 seconds. What sound? Yi Qingyan asked in confusion. Su Chen played it again, and then, at 17 minutes and 5 seconds into the video, there really was a woo sound. Although the sound is not loud, after amplification, you can really hear the woo sound. And this time is exactly 7 o'clock in the evening. What is this? Yi Qingyan couldn't help showing a shocked expression. She had watched the video thousands of times before and had never noticed such a sound in the video. Perhaps she didn't want to hear her father's screams when he died, so she didn't play it too loud. However, which normal person would turn up the computer's video volume to the maximum when watching a video? Wouldn't that make your ears deaf? And it's just a woo sound, which doesn't seem to mean anything, right? This is particularly important. It's the sound of a ship's whistle. As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Yi Qingyan was shocked again. As the investigation progressed, it was discovered that the 7 p.m. ferry service in Jiangcheng only had one destination, and that was the Huangsha route of Jinshizhao, S02 Fangsuan. Oh my god! Mr. Detective, you are so amazing. Yi Qingyan couldn't help but open her cute little mouth. That's so cool. The woman was completely shocked that he was able to lock onto the exact location just by using a sound. His strength is truly terrifying because the police investigation showed that Yi Xiaoyao had never left Jiangcheng, so no matter the time or other aspects, the crime scene could only be within Jiangcheng. The Jiangcheng ferry service at 7 o'clock in the evening only has one destination, so there is no doubt that the crime scene must be in the Huangsha route of Jinshizhao, S02 Fengsuan, Ding. 200 reversal points reward. Su Chen sneered, looking at the silly girl in front of him who was shocked beyond words, and felt relieved in his heart. In that case, let's go to S02 Feng village immediately. Good. By the way, Miss Yi, I'll have my men search your house for clues later. You don't mind, do you? It's okay, just search it. Yi Qingyan said generously. Anyway, I don't live here anymore. This house has been abandoned for a long time since then. Mr. Detective, just let your men search it freely. Okay, then I'm relieved. After Su Chen finished speaking, the two of them immediately went to S02 Feng village on the Huangsha route to find out the truth of Yi Xiaoyao's death. Chapter 5 The destined heroine turns completely dark. 02 Fengsuan on the Huangsha route. At the seaside, I saw a red sun slowly rising from the horizon, dyeing the entire sea and sky golden red. Are you sure this is your junior brother? At this time, Su Chen pointed to the surveillance video from 4 years ago and asked. The day before Yi Xiaoyao's death, Yi Xian's back, wearing training clothes, appeared in the surveillance video of S02 Fengsuan. I don't know, but it's very similar, extremely similar. Yi Qingyan bit her lips until they were almost bleeding. She was on the verge of collapse, because the person in the video really looks like her junior. Whether it is the figure from the back or the clothes worn, they are 90% accurate, but fortunately, it was just a back view, and it was not certain that the person inside was definitely her junior brother. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Qingyan quickly said, Besides, Mr. Detective, think about it. My junior fellow apprentice and I were watching the live broadcast at the time, so it's impossible that he killed Master through the live broadcast. Well, I know this. Miss Yi, please don't worry. We will definitely find the truth. Su Chen consoled them, then said, Let's go ask the residents of S02 village. Maybe someone still remembers what happened back then. After all, it's a murder case, and it's impossible to completely erase all traces. Okay. Yi Qingyan raised her beautiful eyes and blinked away her tears. Thank you for your comfort, fine. Afterwards, the two went to the buildings of the residents of S02 village and asked them one by one. Moreover, Yi Qingyan had a photo of Yi Xian saved in her mobile phone, so she could just ask them if they knew the person in the photo. She never imagined that the photos she usually used to express her longing for him would one day become photos of suspects and be questioned everywhere. This person. When the nearby residents saw Yi Xian's photo, they all looked nervous and looked at each other in confusion. What's wrong? Su Chen asked, looking at them. We met this person in the summer 4 years ago. An older man stepped forward and replied with a look of shock. The day before the time you mentioned, we saw the person in the photo changing clothes in the bushes. He was very strange at the time. The uncle and another auntie wearing a headscarf told the story. Because this person was very strange at the time, they still remember that he changed into strange clothes and masks, and even cursed at them with hatred. What are you looking at? They were scared away on the spot when they were drawing water from the well, and the man was in a particularly nervous state, as if he was about to do something terrible. I thought he was suspicious at the time, but I didn't expect he was the culprit. The way he chased us away that day was really strange. He seemed very anxious. Is he really a murderer? Oh my God, I saw this guy too. My son was looking at the mask in his hand and wanted to borrow it to play with for a while, but I thought he was too fierce, so I took my son and ran away. The residents of S02 Feng village on the Huangsha route were very enthusiastic, and each of them was telling about their experiences of the day. The most important thing is that it has been confirmed that they are all local residents, not fake, so, the criminal might be your junior fellow apprentice? Su Chen looked at Yi Qingyan, who had fallen into a negative state, and asked tentatively. No. Impossible. They must be making false confessions and lying. Why did they lie? No. I don't know either, but it couldn't have been my junior brother, because he was watching the live broadcast with me that year. Yi Qingyan nodded blankly. She was no longer as lively as when she first arrived. She covered her head with her hands, looking very painful. At this moment, Su Chen's phone suddenly rang. After answering it, his face froze. Okay, I'll go back now. What's wrong? Yi Qingyan looked up and asked. There is evidence. Su Chen replied. Afterwards, the two rushed back to the house, and Su Chen's subordinates immediately rushed up and reported, Mr. Su, we found evidence. Su Chen was stunned when he saw the clothes that were exactly the same as those in the video. Yi Qingyan's pupils widened in disbelief. Mr. Su, we found this in the mansion. The subordinates replied. No. Impossible. My junior brother can't do that. Yi Qingyan's watery eyes were filled with doubt and a strange expression. She was almost going crazy. Right, detective, that's impossible. If he was the criminal, how could his clothes still be at home? Yi Qingyan clutched Su Chen's clothes tightly with her fingers, trying to find a glimmer of hope from his mouth. I hid the mask costume I used for the live broadcast at home. I wanted to use it as evidence when I returned from abroad for fake revenge, so I needed to keep it. I guess. Su Chen shook his head. After answering, Yi Qingyan was almost going crazy. She grabbed her hair and was on the verge of turning evil. No, that's not right. He was clearly watching the live broadcast with me. Yi Qingyan laughed in sorrow. Yes, he can't be the murderer. You are wrongly accusing him. Miss, please calm down. The detectives spoke to comfort her. Su Chen looked at the detectives. Yes, we are not 100% sure that the murderer is your junior brother. We still need evidence. Then, Su Chen began to think. About an hour later, he suddenly saw something on the computer. Then he said with dim eyes, I know who the murderer is. Who? Yi Qingyan's watery eyes were filled with half-belief and half-doubt, and she grabbed Su Chen's clothes again with hope. Yi Xian. Impossible. The murderer is Yi Xian. Su Chen's voice became a little heavier. He was watching the live broadcast with me at that time. Yi Qingyan roared with gritted teeth. Su Chen didn't say anything, but turned on the recording. When the recording was in progress at 7 o'clock, at 17 minutes and 5 seconds in the video, as the prisoner walked out from the side, a loud woo sound came from behind him. Then what? What does this sound mean? Where is the evidence you mentioned? Yi Qingyan asked with her pupils wide open. I just checked the schedule for the S02 Fangsuan ferry on the Huangsha route. Guess what happened? Su Chen glanced at Yi Qingyan and said calmly, on weekends, the ferry departs at 1400 hours and 1900 hours, while from Monday to Friday, it departs at 7 o'clock and 12 o'clock. Do you understand? During this time period, a sound that shouldn't have appeared happened to appear in the live broadcast. You were watching the live broadcast on a Monday. There was no way there would be a horn at 7 a.m. The moment Su Chen finished speaking, Yi Qingyan took a few steps back in fear. Su Chen continued, this means it wasn't a live broadcast, but a recorded one. Yi Xian killed your father at 7 p.m. on Sunday and filmed the video, which is why sirens were heard at the crime scene. Then, at 7 p.m. on Monday, he played the video, pretending it was a live broadcast. The day you watched the live broadcast, the criminal was right next to you watching the video of your father being murdered. Do you understand? The murderer is Yi Xian. Yi Qingyan's heartbeat suddenly soared at this moment, and she became extremely terrified when she thought about it. The woman bit her lip, lay prone on the ground, her whole body twitching, and let out suppressed, painful sighs. It was as if it was being drawn out thread by thread with great difficulty from the depths of her soul, spreading throughout the room, weaving a picture of dark blue sorrow. The lights also became dim. Half an hour later. Yi Xian, you deserve to die. Yi Qingyan's eyes flashed with fire that was ready to burn everything, and her tightly kissed lips concealed teeth that could bite dead creatures. The woman no longer made excuses for her junior fellow apprentice. Instead, her face flushed red and she glared around, like a beast in a state of embarrassment, waiting for an opportunity to strike back. Yi Qingyan has completely turned evil. Ding! Reward reversal points, 700. The current host spends 1000 reversal points and can draw a lottery once. Would you like to draw? At the same time, Yi Qingyan's cell phone, which was scattered on the ground, suddenly rang, broke the silence. The caller happened to have a two-character name. The person who called, it happened to be Yi Xian.
Chapter 6 Yi Xian collapses and returns home early. Hello. Please don't hang up. The number you dialed is busy. ABA. When the call could not be dialed, Yi Xian, who was abroad, became very anxious. At this time of day, my senior sister is usually here. Besides, my senior sister doesn't have many calls, so if it shows that the call is in progress, it must have been hung up. What's more, he called several times in a row, but they all hung up. Something must have happened, senior sister. Yi Xian frowned as he looked at the handsome sword flying diagonally. This was his intuition, and his intuition is usually very accurate. So he opened WeChat and made a video call directly. If the senior sister still doesn't answer, then he must send someone to investigate immediately. However, the next second, an accident happened and the video was connected. A beautiful woman appeared in the video, the ground is covered with mist, and the charm is rippling. The corners of her small mouth are slightly raised, inviting people to kiss her. This is a woman who exudes charm from the bones. She seems to be seducing men all the time and touching their nerves. This woman is none other than his senior sister, Yi Qingyan. However, at this moment, the woman's eyes, which were more charming than peach blossoms, were filled with tears. I feel pity for her and she looks so pitiful. And the moment he saw Yi Xian. Yi Qingyan glared inside, her anger reaching an extreme level. Her eyes turned red with rage, and she just kept staring at the screen. Senior sister. What happened? The highly respected Yi Xian, the boss of the Dragon King Palace, asked anxiously like a child at this time. He really felt sorry for his senior sister, because the two of them grew up together as childhood sweethearts. This is a role that no one else can replace. Seeing his senior sister crying, how could he not feel distressed? How could he not feel uncomfortable? Yi Xian's heart was broken, and in the next second, his pupils suddenly widened, and he saw a man's figure appear behind his senior sister. However, before I could even call out, the video was disconnected. Yi Xian was in a panic for a moment, his soul was gone. With trembling hands, he picked up the phone and frantically made a call and started a video call, but it's no use, it's all no use. The other side didn't react at all. All this happening also confirmed Yi Xian's guess that something really happened to his senior sister. Number 5. Book a ticket immediately. I want to return home immediately. If there are no tickets, quickly prepare a helicopter. Yi Xian shed tears of blood and roared in anger, aha! I must return home immediately no matter what, even if it means breaking into a dangerous place. I am willing to go through fire and water for my senior sister, no matter what. Who is that man? I want you dead, I want you dead. Number 5, who was on the other end of the line, was stunned upon hearing this, and then asked anxiously, Dragon King. What on earth just happened? But Yi Xian didn't care about him at all. Instead he gnashed his teeth, smashed things crazily, and tore himself apart. Hair, because he felt that senior sister might even lose her virginity this time. In this way, his technique will. Yi Xian didn't dare to think about it. He didn't dare to think about the situation on the other side at all. Something must have happened to my senior sister, and on the other side at this time. Wow! Mr. Detective, can you hug me? Yi Qingyan looked at Su Chen softly like a kitten. Good. Su Chen didn't say much, just hugged the other person and put his left hand on the slender waist, and he touched his head with his right hand. He brought out the attributes of a warm man to the fullest. Woo! Yi Qingyan seemed to have her inner weakness touched, and she buried her head in Su Chen's arms. From crying, he began to wail loudly. It is not an exaggeration to describe this woman as tearful as a pear blossom in the rain, because the way she cried was so beautiful. It's easy for men to feel sympathy. If you don't know, you might think that he made her cry on purpose because he wanted to see her beauty when she cried. Cry, everything will be fine after you cry. Su Chen hugged her and comforted her, but Yi Qingyan cried even louder. He buried his head tightly and pressed his body against it. Su Chen's eyes flashed with some confusion. A little soft, Yi Qingyan also began to pour out her thoughts bit by bit, recalling the past. I really don't know what to do in the future. I want to die, because the woman never imagined that the junior brother whom she had loved since childhood, depended on for life, and treated as her own brother was actually the murderer of her father. No one can accept this. Moreover, his father is their master, yet he could do such a thing. He is simply a scum. Yi Qingyan's eyes were ferocious, and she hated her junior fellow apprentice so much the woman has turned evil. The pictures of Yi Xian in my mind have changed from a sunny and smiling boy to a murderous demon holding his father's head in his hand, and that smile also changed from kind and gentle to an evil grin. Her life and her father's life were ruined by such a person. It's completely ruined. What should I do? The corners of Su Chen's lips curled up, forming a beautiful arc. His obsidian eyes were soft and unfathomable. Then, he quickly put away his expression, looked directly into the other person's eyes and said, "Revenge, revenge." Yi Qingyan came back to her senses from her aggrieved expression and stared blankly at Su Chen. Can I do this?" "Certainly. Mr. Detective, are you willing to help me?" "No matter how much it costs, yes, but according to the principle of equal exchange, if you want something, you have to pay a price. What's the price?" Yi Qingyan's voice was soft and hoarse as she looked up at the other person. "The price is," Su Chen said, "your life." Chapter 7, Top-Notch Painting Skills. My life? "If I help you avenge yourself, in the future," Su Chen was straightforward, proposing an agreement of unconditional obedience, and added, "since you were planning to go anyway. In that case, why not avenge your father?" Can this be done?" Yi Qingyan's heart was moved, completely moved, because she felt that what Su Chen said made sense. Instead of dying like this, it would be better to take revenge and do something within her ability for her father's soul, and after revenge, she will most likely die. By comparison, Mr. Detective's unconditional obedience is actually. Yi Qingyan looked up at Su Chen, and a hint of excitement flashed in her beautiful eyes, then his whole face turned red. "I don't know what strange thing I thought of. This woman seems to be a little bit Su Chen was extremely confused. Then in reality, I am. He coughed twice, bringing the other person back to reality. "Why can't you do it?" Su Chen asked back. Yi Xian's current strength. Yi Qingyan also knew that his junior fellow apprentice who was abroad was doing very well and had even founded the Dragon King Palace. It could be said that he was an invincible existence in the warring states. Moreover, his personal abilities are also extremely strong. After inheriting the martial arts, he has also mastered countless skills, which is particularly terrifying. So Yi Qingyan felt at a loss and even wanted to die just now, because, as a little woman, she could not possibly defeat the big boss of the Dragon King Palace. "Of course, there is nothing in this world that I can't do." Su Chen was very confident and answered calmly. Yeah, Yi Qingyan inexplicably recalled Su Chen's terrifying strength just now. He was simply a genius in reasoning. If such a powerful person is compared with Yi Xian, he should have a higher probability of winning. Mr. Detective, I want to ask you, you want me to obey you unconditionally, what do you want to do afterwards?" She stared at Su Chen with her charming eyes and blushed again, and some props also flashed through my mind: whips, candles, blindfolds. No one knows what these are used for. "My family is in need of a servant." When Su Chen's answer came out, Yi Qingyan was completely dumbfounded. The woman felt that it was not what she thought. "You should get some rest tonight, pack your luggage, and then go to this address tomorrow morning." Su Chen took out a business card and said, "You are now a servant of the Su family." He suddenly moved closer to Yi Qingyan and said, "Of course, it's different from others. You are my personal servant. Don't worry, I will help you get revenge." "Thank you." Yi Qingyan wiped her tears, and her original anger turned into a hint of anticipation. This expectation is the discovery that one's future life has begun to change unknowingly, and this is the first step to start changing. On his side, Su Chen rubbed the woman's little head and smiled faintly. My heart is full of waves. Although the plot is the same, Yi Qingyan enters the Su family as a servant. But the core is completely different. Point 1 is to sneak in and prepare for revenge in the future. 1 is to enter and prepare for revenge in the future, although they are all the same, but the target of revenge has changed. In the evening, after Su Chen returned to the Su family villa, he received a message from his subordinates that they had completed the task. Yes, he actually prepared all of this: fake video replacement, confession of S02 Fengsun of Huangsha route, forgery of mask and clothes, and the location of the murder. It's all fake and forged. In reality, none of this happened, but when everything happened, Yi Qingyan's thinking was still overturned by the whole process of reasoning. He mistakenly believed that all these reasonings were to reveal the truth about his junior brother. Then Su Chen triggered the system panel. The current host spends 1,000 reversal points and can draw a lottery once. Would you like to draw? Extraction. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the top level painting ability. In an instant, the painting experiences, hard work, and all the gains of Van Gogh, Leonardo da Vinci, Picasso, and all the masters appeared. Everything was integrated, and at the moment it ended, Suchin suddenly felt the arrival of a majestic, terrifying, and secret power. As historical knowledge echoed in the sealed environment, when I came to my senses. He has become a master painter. The next day, evening. A man appeared at Zhangcheng Airport. He has black straight hair, slanted sword-like eyebrows, slender and sharp black eyes, thin and lightly pursed lips, and angular features, with a tall but not rough figure. He is like an eagle in the dark night, cold, lonely, and yet domineering. Standing alone, he exudes a domineering aura that looks down on the world. As soon as she appeared, she attracted the attention of countless airport staff. This person is none other than the protagonist, the lord of the Dragon King Palace, Yi Xian. He was alone, and as soon as he got off the plane, he immediately ran outside to get a taxi and headed to the house, but no one was found. So Yi Xian went to his senior sister's residence again and found out no one lives here anymore. My senior sister sent a message to the landlord last night to cancel the rental contract and even returned the keys. Moreover, this is the old city area. There are no cameras at all, and I don't know where his senior sister is now. Did she return the key herself? Yi Xian asked anxiously, following the landlord. No, she just sent a message saying the key was hidden under the carpet at the door, and then she left. She didn't even want the deposit, just said she didn't want to rent it anymore. The landlord looked at the man in front of him with suspicion. Who are you to her? If you want to find her, don't you call her and ask? If I could make a call, would I still be here? Yi Xian cursed in his heart. He really wanted to punch the landlord to the ground, but now that he had just returned to China, he definitely couldn't cause trouble, so he left feeling extremely frustrated. At the same time, he shouted in despair, "My senior sister, my beloved senior sister. Where are you? Junior brother misses you. Your most beloved junior brother has now become the master of the Dragon King Palace and has come back to find you. Why aren't you here? Why isn't he here?" These words completely frightened everyone passing by on the street. Oh my god. Which mental hospital did this lunatic come from? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. Some even took out their cell phones and took pictures of the scene. He also posted on his moments, "I happened to pass by Dabi Road and ran into a crazy guy. Everyone, be careful, don't get close to this madman." All of a sudden, Yi Xian's photos became inexplicably popular in the circle of friends of all the aunties. Chapter 8. Yi Xian's online girlfriend. Chu Yue helped me arrange it. That's right, I am the Dragon King, and I must find my senior sister. Do you understand? As soon as Yi Xian came out of the landlord's place, he quickly contacted his subordinates and began to look for his senior sister. He has just returned and has not hidden a lot of his past information well, so he doesn't dare to ask for help from the official. I could only contact my subordinates, but at present, the domestic resources he can mobilize are too few, which is a world of difference from when he was in the Dragon King Palace in the Warring States. I was too anxious when I came back. This time, as for why I was in a hurry to come back to find my senior sister, the reason was very simple: the dual cultivation method of martial arts. Yi Xian knew that his senior sister had an extremely lean constitution, therefore, virginity is particularly important. If Yi Xian triggered it for the first time, then in the future, he could improve his skills through dual cultivation. The improvement of the skills will also bring bonuses to all the skills that have been mastered, because the skills are equal to the foundation. If the foundation is strong, all the skills will be strengthened, and senior sister's extremely lean physique makes her the perfect candidate for dual cultivation. But unfortunately, no matter how many times Yi Xian called, his calls were not answered. "Senior sister, why didn't you answer my call?" Yi Xian shed 2 lines of blood in tears again, in great pain, and in the next second, suddenly, the sound of the message rang out. Yi Xian suddenly became nervous and checked quickly. I originally thought it was a message from my senior sister sent by my younger brother, but it turned out not to be. It was a message from his online girlfriend, Chu Yue. "Yi Xian, have you returned to China? Do you want to come and meet me? ***/omega**, I miss you so much. I look forward to seeing you every day. Bao, I have indeed returned to China, but I still have something to do. I will meet you again in a few days." Yi Xian looked at the screen, grinning from ear to ear, and replied, "I'm also looking forward to our first meeting. I hope you'll be satisfied with me. Although I'm handsome, I still hope you'll like me from the bottom of your heart." Yes, Yi Xian has an online girlfriend named Chu Yue. When he was abroad, It was this woman who accompanied him as he grew up through the screen. Why Yi Xian has particularly deep feelings for her, although the two have never met, they have never even posted photos together. However, based on the name, Yi Xian used his sixth sense to judge that the other party might have an extremely mean constitution, so he invested a lot of emotion in him. If Su Chen was present at this moment, he would definitely flip the table and complain, "Su Chen, how the hell can you tell someone's extremely mean constitution just by their name?" However, in Su Chen's opinion, the online love plot is indeed a very exciting point. After meeting in person, Yi Xian suddenly and pleasantly discovered that his online girlfriend was actually the gorgeous campus beauty and top student at Fudan University. The excitement is simply overwhelming. It was just like opening a blind box, and I got a campus beauty girlfriend just as easily. Moreover, the other party was very gentle, loyal to him, and was very nice to him, such as bringing him meals. So this plot is very cool. Moreover, the subsequent scene where Yi Xian goes to the campus to show off is only possible because of the presence of the school belle heroine. Otherwise, if you, a member of society and not a student, go to school and act cool for no reason, readers will definitely find it a bit weird. But if there is a campus beauty girlfriend, then the plot will instantly make a lot more sense. The infatuated Yi Xian revealed his Aquaman attributes at this moment. However, Aquaman is a positive word in amateur writing. After all, there is a double standard like this. If a villain has a harem, he is a despicable scumbag and loser, and the protagonist has a harem, which means he is charming, outstanding, passionate, and handsome. Double standard logic often permeates the world of amateur writing. The most classic thing is that villains hold grudges and seek revenge, and they are petty and narrow-minded. The protagonist takes revenge, but if he doesn't take revenge, he is not a gentleman. Things will change over time. The next day, Su Chen, who was concentrating on painting in front of the drawing board, suddenly learned from his subordinates that Yi Xian had returned to China. "Mr. Su, do you need any other arrangements?" The subordinate who came and asked respectfully, but his eyes were completely fixed on the painting drawn by the young master. The woman in the painting is lifelike, and the young master even gave the painting a name in advance. There are 4 big words written above the easel: Mona Lisa. This is a painting that looks very sacred, and this was actually drawn by the young master, which is really surprising. "It's okay for now. I'll contact you if there's anything," Su Chen replied calmly, and then continued to paint, enriching the charm of Mona Lisa. "Yes." The subordinates immediately obeyed the order and left, but he kept looking back at the painting, because he really couldn't forget this painting. Although the Mona Lisa portrait has no eyebrows and eyelashes, her face looks very harmonious. When the subordinates looked directly at Mona Lisa's mouth, they would feel that she was not smiling much, but when they looked into her eyes and felt the shadows on her cheeks, they would feel that she was smiling. This feeling is really amazing. Even after he left the young master's room, the portrait remained in his mind for a long time. It's exactly as I guessed. Su Chen continued to paint while muttering to himself. He guessed that Yi Xian would definitely return home early after learning about his senior sister's situation. The reason for letting Yi Qingyan come to the Su family as a servant was to prevent the two of them from meeting. After all, everyone who understands the halo of the protagonist in a cool novel understands it. There is no logic at all. When the time comes, Yi Xian will cry and kneel down, leaving a few lines of blood and tears. His senior sister will be stunned and may forgive him, or stop and listen to him explain, and then to resolve the misunderstanding so easily is outrageous. So Su Chen definitely couldn't let them meet, at least not now. After all, Yi Xian's martial arts method can improve all skills by practicing dual cultivation. This setting is outrageous. Su Chen covered his face with his hands. This is fucking awesome. With this kind of setup, wouldn't it be possible to improve infinitely if we just capture a heroine and trap her in a small dark room? However, in the original novel, Yi Xian adhered to the idea that obtaining the heroine's soul was more important than obtaining her body, and embarked on the path of becoming the king of strategy. In fact, it is just to find a reason to start a harem with justification. As for the improvement of martial arts skills, is the logic reasonable? How could a novice writer care about these things? As long as he has fun, that's all he needs to do. And, if I remember correctly, the next plot is about meeting my online girlfriend in person, right? Su Chen's lips curled up. It seemed that he was about to start ruining the plot again. Is it Chu Yue? You know what, I actually quite like her personality. Lao Chao, please lend me a hand. While Su Chen was praying, the painting was completed. Of Mona Lisa, perfect, was born into this world. Chapter 9. Yi Xian shows off his painting skills. Duck shocks the audience. No, that's not right. Suchen suddenly remembered there seemed to be a plot before meeting my online girlfriend in person. Live streaming, yes, live broadcast. It was through the live broadcast that Yi Xian attracted the attention of his fiancée Xiaoruoshi. As soon as the protagonist returned to China, he live streamed his painting on the Tiger Shark platform, hoping to attract the attention of the big guys in Jiangqing through this. And Yi Xian did achieve this, relying on a painting called Duck to attract the heroine. Xiaoruoshi also became interested in him, gave him gifts, and became Yi Xian's number one on the list, which triggered some subsequent plots. At that time, it seemed to be around 7 o'clock in the evening. Suchen looked at the Patek Philippe on his hand. The current time was 5 o'clock. In other words, the live broadcast will start at 7 o'clock tonight. He didn't know whether the butterfly effect would occur or whether the plot would change, but he would find out after seeing it tonight, 7 o'clock in the evening. Suchen looked for the recommended position of the new anchor, and sure enough, he saw Yi Xian at a glance. This guy is really live streaming. As for Yi Xian, at noon, he asked his subordinates how to expand his fame in the country. The answer given by the subordinates was, start live broadcast. Because this industry is really hot, many grassroots people have become famous in this way, not to mention those who sell goods through live streaming. Even the taxes they pay are in the hundreds of millions. So, Yi Xian decisively chose to start live streaming, because with his own fame, it was still difficult for him to find a senior sister. There is really too little power to mobilize. The resources he could mobilize were dozens of levels different from when he was the Dragon King in the Warring States. So what Yi Xian is thinking about now is to expand his fame in Jiangqing through live painting and get to know more nobles and bigwigs. On the other side, Suchen saw the live broadcast room and suddenly realized, sure enough, the heavenly Dao repaired itself, and the plot continued as before. After all, if Yi Xian didn't start the live broadcast, he would not be able to meet his fiancée. But now his motivation has changed, from simply wanting to expand his fame to wanting to expand his fame in order to find his senior sister. The behavior is still the same. In the live broadcast room, many comments were complaining at this time. Fuck, this guy must be an idiot. He's got an easel. Is he planning to live stream his painting? I don't know. Anyway, we left after receiving the new anchor's gift pack. Who cares? We'll only stay for 5 minutes. I've only seen live streams of people drawing on computers, with digital tablets and the like. This is the first time I've seen someone drawing in real life. Look at his wretched appearance, he definitely can't draw anything good, right? I also think this guy is a bit of a loser. I've been watching him for ages, and he hasn't even started drawing yet. At this time, Yi Xian had just started broadcasting, and unexpectedly attracted a lot of people's attention, and most of them were bad-mouthing him. It is worthy of being a Tiger Shark platform. The audience there is famous for their foul mouths. Any anchor who comes here will be criticized, except for girls, of course, unless she's a girl who does funny things, like the mute bride in JoJo Deep-Sea Fish. What the hell do you know? I'm already very kind enough to live stream my drawings for you lowly people. Yi Xian was not polite and directly scolded. Believe it or not, once my painting comes out, you will just shut up? If you don't believe me, let me see. Unless you're drawing an animal, which is the hardest thing to draw, I won't accept your defeat. That's it? That's it? I've already broken your defense, and you're even starting a live stream. You don't look like someone who can draw. If you can draw well, I'll do a handstand and shit live. Fuck 0.0. The guy above is pretty awesome, and I actually want to see him for no apparent reason. What's going on? The atmosphere in the live broadcast room was very hostile, and the audience seemed to be playing the role of someone who was about to be slapped in the face. Humph. You have no vision. Yi Xian directly dragged over another easel and opened it. A work titled Duck appeared in front of everyone. This is a duck playing in the water with its wings spread. The whole painting is lifelike, as if a real duck appeared in front of everyone. Although he does not have much artistic sense, his painting skills are definitely qualified, and mature art students at art academies would probably praise this painting involuntarily. A duck with its wings spread out also gives people an inexplicable sense of oppression. This is indeed a very good work. Oh my god. This is so beautiful. This duck is really good. It's more than good. I, an art student, am almost surrendering. Please accept me as your apprentice. This duck looks a bit like the host. Did you draw it looking in a mirror? Ha ha ha. You upstairs, Do you want to make me laugh to death so you can inherit my Huabe? Ha ha. You scumbags, now you know how powerful I am. Yi Shen looked like he was seriously ill, with a crooked smile, as if all the taunts just now were food for slaps in the face. As soon as Duck came out, their faces were swollen in an instant. In addition, many big shots appeared in the live broadcast room and praised the show won by one. World Painting Master, Academician of the Academy of Fine Arts. Your name is Yi Shen, right? Yi Shen, would you like to come to our Yang Academy of Fine Arts? I can give you an extra admission quota. Lunghua Academy of Fine Arts, Student Yi Shen, Shuren Academy of Fine Arts, Weekend, Hotpot Academy of Fine Arts. We also, at this moment, countless mentors and professors from famous universities suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room, and each of them wanted to recruit Yi Shen to their own school. At the same time, he also gave extremely high praise to the painting Duck. At least there is no problem in beating most of the students in their school. Moreover, Yi Shen not only displayed his works, he also continued to paint new works. If someone is familiar with him, they will definitely be able to tell that the person he painted is his senior sister, Yi Qingyan. It was enough to show how much he missed his senior sister. At this time, countless bigwigs from art academies extended olive branches to Yi Shen. Yi Shen also stopped painting and greeted everyone with a smile. Just like the original story, Yi Shen got to know many bigwigs in Jiangcheng because of his painting skills. This time, Su Chen looked at the Mona Lisa not far away. What kind of effect would it have if he posted this in the barrage? I'm inexplicably curious. At the same time, he saw Xiao Ruoshi's account enter the live broadcast room. Chapter 10 is similar to the drawings I made in elementary school. Xiao Mu Ruoshi entered the live broadcast room. The moment Xiao Ruoshi entered the live broadcast room, countless bigwigs recognized her. Oh my god, Ruoshi actually entered the live broadcast room. Goddess Ruoshi. Xiao Ruoshi, you've actually set your sights on this little anchor? You're so lucky, little anchor. All the big guys present were shocked. I'm shocked, my friend. Xiao Ruoshi is not only a talented woman in business, but also has an extremely high talent for painting. He has won numerous gold medals in national art exhibitions within the domestic system. The Venice Biennale, a painting called A Midsummer Dream, amazed all painters around the world. He once became a big shot in the eyes of all painters. Moreover, there is a rumor that this goddess who has conquered the business and painting circles often visits the painting area of Tiger Shark platform. The ID is Cheong Mu Ruoshi, but no one knows if it is true, because it is said that she usually enters the live broadcast room with a small account. Only if you are particularly interested and want to give a gift will you enter in large size. And now, the goddess entered the live broadcast room in a large size. How can people not be shocked? How can people not be surprised? This setting is so fucking stupid. At this time, on the other side, Su Chen was complaining crazily. MD, in order to highlight the arrival of a goddess, they even brought the concept of large and small sizes into the live broadcast room. It's too exaggerated, but this is not important. What is important is that Yi Shen's eyes flashed with brilliance at this moment. What? Are you telling the truth? This is a goddess? Yi Shen seemed to smell the scent of an extremely mean constitution, and his intuition told him that the other party might have an extremely mean constitution. Really? Why would I lie to you? Goddess Ruoshi, please say something. It would be better if you could even chat with this young anchor about your painting skills. I definitely don't want to see your looks. I have to say, this painting of Duck is truly amazing. It even attracted Goddess Ruoshi. It's like a little cow doing a handstand. It's so awesome. Why do you keep calling her a goddess? Is she really that pretty? Yi Shen didn't believe it, so he opened Baidu and typed in 3 words, Xiao Ruoshi. I want to search if it is really that exaggerated. Asa result, I just opened the search engine and entered 3 words, and the following words automatically appeared. Xiao Ruoshi's beautiful legs, Xiao Ruoshi's black stockings, if Xiao Ruoshi wore white silk, Xiao Ruoshi's figure, Xiao Ruoshi has a nice voice, Xiao Ruoshi's painting skills. Fuck! What do these guys usually search for? Yi Shen, Omega Omega. Although he really wanted to click it to read, his reason told him that he absolutely couldn't, so he only searched 3 words, Xiao Ruoshi. Then, a photo of a beautiful woman with a cool and charming temperament and natural beauty appeared in front of everyone. Yi Shen couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His saliva was almost flowing out. This woman is so beautiful. It can even be said that her appearance is not inferior to that of his senior sister, and the most important thing is, the slender legs in this full-body photo, so beautiful, gorgeous legs. And then turn to the next photo. A pair of slender, smooth and well-proportioned legs are exposed, and even the beautiful lotus feet are silently charming, giving out an alluring invitation. Yixin turned his face to the side and quickly covered his nose, almost bleeding from his nose. He finally understood. Why did these weird searches appear in the search bar just now? It seems that the old guys are very understanding. This is because he usually doesn't pay much attention to legs. If a leg control freak or a black stockings control freak comes, he will probably die immediately when he sees her because she is really too beautiful. Ahem. Miss Ruwashi is quite pretty. Yi Xian coughed twice in a serious manner, but his eyes could not leave the picture for a long time. WDNMD? This is pretty good looking? This is simply celestial, okay? SS level looks. SSS level legs. Who can resist this? This witch, if I became her boyfriend, wouldn't I be squeezed dry? Originally, the audience thought these guys were crazy and were just bragging. How can there be such a beautiful person? She even called me goddess. Asa result, the moment I see now, they wish they could beat themselves to death just a few minutes ago. Ruwashi, what do you think of this young man Yi Xian's paintings? At this time, a person with the ID named World Painting Master, academician of the Chinese Academy of Fine Arts Ji Kongping asked. From this point, it is not difficult to see that the two have definitely met in real life, otherwise, this big shot named Ji Kongping would definitely not dare to ask this question. At the same time, the audience is also very curious about what Xiaoruwashi, the talented goddess in the painting world, would think of this painting. At this time, the big guys from other colleges and universities also appeared one by one, pretending to ask Xiaoruwashi questions. I want to show off their school and get to know Xiaoruwashi. Xiaoruwashi didn't pay much attention to it and replied directly using the ID Qiangmu Ruwashi. I think it's very good. The artist's sophisticated painting skills can be seen from the painting. Both the basics and the techniques are excellent. The main and secondary elements are also clearly distinguished. The angle of the light source makes the duck come alive. It's rare to find an artist with such a hyper-realistic painting style. From a professional perspective, I have to admit that this work is amazing. The moment the words fell, the entire audience was shocked. They already thought it was amazing, and now that they have received recognition from the real big names in the painting circle, they are even more convinced. It seems that this new anchor is really not an ordinary person, but they don't know how to describe it either. A talent who pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, Su Chen added, but unfortunately, no one could hear it this time. Yi Xian's mouth was crooked in a smile, almost reaching the top of his head. Thank you for the compliment, goddess. Goddess Xiaoruwashi's paintings are also very good, everyone should go and see them. She's also very beautiful, one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. Then Yi Xian started to lick the dog mode directly, licking wildly. Xiaoruwashi didn't seem to buy it, but still gave some gifts. Xiongmu Ruwashi gave away 10 super rockets. Xiongmu Ruwashi gave away 10 super rockets. Xiongmu Ruwashi gave away 10 super rockets. With just 3 consecutive posts, 60,000 yuan was given away, and he immediately reached the top of the list. I have to say that the eldest daughter of the Xia family is rich. For those who gave gifts before, this is a dimensionality reduction attack. Thank you, boss. Thank you, goddess Xiaoruwashi. As the Dragon King, Yi Xian unknowingly began to lick his ass again, and even performed a strange dance. This dance is so good that even poison coins would be outdone. My god, isn't this too luxurious? Is this the world of the super rich? Goddess, please support me. Rich lady, come to me. The audience also started to lick her, and some even went to the website to send private messages to this rich and talented goddess. However, Xiaoruwashi outside the screen had a blank expression on her face. She didn't buy it at all. That if she really fell for this, she would have been with Su Chen a long time ago. Because of Su Chen's ability to lick the dog, all the lickers present were impressed by him. However, it seems that Su Chen has not come to harass him in recent days. I don't know what happened. Xiaoruwashi was a little confused, but not much was done. It feels like someone delivers milk to you every day. If one day he stops delivering milk, you will definitely be confused. This is definitely not a feeling of liking each other. Xiaoruwashi shook her head. At this moment, the university professors and painting circle bigwigs who had been there before all praised the goddess when they saw her. I also followed suit and started praising. Yeah. This painting, ABA. Wu Zhu, professor at Longwei Academy of Fine Arts. ABA. Artist Shin Jun, ABA. Everyone stopped being stingy with their praise and started praising crazily, from praising the duck's feet to its beak. This painting of duck was praised in every way possible. Everyone wants to show off their professional abilities. After all, the goddess of the painting world has praised it, so I must praise it too, otherwise how can I live up to the title of expert? However, at this time a sudden and proud comment floated by. Attracted everyone's attention. Morning rise and fall. This painting still has room for improvement, but it's pretty good already, about the same as my elementary school paintings. Chapter 11, Mona Lisa is released, and the hot search shocked the whole network when the comment morning and the curtain falls came out. Sigma. Everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. Who the hell is this? When all the big guys were praising him, he actually dared to mock him. Even the #1 troll in the country has to admit defeat. Who are you? How dare you speak so arrogantly here? Tell me your name if you dare. How dare you claim that a work of this caliber is similar to what you had in elementary school? Impossible. I'm the first one to disbelieve it. One by one, the professors rushed out to refute and defend. They had just finished praising it, and this morning rise and curtain fall thing was just a slap in their face. At this moment, almost everyone was greeting morning rise and fall. Tell me, what's wrong with this work? The professors and the audience were in agreement, because this statement is a complete denial of their aesthetic taste. At this time, Yi Xian was also very unhappy, and the corners of his mouth, which were originally tilted up, bent down. I was furious. Damn it! I finally got to show off in front of the goddess, and you're talking about this? However, although he cursed in his heart, but Yi Xian, being the hypocrite he was, certainly couldn't show it. Instead, he said with a forced smile, it seems this brother has very high standards and is quite capable. He can draw at my level even in elementary school? If you don't mind, could you please send us your paintings so we can appreciate them and broaden our horizons? This statement is not very insulting, but it is extremely yin and yang. It attracted a lot of spectators who came for fun. Ha ha. Interesting, an anchor who angrily responds to trolls? I like it. But I guess this fan is just bragging. Even the masters present here might not be able to create a painting of this level. Heisey, come out. Show us your paintings. Shut up, you bastard upstairs. You might get slapped in the face by the boss later. While the commentators were arguing, the person named Morning Rise and Fall spoke again. No, what's this duck? Isn't it enough to have hands? Oh, yes, yes. If you have the ability, why don't you draw a similar one? Yi Xian just finished his sarcastic remarks. Suddenly, the person named Morning Rise and Fall sent out a photo. Picture click here to view the photo he sent out was an oil painting of a woman's portrait. The vivid red circles and hairs around the eyes, the eyelids are naturally well proportioned, and the eyelashes are thick. Each eyelash is carefully depicted, curving freely, as if coming out of the skin, extremely realistic. The pure and tender pink nostrils on the tip of the nose are so lifelike. Her lips are slightly parted, from her rosy red lips to her tender pink neck. If you look closely at the depression in her throat, you can almost feel the beating of her pulse. This is a painting that completely shocked the audience. Above the easel, the painter also gave her a name, Mona Lisa. Just by listening to the name, you can crush the artistry of duck. The quality of the paintings is more than dozens of levels lower. It can even be said that this is no longer a world-class painting. More like a painting from some distant and mysterious place. Crush thoroughly. At this moment, the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet, and the entire audience fell silent at the same time. You can hear a pin drop, you can even hear a toothpick drop on the ground. No, toothpick is in jail, but this is not important. What is important is the moment when Xiao Ruoshi saw the painting. The woman raised her beautiful eyes, blinked, and tentatively reached out to the computer. She wanted to reach across the screen and touch this painting that completely overturned her cognition. Yes. She was shocked, completely shocked. It took a full half-minute for the barrage to appear from nothing. Everyone in the live broadcast room finally came back to their senses from their shock. This painting is real? Fuck, did you really draw this? Boss, Morning Rise and Fall is 0.0. This level is too high. While netizens were shocked, their first feeling was confusion. Such a big shot actually watches live broadcasts. Is this true or false? However, the doubts soon dissipated because, in a short period of time, whether it was Douyin or Weibo, this painting became a hot search after being spread for just a few minutes. Millions of views attracted everyone's attention. It even shocked bigwigs from all walks of life. Su Xiaobei, the founder of modern art education in Longwei, president of Longwei Academy of Fine Arts and the most prestigious painter in Longwei. He commented, "Just now, many friends in the painting circle asked me to comment on this painting, Mona Lisa. So I came out to say a few words." It can be seen that Mr. Morning Rise and Curtain Fall successfully used the fading method painting technique in his painting. Through this technique, the figure of the Mona Lisa appears to blend into the background. The artist deliberately employed the fading technique at the corners of the figure's eyes and mouth, allowing them to gradually blend into soft shadows. This creates a subtle artistic effect and greatly enriches the image's meaning. Putting aside the technical skill, from an artistic perspective, the pose of the Mona Lisa has been elevated to a sacred symbol. It is not merely a matter of artistic discipline, nor merely a shock to the crude tide of Renaissance humanistic thought, but rather a manifestation of a lofty and refined ideal in the hearts of those who have returned to their spiritual roots and awakened. The Mona Lisa has another kind of symbolic meaning that is difficult to explain, such as the Buddha's sitting, standing, and preaching postures, the Bodhisattva's movements, and several symbolic postures of Jiddu, for example, two hands spread out, one holding a cross, the other pointing to the sky, which has some kind of otherworldly meaning. You can neither praise it nor find fault with it. It is what it is, its original form. People can only indulge in it, and cannot systematically praise or criticize it. As soon as this Big Shot's comments came out, the hot searches in the circle and on the internet had reached a level that could not be more explosive. Even Weibo's server showed signs of collapse. The programmers who just got off work have been quickly notified to come back for maintenance, otherwise, the server will really crash. There were so many people flooding into the hot searches at once, not to mention the art circle. All the groups exploded. Su Xiaobei's paintings were like imperial edicts, allowing them to praise them. After all, the big guys have praised me, so how can I not praise me a little? And I was really amazed by this painting, so, everyone on Weibo. Anyone who is somewhat famous in the painting circle, experts and masters in oil painting, landscape painting, propaganda painting, and even New Year paintings and comics, came out to praise it. Everyone was shocked beyond words. He praised this painting generously on Weibo. It can be said that this is truly a painting that crosses the century, but at the same time, there are voices of praise. And naturally there are also negative voices, but the negative voices are not meant to belittle the painting, because it cannot be belittled at all. Almost everyone who sees it cannot help but praise it. But, wait a minute, are you all idiots? Are you sure he painted this picture? As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Xian, who had originally been overshadowed, brightened up his eyes and tilted the corner of his mouth upwards. Just when I was about to say a few sour words, suddenly, the person who spoke in front was angrily attacked by everyone in an instant. It completely aroused public outrage. Chapter 12. All the big guys entered the live broadcast room with the intention of purchasing paintings. You're saying we're all fools? Brother, have you really used your brain? If this painting ever existed, are you sure we don't recognize it? And millions of people here haven't seen it. You're saying the Morning Rise Curtain Fall boss stole the images? Are you stupid? No way, there's really no way someone would go out without even taking their brains with them, right? As the audience's offensive remarks came out, the troll himself blushed with shame. MD, it seems like I really have no brains. If this painting really existed, how could the big guys present not recognize it? Is it my turn to give orders? I just saw that the host seemed to have something to say. Yes. I saw that too. Host, tell me, what did you want to say just now? The audience was very curious about what the anchor who drew the duck would think when he saw the Mona Lisa by the boss of Morning Rise and Curtain Fall, and there was some friction between the two of them just now. How can the audience who love to watch the fun not be curious? At this time, Yi Xian's face was full of embarrassment, and he dug out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment with his toes. He was just about to make a few sour remarks like this troll. As a result, the grass on the grave of this fellow who was trolling was already 3 feet high. How could he troll at all, or, where do you get the courage to spray? I was just joking with this Morning Rise and Fall master. I've actually known about his painting skills for a long time. Yi Xian scratched his head and laughed. We're working on the show effects. Morning Rise and Fall, who knows you? Have some shame? Who knew that Morning Rise and Fall would not give any face at all and directly refute? This made Yi Xian even more embarrassed, so embarrassed that he almost suffocated. My toes are about to tear through my socks. Fortunately, at this time, another thing happened in the live broadcast room. Diverting the audience's attention. Xiao Wang entered the live broadcast room. Ditu entered the live broadcast room. Ma Jiaji entered the live broadcast room. Nayu entered the direct. At this time, countless bigwigs rushed into the live broadcast room, stunning the audience. Holy crap! The little Wang with the emperor badge is the little Wang from XX Square? Jin is the best in China with a 100% win rate. Ditu seems to be the founder of Weizhong International Group. Ma Jiaji, chairman of the Power Football Club, the runner-up team of the 2011 China League 1. What? The national football team? Geneva returned the money. Fuck, these are all big shots? What are these people doing in the live broadcast room? Soon, the countless bigwigs who entered the live broadcast room immediately revealed their intentions. D2, Mr. Morning Rise and Curtain Fall, I really like this painting of yours. I'd like to offer 50 million for it. Would you be willing to sell it to me? What the hell? 50 million? Really? Let me count, tens, hundreds, thousands. Damn, 8 figures? You're spending 8 figures on a painting? As expected of the founder of Weizhong International Group, he's really rich. Duan Lejean, Mr. Chen Kimulu, I'm willing to pay 70 million. I'm willing to offer 90 million. 100 million. 210 million. Unknowingly, the barrage of comments dominating the live broadcast room has become a bidding tool, and is being bid on frantically by the bigwigs who come in. Every one of them wants to get this extremely artistic painting. Hundreds of millions, are these people crazy? The audience was really dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. Isn't it just a painting? How could it be worth hundreds of millions? Although this painting is indeed very artistic, the price is too, and it is still continuing to rise. 500 million. 750 million, final, Xiao Wang, I'll give you 1 billion. In the end, the young master is still a young master, and he finally suppressed everyone with the final price. At the same time, he asked politely, Mr. Morning Rise and Curtain Fall, would you be willing to sell me the Mona Lisa? 1 billion. Holy shit, that's 1 billion. Audience, Omega Omega. Their little hearts really can't take it anymore. At the same time, I was shouting in my heart, hurry. Sell it to him. This is 1 billion. With this money, I'll have complete peace of mind for the rest of my life. And the most important thing is that, in the eyes of the audience, this does not cost anything, and a painting can make them live a worry-free life, so this will definitely be exchanged. At this time, in Yi Xian's live broadcast room, everyone was discussing the painting Morning Rise and Curtain Fall. No one paid any attention to Yi Xian. Before, he could still feel embarrassed, but now no one even cares about his embarrassment. He just stood there stupidly, and became invisible along with his duck painting. My thunder has been stolen. Yi Xian cursed madly in his heart, feeling extremely aggrieved, but there's nothing he can do. Who told him that he's not as skilled as others? But the audience in the live broadcast room didn't seem to intend to let him go. To all the haters who just questioned the Morning Rise and Fall boss, please come out and apologize one by one. Hurry up. I just wrote down all the IDs, there's even someone washing their hair upside down, come out quickly. If you don't come out, I might just post you on the Yuba forum. When the boss's fans start cyberbullying you, don't blame me. As soon as these comments came out, the live broadcast room was filled with the entire screen. Sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I was blind. QAQ Morning Rise and Fall boss, please forgive the child. Those who had greeted Morning Rise and Fall before were now apologizing frantically, and some even copied and posted it on the screen several times for fear that no one had seen it. Well, now that the audience has apologized, the host should apologize too, right? That's right. Mr. Yi Xian, you just questioned the boss, and now he's proven himself. Shouldn't you express your opinion? Don't think you can escape now because we are all remembering this. At this time, the audience did not let Yi Xian go at all and began to force him to apologize for his previous questioning. What? You want me to apologize? Yi Xian's face turned pale, but after seeing the angry curses in the barrage, he backed down. The popularity that you have worked so hard to gain must not be lost. So, he apologized. Morning Rise and Fall, I'm sorry for my doubts and sarcasm just now. Please forgive my mistakes just now. For the sake of popularity, he, Yi Xian, was willing to apologize, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. In his worldview, this is nothing, but what is unexpected is Morning Rise and Fall had no intention of forgiving the other party. Instead, he sent an emoji and responded with a smile, that's insincere. Aren't apologies usually made on one's knees? After hearing these words, Yi Xian got angry. Chapter 13 Yi Xian became a tool. Afterwards, a barrage of comments floated past. Ha! All the black fans insulted Yi Xian crazily and almost didn't treat him as a human being. Why Yi Xian was furious and felt so aggrieved. He even wants to turn off the broadcast now and stop serving these idiots, but that definitely won't work. If he gets criticized enough, his broadcast will be shut down, and he will really become famous on the internet. Although he is the protagonist of a simple novel, he is also intelligent. Why Yi Xian thought that it would be enough to just pretend not to see it and let them criticize him as they pleased. Anyway, there are so many comments, and I can't necessarily see every one of them. Playing dead, huh? Fuck, this guy is really shameless. Shame on you. You really think you can just play dead? Brothers, keep on blasting me. Afterwards, barrages of comments floated by, all greeting Yi Xian and his family. It's worthy of being the Tiger Shark platform. That mouth is really stinky, and Yi Xian was almost broken by it. And on the other side at this time, Xiaoruoshi is really interested in this Mr. Morning Rise and Curtain Fall. There are probably only a few people in the world who possess this kind of painting skills, let alone in Jiangcheng.so. The woman especially wanted to ask this gentleman for his contact information, but I didn't dare ask. Because people of this level are too strong, any woman would feel a little unworthy. At this time, old men like world painting master, academician of the Chinese Academy of Fine Arts Ji Kongping seemed to have seen through Xiaoruoshi's thoughts. I in the live broadcast room, he said, "Hey, Mr. Morning Rise and Fall, are you interested in getting to know me?" Miss Xiaoruoshi's painting skills are also quite impressive. If you two get to know each other, we can work together next time. Yes, Morning Rise and Fall and Jade Eyes Like the Tide. Wow, these two names are a perfect match. If they could collaborate, it would definitely set off a new wave in the painting world. The old men in the live broadcast room who knew the old master of the Xia family were trying frantically to bring the younger Xiaoruoshi and Morning Rise and Fall together. On the one hand, they really feel that they are a good match. After all, both of them are rare geniuses in the painting world. On the other hand, this is also a big favor to the old man of the Xia family. It's like finding a grandson-in-law for him. If we can get to know Morning Rise and Fall through this opportunity, their contribution and kindness to the Xia family will be enormous. There were also a lot of barrages at the scene, and people were following the trend and trying to match people up like crazy. It doesn't cost any money to join in the fun anyway. What are you doing? Sigma. When Xiaoruoshi saw this scene, she felt a little flustered and shy. The woman panicked, so he quickly explained and said, Xiong Muruoshi, don't do this, I already have a fiancé. Yes, she has a fiancé, his name is Su Chen. Although Xiaoruoshi didn't like him and acted like a bootlicker all day long, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, it was the family's intention. She is a woman who strictly observes women's virtues. After these words were spoken, everyone became much quieter and stopped causing trouble. Interesting. On the other hand, Su Chen suddenly became inexplicably interested in the first female protagonist, Xiaoruoshi. He had no interest in it at first. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Xiao Wang saw that things had quieted down a bit, so he asked cautiously again, Mr. Morning Rise and Fall, would you be willing to sell me the Mona Lisa? I'm offering 10 billion. Continuing from the last chapter, the bidding continues. As soon as Xiao Wang said this, the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked again. 1 billion. By a painting, no matter how many times you hear it, it's still a shocking number. Morning Curtain Falls, sorry, not for sale. When these extremely calm words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room were even more shocked. Omega? Fuck, you won't sell it even for 1 billion? Sure enough. Artists don't always have very good brains. My mom wasn't kidding me. I guess the little king is stupid, right? Ha ha. At this moment, the entire live broadcast room went crazy, with the screen swiping frantically. The business tycoons who had previously entered the live broadcast room to bid no longer knew what to say. Their previous bidding was just a joke. The master artist Morning Rise and Curtain Fall doesn't want to sell his painting at all. They were bidding like fools. It was so embarrassing. Xiaoruoshi's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. She didn't expect that even at a price of 1 billion, Morning Rise and Curtain Fall would not be sold originally. The woman also wanted to make an offer, but compared to other people's idle funds, she was far behind. I really want this painting, but at this moment, no one expected this. Morning Curtain Fall suddenly said, Xiang Muruwashi, you seem very interested in my painting? Since we're both painters, why don't I just give it to you? It's useless to keep it anyway, and it's just in the way. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked. Shit, a painting worth 1 billion, no, 1 billion couldn't buy it, and it was just given away? This is too scary. Everyone in the live broadcast room, Omega, Xiaoruwashi was also shocked by this generosity. For some reason, the woman suddenly felt a sense of excitement or emotion in her heart. After all, so many people wanted to get it but couldn't, so someone just gave it to me. It feels like taking only one scoop from a vast expanse of water. There is no woman who would not like it. The core point of female frequency is exactly the same as this. The school hunk is fought over by everyone, but he only has eyes for the heroine. How could Xiaoruwashi not be moved by this? How could she not be flattered? Ding. 100 reversal points rewarded. Just as the sound came from Su Chen's side, Yi Xian had already chewed his gums and was bleeding, and he was almost angry to death. Not only did his goddess blush and feel shy, but the entire live broadcast room became the host. If you don't know, you might think he is just a tool who goes on the air to help the big boss of Morning Rise and Fall show off. Then, after everyone's shock wore off, Morning Rise and Fall left the live broadcast room. The number of people in the live broadcast room began to drop at a drastic rate in an instant. All the big guys also left. Yi Xian suddenly went from being the chosen one who was praised by everyone to being ignored by everyone. After all, after seeing the Mona Lisa, it is really hard to be interested in his duck who wants carrots after eating ice cream and chocolate. Compared to this, duck is just a piece of garbage. Whether it is creativity or painting skills, they are ruthlessly crushed. They are not on the same level at all. However, during the entire live broadcast, Su Chen did something without anyone knowing. It can lead to earth-shaking changes in the subsequent plot. Chapter 14, about to intercept the protagonist and meet him in person. While everyone was amazed at the paintings, Su Chen did something that no one expected, that is, I got the verification code. While everyone was bidding, Su Chen entered Yi Xian's mobile phone number according to his memory and directly applied to change his QQ password, and during the process, isn't a mobile phone verification code required? It's very simple. When Yi Xian was broadcasting live, he was using his mobile phone. As long as you retrieve your password, the verification code information will be displayed at the top of the mobile phone screen. At this point, after seeing the verification code, Su Chen easily changed Yi Xian's password, and in the chaos, no one noticed. Everyone's attention was attracted by the painting. Even Yi Xian himself didn't notice that his QQ password had been changed. Shu Yue, let's meet in person tomorrow, right? Su Chen looked at the chat history between the two and sneered. Then he immediately ordered his subordinates to get things done according to his ideas, and in the process of taking action. On the other side, Yi Xian was still frantically trying to retain the audience, but no one paid any attention to him. The big guys from Morning Rise and Fall have all left the live broadcast room. Who would still stay here? Isn't this sick? So, one by one, the audience abandoned Yi Xian. In just less than half an hour, Yi Xian's live broadcast room's popularity dropped from millions to less than 20,000 people. Moreover, most people still want to stay in the live broadcast room long enough to receive the new anchor's audience benefits. After half an hour, everything Su Chen had arranged had been completed. First of all, he created a small account and then explained to Chu Yue using Yi Xian's account. I created a new account after returning to China. Then ask her to add a friend and the original account will be invalidated. Then he used Yi Xian's account to delete Chu Yue. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen bought another account and changed his avatar and name to be exactly the same as Chu Yue's, then added Yi Xian's account. Because they were purchased, even the penguin levels are exactly the same. Even if Yi Xian saw it, he would not suspect that the Chu Yue on QQ had actually become a different person. The real Chu Yue is actually already in Su Chen's list of secondary accounts. About half an hour later, Yi Xian got his account back through an appeal, but he looked around and didn't find anything unusual. Most importantly, his baby Chu Yue was still in QQ. Yi Xian then quickly posted a message to his moments. Friends, my account has just been hacked. Please don't believe any of this information. I have to say that as the destined protagonist, his IQ is still sufficient. At least you know how to prevent fraud, but unfortunately, he didn't notice that Chu Yue in QQ had already been replaced by Su Chen's small account. However, the real Chu Yue's account now has no friends of his, and his circle of friends cannot be seen at all. This time, Chu Yue was still chatting foolishly with Su Chen's small account. Baby, why did you suddenly change your account? Did something happen? Su Chen saw the message, sneered faintly, and replied, because my QQ account abroad was locked by my enemies when I returned to China, and it is no longer usable, so I changed to a new one. You Xiaowei, you got a lot of stuff. I was wondering why you suddenly changed your account number. So that's what happened. Xu Yue suddenly realized it, because she and Yi Xian had been in an online relationship for so long that I often hear Yi Xian bragging, and I know that he is very strong and influential abroad, so he also has many enemies. It turns out that the purpose of creating a small account is to avoid risks. Handsome Yi, well, baby you. Su Chen was using the narcissistic and disgusting ID that Yi Xian had chosen for the small account during the chat. I deliberately talked about some things that only the two of us knew in order to lower the other person's defensive psychology. These things that only the two of them knew were, of course, what Su Chen learned from the original book. When the author of Xin Yu writes a watered-down story, he will often write the online chats between the two people in the original work, which is particularly watered down, and now, it is precisely because of the information that Su Chen once felt was water that Xu Yue believes it unwaveringly. The person opposite at this moment is Yi Xian himself, the real Yi Xian. After they chatted for a while, Su Chen asked, "Baby, we're going to meet in person tomorrow. Are you excited?" Yu Xiaowei, I'm a little excited. I haven't seen what you look like yet, so I'm definitely looking forward to it. Handsome Yi, then let's meet at Wire Coffee Shop. The address is, Su Chen sent an address. Okay, baby, I will dress up beautifully to see you tomorrow. I hope I won't disappoint you. Good. After Su Chen replied, the two ended the chat. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Ding. 200 reversal points reward. Ding, the host has triggered a special reward, and the appearance attribute has increased by 20 points. In an instant, although his entire face did not undergo a huge change, his angular face became more handsome and refined, or in other words, his temperament was obviously improved a lot. Even the subordinates who had just been called in were stunned. Why does he feel that his boss seems to have suddenly become more handsome? But upon closer inspection, nothing seems to have changed. The big guy said he was a little confused and stayed where he was. Danio, come here. Su Chen looked at the message sent by Yi Xian and felt a little disgusted. Handsome Yi, my dear, my QQ account was just hacked. Did that person just send you any harassing messages? Su Chen, feeling disgusted, threw the phone directly to the big guy in front of him, that is, the Yambu. The Yambu are Su Chen's subordinates in the Su family. They have been trained since childhood and are absolutely loyal to him. How loyal are you? If Su Chen said one thing at this moment, they would do it without hesitation, even if it meant death. It was the credit of the Yambu who disguised himself as a detective subordinate and investigated the information of Yi Xian's return to China. The big bull in front of him is also a member of the Yambu. He has a very strong physique, weighing 300 pounds. He is a real rough guy and a protein powder monster. The eyes are also relatively small, very similar to the Hulk. Okay, master, I will definitely complete the task. Dania stretched out his huge hand and took the phone, which seemed small compared to him. He began to listen to the young master and started chatting with Yi Xian opposite him. Baby, you, the two rough guys kept calling each other baby on QQ. This image is so magical. Chapter 15. Yi Qingyan wore a maid outfit? Black and white silk on the other side. The arrangements Su Chen had instructed his subordinates to make were also completed. When he saw the people led by his subordinates arriving, why does Su Chen feel more and more familiar the more he looks at it? The woman in front of me was a plump, round-faced woman with squinting eyes and buck teeth when she smiled. The hair on both sides could not cover her plump face. Oh shit, Omega, Su Chen suddenly remembered, isn't this the, then I'll leave? The heroine, I didn't expect that there would be such a person in this world. Moreover, her mission was to meet Yi Xian in person, so she had to replace Xu Yue to meet Yi Xian in person. And what about the real Xu Yue? Su Chen sneered. Of course he was the one who intercepted it. Soon after, the chat on the other side also ended. Yu Xiaowei, okay, baby, see you tomorrow then. Handsome Yi, okay. Yu Xiaowei, mua. After finishing his conversation with Yi Xian, the rough guy, Daniel, returned the phone. Master, it's done. Okay, you can leave now. Su Chen nodded, then looked down at the chat history between the two rough guys. Holy crap, so scary. The information inside is this. That's annoying. Mua. I really want to meet you. Kiss, I want you to kiss me, moi. Su Chen was so stunned by the sight. Holy shit, I didn't expect this big guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes to be so sexy when pretending to be a girl and chatting with her. But the effect is amazing. It completely attracted Yi Xian, right? The corners of Su Chen's lips curled up, forming a beautiful arc, and his obsidian eyes were filled with soft light. He is looking forward to tomorrow more and more. However, something happened in the evening that Su Chen did not expect. The old butler was actually sensible enough to serve Yi Qingyan, who came to work as a servant. She was wearing a black and white maid outfit, and her beautiful legs were wrapped in black and white stockings, revealing a hint of charm. Yes. Black and white silk, black stockings on the left leg, white stockings on the right leg. The picture is very sexy. In addition, Yi Qingyan bit her lips and lowered her head shyly. The blush on her face became brighter and spread to the back of her neck, as if the scent of soft and sweet flesh was evaporating. This is a beautiful picture. Puff, Su Chen sighed inwardly. Who the hell can stand this? After the old butler left, Yi Qingyan obediently came over and half knelt, the beautiful sight of her black and white stockings moving with her. Her watery eyes darted around from time to time. Young master, am I good looking? The woman with a seductive look looked at Su Chen like a well-behaved kitten, her eyes full of anticipation for his reply. Nice. Su Chen did not hesitate to praise the woman and reached out to touch her head. Just like petting a cat, you can gently pinch its cute little face from time to time. A special treat, and asked, how is it, are you still sad? Yi Qingyan seemed to recall her tragic experience. She looked at Su Chen softly and opened her hands. It felt like writing on my forehead. I want a hug. The same 4 characters. As Su Chen opened his arms as she wished, and then Yi Qingyan buried her head in his chest, feeling shy but also very safe. Extremely in constitution. Su Chen looked at the woman in his arms and thought things have to be done at the right time. Otherwise, if he was harmed by Yi Xian, he would have obtained the extremely in physique for the first time. Then his skills will be improved, and at the same time, all existing skills will be enhanced, such as driving skills, shooting skills, etc. This is a very terrifying golden finger, so Su Chen must not let his enemies become stronger. But as Su Chen looked at Yi Qingyan in his arms, I murmured inwardly, it's too early now. The strategy level is not enough. Forcing it will only backfire. It would be bad if the halo of the destined heroine exploded. Yi Qingyan woke up and returned to Yi Xian. So, in general, we have to boil the frog in warm water and not be impatient. The next day. A top beauty with pure appearance came to the vicinity of Wire Coffee Shop. The sunlight shines on her sculpted face, her skin is as transparent and tender as an angel's, and her face is white and moist. A close friend of hers came up to her and warned her, Yue, don't be fooled by a scumbag. There are too many scumbags these days. Those online are not good people. Okay, you've come here with me, I'm safe now, go back. The girl looked innocent as she persuaded her best friend. At the same time, I felt a little amused and helpless. I was just having a date with my boyfriend, not getting eaten by a tiger. My roommate Ma Shui insisted on coming along, saying she was worried no matter what. Now they are all near the coffee shop. I'll just stay here. Ma Shui winked and said, go ahead. Remember to signal if anything happens. I just taught you that hand signal, remember it. Okay. Shu Yue was neither crying nor laughing. Then she turned around and took a deep breath, walked towards Wire Cafe. The girl was so anxious that her soft hair fluttered in front of her forehead, drawing an elegant arc in the air. Just as you enter the coffee shop. A man at a table attracted Chu Yue's attention. He sat on the comfortable sofa in the cafe, his eyes focused on the pages of the book in his hand, his eyelashes long, the sunlight filtering in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, outlining a shadow under his eyes, and his hair gently brushing his forehead with the morning breeze. Feeling someone coming, he gently raised his head, and seeing it was her, he was slightly startled, then quietly pursed his lips, looked at her with a calm and focused look, and smiled at her quietly. Hello, are you Mr. Yi Xian? Shu Yue was so nervous that her heart couldn't help but beat fast. She asked shyly and excitedly, the man in front of me is very handsome, scholarly, gentle, elegant, and sunny. He doesn't have the effeminate temperament of the young handsome guys we usually see, and he is a little too handsome. Jiu Xiola, who is just an ordinary person, is probably no match for him. The most important thing is that the man in front of her perfectly meets Chu Yue's aesthetic standards. Su Chen looked at the girl in front of him and nodded slightly. She has bright almond eyes, a plump and rosy mouth, and skin as fair as thousand-year-old jade. She is extremely stunning but has no makeup on. Her face is bare. She gives people a very refreshing feeling, the kind of girl who can only be admired from afar and not touched. Even with Su Chen's temperament, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. It's actually true. Shu Yue's heart was beating so hard that it felt like it was about to jump out. Suddenly, she raised her beautiful eyes, blinked, stretched out her hand, and said excitedly, Well, my name is Chu Yue. It's our first meeting. I'm very happy to see you. Chapter 16, The Coffee Shop Employee Who Looks Down on Others. Same, no need to be formal, this is just a simple meet-up. Suchin smiled slightly, his voice was full of magnetism, very elegant and polite. Okay. Oh my god, how can I not be nervous and restrained when you call me like that? / omega / my boyfriend is so handsome. Shu Yue was moved. I'm so moved. More handsome than any boy she had seen in school. No. He's more handsome than any other boy in the universe. The girl's eyes were full of stars, and she had completely forgotten her beauty as the campus belle of Fudan University. In school, Suchen is at most a school hunk. Because school hunk is already the most handsome title, the two should be of equal rank, but now Chu Yue has really become a little fangirl. However, soon, something unexpected happened at the scene. An extremely harsh voice was heard outside the coffee shop. A female coffee shop employee pointed at the sanitation workers eating their lunchboxes outside and angrily shouted, "Hey, can you guys eat a little further away from our door? You guys are going to affect our brand image by doing this, are you aware of that? Dirty, low-class people shouldn't come to our high-end cafe." A woman in a coffee shop employee uniform pointed at several elderly sanitation workers and cursed. It instantly attracted everyone's attention, and most of the customers frowned and became angry. The sanitation workers started working at 4 a.m., all of them were in their 50s. They finally made it to noon and received their boxed lunches. I just found a place to eat. Although it was near the entrance of the coffee shop, it didn't actually affect the customers coming in and out. It's quite far from the door. I came here to avoid the scorching sun, but I didn't expect to disturb others. So he quickly apologized. Sorry, little girl, we'll leave now. It's really hot today. We just finished work and have to continue working after dinner, so we just picked a place to cool down. Sorry. Several sanitation workers felt a little apologetic and apologized humbly. It's good that you know you're wrong. Why don't you leave now? The female employee of the coffee shop was unreasonable and unforgiving. The look on his face was as if he was a high-level professional and the other person was several levels lower than him. The arrogance is displayed to the fullest, and strode back to the service desk. This scene made the customers who were drinking coffee and latte in Wire Coffee Shop feel a little nauseous. This waitress is so disgusting, although they hate this behavior. But no one was willing to be the first to stand up and criticize the waitress. No one wants to be the first, but at this moment, a handsome man stood up. He called out to the sanitation workers who were about to leave. "Auntie, uncle, come in." The handsome, gentle and elegant man pulled them to the counter and looked directly at the waitress. 2 cups of cappuccino for these 2 aunties. 2 vanilla lattes for the 2 uncles. At this time, it was Suchin who spoke. He really couldn't stand this kind of bullying behavior. He continued, "You 4 can eat here without worrying about those arrogant, conceited, and inferior waiters." When these words were spoken, the uncles and aunts were stunned at first, then he gave me a flattered look, a little surprised. When the waitress heard this, her face turned pale and her expression instantly turned ugly. It's like eating 5 tons of shit, it's extremely uncomfortable. The guests present all had smiles on their faces and expressions of ecstasy. "This young man is so right, you are so right, brother. You are so right." Shu Yue, who was already a little fangirl, looked at Suchen with a look of divine light in her eyes. "My boyfriend is really great, Yixian is so handsome." "Oh? Sorry, we're sold out of cappuccino and vanilla latte. Please go to another store to buy them." The waitress's expression was still extremely disgusting. She said in a sarcastic tone, "I suggest going to Mish US City across the street. It's cheaper there and more suitable for lower-class people." The uncles and aunts looked embarrassed and at a loss as to what to do just when I was about to persuade the young people not to buy things for them. Bang! Suchin slammed the table hard and said in an extremely cold voice, "Call your boss out." This time he was really angry. Even if he had to use the power of the Su family, he would get rid of this guy. Otherwise, it would be difficult to relieve the dissatisfaction in his heart. "Oh? You're calling us the store manager, right? Please wait a moment." When the waitress heard this, she still looked triumphant and had a bright smile on her face. "The store manager here is his biological brother. As the store manager of a franchisee, he has the most power in the coffee shop. What is there for her to be afraid of?" Soon, a man in a black apron walked out of the coffee shop. He has small eyes, an extremely ugly face, and wears hair wax, looking like a human or a dog. After listening to his sister's story, he warned arrogantly, "I'm telling you guys, don't cause trouble in my cafe." What if you're eating in front of our door and disturbing our guests? We have a lot of guests from Little Red Tree who come here to check in. The street sanitation workers are stinking with a sour smell. What if they disturb the guests who are about to come in? Also, our Well Coffee headquarters will be sending someone to inspect the situation later. What's the matter with people like you eating boxed lunches here? We do have cappuccino and vanilla latte in our store, but why won't we sell them to you? What can you do to me? What are you still thinking about, Shame? Hurry and drive them away. What no one expected was that this store manager was even more arrogant than the previous employee.as expected, like store manager, like store staff. This is really disgusting. It immediately made everyone angry. Just then, there was a sudden noise outside the coffee shop, the sound of a car parking. When the store manager saw the familiar Mercedes-Benz GLC, his eyes immediately lit up and he turned into a bootlicker and pounced out. This is the superior of Wire Coffee coming to inspect. Mr. Chen. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. When the store manager saw the person getting off the car, he looked like a fawning eunuch, which stunned everyone. This humble eunuch and the arrogant and domineering look of the one who just drove away the sanitation worker are completely two different people. I didn't expect that this guy with thick eyebrows and small eyes actually has two faces. The man in a suit, known as Mr. Chen, nodded slightly with a cold expression. He is here to supervise all store managers of Wire Coffee franchise. Stores must be loyal to their duties, maintain the company's unified image, set an example, strictly abide by all company systems, and unconditionally accept supervision from their superiors in daily work, for example, checking hygiene and revenue conditions. Otherwise, Wire Coffee has the right to revoke the agency rights of the franchise store at any time. This qualification was also obtained by the unique-looking store manager through great difficulty, spending a lot of money and using connections. How can he not be humble, not be a flatterer, and not be a bootlicker? But what he never expected was that when he welcomed Mr. Chen into the store, Mr. Chen, who originally had a cold and majestic expression, became angry when he saw the handsome guy at the counter who was venting his anger for the sanitation workers. For a moment, I was stunned. His originally indifferent expression suddenly turned into one of fear and confusion, and then he stammered in trembling admiration, "Master Su. Why are you here?" In that instant, the whole audience was shocked. The whole place was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 17, Even the Versailles tournament is not as exciting as yours. Who are you? Su Chen tilted his head slightly, unable to remember who the other person was. Master Su. Excuse me, hello, my name is Chen Chang, and I work for Mr. Gu Yuanzhou. Hello, Master. The man known as Mr. Chen bowed his head and said with great respect. The indifference and majesty he had shown when facing the eunuch store manager had disappeared, replaced by respect. Oh, you are Yuanzhou's subordinate. Su Chen suddenly realized that Gu Yuanzhou was a member of the Ming department and had quite good abilities, just like those in the Yumbu. They are all his subordinate stuff. It's just that the light part is in the light and the dark part is in the dark. The business you run and the business you master are very different. And everyone has different skills. Most of the Ming people are talented in business. Unexpectedly, this man known as Mr. Chen and respected by everyone is actually Gu Yuanzhou's younger brother, that is, his younger brother's younger brother. For a moment, Su Chen himself didn't know what to say. Young Master Su, are you here for an inspection? Chen Chang asked nervously and respectfully. Don't be fooled by the fact that he is known as Mr. Chen, but just one word from Su Chen was enough for Gu Yuanzhou to get rid of him directly. How could this not make him nervous? When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Holy crap! Omega, it turns out that this young man is actually the boss among bosses? No, he should be the biggest boss among the big bosses. There are several levels, and what about the store manager? In this hierarchical system, we are absolutely at the bottom. Everyone looked at him with a hint of pity in their eyes at this moment. The store manager at this time looked as pale as death. He was crying loudly with fear, his legs were shaking, and he was about to wet his pants. The person he offended was actually his boss's boss. This death penalty seems like a sure thing. Although he has the agency rights, he can take them back at any time. The store was also given to him by the headquarters. So, this is my own shop? Su Chen finally realized that this Wire Coffee was actually a brand under his own company. As soon as these words came out, everyone present nearly vomited blood. Mudhorse. Omega. Get lost in Versailles. Woo, I'm going to cry first. You guys do whatever you want. This is too Versailles. This is too much. I really can't remember. There are too many stores and brands at home. Suchen helplessly spread his hands and said, "How can I remember this?" Everyone spat out another mouthful of blood. Everyone, holy crap. This is so fucking exciting. Even the Versailles tournament was not as good as yours.at this time. The store manager and Xiaomei were already crying. No, they were kneeling on the ground crying loudly, bang bang bang. He apologized to Su Chen and the sanitation workers, crazy apology. Chen Shang, who was completely unaware of the situation, was stunned that he really didn't know what happened. After learning about the situation from the customer, his face instantly turned gloomy. He grabbed a coffee cup and smashed it on the manager's head. With a bang, blood instantly spurted out of the opponent's forehead. The store manager didn't care at all. With blood on his head, he knelt on the ground and apologized tearfully, and even slapped his younger sister in the face. MD. It's all your fault, you idiot. You offended young Master Su, Groove. All that was left at the scene was a sound of angry curses and regretful apologies. Not long after, both of them were dragged away by security and the incident was finally over. I'm so sorry. Master Su, I really didn't know this would happen. Shen Shang looked guilty and kept apologizing, afraid that the young master would really take his anger out on him and kill him. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Remember to inform Yuan Zhou and let him. Su Chen was halfway through his words when Chen Shang immediately understood and went out to do it. Okay, master, I'll contact Master Zhou right away. The moment he walked out the door, an unexpected car accident was destined to happen in this world. There will also be 2 new disabled people in the world. Everyone, please eat here in peace. Su Chen smiled slightly and said to everyone, today, everyone gets free meals. In an instant, the scene was filled with thunderous cheers. Everyone was excited and happy about this moment. Tears welled up in the eyes of several sanitation workers, some of whom were moved by the young man in front of them, not to mention Chu Yue, who was originally a fangirl, and at this moment she was completely obsessed with the man in front of her. Even Ma Shui, her best friend, saw this moment. I sent her a message with relief, then turned and left. The message read, Yi Xian is a good man. Yue, you must hold on to him. Wait, Yi Xian? Shu Yue, Sigma. Why did that man just now call my boyfriend Mr. Su, Mr. Su? What is going on? Shu Yue couldn't help but open her cute little mouth. Her worldview completely collapsed at this moment. Yes, actually I am not Yi Xian. At this moment, in the bustling scene of the coffee shop, in the corner, Su Chen took a sip of coffee, looked at the girl in front of him naturally, and said lightly, "Who are you then?" When she heard the answer, Shu Yue's heart suddenly twitched. The thing she least wanted to happen had actually happened. The voice is sharp and vain, some are anxious and confused. Chapter 18. You must be Yi Xian. The girl turned her head and looked around, her soft hair fluttering in front of her forehead with anxiety. Her Yi Xian, where did her Yi Xian go? Chu Yue shook her head, unwilling to believe what she saw, because this man completely meets her aesthetic standards, and the demeanor he just displayed was also very charming, whether in terms of appearance or values. The man in front of her met the perfect template in her mind. Now suddenly tell Chu Yue that the other party is not Yi Xian. How could she accept this? You know, if you promise someone something but don't complete it in the end, it will definitely be more painful than not agreeing to it and not completing it in the end. Now that she has seen Su Chen, how could she still look down on others? Why not? The girl had a dazed expression and was talking to herself. Do you know why I do this? Su Chen replied, I am here to save you. Save me? You're obviously lying to me now. Who are you? Where's Yi Xian? Where's the real Yi Xian? Shu Yue was a little anxious and became emotional. I'll tell you the truth. The Yi Xian you know is a scumbag, a scumbag. Su Chen asked, do you believe me? Impossible. Shu Yue immediately started arguing with the man in front of her. The two started arguing in the cafe. The girl's fearlessness in the face of power attracted a lot of attention. Anyway, I'm saving you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Su Chen smiled beautifully and said, if you don't believe me, we can do an interesting test. The scene changed, and the two came to Yuelong Lake, a holy place for dating. There is also a rumor on the internet that most people who come here to meet in person can be successful, and the success rate is said to be increased by more than 50%. The dating facilities here are complete, including a wishing fountain, love locks, claw machines, and even horse and elephant riding services. There are many entertainment activities, so many couples like to come here for dates. At this time, two people were hiding behind a big rock. The extremely high looks of the two also attracted the attention of many passers-by, who were curious about what the two people with extremely high looks were doing. Of course, the two people cannot be seen in front of the stone. After all, they are peeking. No wonder the account was changed, it turned out to be you. After Chu Yue heard Su Chen's words, her big eyes blinked and she suddenly understood. Just now, Su Chen told her that he added Yi Xian with another account, and then used a girl who was not so good looking to impersonate himself to test Yi Xian's true nature. When Yi Xian sees that his online love partner is not good looking, can he still stick to his original intention? Stick to the relationship they have had for the past few years, and not leave just because he is not good looking? It can be said to be a very interesting test. At that time, Yi Xian, who has a noble character, will definitely stick to his original intention. Chu Yue snorted proudly. She believed in her own judgment gained over the years. Yi Xiankai is not a lustful person. Just wait and see. Su Chen looked confident and didn't say much. The protagonist of a wireless novel knows how he would react when he sees that his online love object has changed from the beautiful campus beauty in his imagination to a fat tank. Su Chen roughly guessed that the picture must be very interesting. Impossible. Yi Xian is a very nice person. He said he doesn't care about my appearance. Just wait and see. Xu Yue is extremely arrogant. She believes in the Yi Xian in her heart. Soon, in front of the two of them, Yi Xian, who was alone and exuded a domineering aura that looked down on the world and bursting with the spirit of a turtle, appeared. He had black, straight hair, slanted, sharp eyebrows, and ordinary clothes, but he possessed the aura of a supreme bastard, which made passers-by unable to help but take a second look at him. This is the protagonist's aura of forcing the king. Su Chen recognized him at a glance. The guy in front of him was 100% the protagonist. There was no way he could escape. Is this Yi Xian? Xu Yue's intuition told her that this person was Yi Xian, with whom she had been in love for more than 3 years. Is this the bond between the hero and heroine? Su Chen muttered to himself, then said, that should be it. At this moment, Yi Xian looked like a pig, and exuded a vulgar and lustful temperament. Playing with her phone, she typed, "Baby, I'm at the chair by Yuelon Lake now. Where are you? Let my husband come and see." After about 10 or 20 seconds, the other party replied quickly, and it was a voice replied at Yu Xiaowei, "Hey, they've already arrived at Yuelon Lake and are heading towards you. Don't be so impatient." Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the sweet voice, and then he showed an extremely lewd smile. "Oh, that sounds sweet, this sounds great." Yi Xian was extremely surprised for a moment. This was the first time Yue sent him a voice message. Usually the two of them chat through text, and have never had any voice or video calls. This was proposed by Yi Xian to keep it secret. This will make future meetings more of a surprise. And now this voice message is the beginning of their meeting. Yue has broken the taboo for the first time. How could Yi Xian not be happy and excited about this? So I sent a message immediately. "Handsome Yi, baby, your voice is so sweet, it's so sweet to my heart. You, little rascal, what are you wearing today? Tell me, it will make it easier for your husband to find our little baby later." Yu Xiaowei, hubby, you're so naughty. I'm wearing a black suspender skirt today. I came to see you right away, aw. Fortunately, Su Chen couldn't see their conversation at the time, otherwise he would have vomited out even the overnight meal. A black slip dress. Yi Xian showed a face full of pig-like lust and a very bright smile. Anyone wearing this kind of clothes must be a beauty. After all, not all girls can pull off a suspender skirt. Hip-hugging and collarbone-revealing outfit. Just when Yi Xian had a bright pig-like smile on his face and was fantasizing about a voluptuous body and goddess-like looks, suddenly, a huge fat hand like a bear's paw patted his shoulder. At the same time, a sweet voice came from behind. "You must be Yi Xian." Chapter 19, Can you withstand the attack of steel wool? You must be Yi Xian. When I felt the weight on my shoulders and the familiar voice I had just heard, Yi Xian suddenly shuddered all over and had a bad premonition. Slowly turning my head, a plump woman named Tank appeared in front of him. The fat woman squinted her eyes and showed her buck teeth when she smiled. The hair on both sides could not cover her fat face. There are 3 layers of hula hoop on the belly, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. The black slip dress is indeed a slip dress. It's just a custom-made size of 8XL. The ultimate tank form weighing over 300 kilograms. For a moment, Yi Xian was stunned, staring at the giant tank in front of him with his eyes wide open and his mouth open. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. Seeing this scene, Su Chen, who was behind the stone, couldn't help but laugh. He was almost at his limit. Chu Yue nodded blankly, as if she had never expected it. The actress who plays herself is actually such a plus-sized woman. With this weight, he must be at least 3 or 4 times as heavy as me, right? So scary. Baby, what's wrong with you? The larger version of Chu Yue covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Isn't it a surprise, dear? At this time, the fat woman thought, oh, I didn't expect that I would meet such a handsome man when I took the task of running the line for fun. This time I really made a fortune. Her name is Wang Xiaohua, and she has a charming expression. She is very satisfied with the man in front of her. Judging from his figure, he seems to have abdominal muscles. I wonder if he can withstand the attack of the steel wool, Wang Xiaohua thought excitedly. Fuck, at this moment, Yi Xian bit his lips, held his breath and concentrated, as if he was a player frozen by the 123 wooden man. He didn't dare to move a step. No way, my girlfriend, whom I've been dating online for 3 years, is this the type of person she is? Yi Xian felt so uncomfortable. Seeing such a fat woman makes people feel numb. I vomited in my heart over and over again. Yi Xian trembled as he asked his first question after meeting her. Didn't you say you only weighed 90 kilograms? Yi Xian looked around at the other person's figure and feared. I thought that if I stabbed it with the knife, all that would come out would be fat. It's so scary. Yeah, that was my previous weight. I'm a little bit fatter now. Fat woman Wang Xiaohua pretended to be shy and punched Yi Xian embarrassedly. Puff, cough, cough. This punch almost killed him. So, you're told that a lot of strange boys often call and harass you? What's going on? Yi Xian asked the question in his mind again. This is totally different from what is described on the internet. Many people harass her, but isn't she an absolute beauty? Oh, that's a takeout call. I order more than a dozen takeouts a day, so of course there are a lot of strange guys calling me fat woman. Wang Xiaohua pretended to be shy and threw another coquettish punch. However, Yi Xian, who was prepared, quickly dodged it. Seeing this, the fat woman Wang Xiaohua quickly changed her tactics and grabbed Yi Xian's hand with her bare paw. Well, let's not stand here, let's go play something else. At this time, the two people holding hands have attracted the attention of countless people. Many people were looking over here, as if they were laughing or something. It seems like they are taking great pleasure in someone else's online partner being such a giant tank. And now that Yi Xian couldn't just shake him off and leave. What if this incident is filmed and posted online? The short video will go viral and you will be labeled a scumbag. Then how can I pick up girls in Jiangcheng in the future? Yes, in addition to his senior sister, Yi Xian also wants to seduce other women. Are you kidding? How could there be more than one woman behind a successful and outstanding man? Moreover, there is more than one woman with an extremely inconstitution. So Yi Xian must be careful and not become famous. MD, if you really can't do it, just spend a day with the fat girl, then go home and quickly delete the friend. Just treat the 3 years of relationship as feeding the dogs. After making up his mind, Yi Xian felt very relieved, followed the other person to the claw machine. Bang! I want this little bear. After inserting the coin, Wang Xiaohua punched the claw machine with a bare fist, and the machine was shaking. Yi Xian was terrified. Damn, he felt that he would be in trouble after this palm strike. Wow, why can't I grab the claw machine? Is this a scam? The fat woman Wang Xiaohua was a little unhappy and pouted, which attracted the attention of many people. Couples and passers-by also looked over here. Fuck, why do I feel like they're looking at me with a hint of pity? Yi Xian looked at them, his arrogance burst out, and the Dragon King's aura instantly scared them away. No one dared to look over. Oh, why can't I grab it again? Fat woman Wang Xiaohua punched the claw machine again, and the machine shook again. Omega Omega, Su Chen could feel from a distance that these dolls must be trembling inside the machine, right? How pitiful. But the more pitiful one is Yi Xian. These are all coins he bought with his own money. Seeing that someone was staring at this place, Yi Xian took the initiative to take a coin and said, "Let me do it." Then, the destined protagonist's god-level luck directly possessed him. Insert a coin, move the clamp it, and move it to the hole. Bang! The bear stuffed animal fell down the retrieval hole. Yi Xian easily completed the task that the other party had failed to complete after inserting coins more than a dozen times. The aura of forcing the king is undoubtedly emanating at this moment. But at this moment, a sound of muai. Fat woman Wang Xiaohua kissed him on the left side of his cheek shyly. What the hell? Oh! There were also bursts of cheers from onlookers around. In an instant, Yi Xianran was completely numb, and almost impulsively slapped her. He quickly jumped back, touched his angular left cheek, and looked at the fat tank in front of him in disbelief. "My dear, you are awesome. You easily accomplish something that ordinary people can't do." Fat woman Wang Xiaohua held the teddy bear, smiled happily, and praised it happily. "I didn't expect that the little bear that I tried so hard to catch was actually caught by my man. Of course, there should be some reward." But it was obvious that Yi Xian didn't like her reward. His face was full of fear. If there weren't so many people here and everyone was looking at him, he would have kicked this fat woman away. Afterwards, famous scenes broke out frequently. Of the first famous scene, the two of them arrived at the lovelock area, and the fat woman Wang Xiaohua bought a lock directly, whimpering, "Husband, let the boss lock us up for life." The lovelock means that a man and a woman in love will never be separated as long as they are locked together. If the love of lovers can move Yu Lao, he will give them a lovelock, so that the lovers can be together forever. But now Yi Xian had a sad face and was roaring in his heart, "Damn it, Yu Lao, please go offline." The second famous scene, when Yi Xian bought a bottle of Sprite from the convenience store and handed it to the other party according to the other party's request. "Thank you, dear." Fat woman Wang Xiaohua licked her lips and wanted to kiss the other person as a reward, but after being dodged, she snorted and did not force the kiss. "I feel that my boyfriend is still a little reserved. I guess he would feel shy being kissed by such a beautiful woman with so many people watching him. Obviously they are so proactive." A fatty Wang Xiaohua snorted shyly. Then he took the Sprite, tilted his head back, and drank it in gulps. The bottles of Sprite turned into oral liquid in her plump hands. "It's such a big one." Yi Xianrun was so numb. I cursed in my heart. "You are so fat and still drinking carbonated drinks. You will die from drinking." The third famous scene, elephant riding session, when the fat woman Wang Xiaohua was helped onto the elephant by the trainer. Yi Xian vaguely saw the elephant's legs go limp. "Holy shit. Honey, come up here too." Fat woman Wang Xiaohua stretched out her hand to greet them. No, I won't go up." Seeing the elephant's expression as if it was about to be crushed to death, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. He shook his head repeatedly. Chapter 20. Yi Xian, Dame. I'm actually an angel. The reason I'm here on Earth is because of my weight. Fat woman Wang Xiaohua held Yi Xian's hand and jumped around, saying her fat woman quotes. Of course, he didn't jump up much, but instead pulled Yi Xian back and forth. At this time, I caught a glimpse of a couple hugging each other next door. Fat woman Wang Xiaohua was a little envious. "Yi Xian, I want a hug too." Yi Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Don't. Let's not do it." He thought that he couldn't hold this huge body at all. "I can't even do it with my arms open like I'm hugging a tree." At this time, the fat woman Wang Xiaohua asked the couple next door, "Beautiful lady, where did you buy your bracelet?" "I just happened to be in need of a ring." Yi Xian was completely bewildered. Is this even human language? At this time, Su Chen, who was not far away, couldn't help laughing and muttered to himself, "Boss, how much is this bracelet?" "Boss, this is a fucking hula hoop." Poochie. Chu Yue was instantly amused and couldn't help laughing. She kept hitting Su Chen, the bad guy, with her little hands. Afterwards, the fat woman Wang Xiaohua and Yi Xian discussed whether to climb to the second level of the mountain. They had basically finished playing on the first floor of Yuelong Lake Scenic Area. Yi Xian looked at the exhausted elephant, swallowed his saliva, and shook his head. "Well, why don't we go there today?" Before she could finish these 4 words, the fat woman Wang Xiaohua had already hugged her and said coquettishly, "I want to be carried like a princess." Yi Xian's face was instantly filled with questions, and he noticed that the exhausted elephant seemed to chuckle, looking at him with sympathy and pity in its eyes. "Damn, what the hell is this? Dummy yo." Yi Xian immediately made an X with his hands and shook his head frantically to refuse. "Are you kidding me? If I carry this princess up there, will I still be able to survive? Ha! Look at everyone else." Fat woman Wang Xiaohua pouted and pointed at another couple. "This is a man wearing sportswear, holding his girlfriend in his arms like a princess, with his girlfriend's arms around his neck. It does look very romantic, I have to say." This," Yi Xian roared in his heart. "Damn it, don't you even look at how much the other person's girlfriend weighs, at most 100 pounds. Okay, how can I, your motherfucking weight of over 300 pounds, carry you like a princess? Dummy, it's still dummy." Yi Xian shook his head frantically in refusal, his head shaking like a rattle. At this time, a circle of people had gathered around to watch. I have to say that the combination of a fat woman and a handsome guy is indeed attractive. From the moment they started playing the claw machine, there were already a lot of people watching the two of them. There are now no less than dozens of people, all watching this magical couple from a distance. This made Yi Xian, who was frozen in place and watching the fat woman across from him acting like a spoiled brat, feel helpless. He shook his head and said, all right, I'll carry you up. He wanted to end this tragic date as soon as possible. Yeah, dear, you really still love me, hee. The fat woman Wang Xiaohua pressed down from the back. Puff. Yixin felt the heavy burden on his back and almost vomited blood. He struggled to carry this huge weight and move his steps. Step. Each step felt heavy and painful. That feeling was no less than his hard training abroad. Oh. Su Chen and Xu Yuwei couldn't help but cheer for each other. It's not easy, but just as I was peeking and going up the stairs, Xu Yuwei suddenly didn't pay attention and fell forward, almost breaking her face. Fortunately, Su Chen reacted quickly and supported his upper body, but unfortunately, Xu Yuwei's right foot was still twisted and bruised. How can you be so careless? Su Chen immediately began to examine the girl. Seeing the other person's nervous look, Xu Yuwei's pretty face was full of apology, and her heart couldn't help but beat fast. He actually cares about me. The girl stared at Su Chen and fell in love with him without realizing my face is a little redi. In the end, Su Chen carried her on his back and continued to track the test subject. Xu Yuwei rested her little head on Su Chen's back, feeling very comfortable and safe, looking at the women around. Who were looking at her with envy. The girl even felt inexplicably proud. I am so happy. Xu Yuwei stretched out her hands and put them around Su Chen's neck. The scene was particularly loving. Oh my god, that couple is so good looking. Wow, it's so sweet to be carried by such a handsome guy. If my girlfriend had this kind of beauty, I would be willing to carry her on my back for a whole day and night. TSK, you're not as handsome as other handsome guys? You want a girlfriend as beautiful as this? What the hell are you dreaming of? Some people at the scene have already started arguing. The crowd that was originally watching Yixin had unknowingly turned their attention to Su Chen behind them. There is no way, this couple is so good looking and eye-catching. It's just like seeing a celebrity couple on the street. It's really hard to look away. Hey, why do I feel like there are fewer people following us just now? Fat woman Wang Xiaohua asked Yixin, who was carrying her on his back, with some doubt. Where are those people who sincerely wish us well? Have no idea. Yixin appeared calm on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. Damn it, what the hell, you fat bitch? Others are obviously laughing at us, okay? Yixin can still recall those mocking voices until now. However, it seems that there are indeed fewer of them now, and I don't know where they went. On the other side, the second floor of View along Lake Scenic Area. Su Chen, realizing that there were too many people around, did not choose to follow them, but instead carried Xu Yuwei in another direction. Oh my god, Yixin almost found out that the two of them were observing him. What should we do now? Xu Yuwei asked. Let's go over and see the results later when there are fewer people. Su Chen replied that he didn't think Yixin could hold on for long. It will probably explode in a while. Gurgle. Xu Yuwei looked ahead and swallowed. Su Chen saw through it at a glance. This little girl probably wanted to eat the candied haws in front of her. He took her over and asked, Boss, how much are the candied haws? How much is a string? 10 yuan, came the boss's voice. Okay, give me 2 skewers for the little girl on my back. Okay. Scan the code and pay. Xu Yuwei had a string of candied haws in each hand. At the same time, my heart feels very sweet. Her pretty face turned red for a rare moment. She didn't expect that her greed for candied haws would be discovered at once, and I bought her 2 strings. Alas, if only his name was Yixin. Xu Yuwei blinked her big watery eyes and sighed slightly, because Su Chen really fits the image of her ideal boyfriend perfectly. However, the girl felt that she and Yixin had been in an online relationship for several years and it was impossible for them to give up so easily. At least we have to wait until the test results come out before considering what to do next, and now, it's too early. Chapter 21. I want to break up with you. The second floor of View along Lake Scenic Area. Fat woman Wang Xiaohua pulled Yixin and played some activities that made people laugh. As the fat woman's demands became more and more excessive, she wanted a French kiss, booked a room, and bought steel wool. Yixin looked at the bag of I don't want to work hard anymore. Whip the ball. Rich lady happy ball. Plus the sarcastic voices of passers-by. Finally, he couldn't help but explode. Fuck you. Amid the laughter of the people around him, Yixin exploded on the spot and slapped the giant Xu Yuwei in the face. Poochie. The fat woman Wang Xiaohua was slapped and flew away on the spot. Under the explosive power of Yixin, her powerful body flew up like a sow. The fat woman Wang Xiaohua, who was knocked to the ground, covered her face with her hands, shook her head, and said in disbelief, Baby, Baby, why did you hit me? Get lost. Who is your baby? You damn fat bitch. Yi Xian, who had returned from the warring states, had no manners to begin with, so he stopped pretending. He spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground and said with disgust, "You don't really think I'm attracted to a fat woman like you, do you? Do you really think this is the Tang dynasty, where fat is considered beautiful? Hubby, woo-woo." Fat woman Wang Xiaohua was a little at a loss and kept crying on the spot. Get lost. I'm not your husband. Right now, I'm breaking up with you. Yi Xian stopped pretending, his face flushed like Guan Yu, and he roared. In order to prevent being photographed, he pointed at the people around him and warned, "Everyone, put your phones down. If anyone dares to take a photo, I'll smash your phone." At this moment, the cuckold's aura is revealed. The passers-by were shocked. One by one, they actually shrank back and dared not cause trouble anymore. Alpaca. Seeing that no one was filming him, Yi Xian became angrier and slapped the fat woman in the face again. The four chins on his face trembled several times before stopping. Roll. Yi Xian exuded the aura of a turtle again and roared angrily that he just ran away by himself. Although this online love affair failed, he was not panicked at all. Yi Xian smiled evilly, and a diamond suit symbol appeared at the corner of his mouth. The day after tomorrow, he will be able to meet his goddess Xiaoruoshi at the birthday party. Yes, at this time Yi Xian had already gotten to know the Feng family, which was of the same level as the Su family and the Xia family. The day after tomorrow, he will attend a party accompanied by the head of the Feng family and meet the goddess Xiaoruoshi, who is at the same level as his senior sister and whom he has always dreamed of. Despite this, Yi Xian was still very angry. He didn't expect that Chu Yue, whom he thought about day and night, was actually such a fat woman. Tank. Damn, 3 years were wasted. What a complete waste. Yi Xian chewed his gums until blood came out, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He wished he could turn around immediately and stab the fat woman with a knife, but if you think about it carefully, it seems that an ordinary knife can't penetrate it. There are 3 layers of defense. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Yi Xian patted his face and comforted him. Yi Xian, cheer up. You still have to meet your goddess Xiaoruoshi the day after tomorrow. How could I fall into the hands of this fat woman? After consoling himself, Yi Xian decisively, immediately, quickly blocked Chu Yue. 3 years of love, goodbye, never see you again. And also posted a circle of friends about heartbreak. It took me a month to stop crying over you. It took me 3 to stop wanting to call you. But I think it'll take a lifetime to stop missing you. It took me a month to stop crying over you. It took me 3 to stop wanting to call you. But I think it'll take a lifetime to stop missing you. The king's aura is simply maxed out. On the other side, Su Chen saw this scene. The corners of his lips were raised, forming a beautiful arc, and his obsidian eyes were filled with soft light. This is an expression of gloating that he loves the feeling of ruining the protagonist's destiny. Su Chen, asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. While Su Chen was immersed in his own amazing plan, Chu You's pupils were dim, and she was extremely disappointed with Yi Xian. The charming beauty's eyes were filled with anger, and she was really angry. 3 years. 3 years of online relationship. Will this relationship be lost just because I am a relatively fat person? Chu Yue could no longer think rationally. Her mind was filled with one thought: if I were fat or ugly, Yi Xian would abandon me, right? What if I grow old in the future? What if I'm no longer young? The girl couldn't imagine what the future would be like if she really got together with Yi Xian. Thank you. Chu Yue bowed to Su Chen and expressed her sincere gratitude. Let her see the true face of this person. Let's just treat these 3 years of relationship as feeding the dogs. I'll just say he's a scumbag. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Su Chen was still very proud and kept circling around the girl. I get it. No need to stress anymore. Chu Yue was still a little angry, snorted, and then asked, well, why do you want to help me? Hacking accounts, disguising 2 QQ accounts, and other troublesome things, just to ruin a scumbag's plan to meet in person. Although Su Chen is very friendly and handsome, he and I are just strangers. Why should he help me? Chu Yue was not stupid. She quickly thought of this and asked the question just now. Why help you? Su Chen shrugged and replied, maybe it's just my nature. This question is just like asking me why I helped those sanitation workers in the cafe just now. I don't know how to answer you. This statement is so righteous that no one can find fault with it. Well, anyway, thank you. Chu Yue nodded, thinking that Su Chen was a kind person. Come to think of it, sometimes, there is no need for a reason to help others. You're welcome. Su Chen showed a nice smile. Do you need me to take you home? Well, thank you for your help. Shu Yue blinked her big eyes and nodded. Still can't get over the heartbreak, but I don't know why she had a strange feeling in her heart, as if, although I lost a sesame seed, I felt like I had picked up a watermelon. Shu Yue leaned close to Su Chen and whispered in his ear, can we be friends? Chapter 22. Su Chen topped the school idol list. Of course, aren't we already friends? Comrade young little micro. Su Chen opened the friend list on his QQ mobile phone. The name Handsome Yi and the trumpet has been changed to Morning Rise and Fall. The two were already good friends before. You're such a bad guy, you're really good at picking up girls. Shu Yue asked curiously and arrogantly, by the way, you don't already have a girlfriend, do you? Which one are you talking about? Su Chen replied. Go to hell. Shu Yue was amused and hit Su Chen in annoyance. Later, when the two arrived at the Lamborghini Veneno, Shu Yue raised her beautiful eyes and was a little stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect that the other party would be so rich. He is 185 centimeters tall and can't be called handsome, but he is not inferior to Hu Xiaoge, Gu Xiaola, and Leonardo DiCaprio. Tall, rich, handsome, all three. Shu Yue was a little surprised. This man is really perfect. Ding. Reward reversal points, 700. The current host spends 1,000 reversal points and can draw a lottery once. Would you like to draw? After hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen didn't say much to the little beauty. He got in the car, took her with him, stepped on the accelerator, and drove to Fudan University in one go. Soon, when the Lamborghini Veneno drove into Fudan University, it caused a sensation throughout the school. There were huge crowds of people around, some of whom even saw it on WeChat Moments and came to see it on shared bicycles. Fuck, Lamborghini Venom, this is actually real. Nah, this carbon fiber monocoque chassis is so cool, isn't it? Y-shaped headlights, perfect rear spoiler, and scissor doors. Damn, this is a man's dream. Not to mention the men surrounding her in circles. Even the girls couldn't walk when they saw such a luxury car. Although Fudan University is full of academic elites, they also like luxury cars just like ordinary people. It's just not usually shown. Who doesn't like supercars? Many people took out their mobile phones and posted this luxury car on their moments to show off. He also shared the coordinates and a message. Hey guys, the Lamborghini Veneno is right here at Fudan University. Come check it out if you have time. There are only 9 of these legendary sports cars in the world. As soon as this title came out, even more people came and the whole school was packed. In the end, several security guards came to cover him, and Su Chen was able to successfully reach the infirmary. Because there were so many people couldn't see clearly who was inside. At this point, everyone was very curious, which old guy came to our school to pick up girls. As for the young man in the driver's seat, they never thought about this. How could someone who owns such a luxury car be young? However, the moment Su Chen opened the scissor door and got out of the car with his long legs, everyone was dumbfounded. All the girls were excited. This car owner is not only a young man, but also a handsome guy who is no less handsome than the Korean boy band members. Then, the surprised voices of the female college students rang out one after another. If you don't know, you might think that some big star has come to the school. Men are envious, jealous, and hateful, while women are in love and can't take their eyes off them. This is the influence of luxury cars and handsome guys. At the same time, though, they were curious. What is a man like this doing in school? Could it be that he has set his sights on their school beauty? All the boys instantly shared a common hatred and started discussing. Fuck, is this guy targeting our school's 2 most beautiful girls? Are you talking about Chu Yue and Mu Qingwu? How is that possible? You all know Chu Yue's roommate Ma Shui. She's a male interceptor. No one can get close to Chu Yue. Yeah, not to mention that iceberg monster Mu Qingwu. I've never seen her say a word to a man. How could it be her? It's impossible for a school beauty. You're overthinking it, bro. The school beauties in our school are impossible to flirt with. Neither of them has ever had a boyfriend, let alone a male friend. So, this guy is waiting for another girl? Which girl can afford such a luxury car? Just when everyone opened their eyes wide and was extremely curious, Su Chen opened the door of the cab and looked at Chu Yue. Place your left hand under the girl's shoulder blade, fingers under her left armpit, and your right hand on the girl's knee. The moment she performed the princess hug, the whole school was in an uproar. All the students were frantically refreshing their cognition in their minds. How can a few impossible things, put together, become possible? Others are not only handsome, but also drive luxury cars, and most importantly, they are hugging their school beauties. How can one not be envious and jealous? The students present were completely stunned. Fuck. It's Chu Yue. Where's Ma Shui, the male interceptor? Where did she go? I don't know. And I thought this super rich guy was here to pick someone up, but it turns out he's here to return a girl to the school? Princess hug, this is so romantic. */omega*, I also want to be hugged like this by this handsome guy. QAQ, this is too Mary Sue, is this an idol drama? Oh my god. The students present were simply dumbfounded. The culprits themselves, Su Chen and Chu Yue, did not have any extra reaction. They just walked towards the infirmary. The girl's face flushed red as she stared at Su Chen. Then he hooked his hands around Su Chen's neck. This will make the princess carry a little easier. With the help of security, the two successfully reached the infirmary. After the doctor's examination, Chu Yue was found to be fine. Just apply some medicine and you'll be well again tomorrow. Su Chen applied a blood-activating and blood stasis-removing plaster on Chu Yue's beautiful legs, and this scene also aroused the envy of many students. There were many people outside the infirmary door, and even some outside the window, just to catch a glimpse of this perfect couple. Even on the internet, the list of Fudan University's most handsome boys was replaced with Su Chen's photo by someone, and it was taken right after I got off the car. The Lamborghini Veneno behind him was completely captured in the picture. Moreover, Su Chen quickly climbed to the top of the school handsome list. Not only Fudan University, but all the schools in the nearby area were ranked first, which was extremely terrifying. In less than an hour, countless girls came to vote for him, and there are many little fans rushing to the school just to see this male god whose looks are even better than those of the Korean boy band. Chapter 23. You are getting married, but the groom is not me. Don't move. Su Chen reminded gently while applying ointment to Chu Yue. He turned around and looked at the crowd of people gathered at the door, feeling a little depressed. It can't be that serious. I just went to school for an ordinary visit, but it caused such a sensation. At this time, Su Chen didn't know what kind of impact the scene of him driving a Lamborghini Veneno and hugging the school beauty had caused to the male students, what an attraction it showed to the female students. After all, who wouldn't like a handsome and rich boyfriend? If you take a microphone to the streets and talk to your neighbors, I guess no woman would mind. Not to mention these young and beautiful girls who are in their prime. Maybe if I squeeze in, I can get this rich guy to take a closer look and have more opportunities. Big guys like this usually have two wives, right? The girls stared at Su Chen as if they were prey. At this moment, Chu Yue felt very happy and excited. For all asterisk. Although she doesn't like to be the center of attention, there is a boy who is genuinely nice to her. This feeling is so great. It's 100,000 times more enjoyable than that vague online romance, because you can meet real people and chat face to face. This is something that is impossible to achieve through online dating. Afterwards, Chu Yue called Ma Shui and asked her to take her back to the girls' dormitory, because Su Chen couldn't get up. There was no way to help her. Finally, after Ma Shui came out, Su Chen left a message: I will pick you up somewhere tomorrow. Then he opened the scissor doors and drove away in the Lamborghini Veneno under the watchful eyes of everyone. Only the girl was left feeling somewhat surprised and delighted. Can we meet again tomorrow? For all, although I am a little reluctant to see him leave, we can still meet tomorrow. Chu Yue felt that this was much better than online dating. After returning to the villa, Su Chen didn't expect that Yi Qingyan would twist her slender waist, come over and sit next to him. I took the initiative to give him a massage. According to the other party, this is a task that a personal maid must do, and it was also arranged by the old butler. Sensible. Su Chen couldn't help but give Butlerly a thumbs up in his heart. That pair of beautiful legs and black and white stockings are really tempting. This charming and seductive woman is enough to make those who love legs die instantly. The fragrance on her body is even more fascinating, but unfortunately, Yi Qingyan was not aware of this at all, and seemed unaware of how lethal she was. She also asked gently, Master, are you comfortable? Comfortable. Su Chen, who was already in heaven, raised his hand and gave a thumbs up. Butlerly has just bought me a set of clothes. Master, take a look. Yi Qingyan handed over her cell phone. The picture is a link to Taobao, and inside it is Rim's cosplay costume. There is even a blue wig covering the eyes. Puff. Su Chen once again gave Butlerly a thumbs up in his heart. No wonder this housekeeper has been able to stay in the Su family for so many years. He really has something. At night, after Yi Qingyan twisted her slender waist and left. Su Chen decisively opened the system panel and started looking. After the interception operation in the morning, the reversal point has reached 1,000 points, And it is time to draw the lottery. The current host spends 1000 reversal points and can draw a lottery once. Would you like to draw? Extraction. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for achieving Hall of Fame singing skills. Also, the sheet music for blue and white porcelain and fireworks cool easily. In an instant, Jay Chou's 2 songs and singing skills all entered Su Chen's mind. Sure enough, the reward is somewhat related to the next plot. Su Chen suddenly realized, the next plot of the online love story is the birthday party slap in the face plot. The day after tomorrow, at Xiao Ruoxi's birthday party, not only will Yi Xian slap him in the face, but Xiao Ruoxi will also break off the engagement. The original plot is like this. After returning to China, Yi Xian met the head of the Feng family, Feng Xinghua, and thus got the right to attend Xiao Ruoxi's birthday party. The Feng family, like the Su family and the Xiao family, is one of the top families in Jiangchang and is also the first person that the protagonist of Destiny clings to. During the banquet, Yi Xian presented a set of jewelry made of imperial green during the gift-giving session, which shocked the whole audience. The king's aura is leaking out like crazy. He slapped the faces of those who looked down on his clothes. As for how the imperial green came about, we have to go back to the day before, which is today. Tomorrow. Yi Xian passed the treasure appraisal and slapped Su Chen in the face in the antique street tomorrow. He obtained the antique and the imperial green raw stone, and gave it to Mr. Li in the antique street for making. He gave it as a gift to the heroine the next day, shocking the whole audience. And in the previous live broadcast plot, Yi Xian had used duck, which was the foreshadowing of the live broadcast, to shock Xiao Ruo 11.so when he first appeared. Xiao Ruoxi was very optimistic about him. After getting the jewelry made of imperial green, she was even more willing to pay for him without hesitation, because he was very optimistic about this man's painting skills. The bootlicker Su Chen in the original novel was just a clown compared to him, and during the singing session at the birthday party, Yi Xian also sang a Xia Guofeng song, Uncommon Characters, which shocked everyone present. Because the entertainment industry in this world is terrible, there's basically not a single song worth listening to. Yi Xian's poem Uncommon Characters shocked the entire audience. The author also designed a host character for this purpose, and the scene was being broadcast live, so that Yi Xian shocked the audience and all the viewers on the internet. With 3 consecutive shows of pretense, he immediately made a name for himself in Xia country, and he confessed his love to the heroine Xiao Ruoxi on the spot. After Xiao Ruoxi nodded in agreement and broke off the engagement on the spot, Yi Xian even pulled her aside and robbed her of her marriage in front of everyone. He left the scene as if he had filled a huge cup. As for the victim, Su Chen, he could only look at the 2 men's backs, helpless and furious. She cries all day long, and continues to be ruthlessly slapped in the face in subsequent plots. TSK, after changing the perspective, I feel really miserable as the villain. Su Chen got goosebumps just thinking about it. Not only was he slapped in the face repeatedly, but his wife was also taken away. Could this be any more miserable? The most important thing is that the dress was given to Xiao Ruoxi by him, and he had prepared it for half a year. In the end, the woman wearing the dress was snatched away, and it became a one-sided show-off for Yi Xian. It's true, you're getting married, but the groom is not me. Su Chen didn't know what to say. He definitely couldn't let all this happen again. According to the original story, soon, he fell asleep while thinking. The next day, the streets were quiet. When the first rays of morning light pierced through the mist, the streets welcomed a warm morning. Su Chen drove a Lamborghini Veneno to Fudan University, shocked the audience again, and picked up Chu Yue. Then he walked away amid the envious and jealous eyes of everyone. Going to the antique street, he will start from now on to destroy Yi Xian's plan of showing off step by step. Chapter 24. Yi Xian went to the antique street and started to pick up bargains. How is your foot? Is it feeling better? Su Chen asked while driving. Yeah, much better now. I can walk now. Xu Yu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, nodded slightly. My heart was pounding. From the time I met Su Chen until now, I have never slowed down. If Su Chen hadn't mentioned the injury on the girl's foot, she would have almost forgotten that her foot was still aching. That's good. Well, where are we going today? Xu Yue raised her beautiful eyes and asked the question she had been thinking about since last night. Yesterday, Su Chen only said that he would pick her up and take her to a place tomorrow, but he did not say where exactly. You'll know soon. Su Chen increased the horsepower, and the deafening roar of the Lamborghini Veneno rang out. The roar of the Lamborghini Veneno on the street attracted crowds of passers-by, and almost every man cast envious glances. The girls all dream of sitting in the passenger seat of this top luxury car. Soon after, the two arrived at the antique street at the foot of Huolu Mountain. The Wenwu Temple at the gate is simple and solemn, Enshrining two gods, one civil and one military, its history can be traced back several decades, and it can be described as a historical street that embodies the vicissitudes of Hong Kong Island over the past century. There are many shops around. The antique collections on this street are very complex, including ceramic antiques, jade antiques, jewelry antiques, metal antiques, as well as bamboo, wood, ivory, and horn, for treasures of the study, embroidered bronzes, and hanging brocade bracelets. It is like a large antique market that encompasses everything. Basically, there is nothing you can't buy, as long as you can't imagine it. In order to avoid causing a sensation, Su Chen parked his Lamborghini Veneno at a distance and walked over with Chu Yue. Chu Yue's feet have been able to move freely again, and she was laughing and jumping around because of Su Chen's amusement. It forms a youthful and beautiful landscape. She who was walking in front suddenly turned around and showed a very warm smile. Even the curve of her mouth was so perfect. The girl's posture was so attractive that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Yes, Su Chen was attracted by this, and the smile lingered in his heart and could not be erased. However, the scene was also seen by one person, so beautiful. Yi Xian, who was not far away, was stunned. He seemed to smell the scent of an extremely lean constitution. If the other person hadn't been accompanied by a male companion, he would have already run over to chat her up. But the most important thing is that the man looks quite handsome. Yi Xian felt inexplicably envious and jealous, and even felt a little sour. Chu Yue, who was originally happy, also noticed the gaze of the person who came. And when he found out it was Yi Xian, his whole face suddenly became gloomy. The girl didn't expect that she would run into this guy when she accompanied Su Chen to the antique street. If she had known earlier, she would definitely not have come. Moreover, Chu Yue had a gloomy face and had no intention of recognizing him. I spent several years in an online relationship, and it only took one day to recognize this scumbag. Oh. Interesting. At this moment, Su Chen talked to himself and smiled slightly. He didn't expect it to be like this. Yi Xian became interested in Chu Yue at first sight. They were obviously just strangers, but at first sight, Yi Xian had feelings for the heroine. Isn't this too scary? However, according to common sense, it is very normal for the protagonist of a wireless novel to be interested in beautiful women. After all, the heroines are all beautiful women, so it is normal for the hero to have some dirty thoughts about them. Although Yi Xian did have a crush on Chu Yue at this time, he had no intention of getting to know her or chatting her up. Instead, he strolled alone in this antique street which had just opened, looking for a gift to give to Xiaoruoshi tomorrow. This gift must shock everyone. So Yi Xian was very serious and, based on his own judgment, tried to see if he could find any good stuff. Handsome guy, come and look at me. I have all the best stuff here. Come and take a look. I have all kinds of ceramics and antiques. There's definitely something that suits you. I can tell at once that you are a talented person. Would you like to take a look at the brocade bracelet? I have all the best stuff here, including small leaf red sandalwood. They tried every possible means to attract customers, hoping that they would look at them more. After all, young people like this are the easiest to deceive. Along the way, Yi Xian was being won over. No. Yi Xian shook his head as he walked. He knew after just a glance that all the goods these people had were junk. Otherwise, it is a good product with an extremely high price. The product is good, but the price is marked by others, and there is no way to check for leaks, so it is useless. He had to find those antiques that were both cheap and awesome, preferably top quality ones with a price difference of 100 times. Yi Xian just smiled at the thought, feeling refreshed. He made a fortune abroad with this skill. He cheated a lot of Chinese people out of their money. After walking around for about half an hour, Yi Xian still didn't find his desired target. There are some antiques that can be bought for 30,000 yuan and sold for 60,000 to 50,000 yuan, but he doesn't like them. Not only does it sell slowly, but it also has low profits. No, that's not right. Yi Xian was stunned. I'm not here to make money. I'm here to pick up bargains. Unconsciously, he had returned to his foreign way of thinking, that crazy way of making money where one just appraises treasures and then lets his subordinates buy them. Oh, this seems interesting. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he walked into an antique shop. Handsome guy, is there anything you like? The shop owner, who had thinning hair but was still strong, welcomed us with a bright smile. He looked at me as if he was looking at a big fish, as if he thought that this was the time to slaughter a fat pig. I want this. Yi Xian smiled evilly and pointed at an object that was 40 centimeters high. The shape of the vessel is regular, the craftsmanship is exquisite and ingenious, and it combines multiple decorative techniques such as pastel, enamel, and hollowing. The patterns are a fusion of Chinese and Western cultures. It is a ceramic craft product of very good quality. When the two of them were trying to undercut each other on price. Su Chen also brought Chu Yue here. The girl was very curious as to why Su Chen had been following this annoying Yi Xian, but within the next few minutes, she found out. Boss, this thing of yours is a replica of one made during the Qianlong reign of the Qing dynasty, right? But it's in pretty good condition, so it should be worth that much. Yi Xian pretended to be hesitant, but spoke with a very interested expression. Little brother, you can't say that. Look at this hexagonal vessel, with a flared mouth, a long neck, a curved shoulder and belly, and a foot that curves outward like a step. It's a dignified and elegant vessel. It's covered in a powder green glaze, and the glaze is decorated with reliefs. The antique shop owner tried to persuade her again. Boss, stop talking about these useless things. Just give me a price. How much is it? This feeling of half covering the face with the pipa really makes me want to find out more. Yi Xian said generously, you name a price, and I'll give it to you if it's suitable. Chapter 25, Qing Dynasty Qianlong Porcelain Vase? I got it. The longer Yi Xian looked at it, the more he couldn't let it go. If he could successfully take advantage of this opportunity, he would take off. This is most likely a Qing Dynasty Qianlong period vase with a blue and white hexagonal shape, embossed banana leaves on the outside and hollow twine floral patterns inside. The body of the vessel is covered with perforations, arranged in a staggered pattern. On the upper part of each side, a single lotus flower blooms, while below it, a silver lotus flower, graceful and elegant, is surrounded by curling grass and leaves that spread in a ring, supporting the flower and making it more vivid and eye-catching. Through the exquisite hollow holes, one can see a bottle inside, which is painted with blue and white lotus patterns. It is similar to the main pattern on the outer body of the bottle, but different. The inner and outer abdomen are transparent, while the shoulders and neck are connected and the bottle mouth is shared, which shows the craftsmanship. With his years of experience in appraising treasures, he can tell that this is definitely an authentic item, and the most important thing is that there is a 6-character seal script in 3 lines at the bottom, which is neat and elegant. This item is definitely a blue and white hexagonal vase from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty. The estimated price is at least around 200 million yuan. Little brother, I see you really want it. 2 million, what do you think? The antique shop owner stroked his beard and said with a smile. There were only 2 words written on his face: man-eater. He bought this thing for less than 20,000 yuan. But he didn't expect that there would be a fool who actually took a fancy to it, and it looks like he really wants to buy it. 2 million? When Yi Xian heard the price, his face was so crooked with laughter. Since he had just returned from the war-torn country, much of his money could not be obtained through legal channels, so it could not be used for the time being. As the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, he only has about 20 million yuan available. If he could pick up such an item, his account would instantly increase from 20 million to more than 200 million. Boss, don't treat me like a newbie. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched, and he said mysteriously, in my opinion, this thing is worth at most 1 million, and I don't know whether it's real or not. And Yi Xian continued to find fault, pretending to be a newbie while lowering the price. Young master, this is absolutely genuine. I'll sell it to you for 1.5 million, how about it? The antique shop owner continued to talk about the price, although he appeared very calm on the surface, but in his heart he was already grinning from ear to ear. Ha ha ha. I met a big fool and I was so happy. At this time, the antique shop owner had no idea that his face was swollen from being beaten. In the subsequent plot, when the antique shop owner learned that his porcelain vase was worth 200 million yuan, he was so angry that he almost died. It can be said that the more happy you are now, the more miserable you will be when the subsequent plot slaps you in the face. Okay, then let's make it 1.5 million, flat price. Okay. Yi Xian hadn't even uttered the word deal yet. Suddenly, a calm yet magnetic male voice interrupted him. Boss, I want this porcelain vase. The price is 21 million. In an instant, the whole audience was stunned. What? The antique shop owner was stunned for a moment, not knowing what to say as he looked at the handsome man who suddenly broke in. Yi Xian frowned, feeling something was wrong, and when he found out that the other person was Su Chen, his whole face turned dark. He had been annoyed with this guy just now. He didn't know why, maybe because he was jealous that he had a girlfriend, or because he was more handsome than him. Anyway, I just feel very unhappy and uncomfortable no matter how I look at it. That's why he got back to the point and went shopping to find bargains, distracting himself while finishing what he needed to do today. After all, I still have to prepare a gift for Xiaoruoshi. Unexpectedly, In the middle of bargaining, a Chang Yao Jin suddenly appeared and offered a price that was more than 10 times his own, and it happened to be 21 million. You know, all the funds Yu Xin can mobilize now are just a little less than 20 million. How can I compete with him in bidding? So, Yi Xian panicked at this moment. He quickly said, "Hey, little brother, I was the one who saw this porcelain vase first. What are you doing here? Do you understand the rules?" While Yi Xian was scolding, his eyes kept glancing towards Chu Yue, as if he wanted to take a few more glances at the beauty or something. Anyway, he was very jealous and envious, and he could smell the sour smell from a long distance away. "Oh? Interesting. Why don't you listen? Who is the boss going to sell it to?" Su Chen said without hesitation. "Besides, there is a rule in the antique street that only the price is discussed. If the transaction is not completed, it will not be counted. I think someone does not understand the rules." As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Xian became instantly furious and extremely aggrieved, and was just about to refute. The antique shop owner's eyes gleamed. "Young master, are you serious? Are you really prepared to pay 21 million for this porcelain vase of mine? Of course, we can trade now." Su Chen smiled slightly, took out his mobile phone and was about to transfer money to the other party. At this time, Yi Xian became anxious. Wait a minute. You can't do this. He is anxious. Stop him immediately. Why can't this be done? Are you sick? The antique shop owner pushed him away coldly. "Go away, don't disturb my business." Then his expression changed immediately, and he looked at Su Chen with a flattering smile and said, "Come on, master, transfer the money, and I will pack this porcelain bottle for you right away." So, in less than a minute, the deal was done. Su Chen got the porcelain vase, and the antique shop owner received a price that was more than 10 times higher than the original price. Both parties benefit. Only Yi Xian stood there in a daze. He was so confused that he hadn't reacted yet. If he could scratch his head at this moment, it would probably have created a famous scene. "Okay, the transaction is successful. I'll be leaving now." Su Chen looked at Yi Xian condescendingly, with a nice smile on his face. Holding Chu Yue, who was supposed to be Yi Xian's online girlfriend, he left the scene in front of Yi Xian, the victim, and in his envious and jealous eyes. "What the hell? You bastard!" Yi Xian retorted in frustration and rage. He hadn't expected this. The porcelain vase that I finally liked and was able to pick up was actually bought by a rich second-generation man. The feeling of having your money frozen and not being able to spend it is really frustrating. "What are you looking at, you dishonest idiot?" Yi Xian noticed that the antique shop owner was looking at him, and he continued to yell in frustration and anger, then left the shop. "Isn't this guy a cerebral palsy?" At this time, the antique shop owner looked at Yi Xian's back with an angry face and chased him out, cursing. 21 million and 1.5 million. Anyone with a brain would know who to sell it to, right? What's more, the former was still haggling over the price. What about the latter? It is a direct and generous transfer. If you were the boss, who would you sell it to? The antique shop owner was really screwed and was cursing Yi Xian fiercely behind his back. "And I was thinking in my heart that I would go to the witchcraft shop next door and buy a little man that could kill you." At this time, Yi Xian didn't know that he had been scolded like a dog by his boss. He walked straight into the second store. Chapter 26. The protagonist appraises the treasure, and the villain follows and intercepts it. Yi Xian walked into the second shop with an ancient style. Moreover, the destined protagonist, with his invincible luck, fell in love with a Chinese landscape painting at first sight. Imitation of Zhu Ran's painting of clear peaks, although like most of the works, it was an imitation of a picture. Yi Xian recognized it at a glance. It was a work created by Zhang Shaoqian, a famous Chinese painting master and painter in Xia Dynasty in 1946. This painting borrows the composition and layout of the Yuan Dynasty's 1,000 mountains covered with snow, integrates Zhu Ran's long hemp-wrapped brushwork, the water method of Lu Daosher's Lake and Mountains at Dawn, and combines the remaining interest of Yuan Dynasty brushwork. It gathers the best of them and creates its own style, and is a highly representative large-scale masterpiece that borrows from the past to create the new. Although this painting is an imitation of Zhu Ran, it is actually a resurrection of an anonymous landscape painting from the Yuan Dynasty. Ordinary people simply cannot see the mystery, only Yi Xian could see it, and he asked, "Boss, this painting of yours is an imitation of 1,000 mountains covered with snow, right?" In terms of value, Yi Xian started the same pattern as in the last round, asking for prices and then lowering prices. Soon, he bargained the price of this painting, which was also worth more than 200 million, down to 5 million. Just when I was about to buy it, a handsome guy passed by, not good. When Yi Xian saw this person, he frowned as if facing a great enemy, and a bad premonition instantly surged in his heart. That familiar, magnetic male voice came, "Boss, I want this Chinese landscape painting. Price, 21 million. The moment the words fell from his mouth, Yi Xian was completely confused, his face full of fear, and he even doubted his life. This familiar scene was repeated. The square-faced antique shop owner smiled flatteringly and sold the Chinese painting to the rich second generation. Yi Xian once again became a passerby character, being ignored alive. Not bad, not bad. Su Chen looked at the Chinese landscape painting with a happy expression. After making another 200 million yuan profit, he packed up his belongings and left the scene. Only Yi Xian was left with a confused look on his face, still doubting his life. Fuck. Alpaca. Oh, Yi Xian finally reacted and roared, but it was useless because Su Chen had already left the scene. When the boss saw that the other party seemed to be about to hit someone, he drove him away and stopped doing business with him. Because the antique shop owner has made more than 20 million yuan today, he can take a break. Half an hour later, Yi Xian took a fancy to another antique. This time it was worth only over 100 million yuan. Although it was a bit inferior to the previous two, a mosquito was still meat. Just when the bargaining was over and the deal was about to be completed, the devilish whisper came again, 21 million. I want this stuff. Then, it was as if the time loop happened again. Yi Xian finally realized that something was wrong. Damn it. This bastard is following me around and trying to pick up some slack. Moreover, he somehow realized that he only had 20 million yuan of funds to use, and he added 1 million yuan each time. This guy, he's targeting me. The protagonist of Destiny has a high IQ. After 3 experiences, he finally discovered the problem. Have you ever seen the protagonist appraising a treasure and the villain following behind to steal it? Yi Xian chewed his gums until they bled, and he was almost mad with anger. At this time, Su Chen was overjoyed. He had obtained antiques worth 500 million yuan and also gained 500 reversal points. Ding. 200 reversal points reward. Ding. 200 reversal points reward. Ding. 100 reversal points rewarded. Listening to these 3 waves of pleasant prompts, Su Chen felt really refreshed. It formed 2 completely different pictures from Yi Xian. After leaving the antique shop and putting the goods on the Lamborghini Veneno, Su Chen began to review the plot. In the original novel, Yi Xian picked up 3 loopholes as soon as he appeared on the scene. Logically, it should have been over now. After all, it is impossible that all the antiques in the antique street are leaked. With the luck of the destined protagonist and the ability to appraise treasures, it is a miracle that Yi Xian can pick up 3. There should be no more leaks to pick up next. Su Chen recalled the second plot of Antique Street. In the original novel, after Yi Xian obtained 3 treasures, Su Chen was finally able to appear. Yes, in the original book, Su Chen was also at the scene, and he also passed by a shop that gambled on stones. He fell in love with a rough stone with a bumpy surface, and it was obvious that the quality was not very good, and buy it directly. Such a scene attracted onlookers, and many people complained that this guy was a brainless rich second generation or something like that. Then, during the stone cutting stage, no green appeared for a long time. Su Chen panicked at this time. After all, this was the stone he spent more than 100 million to buy. I don't know why the original novel spent more than 100 million to buy garbage stones with bumpy surfaces, but that's how it was portrayed in the original novel. When Su Chen thought about it, he felt that there were loopholes, but he didn't care. After all, his character was that of a brainless rich second generation. Then, Su Chen saw that there was no green on the stone even after he had been driven here, and with the ridicule and mockery from passers-by, he angrily used his power. He pressured the shop owner, saying he didn't want to buy anything and asked him to return the money and the stone. Now that he had broken the rules of the gambling stone field, he was immediately cursed at by everyone, who said he had broken the rules. It also attracted the attention of the Emperor of Antique Street, the local leader, Mr. Kong. The joke about the Su family's eldest son abusing his power to oppress others immediately spread throughout the venue. Just when everyone was angry, Yi Xian appeared. He could tell at a glance that the stone was a good thing, so he took over, signed the contract on the spot, and bought it with a loan. In the original novel, while Su Chen was feeling relieved, he immediately changed into the face of a brainless rich second generation, mocking and ridiculing Yi Xian for being a fool for actually taking over his things. Afterwards, after the stone changed hands, the stone mining continued. The result, the legendary Imperial Green appeared, and it was such a big piece. In an instant, Yi Xian's vision shocked the whole audience and shocked the big shot, that is, Mr. Kong. Then Mr. Kong hoped to get to know him. Yi Xian got to know an important person, and Mr. Kong was willing to make jewelry for him for free. In this way, Yi Xian got a set of jewelry made of imperial green and prepared for the show-off segment of Xiaoruoshi's birthday party the next day. After watching all the plots, Su Chen was numb. There are too many loopholes in the original novel. It is too outrageous that he just cut the stone and then made the jewelry the next day and gave it to the heroine. The processing of gold jewelry takes at least 1 month, and complex ones take 2 to 3 months. The steps of slicing the stone, drawing the bracelet ring print, absorbing the outer embryo, testing the bracelet cake, absorbing the inner embryo, topping, patting the edges, punching the embryo, grinding and polishing are not that simple, not to mention the elusive material like imperial green, which requires even more careful handling. Moreover, it is too outrageous that the protagonist Halo directly borrowed more than 100 million yuan to snatch the stone. Who would casually lend you 100 million yuan? So this plot is really full of loopholes and brainless. I don't know how the author of Wireless's cerebral thrombosis came up with this idea. It is really just to make the protagonist show off and get slapped in the face. No matter the logical loopholes or anything like that. However, now that I have become a villain, of course I can't follow the original work. Su Chen's obsidian eyes were filled with soft light, and he immediately went to the gambling stone field to look for the bumpy garbage stone. Chapter 27, Imperial Green, a rare sight in 1,000 years. According to the description in the book in his memory, Su Chen successfully found the rough stone in the gambling stone field. The stone had a bumpy surface but actually contained imperial green. Both the store and the location are accurate. This is the place. Young master, I won't bargain with you for this rough stone. 120 million, how about that? 110 million at most. Seeing that the protagonist had not arrived yet, Su Chen took the opportunity to lower the price. Okay. Sure. That's 110 million. The owner of the raw stone quarry did not hesitate at all and agreed directly and generously, and asked, Young master, are we going to open the stone now? Of course, pay directly on the spot and open directly. Su Chen was not the kind of person who would waste time, so he directly transferred the money to buy the stone and asked someone to cut it. This time, just like the plot in the original novel, there were many people gathered around. This is the rule in the gambling stone industry, called beating the drum and ringing the bell. As long as the raw stone is of high quality and high price, the gambling stone field will beat the drum to attract people to watch this exciting gambling stone scene. The same time, it can also stimulate their gambling psychology. The people who gathered around were all talking, wow, 100 million stones, that's really decisive. Are you really buying it? This stone is full of holes and doesn't look like a raw stone that can produce good things. I feel like I've lost 100 million. One knife makes you rich, one knife makes you poor, one knife makes you wear sackcloth. Do you really think that's just a sentence? This thing can ruin your whole fortune at best, or even destroy your whole family at worst. If you win, you'll be a young model in the club. If you lose, you'll work in the adult entertainment industry. Hurry up and open it. I can't wait. While everyone was watching and talking, Yi Xian also arrived at the scene unexpectedly. The buyer turned out to be the stupid rich second generation who had been blocking him before. The other party had been following him before, and Yi Xian was so scared that he didn't dare to take advantage of the opportunity. But he didn't expect that this person would come here to gamble on stones. If I had known this earlier, I would have gone shopping again to see if there was anything I missed. Yi Xian hit his thigh, feeling inexplicably regretful that he is almost developing a phobia because of this rich second generation GUI. As the stone progressed, everyone didn't see any green and laughed at it, just like in the original story. Fuck, 100 million, ha 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 ha. I'm losing money. Is there really no green at all? Is this rich second generation mentally ill? He's buying all this? But this is going to be fun. While there was a lot of discussion at the scene, many people were excited, while many others were mocking and ridiculing. According to the plot of the original novel, at this stage, Su Chen's mentality had already collapsed. They called a halt to the matter immediately, and even used the power of the Su family to demand the return of the stones or something. He really acts like a brainless rich second generation. Then Yi Xian could pick up the bargain and get the imperial green, but now, Su Chen already knew what was inside, so how could he possibly stop it? Seeing the inquiring look from Master Kaisher, he said calmly, "It's okay, open it." And amidst everyone's extremely nervous gazes and expectations, as expected, green appeared. There were even some sharp-eyed people at the scene who recognized this top-quality stone directly. The stone is very green, the kind that looks like it's about to drip out. Oh my god! It's green! Holy crap! Is this the imperial green that only appears once in 1,000 years? At this time, the imperial green appears as a solemn lake green in the sunlight, which is similar to lake blue at first glance, and appears emerald green under strong light, with unpredictable changes. Oh my god! This is actually imperial green! Everyone at the scene was so shocked that the stonecutter's hands were shaking for no apparent reason. He was so excited, and then, after the entire stone was opened, a huge piece of imperial green appeared in front of everyone. Natural jade is transparent or translucent in texture, with an oily and shiny surface. Upon closer inspection, one can see nearly round, slightly transparent salt grains and fibrous substances surrounding them. This is truly imperial green. Based on this size, the price must be at least 1 billion. Fuck you. I can take unlimited amounts of this billion, but at least 1.5 billion is enough, right? It's definitely worth 1.5 billion. Look at the sheen. And it's green. Even greener than my wife and I were 2 years ago. Fuck, big brother, you don't have to bring up such private matters, okay? At this moment, let alone passers-by, even Yi Xian, who was worth a lot of money, was envious when he saw this scene. Damn, it's really imperial green. In fact, when Yi Xian opened the stone a little bit and before he saw the green, he could tell that it was most likely imperial green, but unfortunately this stone belongs to someone else. Damn, it would be great if it were mine. Yi Xian gritted his teeth in envy and pounded his thigh hard. I hate myself so much for what I did just now. He thought Su Chen was still following him to pick up bargains, and he was inexplicably scared, so he wandered around the antique street aimlessly, simply wasting the other person's time. What he didn't expect was that Su Chen didn't follow him secretly at all, but took this opportunity to come to the gambling stone field. And I also bought a god-level raw stone containing imperial green. Isn't this kid too scary? Yi Xian got goosebumps. At this time, an old man in tang suit appeared on the scene and came in front of everyone. Mr. Kong. Mr. Kong. Everyone greeted him immediately. This person was none other than the big shot in the antique street, Old Kong, a real boss and a close friend of the protagonist, but it is obvious that it has nothing to do with the protagonist now. Imperial green. It really is imperial green. Mr. Kong was also a little shocked. How many years has it been since anyone opened an imperial green? It was actually opened by a teenager. This is so scary. So, Mr. Kong and Su Chen started chatting on the spot, and they had a very pleasant conversation. It attracted many envious looks. Yi Xian was filled with envy and jealousy. He was so envious that his gums bled. Every protagonist of wireless literature is extremely conceited. Usually they hope to be the focus. When others become the focus, they are stealing his face or something. So when Yi Xian saw that Su Chen not only opened the imperial green, but also got to know a figure like Mr. Kong in the antique street, he was really jealous. The most important thing is that this guy had just robbed 3 of his treasures. How could Yi Xian not hate Su Chen? He originally came here to pick up a bargain and gave the gift to Xiaoro 11. As a result, after shopping for half a day, he didn't find anything. How could Yi Xian, the destined protagonist, accept this? How can you bear this injustice? So Yi Xian became more and more angry as he thought about it, and gradually, he began to have the idea of harming Su Chen. At this moment, he suddenly came up with an idea. Yi Xian randomly picked a stone on the spot, looked at the price, and shouted, "Boss! I want to open this stone. This one is worth 200 million. In an instant, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone was attracted by the cuckold aura of the destined protagonist and looked at him. At this moment, Yi Xian enjoyed unprecedented refreshment. That's right, that's the way it should feel. What was that just now? Yi Xian was very satisfied with the looks from everyone. Chapter 28, Brother, why don't you rob? That's the feeling. It's so right, brother. It's so right. Yi Xian really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. The aura of a cuckold is spreading wildly. Are you serious about this rough stone worth 200 million, little brother? The owner of the rough stone field asked. He was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this treasure of the store would be coveted by someone. If it is sold, won't it take off immediately? Yes. I want it. Open the stone for me immediately. Yi Xian's arrogance emanated again, and he spoke in a dignified manner. Well, let's pay first. Would you like to transfer the money by bank card? The owner of the raw stone field asked with great respect. Can I get a loan? Just open it first. Can I sign a contract? Yi Xian asked hesitantly. To be honest, he could tell at a glance that the 200 million white stones were pure garbage, with only a little bit of green inside, not even worth 500,000. What, you ask me? If that's the case, why should I buy it? At this moment, Yi Xian felt extremely gloomy in his heart. This guy called Master Su, doesn't he like to steal my things? You want to grab anything I like, right? He stole my things 3 times in a row. This time I will buy an extremely crappy one and let you snatch it away. You will lose a lot of money. Not only that, Yi Xian can also pretend to be cool on the spot. Like now, everyone's eyes are on him. After I take revenge on Su Chen, I will feel so good just thinking about it. But at this time, what was unexpected was that when the owner of the raw stone field heard the item of loan, he was not sure whether he was dumbed down by the halo of the protagonist or what. He actually agreed without hesitation. Of course. Sir, I can tell you're destined to be a noble person. Loans and other things are definitely possible. Please come over here. Yi Xian was stunned and almost stunned. At this time, the owner and several employees of the raw stone field grabbed his hands and pressed a big handprint to borrow money. Brother, the stone is yours, don't worry. I believe there will be good stuff inside, just look at the young master last time. The owner of the raw stone quarry smiled brightly and gave Yi Xian a thumbs up. I said to myself, I never thought that this treasure of the store would actually be sold. I am so happy, selling 2 stones worth over 100 million in one day. In the eyes of the owner of the raw stone field, no matter what the customer bids, he will not lose money. After all, his purchase price is not high. When gambling on stones, there will definitely be gains and losses, and both gains and losses are the customer's business. Their profit actually comes the moment they sell the stones. And no matter what the outcome is, it has nothing to do with them. If you get a good stone, you can use it as a promotional sign, just like the handsome guy who got the Imperial Greenstone just now. It's a perfect promotional case. At this time, Yi Xian was confused, but there was nothing to say. After all, it was he who said he wanted to buy it, and everyone in the audience heard it, but he didn't expect that his fingerprints would be forcibly pressed, and he was forced to borrow 200 million. At this time, there was a lot of applause at the scene, and everyone wanted Yi Xian to open the stone. Brother! Hurry up, don't dilly-dally. Shout now. Fuck, this gambling field is really interesting today. I haven't seen this much excitement in a long time. If this one turns out to be an Imperial Green, then Boss Dong's store will take off. From now on, all the stones will be gambled from you. The gambling stone field started beating drums and ringing horns again, attracting more people to come, and the place was so crowded that no one could get in. Wait, he'll snatch it away, right? He will, right? At this time, Yi Xian had a few drops of sweat on his face and looked at Su Chen in panic. Damn. Big brother, why don't you grab it? At worst, you can ask for 100 million, and I'll give you 300 million, okay? Didn't you just steal 3 things from me? Keep stealing. Yi Xian looked at Su Chen worriedly, almost crying. Is there such a thing in the original book? At this time, Su Chen was indeed thinking seriously. It seems that the protagonist buying white stones is not in the original book. Could this be a new opportunity the protagonist has found? What triggered the destiny halo? Su Chen really didn't understand. Moreover, it is really outrageous that someone borrowed the protagonist's 200 million yuan loan. Let's wait and see. No rush. At this moment, Su Chen was not in a hurry, but Yi Xian was. He was sweating profusely, and the stone cutter next to him was still urging him, Brother, are you ready to cut this stone? The people around also added fuel to the fire. Yes, hurry up and open it, the drums are beating and the gongs are ringing. Are you trying to lure us over to play? Haven't you heard of the saying ink marks the end? How can you gamble on stones like that? Hurry up and start. Stop dawdling. Finally, under everyone's urging, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and cried out, Damn! Open it! Damn, what if? Now he can only hope that he was mistaken about this rubbish stone and there is a good jade inside, but the final result was very sad. There was only a piece of garbage jade inside, not even worth 400,000. Soon, a chorus of mocking laughter was heard. Fuck. This is gambling on stones, ha ha ha. Oh no, this wave of losses is huge. No way, no way, there wouldn't really be a fool who would spend 200 million to buy a 400,000 yuan stone, ha. Amidst the sighs and ridicules, Yi Xian howled and gritted his teeth, holding the stone and left. The receipt for his 200 million yuan debt is still there, and he has to pay it back when the time comes, otherwise he will be sued in no time. Just like that, Yi Xian remembered today's hatred. Su Chen, right? MD, not only did he steal 3 of my treasures, he also made me lose 200 million. Yi Xian was so angry that his gums bled, and he never thought that in the end he lost money because he wanted to harm others. He has remembered this grudge. Moreover, Yi Xian was particularly attracted to the female companion next to Su Chen. It's a pity that this beauty is not his girlfriend. Damn, how great it would be if she was Chu Yue, Yi Xian thought to himself and sighed deeply. Why is she a fat woman? Ah, what's going on? At this moment, Su Chen was the most confused. The protagonist Yi Xian suddenly spent 200 million to buy a piece of raw stone, then opened a piece of chicken for 400,000, and just left like that. It seems that this paragraph is not in Tay Miao's original novel. What's going on? Hey, Sigma. Su Chen was really confused and had no idea what the other party was doing. Before he could even react, the other party had already cracked the stone and left in tears. Afterwards, when Elder Kong and the others bid farewell to Su Chen, they were treated to another feast for the eyes. This young man not only owns a Lamborghini Veneno in Imperial Green, but he also found 3 antiques. After Mr. Kang's appraisal, the total value of the 3 items added up to no less than 500 million. It shocked everyone. Finally, amidst eyes that were shocked and envious to the point of going crazy. Su Chen drove a Lamborghini Veneno, carrying Chu Yue, and left in a cool manner. All that was left was the exhaust fumes from the supercar and the stunned people. Chapter 29. This is a gift for licking dogs. Jiangcheng, Molly Light Luxury Dress Store. Su Chen declared something that greatly surprised the designers here. Change the size to the same size as this lady's. In one sentence, all the employees in the store were shocked. La Mare. This was an ultimate dress that their store spent half a year designing and making based on Xiao Ruoxi's height and weight. Molly Light Luxury Dress Shop is located in Jiangcheng. It ranks first in dress designing ability and specializes in customizing dresses for dignitaries and celebrities. If your net worth is less than 100 million, you can't even step into the store. This set of La Mare has become their publicity capital. This is a dress custom made by the eldest son of the Su family for the eldest daughter of the Xia family, and he would go to their shop every year without exception. Therefore, they are very famous. It is their honor to be able to customize dresses for the Su family and the Xia family, and the price is extremely high. For example, the La Mare dress in front of you, with its craftsmanship and design, costs about 150 million. And now, Su Chen suddenly asked them to change the size to the same as Chu Yue's. How could they not be shocked and stunned? By the way, isn't young Master Su a famous bootlicker? Why did he suddenly change the dress of the person he was licking into another girl's size? Although this girl is very beautiful and has a pure appearance, she amazed them. She is one of the most beautiful women the store clerks have ever seen, including celebrities, but to modify the dress hastily like this is really, just do as I say and deliver it on time tomorrow, that's all. Su Chen looked serious and didn't waste time talking to them. After the female staff member measured Chu Yue's size. He drove his Lamborghini Veneno and prepared to take the girl back to school. To be honest, Chu Yue had this expression throughout the whole process. Sigma. She was really shocked by today's experience. No matter which aspect, from the antique street to the Molly luxury dress shop, her mind has never been clear, because everything happens so suddenly. It feels like we are not from the same world, with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions involved. How could the girl not be shocked and startled to tears? She is just a common girl, okay, Chu Yue, Omega. The girl also felt that she seemed to have done something to steal something from someone else in the dress shop just now. Later, after Su Chen had dinner with her, he sent her back to school. He only left one sentence: I will pick you up for a banquet tomorrow. Then he left, leaving the confused girl behind. The next day, Xiao Ruoshi's birthday party was held at the Shangri Hotel. Every guest who comes in needs to hand in his or her gold-edged invitation. This time, countless luxury cars were parked outside the Shangri Hotel. Maserati, Pagani, Rolls-Royce, you name it. The license plate numbers are even more eye-catching: 88888, 16888, 00000. Extremely rare license plates gather here. All of them are cars used by the dignitaries. Every man who enters the Shangri Hotel is dressed in a suit and tie, and every woman is dressed in a dress. Rather than being Xiao Ruoshi's birthday party, it felt more like a business innovation conference or a charity gala. Most people come here to make friends and meet new partners. The birthday party was more of a cover. The goal of these people is to come here and get to know big families like the Su family and the Xia family. This time, Many people had gathered on the first floor, discussing business and making new friends, and in the owner's VIP room on the third floor inside the room, both women seemed a little anxious, restlessly waiting for something. The two people were Xiaoruoshi and her mother Hong Xia. What they were waiting for was a dress from Su Chen, which is the la mer that everyone is looking forward to downstairs. La mer took more than half a year to prepare. Many media reporters came to the scene just to capture this scene and this special dress, but now everyone is almost here and the party is about to begin, but I still can't see Su Chen. What's going on? In previous years, it would have been delivered the day before the banquet. Hong Xiong also comforted her at this time. Ruoshi, we are not in a hurry. Maybe Su Chen was just delayed by something. He will be here soon. Mom, Su Chen is really not a good person. Please let me cancel the engagement. Xiaoruoshi said with an unhappy look on her face. Hong Xia looked at the charming beauty in front of him with anger in her watery eyes and didn't know what to say. Su Chen really did something wrong this time. She felt the same. In previous years, Su Chen would have brought the custom-made dress in advance, but this year, for some reason, the party downstairs is about to begin. The customized la mer still hasn't been delivered. Even Su Chen himself has not appeared yet. Xiaoruoshi and her mother were both waiting upstairs for the dress. What the hell is going on? Xiaoruoshi and others were depressed and angry. If she hadn't prepared a dress, she wouldn't have even planned to wait. What, you asked her why she didn't prepare her own clothes? That's because, in previous years, the bootlicker Su Chen would prepare a dress for her every year, and it's the kind that is carefully prepared. How carefully prepared are you? I was so meticulous that I checked the progress and the degree of optimization and modification every 2 weeks during the past 6 months. It can be said that this loyal bootlicker has reached the point where he can no longer bootlick. Just think about it, checking the progress of the dress every 2 weeks for half a year. How troublesome is that? But the bootlicker Su Chen in the original novel really made him do it, and the most important thing is that Xiaoruoshi ignored him and thought it was a matter of course. After all, Su Chen prepared dresses for her every year, and those dresses were more beautiful than all her dresses, so of course she didn't have to prepare them herself. Secondly, in Xiaoruoshi's view, she is a goddess, and letting him make her dress is a gift to a bootlicker, just like what some experts say, 996 is a blessing. It is both shameful and disgusting, and the most important thing is that it was Su Chen's mother who came to plead with her and asked her to accept this gesture. Otherwise, if Su Chen worked hard to make a dress for her, but Xiaoruoshi refused to wear it, how big a blow would his son suffer? So Su's mother had no choice but to come and beg for mercy. Just as they were anxiously waiting for the dress, Xiaoruoshi's disgust for Su Chen reached its peak, and her mind was full of thoughts about the Mr. Morning rise and curtain fall who had amazed her that day. Su Chen finally appeared on stage driving a Lamborghini Veneno, and as soon as he got out of the car, he went to the passenger seat to greet someone. Everyone present thought it was Su Chen's mother or relative. Su Chen gentlemanly supported Chu Yue, who was wearing a la mer dress, and came on stage. This extremely crazy scene instantly shocked countless guests present. Chapter 30. Chu Yue outshines Xiaoruoshi. When everyone present saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. Omega, fuck, isn't the eldest young master of the Su family Miss Xiao's lapdog? What's this? This is going to change. According to insider information, aren't they already an engaged couple? This is impossible. The people present were terrified and talking about it. Su Chen is a well-known bootlicker from an upper-class family, and now he brought his female companion to attend Xiaoruoshi's birthday party. More importantly, it is that high-spirited and handsome image. It's really like a different person. So gentlemanly and handsome, you can no longer see the slightest trace of a bootlicker from this person. Instead, there is an invisible oppressive force, which is the power of those who have been in a superior position for many years, and the momentum they naturally exert on those who are inferior. Mr. Su's looks are still as great as ever. This girl is so beautiful. Could this dress be the legendary la mer? Why is it worn by this girl? A handsome guy and a beautiful girl, what a perfect match. Everyone present praised Chu Yue highly. This girl has an amazing figure, a delicate face, and big watery eyes. Who can resist her? She has the attributes of a school beauty and is definitely the type that all men like, and she's the type of first love in school. The woman is slender and tall, with a body that is envied by any girl present, not to mention her face. How could someone who can become a school belle be a good person? ///////////// At this time, Chu Yue was considered not a good person in the eyes of everyone. I have been stuck in shyness and helplessness. He didn't expect that the place Su Chen said he would pick her up actually meant to be a high-class banquet. The moment she put on the dress, she felt something was wrong. Unexpectedly, it actually happened in real life. While everyone was talking, Xiaoruoshi was standing outside the master VIP room on the 3rd floor, her beautiful eyes looking downstairs in surprise. After learning the whole story, the cold and pretty face felt tremendous pressure. Xu Weimei's eyes were filled with anger, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. Next, the la mère she'd been waiting for? It was already on this young woman? The most important thing is that Xiaoruoshi couldn't vent her anger on Su Chen, because Su Chen didn't say who this dress was prepared for half a year ago. Then what I prepared for this girl will also be fine. What qualifications do you, Xiaoruoshi, have to scold me? So, at this moment, the woman feels powerless, as if she is punching cotton, and she feels like she can't use any strength, especially powerless and jealous. Hong Chia was also horrified after seeing this scene. Su Chen, the woman, no longer knew how to comfort her daughter. The scene that I was most unwilling to believe actually happened before my eyes. At this time, Xiaoruoshi frowned slightly and could only go back to her room. She had no choice but to change into an ordinary dress. Although it is ordinary, the price is already over 1 million. But compared with the La Mer dress that cost 150 million, there is really no comparison. Just like comparing legendary equipment and epic equipment, there is really a big difference between the two. Although the La Mer dress doesn't quite match Chu You's pure style, it still looks very eye-catching when worn. After all, this dress was not tailor-made for young girls. Instead, it was tailor-made according to the charming beauty Xiaoruoshi, and its style was more sexy. Compared with the first love style of the little school beauty, there is naturally a difference, but it's still eye-catching, and that's something everyone present can guarantee. Some people even began to praise it in whispers. Soon, Xiaoruoshi put on sexy high heels, which made the woman's ankles and thighs more graceful. It shows off her long and sexy legs, making her arch and instep more curvy and graceful. Beautiful legs can really be killing when paired with high heels. Xiaoruoshi, who had an extremely good figure, attracted countless attentions of men downstairs as she walked downstairs. When they reached the 2nd floor, in the past, Su Chen would definitely come to help her when he saw her walking up the stairs in high heels, but this time, he didn't do that. The charming beauty's eyes were filled with anger, and she was almost crying. Even when Su Chen saw her coming down the stairs, he didn't bother to look at her. This made Xiaoruoshi feel very embarrassed. At the same time, she was wondering in her heart, what happened to Su Chen today? Yes, she is not used to it at this moment. It's like giving a beggar $1 every day, but if you stop one day, he will scold you. The same was true for Su Chen, a man who was used to licking her, serving her, and obeying her in everything. But when he treated her like this all of a sudden, it was as if he had lost some kind of feeling, and became cold and heartless. Even glancing at her felt like a waste of life. The most important thing is that when Xiaoruoshi saw Chu Yue opposite her, she pursed her lips and was really a little envious and jealous. That set of La Mer successfully made Chu Yue outshine Xiaoruoshi. It's like a +15 greatsword. I don't know how many attributes it adds. Xiaoruoshi had to admit that the woman in front of her was very beautiful, even not inferior to herself. Even Xiaoruoshi, who was usually a little conceited, lowered her noble head at this moment. This explosive scene also attracted countless discussions. Everyone, Sigma. Holy crap! Oh my god! This is explosive news. Everyone looked on in amazement. Su Chen, who used to be a bootlicker, has completely become a different person. He was so indifferent to Xiaoruoshi and gave the La Mer set to another girl. And, most importantly, what was going on with Xiaoruoshi's somewhat jealous and resentful expression? If you don't know, you might think Xiaoruoshi has become one of those vicious female villains in melodramatic TV dramas. She becomes the female villain who hates the heroine. What the hell is going on? Today is going to be a different day. TSK, I have to say. This is fucking exciting. I love watching this kind of Shura scene. Me too, this is too exciting, right? Ha ha ha. Everyone present showed an expression of gloating while watching the show. After all, everyone knows that the Xia people's love for eating melons has been going on for a long time. Not to mention such a shocking piece of news, it's so refreshing to eat it. It's just like eating ice sweet watermelon in the hot summer. It tastes so sour and refreshing. However, at this moment, there was one person in the crowd who had an expression of great anger and clenched his fists in rage. That's right, this person is none other than the Feng family's patriarch, Feng Xinghua, the destined protagonist, Yi Xian. Chapter 31, Duck reappears and amazes the audience. At this time, Yi Xian was burning with anger. He never expected that he would follow the head of the Feng family, Feng Xinghua, to Xiaoruoshi. He actually ran into Su Chen, who robbed his antiques in the antique street yesterday, and based on the words of the people around her, it is not difficult to judge that Su Chen is Xiaoruoshi's fiancé. That damn character in my heart, ever since Yi Xian learned from the head of the Feng family that Xiaoruoshi had a fiancé, he has been extremely uneasy. What he didn't expect was that this person actually coincided with his enemy in Antique Street. It's really a ghost, the two are actually the same person, and these 2 points are not the most important. The point is, are these two goddesses in his mind jealous of each other for the man's favor, and wasn't he the one being jealous? Yi Xian gnashed his teeth in anger, and his head seemed to be smoking up. That's so hateful, but it's okay. When we give out gifts later, I can slap you in the face like crazy. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's anger suddenly turned into an evil smile, with a square root sign at the corner of his mouth. Although his idea of picking up a bargain and giving a gift failed yesterday, but Yi Xian has another gift, which is duck. It was the same painting he used during his livestream show-off, the famous duck. It was also Yi Xian's masterpiece, although his plan to show off was disrupted by that idiot called Morning Rise and Curtain Fall. That is for the Mona Lisa. Yi Xian had to admit that it was indeed the best and really awesome, but it's okay, there's no Mona Lisa today. The painting master named Morning Rise and Curtain Fall was not at the scene, so didn't I just kill the ducks randomly at the scene? Yi Xian showed a stupid look on his face and smiled brightly. At that time, during the gift-giving session, when Xiaoruoshi discovered that the owner of this duck, that is, herself, had arrived at the scene, that excited expression, that heart-pounding feeling, Yi Xian patted his chest, extremely confident that Xiaoruoshi would definitely surrender to his suit pants. Then he exclaimed, You are that genius painter? You actually created this masterpiece, duck, and you gave it to me as a birthday present? Woohoo! I'm so touched. Thank you. Let's be friends. From today on, our love begins to sprout. Yi Xian showed a pig-like smile, and unknowingly had imagined everything in his mind. It's just like what the saying goes, the moment I saw you, I even thought of a name for my child. The two women were in a state of tension. No, this is more like Xiaoruoshi putting pressure on Chu Yuwei. From Xiaoruoshi's perspective, Chu Yuwei is like this, despicable and complacent, with a dialogue box. Hey, old woman, your man is in my hands now, what do you think? Be envious, be jealous. But in fact, the real state of Chu Yuwei is like this, degree. And I thought to myself, what did I do wrong? Who am I? What am I doing? Why is this beautiful lady looking at me like that? And what's with all those people around here looking at the fun? Why are the three of us being watched? At this moment, the scene of the three people in the Shura field has indeed become the focus of the scene. Fortunately, as time went by, we finally arrived at the stage of giving gifts. Everyone present gave Xiaoruoshi their gifts. There are luxury clothing and shoes, as well as supplements such as 1,000-year-old ginseng, abalone, and bird's nest. Some even give away villa property certificates and luxury cars. Most people do this for only one reason, which is to build relationships with the Xia family, but because of this, there is no special gift. They all come here to see who is more valuable. There are no commemorative gifts like letters, paper cranes, or handmade crafts given between classmates and friends. And at this moment, our destined protagonist appeared. At this moment, Yi Xian brought a painting from somewhere and opened it. The masterpiece called Duck appeared in front of everyone. This is a duck playing in the water with its wings spread. The whole painting is lifelike, as if a real duck appeared in front of everyone. In addition, Yi Xian's aura of arrogance emanated from him, and with his own spotlight, he instantly attracted the entire audience. Fuck, this is my titanium dog eyes. This is actually a painting of a duck. Isn't this so real? It's so lifelike. This gift is really great. Not only the guests on the scene, but also the audience in one guest's live broadcast room were amazed. Although, we don't know why there would be guests doing live broadcasts at a banquet of this level, but this is the setting of the original novel. Everything is paving the way for Yi Xian's poem Uncommon Characters to become a hit on the internet. The scene also gradually changed from the previously cold Shura atmosphere to a hot and lively one. Oh my god, this gift is quite something. Did you draw it yourself? What a real strength. It seems this gift will definitely be ranked first in this banquet. I have nothing to say. I accept defeat wholeheartedly. The calligraphy and painting I gave you pales in comparison to this painting of Duck. It seemed as if everyone present had become a tool for Yi Xian to show off, and they were all trying to find ways to praise the painting duck from various angles. Moreover, perhaps it was the aura of the destined protagonist that exploded or something. There was also world painting master, academician of the Academy of Fine Arts Ji Kangping, who was in the live broadcast room at the time. Professor Wu Zhu of Longwei Academy of Fine Arts, artist Chen Jun, the three big names in the painting circle were all present at the scene, and they all started to praise the painting duck with ABA that it's like being hit by some kind of aura that reduces one's intelligence. The state was exactly the same as the last time in the live broadcast room. They are indeed very optimistic about the painting duck, but later it was beaten by Mona Lisa by the boss of Morning Rise and Fall. But you have to know that Morning Rise and Fall is not present at the scene this time. In terms of gifts, Yi Xian's duck is definitely the thickest one on the Xia family's gift list, so it's this person. At this moment, Xia Ruoxi had watery eyes and a strange expression. I never expected that the person I saw in the live broadcast room last time would actually come to my birthday party, and they also gave us the duck of that day, although she thought this work was indeed excellent, and these big names in the painting circle were not wrong to praise it, although it was a bit exaggerated, but it's okay however, compared with Mr. Morning Rise and Fall, it is, oh, Xia Ruoxi wanted to laugh. The Mona Lisa was much better than the duck from any angle, and the most important thing is that in the woman's heart, she has already put Mr. Morning Rise and Fall first in her heart. That strange man had unknowingly occupied every place in her heart, and that day, Mr. Morning Rise and Fall said he wanted to give me that painting. Will he be here today? Xia Ruoxi looked outside the door, expecting something, but at this moment, two servants were outside the door, carrying a painting, which was completely covered by a cloth. The servants were overjoyed and greeted him. Master Su, I've brought you the gift you requested. Chapter 32, Mona Lisa appears, shocking the audience the moment the words fell. The two servants attracted countless attention, and everyone discovered that the gift was brought along with the easel. Is this a painting? The guests looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that besides Yi Xian, someone else would give away paintings, and the most important thing is that it is overprotected. Not only is it covered with cloth, but even the easel is moved in. What kind of work is this that needs to be treated like this? The people present felt confused. Yi Xian smiled brightly, with a square root sign at the corner of his mouth. He burst into laughter in his heart. He never expected that this shabby Suchen would give the same gift as him. Just with your lousy paintings as a rich second generation, do you think you are qualified to compare with my painting duck? Ridiculous. This is so fucking ridiculous. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth were almost twisted to the sky with laughter, but at this moment, Suchen suddenly took a step forward like a gentleman. The appearance of the nobleman moved everyone, and he reached out and opened the painting. He looked at Xia Ruoxi condescendingly and said calmly, "This is the gift I promised to give you the other day. Now, I've fulfilled my promise." The words were spoken in a very calm manner, as if he was doing something insignificant. Or maybe his noble temperament would make people think that this is just an ordinary thing and you are overthinking it. However, the moment they saw this painting, not only the guests present, but also Xia Ruoxi's charming face suddenly froze. Mona Lisa appeared before everyone's eyes. The painting mainly expresses the typical image of elegance and tranquility of women, and creates the image of an urban bourgeoisie woman during the rise of capitalism. The vivid red circles and hair around the eyes are indescribable without the most detailed depiction. The eyelids are also natural and appropriate, and the eyelashes are thick, each one carefully drawn. Story. This work is extremely peaceful, yet full of stories. Just like his master Su Chen, you can neither praise it nor criticize it. It is just like this, in its original form. People can only indulge in it, but cannot praise or criticize it in an orderly manner. All deception and mystery are concentrated on the Mona Lisa, which makes people feel a sense of fear. Oh my God, is this real? This painting is so, I can't breathe anymore. The guests present inexplicably felt a tightness in their chests. The oppressive power of this painting was simply too strong. If we say that the lifelike image of the duck playing in the water with its wings spread out has an oppressive force of 90 points, then the Mona Lisa deserves 10,000 points. She traversed the empty gaze that saw everything and yet saw nothing. Trying to avoid it was impossible, and trying to meet it was equally futile. The strange forehead, so vast that it belied the air of an ordinary person, and the mysterious expression that permeated it, a half smile, made it impossible to believe it was a real face, yet its existence prevented people from completely persuading them to doubt it. A masterpiece. This is simply a masterpiece. World Painting Master, Academician of the Chinese Academy of Fine Arts Ji Kongping, Professor Wu Zhu of Longwei Academy of Fine Arts, artist Chen Jun. The three of them could no longer suppress their emotions. This was completely different from what I had seen online that day. The pressure I was seeing with my own eyes was at least 10 times stronger. What's more crucial is the details. You can't describe the details of Mona Lisa in words. One stroke less or one stroke more can ruin this masterpiece. One stroke more or one less would be a blasphemy to this painting. How did you get this painting? Accompanied by a fearful yet charming voice, Xiaoruoshi's watery eyes were filled with disbelief, and she looked at Su Chen with a strange expression. The woman really couldn't associate Su Chen's previous image of a bootlicker with her idol, Mr. Morning Rise and Fall. The two images simply cannot overlap. However, Su Chen did not reply to her directly. He just tilted his head slightly and smiled calmly. Guess? Having said that, anyone with a decent IQ can guess that Morning Rise and Curtain Fall is Su Chen, and there just happens to be a word Chen in it. The most important thing is that he is not short of money. On that day, Xiao Wang from Qianda Plaza offered 1 billion yuan but still failed to buy the painting. If it is said that Morning Rise and Curtain Fall is really Su Chen, then it is completely correct. How could the eldest son of the Su family be short of a mere 10 billion? It's right, it's really right. Not only the guests on the scene, but also the audience on the internet were terrified when they thought about it. No. Impossible. At this time, Yi Xian also looked at Su Chen with disbelief and horror. He never imagined that after he had finally avoided Mona Lisa, the other party's owner, Morning Curtain Fall was right there, and it happened to be given to Xiaoruoshi as a gift. In an instant, Yi Xian's evil spirit burst out, and even the protagonist's destiny spotlight disappeared. Everyone's eyes were on Su Chen. The most important thing is that the corners of his lips are raised, forming a beautiful arc. And his obsidian eyes are filled with soft light. He said lightly, I said I would give this to you, and now I have done it. All of a sudden, Xiaoruoshi pursed her lips tightly, her emotions suddenly flooding over her, and she was almost moved to sobs. She didn't expect that the person she missed so much was actually by her side all the time. My idol is actually with that disgusting and annoying Su Chen. No. Is Su Chen annoying now? Xiaoruoshi looked at Su Chen at this moment and found that he was like a different person, both in temperament and in every aspect. If he was a servile and wretched person before, now he is a prince sitting on the throne with his legs crossed, looking down at everyone from above. Both her appearance and temperament are completely different from before. Is this my showdown? XXXXX? Xiaoruoshi inexplicably recalled the showdown novel she had read recently, which was like this. Su Chen is actually not a brainless bootlicker, but a very hidden big boss, your own idol Morning Rise and Fall. I have to say, although this is very routine, it is exactly the same as the showdown novels I have read. However, Xiaoruoshi had to admit that she was indeed amazed by Su Chen, and her heart couldn't help but beat fast. He is handsome, bookish, and gentle. The most important thing is that the other party is a real big shot in his own field of painting. How could Xiaoruoshi, a charming woman, not be moved by this? How could her heart not beat faster? After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly raised her beautiful eyes, blinked, and said, Thank you, thank you. In an instant, the whole audience was shocked. This was the first time the woman thanked Su Chen. In the past, no matter how much Su Chen did for her, no matter how troublesome it was, he never got a thank you. At that moment, even Su Chen felt as if a certain soul in his body had been pulled away. He now felt that the original Su Chen was saying thank you to him, and without any worries anymore. It floated up into the sky where it could no longer be seen. In a true sense, I said goodbye to this world. Chapter 33, Su Chen's transformation. At this time, the square root at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth had turned into a downward curved symbol. It was a miserable face, a face that was extremely miserable. At this moment, Su Chen seemed like a different person in the eyes of everyone. To describe him as completely transformed is not enough to describe his transformation. When Mr. and Mrs. Su saw this scene through the live broadcast, they stood up excitedly. They were overjoyed and excited. Along with it comes a feeling of being moved. My own son finally stopped being a bootlicker. Because Su Chen's usual appearance is really embarrassing. It's such a disgrace to the Su family, and now I figured it out. Very good. That's really great. Su's father and mother wiped their tears, hugged each other and cried, regretting not coming to the scene. At this time, Yi Xian had a sad face and regretted coming to the scene. I finally get a chance to show off with Duck. As a result, he ran into Morning Rise and Curtain Fall, and this guy was his most hated enemy, Su Chen, who stole his antiques and woman. All of them are combined into one person. No wonder I felt uncomfortable and unhappy the first time I saw him. Now Yi Xian finally understood, and he glared at Su Chen with gritted teeth, hating him to death. Because all the spotlights at the scene were focused on Su Chen, the guests present all praised the painting highly. My God, it's such an honor for me to see such a painting. Master Su, can I take a photo with this painting later? A photo? I want one too. At this time, many young ladies became playful, or rather, vain, and wanted to take a photo with this stunning painting, post it on your moments or something. Not only that, many wealthy people also want to take photos, then make a large frame and put it behind their offices or something. That's enough to show off, sure. Suchin agreed immediately. In the past, he would definitely act according to Xiaoruoshi's mood. After all, this painting was already given to Xiaoruoshi. You should ask about taking photos or something, but he didn't do that now, which means that his dog-licking persona has been stripped away from him again. This time, the Mona Lisa was surrounded by a crowd of people. Those important figures whom ordinary people hardly ever see are now queuing up humbly, vying to take a photo with this painting. The original media reporters were also taking photos frantically, trying to announce this event that had caused a sensation throughout Jiangcheng. It turns out that the morning rise and fall that everyone has been searching for on the internet is actually about Su Chen, the Su family's bootlicker eldest son. I believe that once the news is broadcast, it will cause a huge sensation. Ding. Reward reversal points, 500. The current host spends 1,000 reversal points and can draw a lottery once. Would you like to draw? At this moment, Su Chen looked at Yi Xian condescendingly and found it a little ridiculous, because at this time, the destined protagonist has turned into a ferocious and sharp-toothed beast. That pathetic state is extremely funny. Just wait for me. Yi Xian mouthed every word, extremely angry, and even made a gesture of wiping his neck. Su Chen directly gave the other person a thumbs down, which only lasted for a second and was not noticed by others. In an instant, Yi Xian, who had never been insulted before, became anxious, and he looked furious with his beard puffed and eyes glaring. It's really funny, just like a hairy monkey. I never thought. Your morning rise and fall. At this moment, Xiaoruoshi was about to find a reason to talk to Su Chen, but before she could finish her words, Su Chen just nodded politely and was pulled by Chu Yue to the buffet to get something to eat. The two of them also chose a dining table and chatted and laughed. He was much more relaxed here, unlike those people around him who were only concerned with taking photos with the Mona Lisa, and from time to time, people would come and hand over their business cards, hoping that Su Chen would take them. This would never have happened if it were they. Old bootlicker Su Chen, because no one will make friends with someone who is laughed at by everyone, especially the upper class who attaches great importance to face. At a time like that, even knowing Su Chen and being friends with him was a shameful act. After all, most of the villains in wireless novels are brainless rich second generations, not to mention the first villain, Yuan Su Chen, who is the most brainless of all. However, Su Chen didn't mind their business cards at this time. After all, the Su Chen who was once looked down upon was not him. Why should he care about these people's change of attitude? It doesn't matter whether it's currying favor or flattering, and these are not bad things for the current Su family. More friends, more paths, as the old saying goes. Only the protagonist would have the idea that things will change over time. After a counterattack, his mind is full of thoughts of slapping others in the face. At this time, Xiaoruoshi felt a little disappointed after being ignored. He showed a pitiful expression that was angry but also a little aggrieved, but she couldn't blame anyone. After all, everyone saw how he treated Su Chen in the past, but now, when he knew that his idol morning rise and fall had the same image as Su Chen, a dog licker, she really couldn't accept it at first, because one is the dream lover he just established, and the other is. It's better not to say it. Anyway, Xiaoruoshi knows now. Su Chen is very important to me. The woman looked towards the dining table, where Su Chen and Chu Yue, who was wearing a la mer dress, were talking and laughing. Xiaoruoshi was so fascinated by it. She was really a little envious of Chu Yue. All these things that I didn't cherish before, I didn't expect that they would become so precious after losing them. It would be great if the person talking and laughing with Su Chen now was her. The charming beauty pursed her lips, her watery eyes filled with regret. When Yi Xian saw this scene, he was really furious and his eyes were almost red with anger. Furious, he wished he could replace Su Chen and become the object of the two women's fight. And what's more important is that no one is interested in his duck now. My original desire to show off was gradually worn away, leaving only jealousy. There was a huge crowd of people surrounding the Mona Lisa. No one was interested in duck. Just think about how big of a blow this is to the protagonist. However, while Yi Xian was puffing his beard and glaring, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and consoled himself. Don't worry. Once my uncommon characters are out, everyone's attention will be back on me. And everything that was lost will come back. For example, the person who handed Su Chen his business card right now will come to me on his knees and beg to get to know me. Chapter 34. It has the flavor of the Dragon King novel. Afterwards, the singing session did begin on the stage. Just like a birthday party, karaoke is a must. It's just more high-end. There was an extremely professional band on the scene helping with the accompaniment. Those who have talents and can sing also go on stage to perform and liven up the party. To be honest, It's really awkward to see all these wealthy people taking turns to sing on stage, but there is no way, this is the plot in the original book. Everything was paving the way for Yi Xian to go on stage and sing uncommon characters. At tonight's banquet, this song will be broadcast live and will become popular all over the internet. This paves the way for Yi Xian's entry into the entertainment industry, and the purpose of live broadcast is that the protagonist must have people watching him show off, so there must be an anchor in the audience. My world, your gift. You all came into my heart. Aha, I screamed helplessly. No way, my love has already fallen to this point. Why do you still want to hurt me at this time? On the stage, people took turns singing songs that Su Chen could not understand at all. The most important thing is that these songs, whether in terms of arrangement or lyrics, are completely in the style of Shabi. He frowned as he listened to it. It couldn't be said that it was unpleasant, but it made him want to cut his ears off. The sound was out of control, and I couldn't tell if it was because the song was inherently bad or the singing was bad. Anyway, Chicken, You Were So Beautiful is 100 times better than these songs. Just imagine how unpleasant it is. This is also the reason why the entertainment in this world is so low, so Yi Xian can rely on uncommon characters to show off and make a name for himself. Su Chen actually knew this when he was driving the Lamborghini Veneno. There's really not a single song worth listening to in the car. Even the most dazzling National Style and Drunken Butterfly, which were praised as rustic and exciting songs in the previous life, can be regarded as popular songs here. The scene at this moment. An extremely unpleasant melody, extremely stupid lyrics, the singing skills are beyond measure. How did these people manage to look so happy? Su Chen frowned and looked at the business tycoons next to him. He really didn't understand. As they listened, they smiled and nodded frequently, as if they were appreciating some famous piece of music. Maybe this is the tool that paves the way for the protagonist. As long as there is no good music in this world, his song Uncommon Characters will naturally be able to sweep the whole audience away. Su Chen felt sad for these people. After all, it's not hard to imagine how miserable a world without good music would be, although the music scene in his previous life was also rotten. Fortunately, there were some classic songs by previous singers, and what about this world? Not even a good song. Even the performances of those so-called artists just now were extremely unpleasant to listen to. What's the point of listening to music that's not even as good as Chicken, You Were So Beautiful? Too lazy to listen. So, although Su Chen seemed to be watching the stage performance calmly on the surface, he was actually unable to bear it anymore in his heart. He wanted to kick Yi Xian and tell him to act cool and get slapped in the face. Xiaoruoshi was the same. She had no intention of watching the performance at all, but her big, beautiful eyes were fixed on Su Chen. I want to find that kind of heartwarming eye contact, but Su Chen ignored her completely and didn't even bother to look at her. Omega. This made Xiaoruoshi feel very uncomfortable. As the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, how could she have ever experienced such an injustice? At this moment, at the end of the performance, the crowd gave applause to the previous artist. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn to perform. As soon as he took the stage, he raised the microphone, made bold gestures, and said confidently, "Good evening, everyone. Welcome to today's performance. The artist's song just now was very good, but I personally think it's a little lacking in quality." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience began to discuss in surprise. After hearing this, the artist didn't know whether he was cast with an aura of lowered intelligence or something. He immediately jumped out in a rage and yelled, "Bah! What song of yours can compare to this one of mine?" The others in the audience were also extremely cooperative. That's right. After all, they were produced by professional musicians. How can you arrange a good song by yourself? Yours is not original. Can it be better than this gentleman's? Apart from Xia Guofeng's songs, no other song can compare to the song My World. Not many people can sing Xia Guofeng anymore. Could it be that your song is a Xia Guofeng song? Xia Guofeng's music is a rare and unique style nowadays. It's impossible. How dare a mere youngster be so presumptuous in front of you all? How shameless! The audiences in the audience seemed to be released with a collective aura of lowered intelligence, and they stood up one by one and started to criticize wildly. Fuck, this is getting weird. Su Chen couldn't help but reveal a beautiful smile and continued to watch the show. It has the flavor of a Dragon King novel. Ha! The song I'm going to sing next is Xia Guofeng. When Yi Xian said this, everyone in the audience was shocked. What? Xia Guofeng's song? Impossible. Except for the people on the scene, the audience in the live broadcast room were also excited, and the barrage of comments filled the entire screen. Even Xiaoruoshi and Chu Yue looked at Yi Xian unconsciously. The Xia Guofeng song I'm going to sing next is called Uncommon Characters. When Yi Xian said this, the people in the audience were even more shocked. Uncommon characters? Just hearing the name has already aroused my anticipation. Xia Guofeng. Just these 3 words alone will make me support you. Soon, Yi Xian started singing on the stage without any delay. Our Xia country's Chinese characters. The painting that was painted left a legacy of 5,000 years. Let the world know. Our Xia country's Chinese characters. Every stroke tells a story. As soon as the song and lyrics came out, they instantly attracted the attention of countless people, even if people originally didn't have time to watch it. Those who were listening to the live broadcast nearby couldn't help but look at the screen, not to mention the live performance. The climax of the song simply blew the entire audience away. Basho Kueishuan Demons and Monsters. Alone and in cahoots. Walking alone, one is enlightened. The descendants of the past few generations shall be regarded as the guiding principle. The dragon walks in all directions, in every nook and cranny. She was graceful and elegant, tears streaming down her face. You keep on talking, neither weeds nor trolls. Yi Xian's mouth was like a machine gun, spewing out uncommon words crazily. At the same time, he also fired bullets that triggered passion at everyone. Let those who have never heard a good song appreciate this brainwashing song of Xia Guofeng. Chapter 35, Vomiting and Mocking are hard to hear. Awesome. Nice. This song is simply a divine song. When the song ended, the whole audience applauded, some even appeared, covering their faces with tears in their eyes, with expressions of being extremely moved, saying, "This song really enhances the prestige of our Xia country and restores the glory of our Jiuzhou. It's magnificent, magnificent." Everyone in the audience in the live broadcast room was also moved by Xia Guofeng's song and praised it highly. There were quite a few people crying at the scene. The napkins that people originally used to wipe their mouths after meals have now become the home of tears. If you don't know, you might think they are all professional extras sent by I Am a Singer. Some people are so exaggerated that they open their mouths so wide that a light bulb can fit in them. Some people cried and wiped their tears while listening to the song, as if they had never heard such a good song before. Well, it's like they really haven't heard of it. Thinking of this, Su Chen was a little bit amused and helpless. No wonder they were so moved. This song, Uncommon Characters, as a song by Xia Guofeng, can indeed beat any other song in the world. No wonder so many viewers showed such shocked expressions. Afterwards, some musicians in the expert seats below the stage were praising the song Uncommon Characters. Crazily. This song, blah blah blah. From my perspective, blah blah blah. On the internet, it has been praised by bigwigs from all walks of life. This song has even been praised by music giants, as well as the music directors of NetEase Cloud Music and Cool Cat Music. This divine song will definitely be among the top 10 golden songs of the year. In less than half an hour, Yi Xian's poem Uncommon Characters had become a hit on the entire internet through live broadcast at lightning speed. This is also the purpose of the live broadcast, to create huge fame for the protagonist right from the start. Afterwards, the beautiful heroine broke off the engagement and even paid for the man's love, which provided a huge thrill in this plot. Before that, there is a little excitement. In the original novel, at this time, the host came to the stage and pointed the microphone at Su Chen, asking, "What do you think of Mr. Yi Xian's song?" At this time, Su Chen held his breath, looking frustrated like a useless dog. He turned his head away, indicating that he did not want to answer the question. When Yi Xian saw this, he smiled and joked, "This plot is exactly the right place to get slapped in the face." Then, in reality, the host quickly turned the microphone to Su Chen and asked the same question, "Mr. Su Chen, what do you think of this song?" Same problem as above. This time, everyone at the scene was attracted by the host's provocative words. They all looked at the man being interviewed, who was wearing a Versace suit. He has fair skin, delicate features with a touch of handsomeness, and handsomeness with a touch of gentleness. The temperament he exudes is so complex, like a mixture of various temperaments, but in those gentleness and handsomeness, he has his own unique ethereal and handsomeness. Everyone is curious about how Su Chen, the male god-level boss, will answer, but what everyone didn't expect was that this elegant man calmly raised his goblet, took a sip, and then said calmly, "How do you evaluate it? Aren't there mountain songs and village flutes? The hoarse and mocking sounds are hard to listen to." The moment the words fell, everyone was stunned at first, and then the whole scene was shocked. It was like an explosion in the pot. Everyone went crazy. Are there no mountain songs and village flutes? The hoarse and mocking sounds are hard to listen to. When By Judy's poems were borrowed here, everyone was stunned after all. There are no poetic sentences of this level in their world. Everyone was stunned at first, then realized, this was actually scolding the song for being unpleasant? QAQ. No one present could understand it at all. If it was the artist's My World just now, it would be fine. No, this cannot be criticized. If it is put on the music platform, it will definitely be ranked T1 and can be on par with current popular songs. There is definitely no problem, not to mention Yi Xian's song Uncommon Characters, which is a dimensionality reduction attack that crushes any song on the market, or even any song in history, and cannot match it. This is enough to show how terrifying it is. But in the eyes of this gentleman, such a Xia Guofeng's song was criticized as unpleasant. What is this situation? Heh, your name is Su Chen, right? I didn't expect you to be such a person. Yi Xian snorted coldly and laughed mockingly. You're trying to maliciously disparage my song just for the sake of the image, right? But unfortunately, the public's eyes are sharp. You're only deceiving yourself and others by doing this. It's completely meaningless. I spent a lot of time making this song. Yi Xian wanted to continue to pretend to be cool, revealing his hardships so that everyone would feel sorry for him, but unexpectedly, Su Chen interrupted without any emotion. That's it? And it takes so much time? Isn't it enough to just have hands? If you can do it, go ahead. Yi Xian was furious. He was really angry, and roared out these words. Hey, I can do it. As everyone looked on in shock, the corners of Su Chen's lips curled up, forming a beautiful arc, and his obsidian eyes were filled with soft light. This was exactly what he was waiting for, and then he took out the music score of Blue and White Porcelain from his body and handed it to the experts. Help me prepare the accompaniment. Next, I'll show you what true Xia Guofeng music is. The moment these words came out, everyone present was stunned. If you can do it, go for it. Isn't this sentence usually used to mock someone's incompetence? In the end, they just let it happen naturally? Everyone, omega omega. Everyone present was stunned, and at the same time they were a little curious about what kind of wonderful performance Su Chen could bring them. Xiao Ruoshi had to say that she was stunned for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed in Xu Weimei's eyes. She was extremely surprised. She never thought that her man could actually play music, and, looking over at the stage, he was taking someone else's microphone. Su Chen really wants to sing his song and participate in the competition with Yi Xian. Chapter 36, Blue and White Porcelain appeared and the whole audience was amazed. Nida Guzheng? But we are now, at this time, the on-site music director felt that the music score of Blue and White Porcelain was difficult to understand. To be honest, from the perspective of modern musical aesthetics, or the concept of musical notation that he can accept, some of it is difficult to understand. I don't know if the performance will be good or not. But he can ask the team to perform the accompaniment of this song according to the music score, and there is no problem with that. But the problem is that although there is a Guzheng on the scene, the Guzheng teacher happened to take a sudden leave today, so she couldn't come to the scene. The song Blue and White Porcelain happens to be a piece of music that requires Guzheng music for almost the entire half of the performance. Well, I can actually try. Just when the music director and others were at a loss, a beautiful girl in the audience raised her hand. She is also a little shy, acting like a little girl. This person was Chu Yue. She mustered up the courage to accompany Su Chen. At least do something for him and do your part. Can you play the Guzheng? The music director asked the girl with some surprise. Yeah. I learned it when I was a kid. Then come. The music director and other performers immediately welcomed each other onto the stage. Little sister, should you have no problem sight reading? No problem. Chu Yue nodded obediently. It was just playing while looking at the score. For her, it was easy. Okay, shall we begin? Master Su, are you ready? As soon as the music director finished speaking, Su Chen, who was holding the microphone, nodded. Soon, the live performance began. The moment when the sound of the Guzheng sounded, the whole place was silent. They had never heard that beautiful melody before. Everyone was stunned. Even the performer himself was amazed by the music of Blue and White Porcelain. The hands holding the instruments were shaking a little, but they were so professional that they didn't make any mistakes and continued to perform the music perfectly, and soon, a magnetic and pleasant male voice was heard. The blue and white is outlined on the blank, and the brush strokes turn from thick to light. The peony painted on the bottle is just like your first makeup. The scent of sandalwood drifts through the window, and I understand your thoughts. Put the brush halfway on the rice paper. When the classical Xia Guofeng lyrics came out, everyone in the audience showed expressions of shock. It was as if the whole world had been turned upside down. My own aesthetic sense of music has been overturned. Why does it sound so good? And, the man on the stage wearing a Versace suit, the singing continues. The glaze color renders the lady's paintings, and the charm is hidden. And your charming smile is like a bud about to bloom. Your beauty is fading away. To go where I can't go. And when she sang the song, a wisp of your beauty is drifting away, Su Chen smiled indulgently and looked into the eyes of Chu Yue, who was playing the guzheng. This sweet scene deeply touched the hearts of all the single people in the audience and the live broadcast room. Of course, Yi Xian is one of the single guys among them. At this moment, his pupils were wide open, and his face was filled with horror. As if he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, but everything that happened on the scene was so real. The song is so beautiful. Before the audience had time to be amazed or to praise, the climax of the song gushes out like a flood. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The smoke from cooking rises thousands of miles across the river. The calligraphy on the bottom of the vase imitates the elegant style of the previous dynasty. Just consider it my foreshadowing of meeting you at this time. Su Chen had already entered the state, with the ability of a Hall of Fame singer, perfectly possessed, continue to perform this song which is considered as divine by the world. The sky is blue and waiting for the rain, and I am waiting for you. The moonlight was salvaged, and the ending was blurred. Like the blue and white porcelain handed down from generation to generation, it is beautiful in its own right. You have a smile in your eyes. When Su Chen sang to this point, he looked at Chu Yue again. This made the girl's face turn red all the way to her ears, because she was just immersed in Su Chen's singing and unknowingly started playing blindly. That's why he lowered his head and felt a little shy when looking at each other. This explosive scene was not seen by anyone present, because everyone has been completely immersed in the song. I'm afraid that only someone would come and shake their shoulders madly to wake them up, but at this moment, there was a person in the audience who was unexpectedly very sober. That person was Xiaoruoshi. She stood straight, and her long white legs were very dazzling, just looking at Su Chen on the stage, and puffed up his lips, a little jealous. Yes, you heard it right, jealous. At this moment, Xiaoruoshi was actually jealous. The joint performance of these two people is really enviable. Xiaoruoshi envied this girl very much for being able to perform with Su Chen. The combination of guzheng and singing can be said to have reached the state of harmony between man and nature. When the song ended, everyone was in the world of music, still savoring the experience and unable to return to reality. In this world, blue and white porcelain has reached the point where it subverts all their understanding of music. Omega, wow. Holy shit. This song is too explosive. This is the Xiagua style, this is the Xiagua style. The lyrics are not only culturally rich, but also so beautiful. The artistic conception of the lyrics is so beautiful. When I listened to this song, it was like I stepped into another world. It was so amazing and left me with an unforgettable experience. Except for those who were unbelievable at the scene and praised it crazily, there were also some people who were quick to respond. Is this song recorded? Yes. That's right. Has it been recorded? At this moment, everyone reacted immediately, afraid of missing this song. For the first time, they felt that all the songs they had listened to in their lives were in vain. What kind of crap did you hear before? This is a song. This is a song. Commentators online were also amazed. Wow, this couple performed so perfectly. Yeah, that eye contact was so sweet that even someone like me who was in a relationship felt touched, let alone single people. What a perfect match. The guzheng and the magnetic voice. Most importantly, this song is so beautiful. This is the first time I've heard a song of this level. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the stage. The stage effects this time are truly stunning. The karaoke session at the birthday party was turned into a personal concert. Moreover, it is a song that can refresh their view of music and their understanding of what is good to listen to 10 times. Every line of lyrics subverted their previous imagination of music. What were those things I listened to before? At this moment, everyone present was questioning their lives and had forgotten the existence of uncommon characters. After all, the Xia Guofeng song Blue and White Porcelain is so much better than Uncommon Characters. 10. No, about 50 times, complete crushing, total crushing. At this moment, Yi Xian felt very depressed and aggrieved. He never expected that his uncommon characters would be completely defeated. Still, it was crushed by another song by Xia Guofeng. The most important thing is that there are even people on the internet saying that his uncommon characters is a piece of shit compared to Su Chen's, a pile of hard shit. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't see this comment. If he had, he would have vomited blood. This is a song that he spent several months and a lot of hard work to create. Chapter 37. Su Chen suddenly became the national husband at this moment on the internet. The song Blue and White Porcelain has been on the Weibo of groups of young and popular stars, and has squeezed into the top of the hot search list with its hard power, and the first on Douyin's hot search list is also Blue and White Porcelain. Some Hanfuop hosts have even started shooting short videos wearing ancient costumes and using this BGM. This song comes like a raging storm, swallowing up all the attention on the internet like a tsunami. It is a traffic beast. All posts discussing Blue and White Porcelain swept the entire Tieba forum with 500 replies per minute. In addition, many expert musicians have expressed their opinions on this song. Liang Xiaobai, music director of I Am a Singer, the 251 progression of the song Blue and White Porcelain has been changed to a more resolving V7/VV7I progression, which makes the ending of the chorus more resolute. Also, the first solution had several 2s, so I used CAD 9 in the chord progression to add color and create some contradictions. Moving forward, F changed to DM7, adding a lot of minor color, and M changed to M7, adding some major color. At the same time, these two chord changes match the 2 in the melody, the 2 falls on the beat. These things may not sound like much, but when added together, they create this incredibly beautiful composition. This song has shattered my previous understanding of music, and I think it's perfectly normal for it to go viral online. This song has at least pushed our nation's musical aesthetics back by decades. It's elevated it by dozens of levels. Netizen Mixi, I just played this song to my 80-year-old grandmother. She knows nothing about music, but she said it was nice and then listened to it many times. Poet Joaxia, let me say a few words about the lyrics. I once went to a museum and saw the truly beautiful azure blue of Rukiln porcelain. The tour guide explained that due to the limitations of ancient technology, the ancients couldn't change the humidity. At that time, the best azure blue could only be achieved when the humidity and temperature were just right during the misty rainy season. The craftsmen didn't know when the misty rain would arrive, so they could only wait. Therefore, a misty rainy day is one of the decisive conditions for the appearance of azure blue. Therefore, sky blue rain is the best of the best blue and white porcelains. It is a very difficult color to produce. This glaze must be fired on a rainy day because when it is fired in the furnace, it must be a rainy day when it is fired. There are very few in the world, only about 100 pieces in the world. It has never been auctioned because it is so precious that there are no more to buy. At this point, the secret of the line, "The sky is blue, waiting for the rain, and I'm waiting for you," is obvious. The blue sky after the rain is a low probability event, just like my ability to wait for you. I can only say that the lyrics of this song have reached an unparalleled level. Even a poet like me can't find a single flaw in them. People say that scholars are proud, but this time, I surrender. Ambiguity has nothing to do with love. If this gentleman debuts, I will definitely support him to the end, and I am sure that his debut will be the peak. At this time, countless netizens on the internet are expressing their opinions on this song. Out of 100 people, 101 of them praised me. Even the baby in the pregnant woman's belly couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his mother's belly. Moreover, there are many praises from fans. Am I the only one who thinks this young master is handsome? Omega, this guy is so handsome. It would be a shame if he didn't join our male pop singing group. If this guy were to become an idol, his albums would definitely sell out. Besides her looks, is this her inner charm? Master, I've finally gotten it. I love this gentle feeling, it's absolutely amazing. Not only does he have a nice voice, but he's also handsome and talented. Does this man really exist? At this time, countless girls on the internet called him husband, and the topic list also ranked first on Weibo. Su Chen suddenly became the national husband on the internet. The song Blue and White Porcelain should only exist in heaven. How many times can it be heard in the world? It has occupied the top spot on the hot search list, and its popularity is unlikely to go down. There are more and more topics and comments on the internet. Some people think that the picture of Su Chen and Chu Yue working together is very compatible. There are also male classmates from Fudan University who are extremely envious of Su Chen for being able to perform on stage with the beautiful campus girl from their school. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. After the birthday party, Su Chen and Chu Yue said goodbye to Xiao Ruoshi together. Then, amid the cheers of crazy fans, he drove away from the scene in a Lamborghini Veneno. Yes, at this time, the entrance of Shanghai Hotel was already crowded with people. Everyone came from Douyin or WeChat moments just to catch a glimpse of their idol. Before we knew it, the shining name Su Chen had become a hot topic on the entire internet through tonight's banquet, and this should have been what Yi Xian got, but unfortunately, Yi Xian's face was full of loss and depression at this time, and he looked emo. Even when Feng Xinghua, the head of the Feng family, called him, he was still unable to get over his loss. Just think about it, there are actually 2 points where you can show off tonight. Both duck and uncommon characters should have been paintings and pieces of music that could have overwhelmed the entire audience, but all of this was replaced by Su Chen's Mona Lisa and blue and white porcelain, and at the end, when Yi Xian was forcing an emo face, Su Chen also gained a full 500 reversal points. He not only changed people's perception of the name Su Chen, but also transformed himself from a bootlicker back into a nobleman. Moreover, the Mona Lisa and blue and white porcelain under the seat have become popular on the entire internet. While hitting the protagonist's self-confidence, he also gained a total of 1,000 reversal points. Su Chen's move was really like Qin Shi Huang touching the electric wire. He won. By the way, there is another point worth mentioning. When Su Chen drew the Hall of Fame singing skill that day, he also obtained the blue and white porcelain score and the Fireworks Cool Easily score. In addition to the role of blue and white porcelain, he also posted the song Fireworks Cool Easily on the music platform using his personal account. Unfortunately, Fireworks Are Easy to Cool does not have the same level of traffic and recommendations as tonight's banquet, so it has not become popular. Currently, there are less than 10 people listening to it, and just when everyone on the internet was marveling at the Mona Lisa and blue and white porcelain, and the Su family's stock was on a huge upward trend, Yi Xian also took action out of jealousy. Chapter 38. The era of traffic is king at this time. Because of Su Chen's personal changes, the huge traffic also caused the Su family's stocks to soar. Even the calls from partners and employees under the Su family group were overwhelmed with calls. Everyone is here to seek cooperation. After all, the Su family has changed from a noble family that could be inherited by waste. It has become a noble family that can't wait to let Su Chen inherit it right now. Just imagine, if you were a business tycoon, would you dare to cooperate with someone who might hand over your family business to his useless, bootlicker son at any time? Because of this, Su Chen's father, Su Jiangwo, has suffered countless invisible and cold eyes. Although the Su family is wealthy and powerful, it is possible that Su Chen will inherit it. For example, if Su Jiangwo suddenly became seriously ill and the inheritance was immediately passed to Su Chen, then it would be GG. Therefore, many people dare not cooperate with the Su family because of this. But after tonight, the whole Jiangcheng has changed, their perception of Su Chen has changed. At this point, it was natural and normal for the Su family's stocks to rise sharply and for the number of partners to increase suddenly. Damn it, damn it. At this moment, Yi Xian was fuming with anger. With a bang, he slammed the table hard. Originally, all the glory and praise tonight should belong to him, but all of this was taken away by Su Chen. Yes, the Feng family's stock should have skyrocketed tonight, because this was the protagonist's first big supporter. The protagonist helped the other party a lot at the beginning, causing his stock to soar, and in the subsequent cooperation, he slowly conquered the other party to become his own younger brother, from a big brother to a younger brother. It all happens as the plot progresses. Anyway, all of this will slowly become yours. This is Yi Xian's confidence. He might even gain the favor of the Xia family and goddess Xiao Ruoshi. The plot in my mind should have developed like this, but now it is different. Yi Xian slammed the table again. His angry face twisted into that of a furious lion. The twisted face, burning with fire, was particularly terrifying, like an elegant dog suddenly screaming and showing its sharp teeth. From a human being to a mad dog in just a moment, everything was destroyed by Su Chen. Really? You said there's still a chance? At this time, Feng Xinghua, who was drinking tea, put down the teacup. His eyes gradually widened, and he looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Yes, he also knew Yi Xian's original plan to show off, but now it has all failed. But soon, Yi Xian found him and said, there is still a chance. He can take everything back. Really, you have to believe me. Mr. Feng, this time, I really need your help. Yi Xian looked at the other party sincerely. He really wanted a chance now. If the subordinates of the Dragon King Palace knew that their boss was begging for help in a humble manner, they would definitely be shocked and dumbfounded. But now all this is happening in reality. In fact, Anyone who has read online novels knows this, whether it is the protagonist of the story of a son-in-law. He is treated like a dog by his wife. He is also the protagonist in the School Beauty Bodyguard article, and starts out as the School Beauty's bodyguard or doorman. There is only one goal, that is, to suppress the protagonist's strength so that he can show off in the future. Return to the city. The return of the Dragon King is no exception. Although Yi Xian is the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, he does not have many resources to use in the early stages, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so overwhelmed by Su Chen's 21 million at the antique street that he couldn't even breathe. This thing is actually the same as the routine in fantasy novels. It is impossible for the protagonist to start at the tribulation stage or the Mahayana stage. Generally, he or she will start at the Qi training stage or the foundation establishment stage, and then slowly upgrade and fight monsters above his or her level. The same is true for urban novels. The protagonist usually has no resources at the beginning, but has an awesome background, which is slowly revealed later on, and then the villain is beaten to a pulp in one plot after another. Why Yi Xian at this moment is such a protagonist? He had just returned to China and did not have many resources of his own to mobilize. That's why he begged Feng Xinghua so humbly and clung to his first support in Jiangcheng. I see. Feng Xinghua looked a little embarrassed at this time. Just 2 days ago, he had the chance to meet this young man, because he thought the other party was good based on his remarks. Feng Xinghua was very optimistic about this young man. According to him, he will shine at the Xia family's banquet. As a result, not only has the shine not been as bright as it used to be, but everyone has become emo. Moreover, he has now proposed to borrow his own music company again to help him make a song or something, to take back everything he lost, and then make another song to crush Blue and White Porcelain and regain popularity or something. His song Blue and White Porcelain is so beautiful, can you really surpass it? Feng Xinghua still looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. After all, Huafeng Entertainment Company, which is under the Feng Group, is one of the top 3 entertainment companies in Jiangcheng. It is very famous, and many celebrities in Jiangcheng work for this company, and if Yi Xian wants to release a song, it means messing with his company's reputation, and if something goes wrong, the Feng family's shares will inevitably be shaken as well. Mr. Feng, don't worry. It's just a song. What kind of trouble can it cause? Nothing will happen. Yi Xian patted his chest and promised, I have an idea for a song now. Please assign someone from the company to give it to me. I can finish it tonight. Well, okay, let's give it a try. Feng Xinghua agreed with the other party's suggestion. After all, Su Chen is very popular on the internet, and the Su family has really benefited a lot. In this era where traffic is king, things like traffic and popularity are very terrifying. Letting Yi Xian try wasn't a bad idea. After all, just like he said, even if he failed, what would the impact be? It was just a song. This time, Feng Xinghua didn't know that believing Yi Xian's behavior tonight would become one of the things he would regret most in his life. After Yi Xian obtained the authority and arrived at Huafeng Entertainment Company, he began to give orders and order the music producers to do things for him. Yi Xian's idea is very simple. That is plagiarism. Yes, plagiarism. Last night, when Yi Xian was searching for Xiagua songs, he accidentally saw an anonymous newcomer who released a song called Fireworks Cool Easily. Although the original author sang with a voice changer, the merits outweigh the flaws, and the song still sounds very nice even after the voice change. That is a song that is not inferior to Blue and White Porcelain. If it can be made, it will definitely beat Blue and White Porcelain. Take back the glory that originally belonged to you. Soon, Yi Xian began his own actions. Chapter 39. Yi Xian plagiarized the dog. Stone evidence. The night passed quickly under Yi Xian's direction. A song called Li Rinqiu was born. I should just wander around the world, drinking a pot of muddy wine. Drunk in the sight of hundreds of flowers, deep in sorrow, don't go wandering around the wilds outside the pass, leaving the beautiful woman waiting for you. In my dream, this feeling is so high. After finishing the lyrics, Yi Xian sang a few lines in his voice which he thought was low and pleasant but actually had a hoarse duck voice. Everyone in the recording studio had a look of shock on their faces. Although this song is borrowed, it still sounds pretty good, and everyone is not worried about being discovered for borrowing. After all, the song Fireworks Cool Easily has only been listened to by 16 people so far. Don't worry about it, just send it out. Yi Xian commanded proudly and confidently, just use the newly created account I just created. Soon, the song Li Rinqiu was released through the account of Huafeng Entertainment Company's musician Yi Xian. He also wrote, this song is called Li Rinqiu. It is a true Xia Gofeng song. It is released on Weibo for the first time. I hope it can be listened to and liked by everyone. I am the musician Yi Xian. I am new to your precious place. I hope you will support me. Moreover, Yi Xian hired some internet trolls. Just seconds after he posted on Weibo, some of the internet trolls started commenting below. It's really good. It totally beats Blue and White Porcelain. I don't know how that song Blue and White Porcelain became so popular, but our Sorrow of Separation is the real Xia Guofeng song, okay? I just listened to it at least 10 times, it's really good, you guys can give it a try. Restoring the glory of Xia Guofeng is our duty. Support it, it really sounds great. At this time, only 2 or 3 seconds after the Weibo post was posted, someone said that they had heard it no less than 10 times. These internet trolls are extremely ironic, but it was not a big problem, because the popularity of this Weibo post was indeed increasing due to the participation of the Water Army. In just a short while, thousands of people heard this song. At this point, there were already a lot of comments from real viewers. Fuck, I didn't know until I heard it, I was shocked. This song is pretty good. I didn't expect that after listening to Blue and White Porcelain, I could hear another song by Xia Guofeng right after turning around. I'm so lucky, right? What's going on today? There are so many good songs coming out. Is there hope for our domestic entertainment industry? As more and more people watched it, Li Ren Show really started to become a hot topic from tens of thousands of views. In a short time, it caused a sensation on the entire internet. Countless netizens are praising it for being nice. Of course, there were also internet trolls hired by Yi Xian, fanning the flames and asking everyone to forward the post so that more people could hear this beautiful song. Inside Huafeng Entertainment Company, Yi Xian and a group of musicians were smiling brightly and happily opening their beers to celebrate. Everyone is happy about this traffic. Although it is plagiarized, the traffic is real. The official Weibo account of Huafeng Entertainment hasn't been this popular for a long time. In just less than an hour, musician Yi Xian's Xia Guofeng song Li Ren Show shook the world. It became a hot topic and attracted a lot of attention. How could they not be happy and excited? There was even live accompaniment, with the guitar playing passionate and joyful music, although, to be honest, they don't like plagiarism very much, as it goes against their usual practice. However, since you have done it, don't be afraid of being discovered. After all, the song Li Ren Show is really good. On the other hand, the original song Fireworks Cool Easily has been heard by less than 20 people. How could it be discovered to be plagiarism? And with the internet trolls leading the charge to compete with Li Ren Show and Blue and White Porcelain, it becomes even more difficult to notice the plagiarism. Many netizens praised it. Oh my god, such a beautiful song, it's a treasure, it's 100 times better than Blue and White Porcelain. No matter what you think, I support this song. What's so good about that lousy Blue and White Porcelain? I suggest everyone listen to Li Ren Show instead. This song definitely beats Blue and White Porcelain. I just played it for my family and asked them to compare it. Do you know the result? 10-0. Blue and White Porcelain got 0 votes, while Separation Sorrow got 10. On the internet trolls hired by Yi Xian are still praising him crazily. I wish I could praise all the lyrics of a song in my lifetime, and some artists from Huafeng Entertainment Company also quickly forwarded it. Chicken Basketball, I didn't expect the song Li Ren Show to be so amazing. It's so amazing that I'm speechless. Our boy band will definitely cover this song and dance to it. I hope everyone will support it. Toothpick Noodles, I admire the melody of the prelude and the singer's voice for Li Ren Show. I also hope everyone will support it. Anti-smoking ambassador, Xiao Wang, yes, I never thought our company could produce such a talented person. I hope that brother Yi Xian can write a song for the 3 of us in the future. Anyway, I support brother Yi Xian. At this time, countless popular stars from Huafeng Entertainment Company came out to support Yi Xian. Their fans are also relatively brainless and have followed suit. This song is absolutely amazing. My brother loves it, and I like it too. Oh, I love you so much. I've fallen in love with brother Yi Xian without realizing it. Wow, I just cried. I didn't expect the song my brother recommended would be so good. I hope this song can become the theme song for my brother's TV series. However, most passers-by still feel that the song Li Ren Show is not as good as Blue and White Porcelain, but even so, it ranks very high among the songs they have heard before, at least second, and the first place must be Blue and White Porcelain. Before we knew it, thanks to the heated discussions, Li Rinqiu successfully jumped from outside the top 50 trending searches to the top 10, and the popularity continues to increase. Just when Yi Xian and a group of musicians were smiling brightly and were overjoyed, a netizen named Xinglua expressed his opinion. The melody of the main song of Li Rinqiu plagiarizes Yin Hua Yilin. Fuck the plagiarist, all plagiarists, die. The remarks appeared on the internet, and this netizen named Xinglua also made a solid video with the left and right channels playing simultaneously. The right channel plays Li Rinqiu throughout, and the left channel plays his plagiarized Yin Hua Yilin. According to the progress, when netizens heard the songs, they were surprised to find that the two songs were surprisingly similar. I can't say they have nothing to do with each other, I can only say they are exactly the same. In an instant, countless netizens began to criticize the account of musician Yi Xian. Chapter 40, Taylor Yi Xian, the whole network is furious. Fuck, this song is exactly the same as Fireworks Cool Easily, and they just released it the day before. Yi Xian and Huafeng Entertainment, can you guys have some shame? Luo Ran, these days, you don't care about your dignity anymore, right? You don't even need to write songs anymore, just move on? In Wuwa, can it be any more disgusting? These two songs are almost identical. I just said yours was nice. Ugh, I'm vomiting to death. At this moment, countless netizens rushed to Yi Xian's Weibo to angrily criticize him. After all, the anonymous newcomer's song Fireworks Cool Down Easily is really good, but it was only just released. Unexpectedly, this Li Rinqiu went viral before the original song even took off. How can netizens not be angry? How can they not be furious? Moreover, the party that plagiarized was a large entertainment company like Huafeng Entertainment. This place is so famous that many top stars come from here. At this moment, Yi Xian and the staff of Huafeng Entertainment Company were all panicked. After all, if you don't do anything wrong, you don't have to worry about ghosts knocking on your door. Anyone who does it will definitely feel guilty. So at this moment, they all looked at Yi Xian with some embarrassment, as if saying, that's good. Let's see how you end up. When Feng Xinghua heard the news, he was so horrified that he almost couldn't breathe and spat out a mouthful of blood. Master Feng! Master Feng! His subordinates immediately surrounded him and supported him. Let Yi Xian come over. Let Yi Xian come to see me immediately. Feng Xinghua almost roared. The subordinates immediately rushed to find someone. It's no wonder he was so devastated. After all, Huafeng Entertainment, a large company, is one of the core businesses of the Feng family. At least 1/5 of the family fortune was invested in it. Don't underestimate it, it's only 1/5, but that's tens of billions, tens of billions. How can he not break down? How can he stay calm? As for Yi Xian, after being notified by the Feng family's subordinates, he also had a sad face. Like a useless dog, he slumped in the chair. He didn't expect that he would be found out as soon as he plagiarized. Moreover, the netizen named Xinglua also made a comparison video. This wave is definitely plagiarism without a doubt. Now the entire internet is blasting him as a plagiarist. Because he released the single on Weibo using the account musician Yi Xian, it means that the song was produced by him. Moreover, they used internet trolls to make the situation so hot. This time they really got themselves into trouble. Musician Yi Xian, excuse me, everyone. This song was made by one of my producers. At this time, Yi Xian quickly posted a clarification on his account, saying that this song was made by someone else and had nothing to do with him. He is not a plagiarist, the producer is the one who was wrong. But unexpectedly, after this clarification came out, even more people criticized it. Oh my god. You're trying to pass the buck when something goes wrong, right? Damn it, if you get into trouble with a company like that and then blame it on an employee, saying it was an intern, what difference does it make if you've already fired them? You're such a fool. A song of this level, is it plagiarized? Don't you have the music identification function on those music production websites? How could the music company not know this? You must have plagiarized maliciously. Stop trying to pass the buck. How disgusting. Your own song was overshadowed by blue and white porcelain at the banquet, and you turn around and plagiarize someone else's song. People like you don't deserve to be singers. Get lost. You're the musician Yi Xian, but I think you're the tailor Yi Xian? At this time, countless netizens were criticizing Yi Xian, how complacent he was before, how embarrassed he is now. Yi Xian's entire appearance paled, and he felt chest tightness and shortness of breath. that feeling is like having no place to vent your anger. It's both uncomfortable and suffocating as the popularity on the internet grows. Some musicians were surprised to find that the styles of Blue and White Porcelain and Fireworks Cool Easily were unexpectedly similar. This is not to say that it is plagiarism, but the style of music is somewhat similar. Some netizens made a bold guess. Could these two songs be produced by the same person? In other words, this song is very likely to be Su Chen's song. At this time, on the internet, Fireworks Cool Down Easily became as popular as Blue and White Porcelain because it was plagiarized from Lee Run Show. There is even a trend of overtaking. After all, most people are just curious about what's going on. If you haven't watched the live broadcast and haven't heard of Blue and White Porcelain, then you must have probably heard of Fireworks Cool Down Easily because it's so popular. Moreover, the lyrics of Fireworks Cool Easily are not inferior to those of Blue and White Porcelain, but the rain falls, and the grass and trees in my old hometown are thick. I heard that you are always alone. The mottled city gate is entrenched with old tree roots. What echoes on the stone slab is, wait a little longer. The rain falls, and the grass and trees in my old hometown are thick. I heard that you are still guarding the lonely city. The sound of a shepherd's flute on the outskirts of the city falls on that wild village. It is fate that takes root, us. Some of the audience were almost moved to tears when they heard this. The charm that is infected by the lyrics is so emotionally touching. Many people came directly to Cool Cat Music and asked, "Is this song sung by Su Chen? Tell me quickly." Because the original voice was pitch changed and a voice changer was used, it was really hard to tell if it was Su Chen. However, soon someone who was proficient in this field came up with a tune down for Fireworks Cool Easily. When Su Chen's magnetic voice appeared, everyone was shocked to find that it was really him. Omega Omega, holy crap! They're actually the same person. I was wondering why the style and lyrics are so similar. So that's it. They were written by the same person. That means that the guy named Ji Xian lost to Su Chen twice? Put. Haha, that plagiarist probably didn't even think about dying because he copied his enemy's song, right? At this time, almost half of the people on the internet believed that it was Su Chen's song, because the sound is so similar, but the official has not given an answer yet, so they cannot be sure that this is 100% Su Chen until Cool Cat Music personally came down and posted a Weibo reply. Since many netizens have asked who the anonymous author of the song Fireworks Cool Down Easily is, I can't tell you directly. However, I can tell you his last name. I can only say it's Su. Moment. When this news came out, the whole internet exploded with excitement. Omega Omega, it's really him, it's really that man. Chapter 41, Lin Yi, the protagonist of the super-rich novel? Appearance. At this time, Su Chen still knew nothing about what was happening on the internet. However, he still knew that Blue and White Porcelain was very popular on the internet. My father has already called and praised me, and I feel so relieved. Father Su felt like his Pokemon had evolved. Now Su Chen has not only gotten rid of his identity as a bootlicker, but also appeared in front of everyone with a brand new image. Su Chen heard from his father Su Jiangwo that the Su group was so overwhelmed with phone calls that their hands were tired. However, Su Chen didn't have the mind to care about these things at the moment. His mind was full of things about the lottery. The current host spends 1,000 reversal points and can draw a lottery once. Would you like to draw? Extraction. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the ancient Muay Thai fighting ability. Instantly. In the underground fighting arena, a Muay Thai fighter risked his life, and a Muay Thai master kicked a tree to the ground. The Muay Thai experience of nearly thousands of people was all integrated into his mind. At this time, Su Chen had unconsciously assumed a Muay Thai stance, and his punch was as fast as a gale and extremely powerful. Ancient Muay Thai is a martial art that is expressly banned in modern times. Because it is too terrifying and has too much lethality, it has not been unblocked until now. But if you can draw this skill, you will definitely make a lot of money. Su Chen was very satisfied. Even if he were to fight Yi Xian one-on-one right now, he would definitely not be able to beat him, but it also has a certain degree of self-protection ability. The defense of ancient Muay Thai is also perfect. As for why I can't beat him? Because Yi Xian has martial arts skills, and he has been practicing for so many years since he was a child. As the Dragon King of the Dragon King Palace, his fighting ability is of course at the maximum level. Until now, Su Chen has been competing with his opponents with his IQ and has never used physical confrontation or anything like that. The protagonist Yi Xian is still too capable, unless a weaker protagonist comes. At this moment, there was a sudden ding sound, A new protagonist has been detected. A new protagonist has been detected. Would you like to spend 500 reversal points to purchase information? What the hell? Su-Chen, Sigma. At this moment, he was completely numb. Hey! You really came. Su-Chen thought for a while about whether to spend 500 reversal points to buy it, and decided that he should buy it, otherwise who knows what kind of protagonist it would be. Buy! The moment Su-Chen finished the purchase, a book about super-rich novels appeared in his mind. In less than 5 seconds, he finished reading the entire novel. Nah! The protagonist of a super-rich novel? His name is Linny? Su-Chen almost vomited blood. Mainly, the system told him that this world is not completely Return to the City, Return of the Dragon King, it is a world that is a fusion of novels. For example, Yi Qingyan, Xiaoruoshi, and Chu Yuwei are the heroines in Return to the City, The Return of the Dragon King. Without a doubt, however, they were also the heroines in the rich novel they just read, and there were many new characters as well. This was outrageous. This means there are a lot more heroines of, for example, twin-tailed little loli, twins, sexy wives. As a fan of Chao Zhe, Su-Chen coughed twice. The latter is good. He quietly gave it a thumbs up. Then, in the original plot, after Yi Xin successfully robs the bride, he and Xiaoruoshi will leave for a while and go somewhere else to show off. Originally speaking, when Su-Chen reached this point, he was in a blank period and did not need to be slapped in the face. So, at this time, a new protagonist appeared in the system. The protagonist of the novel The Rich Man is named Linny. He's a loser or something, and the main plot is that after getting the system, he acts like a jerk and gets slapped in the face, and Su-Chen just asked the system, so can I kill him directly before he grows up? Wouldn't it be easy to take off his head by sending any assassin from the Umbu? After all, Linny is just an urban loser, not the Dragon King Yi Xian. In terms of fighting power, the Umbu will definitely crush him out. It's like a little protagonist with just one knife. But think about it, based on what the system just said, Su-Chen couldn't do that because, as we all know, the protagonist has a destiny value, which means he is born with good luck or something. If Su-Chen forced his way through, he would just have someone assassinate the other person and kill him before he could grow up. There will be backlash. For example, a subordinate sent out accidentally fell to death while walking, or a subordinate drank a sip of water before killing the opponent and choked to death. This is all possible because Su-Chen's current total reversal points are actually only 3,500. If Lin Yi's destiny value is greater than 3,500, the assassination will fail and backfire. This can only be done when Su-Chen's reversal point is higher than the opponent's destiny value. Otherwise, you can only attack the opponent within the plot of the original work, just like the previous operations of intercepting and picking up leaks, because this is the plot of the original work. Moreover, the protagonist's destiny halo is really awesome. Su-Chen's subordinates have no halo at all. It would be a waste if they go there. If you send 2 people there, they may accidentally kill their own people in a minute. So, this is very depressing. However, Su-Chen didn't mind, because the longer the protagonist lived, the more benefits he could get. For example, the previous 500 million and Imperial Green, as well as Xiaoruoshi's popularity at the banquet. If it weren't for Yi Xian, none of this would have happened. Su-Chen naturally could not benefit from it. Moreover, the longer Yi Xian lived, the more resources and girls he had. Whatever Su-Chen can intercept, he will definitely be able to get more. Therefore, this is definitely not a bad thing for him. In general, only when Su-Chen's reversal point is higher than the opponent's destiny value can he directly wipe out the opponent. For now, not yet. So I can only attack Linny from the perspective of the plot. While Su-Chen was thinking, he realized one thing, that is, he couldn't see how much destiny the other party currently had. It seems that I can only wait for future rewards or prompts from the system, and the current plot will happen the day after tomorrow. There are 2 campus beauties in Fudan University. One is Chu Yuwei and the other is the ice goddess Mu Qingwu. In Lin Yi's storyline, the heroine of the first plot is Mu Qingwu. The original plot is as follows. Su-Chen drove a Lamborghini Veneno to Fudan University to show off, and drove a sports car to chat up the school beauty Mu Qingwu. Lin Yi was passing by on a shared bicycle. Afterwards, Mu Qingwu got on Lin Yi's bicycle because of his kind eyes. Not getting in a luxury car would be a slap in the face to Su-Chen. Yes, the whole plot is so simple, crude, and brainless. After reading the article about the super rich man, Su-Chen was stunned for a few seconds. Oh my god, is it possible to pay for something like this? Chapter 42, The Iceberg Goddess School Beauty. Is it easy to conquer? However, it is really cool from the reader's perspective. The school beauty is a cool goddess who would rather ride the protagonist's bicycle than the villain Su Chen's Lamborghini Veneno. In reality, would this really happen? Impossible, right? Even if Mu Qingwu really hates the rich and dislikes the rich second generation, she is a common school beauty and hates the rich because she is poor. But what does this have to do with your Linyi's bicycle? But that's how it was played in the original book. This is how the cold and aloof heroine becomes devoted to him. This brainless article about a wealthy man really made Su Chen numb. Moreover, this thing was very popular in the previous life, and could often be seen in the rankings, although it is very enjoyable when watching it. As long as you think about it carefully and review it briefly, you will find, what kind of brainless plot is this? Are you really just trying to show off and get slapped in the face, just for the sake of paying? Even if the school beauties can't afford the car of a rich second generation, they can't possibly get on the bicycle of a loser like you, right? Are you kidding? Su Chen was really too tired to complain. This was simply a cerebral hemorrhage plot, but fortunately, this plot will not happen until the day after tomorrow, so there is still time to plan it out. The next day, Mu Qingwu was cornered by a group of thugs on her daily route. The woman pursed her lips and said in a very cold tone, "Get out of here. What do you want to do? What do we want to do?" He. Several thugs smiled foolishly. "Of course we want to, beauty, will you stay with us for one night?" Just when the gangster was about to go forward and molest the other person, a handsome guy passed by. Bang. Pa. A set of ancient Muay Thai hooks, swing punches, and then a left sweep kick, while using a low right sweep kick to kick the enemy's inner left thigh muscle group or the inner left knee joint. It immediately destroyed the enemy's body balance and attack rhythm, and swept the thugs away. Then, the gangsters ran away with a look of horror on their faces. The sober gangster carried the unconscious one on his back and ran away. Only then did the passers-by who had been watching dare to come over and make a few words of condemnation. The aunties pointed at the backs of the gangsters and cursed at them. At this time, he walked towards her, stopping 10 centimeters in front of her, his slender hands casually resting on the wall beside her, and leaning forward slightly. "Woman, are you okay?" At this moment, after Su Chen finished speaking the lines from the TV series, he felt numb all over, but there's no way around it. According to the setting in the original novel, this aloof Mu Qingwu especially likes to watch Mary Sue sweet dramas. "I just like this kind of cool and aloof CEO-like man who can conquer me." And the routine is exactly the most common one in TV dramas. The hero saves the beauty. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly raised her beautiful eyes, blinked, and replied with a blushing face, "I'm fine, thank you." Yes, women are very fond of this and are immediately attracted to it. Sigma. Now it was Su Chen's turn to be stunned. He really didn't expect that this woman would be so easy to conquer. Damn, are all the heroines in rich novels so careless? If it were Yi Xian's novel, it would be difficult to conquer him at all. Which school are you from? Let me take you home." Su Chen smiled, and the woman felt as warm as if she were bathing in the spring. The big iceberg actually smiled, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. His face, which was already like a sculpture, looked like a god in the woman's eyes. "I'm from Fudan University. Thank you for saving me." Mu Qingwu blinked her beautiful big eyes and stared at Su Chen motionlessly. This is really inconsistent with her icy personality. This time, the aunties nearby were also praising him. "This young man is quite good. His martial arts are amazing. Have you practiced it before? Can I introduce my daughter to you? She's 22 years old, just graduated from college, and is so beautiful. Hey, don't rush me. I was here first." At this time, the aunt next to him started fighting for it, which made Su Chen a little embarrassed. Although they were praising themselves, they felt something was wrong, because those thugs were hired by themselves to act in the show. Yes, they are actors. They are just some thugs under the umbu, who are used specifically for acting. However, they received orders from their superiors to harass a girl, and they did not let her off the hook, so they acted very realistically, truly treating Su Chen as their enemy. Unfortunately, how could they be a match for Su Chen, who has reached the highest level of ancient Muay Thai? So they were all chased away one by one. The scene of the hero saving the beauty was also successfully performed. The only surprising thing is that this heroine is too easy to conquer, right? At this time, Mu Qingwu was very excited and had sprained her leg. So Su Chen carried her back to school, and after the doctor's examination, Mu Qingwu was found to be fine. "Just apply some medicine and you'll be well again tomorrow." Su Chen applied a blood activating and blood stasis removing plaster to Mu Qingwu's beautiful legs, While thinking in his mind, did this scene happen somewhere before? It seems like Chu Yue had the same story. Not long ago. He also sprained his leg and was carried to school to apply medicine. The only difference is that the last Lamborghini Veneno attracted countless students, but this time it didn't. At this time, the students are all eating, so they don't have time to come to the infirmary to watch the show. So it didn't attract many people, even though Suchen carried one of their school beauties on his back. Ahem, of course, he also carried another school beauties on his back. It doesn't hurt, does it? Moreover, when Su Chen was applying the medicine, he had to touch the other person's beautiful legs, so he felt mixed emotions. In addition, this woman had such an excellent figure, it was really a foul. It doesn't hurt, thank you. Mu Qinggu continued to express her gratitude. At this moment, she felt very lucky and happy with the man who suddenly appeared in her world. Moreover, this man is so gentle, which completely fits the template of the perfect male protagonist in my mind when watching TV dramas. Later, when the man left, the woman finally reacted when she saw that there was no one in his direction. I didn't even add him to WeChat. Degree. Mu Qingwu became extremely anxious and hopped out on one foot. However, when I jumped to the door, I could no longer see the man. This gentleman who met her aesthetic standards just disappeared from her world. Mu Qingwu pursed her lips and suddenly felt regretful. However, according to previous TV dramas, we will definitely meet again, right? Moreover, lovers chosen by God will always meet again. Mu Qingwu was very confident, but when she returned to the dormitory at night, she couldn't sleep at all. All she could think about was Su Chen, and the more she thought about it, the shyer she became. With an uneasy look gradually appearing on her face, she buried her pretty face in the pillow and shyly covered her head with the quilt. She was afraid that her roommate would see something strange about her. If the students of Fudan University saw their so-called iceberg goddess school beauty revealing such a scene, they would definitely be shocked. Because Mu Qinggu is taciturn and usually like an iceberg, although she is beautiful, no one dares to touch her even when speaking. It usually doesn't exceed 10 words. I see. Oh, goodbye. This is the usual style of painting, and her appearance is enough to make men feel inferior. It really makes boys afraid to get close to her. Chapter 43 Lamborghini vs shared bike, but Lenny, who looks ordinary and even a bit of a loser, did this. So that melted the iceberg or something. If Su Chen knew at this moment that Mu Qingwu was really shy or something, he would definitely be confused. No. He is in a state of confusion right now. Is this true? Is it so easy to conquer? At this moment, Su Chen recalled everything that happened in the morning and still found it a little unbelievable. Is the difference between Return to the City, The Return of the Dragon King, and this super rich novel really that big? Do all the girls in the super rich novels pay for it like this? Although Su Chen was deceived, he went straight to bed and fell asleep, decided to wait until tomorrow and see how things go. Soon, when the plot of the next day actually happened, a magical scene appeared. Su Chen drove a Lamborghini Veneno to Fudan University to show off and chat up Mu Qingwu. It happened that at this time, Mu Qingwu was walking towards the school with her slender waist twisting, attracting the attention of countless men. Damn, this figure and looks are unmatched. This is the first thought that all men have. This time, a man with an ordinary appearance, even a bit of a loser, was riding a shared bicycle in the crowd. He has a crew cut, 2 eyes, and a nose, a very ordinary look. You could even say it looks a bit old. Yes, she is obviously a college student, but she looks like she is about 27 or 28 years old. When Su Chen saw this person, he didn't realize that he was the protagonist. He didn't know until the system prompted him. Isn't this too much? The protagonists of super rich novels all look like this? Su Chen wanted to laugh a little. Maybe it was just like the legend, to increase the reader's sense of immersion. After all, most people have ordinary looks, only a small number of big readers are handsome and like to post barrages. With Lin Yi's looks, he really doesn't deserve to be the protagonist. Hi. Beautiful. At this time, Su Chen said hello on the Lamborghini Veneno. In an instant, it attracted the attention of countless girls. However, they all knew their own limitations and knew that the handsome man was not calling them, so no one responded. Everyone looked in the direction and saw that it was Mu Qingwu, one of the 2 most beautiful girls in their school. This girl is famous in the school for her good looks, good figure, sweet voice, and extreme coolness. She is an absolute beauty. Anyone who can seduce her will really be unable to get out of bed. No, he won't want to get out of bed. At this time, many students at the scene also began to lay the groundwork for the protagonist. Fuck, this handsome guy driving a Lamborghini, is he here to flirt with our school beauty? Why does he look familiar to me? Damn. He seems to be the big guy who was posted to the class group before. The one on the school idol list. Flirting with the school beauty? How is that possible? Mu Qingwu never pays much attention to men. How could she possibly get into a luxury car? At this time, there was a lot of discussion. Seeing this, Linny also rode a shared bicycle and passed by. He then smiled, which he thought was very handsome, and said, "Beautiful girl, can I take you for a ride?" His clothes were ordinary, and there was even a hole in his shirt. It was a street stall item that cost only 10 yuan. He looked sloppy and his hair smelled bad, as if he hadn't washed it in more than 10 days. Su Chen frowned when he saw this scene. These days, even a little bit of dressing up, no, you don't even need to dress up, but at least you should wash your hair, right? Are you trying to pick up girls like this? Are you kidding me? He really brags about himself because of his status as the protagonist. Su Chen really looked down on this person, even if the other party had a system. The wretched loser protagonist in the super rich novel is still a wretched loser even if he has a system. At this time, surprised voices were heard from the surrounding people. This Lamborghini versus shared bikes? Whose car is at Mu Qing's party? Of course it's a Lamborghini, that's a no-brainer. I'd rather laugh on a bicycle than cry in a BMW. This is just something I say online. How could it possibly happen in real life? I'll bet 10 million that I'll definitely get a Lamborghini, or neither. I'm not discriminating against cyclists, but shared bikes can't even compare to a Lamborghini. Tell me, how can the two be compared? At this moment, many people at the scene were mocking and looking down on Linny, paving the way for his upcoming show-off and slap in the face. In the original novel, Mu Qingwu got on Linny's bicycle because of Linny's kind eyes and the fact that everyone was mocking him, which made her feel distressed. A slap in the face to Su Chen, who was driving a luxury car, but at this time, everything that happened on the scene was like this. No. When Mu Qingwu smelled the stench coming from the other person's hair, she covered her nose and hurried away. She twisted her slender waist and walked straight towards Su Chen, with a look of surprise on her face, and uttered the classic line from the idol drama, "It's you. Get in the car, I'll take you for a ride?" Su Chen raised the corners of his lips, a beautiful arc, and his obsidian eyes were soft. He looked at her as if he was looking at a water lily that had been guarded for 1,000 years before blooming, and the sunlight around him was softened. Even Mu Qingwu's cold heart was warmed. Subconsciously, he smiled and nodded blankly. "Yeah, okay." The appearance of this scene instantly stunned all the students. What the hell? The campus beauty of Mu University actually got into a man's luxury car? This is a miraculous scene. Quickly capture it. It's over, it's over. My roommate's first love of his dreams is gone. If I tell him later, I don't think he'll even be able to eat. Mu Qingwu, this iceberg, has actually been stirred? What is going on? At this moment, everyone was shocked and looked at each other in disbelief. At this moment, someone said, "By the way, have you ever seen anyone flirt with Mu Qingwu?" I don't think so. I've seen some male classmates approach Chu Yue, but they would definitely be stopped by her roommate Ma Shui. Could it be that Mu Qingwu is actually a girl who was extremely easy to seduce? But we always thought she was an iceberg, so we didn't try to seduce her? I don't think so. Under this premise, you need to have a Lamborghini first. At this time, a male classmate pointed at the Lamborghini Veneno and said, "And I heard that Mu Qingwu's family situation is very poor, and she has a bedridden mother." If it's for money, it's not hard to understand. Chapter 40. For the protagonist Lin Yi's jealousy and rage. Lin Yi was very angry after hearing everyone's discussions. He didn't expect that this school beauty Mu would be so contemptuous and look down on him and get into the luxury car of a rich second generation. Yes, the protagonist at this moment immediately judged that the other party was a gold digger and was not worthy of him, but he never thought that there might be something wrong with his own image, as he hadn't even washed his hair for more than 10 days. The protagonist usually only blames others and never thinks about his own problems. Lin Yi at this moment belongs to this type, and he felt extremely envious. Damn, if I had known this earlier, I would have bought a luxury car to pick up girls. Yes, at this time he had awakened the system for 10 days and had a total of 860,000 yuan. Lin Yi's Shinao system will earn $1 every second. 1 day equals 86,400 seconds. Now more than 10 days have passed, so there are 860,000 seconds. He also completed a system task and received a reward of 10 million. So at this moment, he had a total of 10.86 million yuan. If I had known he would buy a sports car, he would have come to pick up girls again. Linny regretted it deeply at this moment. But there was one thing he had not expected. There are only 14 or 9 Lamborghinis in the world, and it is a supercar that an ordinary person like him cannot afford. Moreover, the price is over 100 million. His mere 10 million is really not enough. The early Shinhouse system could not compare to the assets Suchen currently possesses. Isn't it just a broken sports car? Linny smacked his lips, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at the two people who were talking and laughing. Moreover, his goddess Mu Qingwu actually spoke to that man with such a gentle smile. This made him feel like he was being bullied by a minotaur. Linny's burning eyes, like those of the male students around him, were filled with envy, and at the same time, he was filled with resentment. At this moment, he had already regarded the man driving the Lamborghini Veneno as his enemy. Ding. Feeling the jealousy and anger of the protagonist Linny, reward 200 reversal points. Suchen found the system voice very interesting, then he used his slender hands to intimately pinch Mu Qingwu's shy little face. Ding. Feeling the jealousy and anger of the protagonist Linny, rewarded with 50 reversal points. While Suchen was pleasantly surprised, he was also a little shocked. He didn't expect that Linny would be easier to fleece than Yi Xian. So he touched Mu Qingwu's head again. Ding. Feeling the jealousy and anger of the protagonist Linny, rewarded with 50 reversal points. And then, it seemed like the anger value was full or something. No matter how intimate Suchen was with Mu Qingwu in the passenger seat, he couldn't get a turning point. Of course, he had an excuse. There's something on your face. There's something about your hair, too. That's why I can have such close contact with Mu Qingwu. Otherwise, if he acts so rashly, the heroine will really think he is a pervert. However, at this time, no sound could be heard outside the Lamborghini Veneno, so, in Lin Yi's opinion, Suchen was just using his dirty hands to frequently touch his goddess while taking a shower. How could he not be angry and envious? If you see your goddess being touched by another man, will you not be angry? At this moment, Linny glared at the bitter couple in his mind and was really annoyed, and Mu Qingwu, who was sitting in the passenger seat at this time, was indeed moved. Her watery eyes could only hold Suchen now. Even though she is being watched and talked about, the woman doesn't care what others think. For example, people might misunderstand her as a gold digger or something. After all, the school beauty getting into a luxury car is naturally a hot topic, but Mu Qingwu is like the heroine in an idol drama. For the person she loves, she would rather give up all her reputation just to be with this man. This time, Suchen had no idea that the other party had already imagined so many Mary Sue plots. Instead, he was a gentleman, chatting with the other person in the style of those domineering CEOs in TV dramas, and women are extremely susceptible to this and are extremely shy. The atmosphere was ambiguous throughout, and the students present in Linny were fed dog food in various ways, and the luxury car Lamborghini Veneno has also attracted a lot of envy. Ding. 100 reversal points rewarded. At this time, Mu Qingwu was excited and took out a painting from her small school bag and handed it to Suchen. This is? Suchen was a little surprised. The moment he saw the painting, his heart was slightly touched. The person in this painting is him, and it is the same posture as when he was a hero saving a beauty before. I didn't expect that it was painted by a woman. Do you like this? Mu Qingwu mustered up the courage to ask. This was drawn last night when she was thinking about Suchen and couldn't sleep. When the woman woke up this morning, she still had big dark circles under her eyes. She put on some light makeup, mixed concealer, and applied it around her eyes, just to look her best when meeting the man she loved most. Yes, Mu Qingwu was very confident that she would see Suchen again, because in TV dramas, when the male and female protagonists meet, it is always acted like this. At this moment, Suchen still had no idea that the other party had already imagined so many Mary Sue plots. He was about to take the other person to Pacific Place to buy some things. Don't all the rich writers like to use money to show off? That would be a good opportunity to take the heroine shopping. In the original story, Mu Qingwu was taken to Pacific Place for shopping by Linny after she got on his bicycle because of Linny's kind eyes, and he slapped the face of a snobbish waiter in a luxury store. He also took the heroine to buy 4 or 5 sets of clothes, shocking the whole audience. So, Suchen decided to take the other party to Pacific Place first, driving a Lamborghini Veneno. We headed straight to our destination. However, when he left the school, Linny followed him secretly. He was really worried about his goddess, the school beauty. The way Suchen touched his face and head just now showed his anger, so he was really worried. If this man really brought his goddess to the hotel, Linny guaranteed that he would go up and fight her to the death. Swire Properties is developing, constructing, and operating this large-scale integrated development in Zhengcheng. Located in the heart of Zhengcheng's central business district, the project boasts a total floor area of approximately 358,000 square meters and features a large shopping mall with 718 parking spaces. The mall is home to over 180 renowned brands, showcasing everything from global top-tier boutiques, domestic and international fashion, homewares, and exquisite cuisine. Over 70 of these brands are entering Zhengcheng for the first time, and several internationally renowned brands have established flagship or concept stores. It can be said to be a luxury mecca, and many wealthy people come here to buy clothes and eat. Chapter 45: The Domineering President's Personality? Yeah. This one is nice, I want it. Su Chen looked at Mu Qingwu in front of him, who was wearing Louis Vuitton, and nodded. She looked much better than before. All her clothes were bought online. They were very cheap, only about 30 or 40 yuan compared with the current styles designed specifically for wealthy ladies. It is really a huge difference. The clerk here was very polite. Okay, sir, please come over here and take a look. The clerks were polite and courteous, and did not behave like the most common thing in the novels about the rich, where the clerks look down on others. After all, the store clerks in the high-end brand area have all received professional training. It is not easy for them to look down on others and target you. This kind of thing only happens in the plot of a rich man's novel. This is too much. I don't need it. I don't need it. Mu Qingwu was a little surprised and flattered at this moment. She really didn't expect Su Chen to bring her here to buy clothes, and they were all such expensive clothes. She had never worn anything so expensive in her life. Any t-shirt here would cost 4,000 or 5,000 yuan. How could she not be frightened? How could she not be flattered? It's okay, just buy whatever you want and we'll check out together later. Su Chen waved his hand arrogantly. In the original novel, when Lin Yi brought Mu Qingwu here, they actually only bought 4 or 5 sets of clothes. Then being looked down upon will attract crowds of onlookers, and then they will be slapped in the face for pretending to be cool, which is why they attract so many passers-by. At this moment, Su Chen was extremely arrogant. Holding Mu Qingwu's delicate and tender little hand, he would browse through Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, and Cartier, and if he saw something he liked, he would buy it for the woman. The domineering CEO style seen in female-oriented novels is really brought to life to the fullest. In short, you have to be rich so that you can pamper the heroine extremely and buy all the time. A domineering CEO is a must-have for a wife-loving man. Any clothes or bags that Mu Qingwu took a second look at and showed the slightest interest in. Su Chen could often read her thoughts at a glance and directly asked the waiter to pack it up. This made Mu Qingwu feel a little amused and helpless. The woman was so scared that she almost closed her eyes and walked, because Su Chen always bought things for her, and the most important thing was that the clothes that she looked at a few more times were really what interested her. The clothes in these luxury stores are impeccable in both design and quality. Those who say online that luxury goods are a scam for rich people, that they are a waste of money and that only fools buy them, are probably 9 out of 10 poor people. Rich people are often smarter than poor people, at least most of them. How could they be fools? People often go to luxury stores to buy clothes because of the materials and designs, and because they are comfortable to wear. They also really beat out street stall goods. Those who say online that street stall goods worth 20 or 30 yuan beat out luxury goods worth thousands of yuan are really stupid. The quality of pajamas that cost a few $100s and those that cost tens of dollars are not on the same level, let alone those that cost tens of thousands of dollars. So, there were really a lot of clothes that Mu Qingwu liked at the scene. Moreover, Su Chen is extremely arrogant. He brings women with him and buys all kinds of famous brands. This is completely different from Linny, the super rich who bought 4 or 5 sets and then acted like a show-off. The woman of the domineering president can buy whatever she wants. When Su Chen thought of this, he was stunned. No, it seemed that there was no need for brackets. He himself was the president, being Versailles again, but it is true. Real rich people buy things casually. How could they wear tattered clothes, be chased away by store clerks, and then pretend to be cool? At this time, several luxury store clerks around were all smiling and looking very proud, greeting the two of them respectfully, especially that big rich boss. He didn't even have time to entertain us. How could he be like in the original novel, looking down on others? Miss, this is a new model. It really suits you. Buy it. Miss, this is, sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful, and she is so lucky to have found a boyfriend like you. Oh, you two look so good together. We have new couples outfits at Gucci. Would you like to take a look, sir and ma'am? One by one, they were all smiling and very respectful. How could there be such a stupid and face-slapping plot? The store gets a commission if this young master buys their things. The shop assistants had to admit that this guy was really generous.
He would buy anything his girlfriend liked. That domineering CEO style can only be found in novels oriented towards women. The most important thing is that he is handsome. The clerks in the luxury goods store really envied Mu Qingwu for being able to find such a good boyfriend. If you find it yourself, you really have to go to the temple to burn incense and fulfill your wish. Miss, you are so lucky. Little sister, your boyfriend is so nice to you. We envy you so much. You are so lucky. You must cherish it. At this time, the sales clerks in the luxury goods stores took advantage of Su Chen changing clothes to praise Mu Qingwu and say what was in their hearts. They are really envious of this handsome and rich man. I guess this girl must have saved the world in her previous life, so this is the blessing she got? Yes. I will definitely cherish it. Mu Qingwu nodded and smiled sweetly, no longer having the image of a cold and aloof school beauty in the eyes of her classmates, and now, it's not an exaggeration to say that she is a sweet school beauty. Just then, Su Chen came out of the fitting room, wearing a Louis Vuitton suit and tuxedo. The nobleman's temperament was fully revealed. Oh my god. This is so cool. Salesgirls, Omega Omega. At this moment, all the salesgirls in the audience were amazed. Some of them were even pulled over by their best friends from other counters to admire Su Chen's stunning beauty together. Su Chen then pursed his lips quietly and looked at her intently with a calm demeanor. Woman, how is it? Is it pretty? Then he leaned closer to her right ear and asked, do you like it? When this magnetic and very close voice came over, Mu Qingwu's pretty face immediately flushed. Her face suddenly turned red to her ears, as if she had done something immoral. Then he stood there blankly and replied, I like it. I like it very much. Yes, this domineering CEO style has made her breathless. As long as you like it. Su Chen smiled slightly, his tone as calm and gentle as ever, and the system voice sounded. Ding. 100 reversal points rewarded. Su Chen, he knew that this woman would fall for this kind of thing, this kind of Mary Sue thing. Chapter 46. A member from the beggar's sect. When an extremely Mary Sue scene appears, not to mention Mu Qingwu, the person involved, even the salesgirls who put themselves in the situation had their ears red. This man is too good at flirting, right? At this moment, the salesgirls' hearts were beating wildly. If they were treated like this, they would probably bleed from their noses and die of happiness on the spot. Just when Su Chen took Mu Qingwu shopping and attracted envious looks and praise from the salesgirls one after another, suddenly, there was a noisy sound downstairs, and the voice sounded a little familiar. I want to go in? Why the hell are you not letting me in? You're a snob, right? Fuck you. At this moment, a male voice was heard cursing from downstairs, which was extremely uncivilized. At this time, a calm female voice sounded, Sir, please change your clothes before coming in. Thank you for your cooperation. You are really not only affecting the cityscape, but you are also uncomfortable wearing this, right? At this time, a receptionist said politely, and there was indeed some contempt in her eyes as she looked at the man in front of her. The man was unkempt, wearing cheap clothes worth 20 or 30 yuan, and his shirt was torn, revealing his two small red spots, and the clothes were torn almost below the belly button. The most important thing is that his bright red underwear was slightly exposed, and he was wearing loafers, looking like a spirited young man. It cannot be said to be obscene, but it does affect the cityscape a bit. When Su Chen saw Linny downstairs from upstairs, he almost spit out the coffee he was drinking. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is this? At this time, Su Chen was really embarrassed for the other person. With this outfit and his disheveled appearance, he couldn't be said to be ugly, but he could only say that he might be a member of the beggar's sect. Moreover, he keeps talking about alpaca, which shows that he has no manners at all. She was making a scene downstairs, just like the square dancing aunties. Even the patrolling security guards of the mall came over when they saw this scene. If you stop me again, do you believe I will report you? At this time, Lin Yi's face turned red, just like Guan Yu, and his anger rose rapidly. His eyes were filled with hostility, which was extremely frightening, like he was a madman. However, it's no wonder he's so anxious. Just an hour ago, he was in school, watching Su Chen driving a Lamborghini Veneno, carrying his goddess Mu Qingwu, not knowing where they were going and whether the goddess would be hurt. Lin Yi was really worried, so he followed secretly. He rode a shared bicycle, desperately chasing after, but how can it possibly catch up with Lamborghini Veneno? As a result, Lin Yi, who was driving too fast, fell off the car with a terrible fall. Not only was his arm bruised, but his clothes were also torn, revealing two big red spots on the front of his body. Don't you think it's embarrassing? By this time, Lin Yi had actually already planned to back out. However, when he thought about the possibility that his goddess might be taken to a hotel, he became furious, so he gritted his teeth and rode his bike to get through, ignoring his injuries. Fortunately, God will not let down those who work hard. Maybe it was the destiny of the protagonist that exploded, or maybe it was just good luck. When he chased her to the core area of the central business district, he happened to overhear two men talking about a Lamborghini Veneno in Taikoo Hui, so Lin Yi's eyes lit up. He immediately put down his bicycle and ran over, but who knew that when he arrived at the store, the receptionist said that his attire affected the city appearance. How could the naturally conceited protagonist tolerate this? He immediately started yelling, "Call your boss out. Even though I'm the king of heaven, I'm going to go into your store. I'm definitely going into your store." Lin Yi's arrogance erupted and vented wildly, attracting countless passers-by. Everyone was talking about him and pointing fingers at him. However, the heart of the destined protagonist Lin Yi was not affected at all. For the sake of his woman, what does it matter if he endures a little gossip from the world? Sir, you. At this time, the receptionist rolled her eyes in anger, put her hands on her hips, and really didn't know what to say. Is this person crazy? I've clearly told him that no one is allowed to enter the store with their breasts exposed, because it would affect the store's regulations. Yet, this person insisted that she call him boss and even barged in. It's really outrageous. Today is really hell. The receptionist took a deep breath and said seriously, "Sir, please." I persuaded him again,
But it's of no use, the destined protagonist Lin Yi's arrogance exploded wildly, and he insisted on going in no matter what. If he was not allowed to see his goddess, he would guard the door to the death. No one is allowed in or out. At this point, the security guard seemed a little fed up and came over and said, "Hey young man, go back and change your clothes before coming back. If you're causing trouble here, we'll have to ask you to leave later." "Uncle, I have something important to do, I can't leave here." Lin Yi shook his head and said seriously, "If he leaves here, what will happen to his goddess Mu Qinggu if she leaves with that damn rich second generation? What should I do when I go to the hotel? Moreover, the mall here has more than one gate. There is also a door on the second floor, and it is divided into 4 directions: east, south, west, and north. If he leaves now, how will he find people later? What if his goddess Mu Qinggu was slept with?" Lin Yi was sweating profusely, and he really even wanted to commit suicide. "After much difficulty, I got the godly rich system, but in the end, just when the manager here came over here, Lin Yi's arrogance was venting like crazy. You guys are looking down on others, right? Then I will buy it today. Buy your clothes. That one. That one. Bring it to me and I'll change it right here and now." At this moment, Lin Yi felt everyone's gaze focused on him, and he felt so happy. This feeling of pretending to be better is really cool and awesome. Sir, this is Gucci, which is pronounced Gucci in Mandarin. The price of one piece is about 4 or 5,000. The luxury goods store clerk looked a little embarrassed. No, she was more embarrassed on behalf of the other party. She looked at the other person's clothes, which were all cheap goods from the 20s or 30s, and did not look like something she could afford. If he buys it out of spite, it will not be good for him. The luxury goods store clerk also considered the other party, so he mentioned the price, unexpectedly. This made Lin Yi even more angry. "Fuck you, you think I can't afford it, right?" Chapter 47. The protagonist Lin Yi was mistaken for an idiot. Lin Yi's face was grim, his mouth twisted into a standard smile, and he slammed his ICBC gold card on the table. "I said I want to buy your clothes, are you deaf?" At this moment, the aura of a cuckold really swept the entire venue, and everyone in the audience showed some shocked expressions. This person actually has a gold card. To get an ICBC gold card, you need to have a deposit of more than 10 million yuan. In other words, the man in front of him looked ordinary, even a bit like a beggar, but in fact he is the real hidden rich man. "Are you really here to buy clothes?" At this moment, the receptionist, the security guard, the luxury goods store clerk, the mall manager who had just arrived, and even the crowds who were attracted and watching from the surrounding area were all shocked. Lin Yi's pretense really caught him off guard, just as he showed a crooked smile, with a smug look on his face, enjoying the shock from the scene. Suddenly, a magnetic voice broke the tense atmosphere at the scene. "I say, you're so rich, why do you dress so shabbily, even wearing cheap clothes worth only 20 or 30 yuan? The man, wearing a Louis Vuitton suit and tuxedo, exuded the aura of a nobleman. He questioned, "Are you here to show off and get slapped in the face?" When this sentence appears, the scene came to an abrupt halt. No one spoke for 5 whole seconds. Yes, the one who questioned the other party was Su Chen, who had just come down the escalator from the second floor, and Mu Qinggu was following him when these questioning words came out. "I say, you're so rich, why are you wearing such shabby clothes? Even wearing cheap clothes worth 20 or 30 yuan? Are you here to show off and get yourself slapped in the face? I say, you're so rich, why are you wearing such shabby clothes? Even wearing cheap clothes worth 20 or 30 yuan? Are you here to show off and get yourself slapped in the face?" This sentence echoed wildly in everyone's mind. Suddenly, everyone clapped their hands in sudden realization. That's right. You clearly have an ICBC gold card, so why are you wearing cheap clothes and making them look tattered to attract attention? Aren't you just here to be despised and act cool? At this moment, everyone present looked at Lin Yi with strange eyes, and everyone thinks he is a lunatic and is here to cause trouble on purpose. Can't you just come here wearing normal clothes? Moreover, people who have ICBC gold cards are worth tens of millions. Why are you wearing cheap clothes worth only 20 or 30 yuan? You are not crazy. What the hell is this? At this moment, everyone present suddenly understood, and the security guard shook the stick in his hand and asked, "Yes, little brother, can you explain what's going on?" "Yes, sir, what are you doing here?" the receptionist asked, not to be outdone this time. Her tone carried a hint of the majesty of a righteous judge, because in her opinion, Lin Yi was just a show-off who came to the mall on purpose to show off. At this moment, everyone at the scene was brought back to life by Su Chen's words. I almost went along with the other party and got slapped in the face for pretending to be cool. At this moment, Linny was silent as a cicada, and his expression looked very normal, but he was so embarrassed that he was digging his toes into the ground, and he was almost digging out a 3-bedroom apartment. Really, it's so fucking embarrassing. Holding the ICBC gold card, he stood there like a fool, being watched by everyone. Mu Qingwu looked at him with eyes full of contempt and disgust. I thought to myself that Su Chen is still better, both in terms of cultivation and appearance. Forget it, I'm not buying it. Linny looked aggrieved, feeling that he had been humiliated to the core, and it was in front of his goddess Mu Qingwu, so he simply picked up the ICBC gold card and left them all directly. This time, the sound of discussion came from the side. Honestly, is there something wrong with this person's brain? I also think he might have some mental illness or something. It's horrible, and the quality is very low. I really don't know how such a person got an ICBC gold card. I said his card, couldn't it be stolen? I think it's possible. The receptionist and the salesgirl were chatting, and the more they talked, the more terrified they felt. They were convinced that Linny was a mentally ill person. Ding. 300 reversal points reward. When Su Chen received the system prompt, he almost couldn't help laughing. He really likes this feeling of ruining the protagonist's pretense. Midway afterwards, Su Chen took Mu Qingwu to continue shopping and bought some clothes for her roommate, because I just heard from her that her roommates usually take good care of her. So, this is also a thoughtful gesture. Afterwards, he drove a Lamborghini Veneno to send Mu Qingwu back to school, and then Su Chen left with satisfaction. Today's harvest is quite fruitful. Not only did he increase the intimacy between himself and the heroine, but he also struck a blow against a wave of losers. Ahem, the super rich protagonist. I gained hundreds of reversal points, which was a huge profit. Mu Qingwu looked at Su Chen's departing figure with her charming eyes, still feeling a little reluctant to let him go, because Su Chen really spent the whole day with her today, and they were very happy while chatting. This was a treatment she had never received before. Despite being known as the iceberg goddess, most boys and girls don't dare to approach her, and usually only her roommates have time to chat with her. And her roommates all know her true character. In fact, it is not an iceberg, but introversion. Yes, Mu Qingwu is usually very introverted and doesn't dare to chat with others. She usually likes to watch sweet dramas by herself. So in everyone's eyes, she is like an iceberg. Because of this, in the original novel, Linny broke this barrier, so he was able to seduce the school beauty and became the first person to eat her. The only difference is that the person who eats meat now has become Su Chen. Moreover, he has become Mu Qingwu's favorite type of domineering president. Because domineering CEOs are often tough, they are especially suitable for introverted girls. After all, Mu Qingwu is a very easygoing girl to get along with. The so-called iceberg is just a misunderstanding of her. Wow, this, is it really given to us? Qingwu, are you serious? Oh my god, Chanel, Cartier, and Louis Vuitton. At this time, several roommates were a little shocked and unbelievable, looking at the bed full of luxury goods. I was stunned, and the things placed on the left were bought by Mu Qingwu's male friend and were specially given to her roommates. Well, of course I'm serious. Mu Qingwu smiled gently. You can take whatever you like. Oh my god, this material, it feels so comfortable to touch, right? Male friends? Let me tell you, Qingwu, your boyfriend bought this for us, right? Tell us quickly, who is the big boss? At this time, several roommates laughed evilly and started tickling Mu Qingwu directly on the bed and began to punish her with family rules. In the end, Mu Qingwu was left in a state of confusion and surrendered. Only then did everyone let her go and listen to her story. Chapter 48, Intercepting the Protagonist's Bodyguard Killer. This is incredible. This man is so handsome. Hey, doesn't this look a bit like our school's other beauty, Chu Yoe's boyfriend? It seems like it's really him. Two-timing? At this time, the roommates recognized the photo and thought it was Su Chen on the school handsome list. They couldn't help but be a little surprised when Mu Qingwu heard what her roommates said. She was already mentally prepared and did not react too much, because, isn't it normal for a man as outstanding as Su Chen to have several girlfriends? In those sweet dramas, two girls also fight over one boy. At this moment, if Su Chen knew what Mu Qingwu was thinking, he would definitely be confused. Sigma. Are all the heroines in super rich novels so self-aware? However, to be honest, the protagonist can do this to the heroine in the novel. It's totally possible to be a villain or reasonable, very reasonable. If Su Chen knew, he would definitely reach out and give a like or something. However, at this moment in reality, he was still reviewing the plot in the original novel. After Linny finished pretending to be cool in the morning, he went shopping for clothes with Mu Qingwu. After returning, he went to the internet cafe to surf the internet. Yes, I'm surfing the internet in an internet cafe. Su Chen held his forehead with his hand. He was really a loser who was used to being poor. He had never even considered buying a new computer or anything, and I didn't go there to play games with friends. I just went to the internet cafe alone to surf the internet. Then, after eating fried rice noodles on the street in the evening, I met a very pretty little lowly beggar on the way back, and somehow, I took her and I rented a house outside for this pretty little girl. Then in the subsequent plot, Linny accidentally discovered that this little lowly had extremely high fighting power and was a killer or something, and she is extremely loyal to him. Because Linny took her in, he gained a little lowly subordinate, and moreover, this little lowly is not only a killer, but also has temporary amnesia. In the subsequent plot, she naturally became one of Linny's harem. In a word, through tonight's plot, Linny got a killer bodyguard. Only in the subsequent plot can you pretend to be cool. After all, the protagonist of a rich novel has no fighting ability, so he has a little lowly bodyguard. Anyway, the plot is outrageous, because normally speaking, how could a little Lolita, who is so young, have such a high fighting power, and he is also a super killer? In Su Chen's opinion, this setting is simply outrageous. It is outrageous to the extreme. However, he has decided to intercept tonight. After all, who wouldn't like a little lowly bodyguard? Su Chen inexplicably thought of a twin-tailed animated picture. Ahem, the sense of output is simply amazing. In the night sky, the moon is dim and the stars are sparse, and the whole earth seems to be asleep. There was only a drizzle of rain and a little lowly with a clear voice, a soft body, and who was easy to push down, walking on the street. Her hair covered her cheeks, making her look very disheveled, like a little beggar. Although she was dirty, her fair skin was as smooth as mutton fat. The pink thin lips under the high nose bridge are slightly upturned, making her look like a little lowly angel. It's just that he looks particularly embarrassed now. He. Little beauty, it's so late, it's not safe for you to be alone. Let the uncles come and keep you company. At this time, a few thugs came over to the street, showing a silly smile. Beauty, stay with us for one night? We will give you. Mia Mio doesn't know you. Go away and don't block my way. The little Lolita's delicate face was full of vigilance as she just looked at them, but those thugs were obviously not tactful and reached out their hands, trying to touch her or something. As a result, he was knocked to the ground by the little lowly with just 3 or 4 moves, and the last gangster was strangled by her and passed out. Then he jumped to the ground with great agility and speed, and took care of the 4 thugs in one go. Sigma. At this moment, Su Chen, who was not far away, was numb. He originally wanted to use the same trick he used on Mu Qingwu to save the beauty. You find some thugs under the umbu, specifically for acting. As a result, before he could even show off his ancient Muay Thai skills, he was completely beaten up by this little lowly. At this time, the gangsters were lying on the ground like dead dogs, unconscious. Moreover, the little lowly's delicate face was filled with hatred, and then she looked at Su Chen, who had just appeared. It was obvious that they thought Su Chen was in cahoots with these thugs, although in a sense, they are indeed in the same group. Ahem, you're quite skilled. Su Chen coughed twice awkwardly, clapped his hands, and walked forward to strike up a conversation. Since the plot was different from what he had expected, he didn't know what to say. His expression was still somewhat embarrassed. Who are you? The little lowly continued to stare at Su Chen. I thought he was the boss behind the scenes or something. My name is Su Chen, I'm just a passerby. Su Chen quickly distanced himself from the matter and said, don't worry, I'm not in the same group with these people. He looked at the half-dead thugs on the ground with a hint of guilt. Brothers, I'm sorry. Yeah? When the little girl heard this, she immediately relaxed her guard. The hostile look in his eyes suddenly disappeared and returned to a normal state. Yeah, of course. Do I look like a gangster? Su Chen said this as a matter of course, without any panic or blushing. It certainly doesn't look like. The little girl had to admit that there was indeed a huge gap, and the man in front of her was much more handsome. Moreover, he doesn't fit in with these thugs on the ground, so it's likely that they are not in the same group. So she calmed down and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Mia Mio. Excuse me, where is this place? This is Jiangcheng, don't you know where this is? Jiangcheng? Mia Mio tilted her head, obviously having never heard of this place name. Well, is this your first time here? I don't remember. The only thing I remember now is that my name is Mia Mio, And I'm from. The little girl suddenly covered her head and felt a sharp pain. It's okay, you don't have to force yourself to recall, just calm down first. Suchen approached and comforted him, like a gentle older brother. Afterwards, the two found a place to sit down. After chatting with each other, the little loli was gradually calmed down. So, you really only remember your name? You forgot everything else? Suchen looked at the little loli in front of him and asked in a confused manner. Mio looked at him blankly and nodded. You don't even have an ID card. How are you going to survive in Zhangchang? Suchen asked in a worried tone, his face full of worry. Later, as the two chatted, Suchen asked, Are you hungry now? Do you want to eat something? I'm not hungry, I'm fine. Mio shook her little head and was about to show off when suddenly, she heard a rumbling sound in her stomach. Obviously hungry then, the little girl suddenly became shy and blushed, looking a little embarrassed. It's okay, let's go eat first. Suchen gently touched the other person's head, and the little girl blushed, looking particularly cute. Afterwards, he was taken to a night snack stall by Suchen, the bad uncle. Chapter 49, Cute, but no head. Suchen first ordered a bowl of fried noodles for her to fill her stomach. The grilled skewers and other dishes were all waiting for her in the back. Delicious. Mio immediately picked up the chopsticks with her little hands and started to eat with relish, showing a very satisfied expression. When the grilled sausages and chicken wings were served, they became even more flavorful because of the salt and pepper sauce. Mio's saliva was almost flowing, and she looked at Suchen tentatively and asked if she could eat it. When Suchen smiled and nodded, she immediately started eating again. It tasted so delicious. Barbecue is really addictive. Mio's mouth was boiling with passion and a sense of happiness. Afterwards, when Suchen ordered a Coke for the other party, Mio was extremely satisfied. The feeling of the ice-cold cola was really sour and refreshing after eating the spicy sausages and skewers. The little girl couldn't stop and almost thought she was in heaven. I wish this feeling of happiness could stay at this moment forever. Moreover, Suchen had bought a pair of scissors from the convenience store nearby and helped her cut off the long bangs that were covering her front. Two big eyes were suddenly revealed. Every time those big, alluring eyes flickered, the long, slightly upturned eyelashes fluttered up and down mysteriously. It looks very cute and lifelike. I'm afraid that if a Lolita control sees this scene, he will bleed to death on the spot. It's so cute. After Suchen pulled her hair apart, he was really surprised. She is very beautiful and most importantly, she has a cuteness that an adult can't fake. But just as the two of them were talking to each other and enjoying the delicious midnight snack, a shrill drooling voice broke the atmosphere between the two. I say, little sister, you'd better not get too close to him. He's not a good person. This person was Lin Yi, who came to the internet cafe to have a midnight snack after surfing the internet. He looked at Suchen with hatred and gritted teeth, as if the two of them had some deep hatred. Hey, isn't this the show-off from this morning? Still feeling embarrassed? At this time, Suchen smiled faintly and responded without any hesitation. This suddenly reminded Lin Yi of the embarrassing scenes that happened this morning. Even more angry, just when he was about to continue cursing, when Suchen glared at him, his aura of intimidation reached its maximum. He was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak for a moment. The destined protagonist is scared. TSK, there's no way this beautiful girl would be attracted to you, so stop harassing her. Although Lin Yi didn't dare to curse, he still replied stubbornly. He was also very unhappy that Suchen was always surrounded by beautiful women, and was two-timing him, which was unfair to his goddess Mu Qingwu, but there was nothing he could do. What does it have to do with you? Who are you? Mio, holding the skewers, immediately retorted and nodded slightly to Suchen. As if telling him not to care about what this guy said. That's right, it's none of your business. Get out of here or I'll beat you up. Suchen raised the finger of international courtesy and started threatening directly. After all, this guy is not Yi Xian. If he fights or uses traditional Muay Thai, he will definitely be able to crush his opponent. I'm afraid that I'll kill him with one punch or something. After all, the current reversal point should not be able to compare with the opponent's destiny value. This has just begun and there may be a backlash. Cut. When Lin Yi heard these words and Suchen's actions, he suddenly panicked, then he didn't dare to say anything more and left happily. Ding. 200 reversal points reward. The current host spends 1,000 reversal points and can draw a lottery once. Would you like to draw? Oh? Suchen smiled slightly, a little surprised. He didn't expect that he had earned another 1,000 without realizing it. It feels so good to take advantage of the protagonist. he was so happy that he would not be willing to kill the other party even if the reversal point in the future was higher than the destiny value. Brother Su Chen, who was that person just now? It was the first time that Mia Mio called her by her name, and her pretty face turned red, a rare occurrence, and she felt a little embarrassed. That man is a fool, his mind is not right. Suchen smiled gently and pinched the little Lolita's cute face. Remember to take a detour next time you see her, that's all. Suchen intercepted the little lowly bodyguard who was supposed to belong to Linny and brought her back home, in an exquisite villa with a country style. Yi Qingyan put on Remskas costume and a blue wig that covered her eyes, her big eyes, pink lips, and vague features make her face look cute. Her bangs cover her right eye, and her figure is a little fuller than in the original. It's really tempting. Master, you're back. Add to that a pair of beautiful legs wearing white stockings, it's really enough to make one's nose bleed and die on the spot. Hey, who is this little sister? Yi Qingyan blinked her beautiful big eyes, a little surprised. It seemed that he had not expected that his young master would actually bring a strange little girl home. Hello, sister, my name is Mia Mio. Afterwards, Mia Mio greeted sweetly and began to introduce herself. After listening to Gong Mio's brief experience, Yi Qingyan felt very much in sympathy and said, "You actually lost your memory? Doesn't that mean you also lost your family?" "Ah, sorry." "It's okay, sis. I don't mind." Mia Mio tilted her head and responded sweetly, then said, "Brother Suchen said he would help me arrange a job, don't worry." "Right? Brother Suchen." The cute little loli looked at Suchen without a head. "Ah, yes. Suchen didn't deny it. He originally thought that bringing Gong Mio back might trigger a Shura field or something. For example, a young maid and a little lowly maid are fighting with each other, but now it seems that the relationship between the two is actually quite good. It can also be seen that Yi Qingyan really likes this little sister, and she has brought out the attributes of a kind elder sister to the fullest. Mia Mio also likes this older sister in front of her very much, almost more than she likes Suchen. You two should get along well. Suchen showed a nice smile. That's good. You can have a companion now. Of course, he was referring to Yi Qingyan. Most of the women working in the Su family were older, and the others were all men. It was impossible for her to get close to them, so she had never had anyone to play with. Now that's good, I have a companion. Yes. Thank you, master. Yi Qingyan looked at Suchen softly like a kitten and expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. Seeing that the other party was asking for a hug, Suchen didn't hesitate and hugged the other party, putting his left hand on the slender waist. Wow, this feels so wonderful. This is... Mia Mio tilted her head and blushed a little. She said shyly, I want one too. Chapter 50, The Story of a Super Rich Man? Class reunion. What? You also want to hug Sister Yi Qingyan? Suchen didn't react for a moment and asked back quickly. As a result, Mia Mio pouted and said coquettishly, I want to hug you too. When she finished speaking, her face was hot, burning like a fireball. Good. Suchen didn't say much and directly satisfied the other party. Hug her gently. How do I describe the feeling? The punishment was too harsh. It's done. Suchen said with a righteous look, in the days ahead, Gong Mio, you'll be working alongside Sister Yi Qingyan. You'll both be my personal maids. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Sister Yi Qingyan directly. If even Sister Yi Qingyan can't handle something, then go ask Butler Li, and he'll make arrangements for you. Okay. Brother Suchen, I understand. Gong Mio answered with a satisfied look on her face. After being hugged just now, her whole body felt very hot. I don't know why. From now on, you should call me Master, Komiya Mio. Yi Qingyan blinked her big, watery eyes, otherwise, I'll be scolded by Butler Li. Okay. I understand, young master. Gong Mio was very obedient and immediately changed her words, then looked at Suchen shyly. I never thought that I would inexplicably become a maid in someone else's house. Doesn't that mean I have to wear the same clothes as this sister? Mia Mio looked at Yi Qingyan's REM-COS costume with eager eyes and thought it was quite pretty. She wants a set of this style too. Oh. By the way, Mia Mio, do you like this? Yi Qingyan turned on the screen of her mobile phone, and it was a REM-COS costume. Then he said, this is also what Butler Li arranged for the young master. He said that the next maid should wear this. A puff. Suchen almost vomited blood. MD, old man Li is really sensible. Yes, I like the sister like this, and she has pink hair. Mia Mio's big eyes sparkled with golden light. She loved this maid outfit so much, I can't wait to take it out of the screen and put it on, but she was a little uncomfortable with the requirement of wearing white silk. Mia Mio looked down at her own beautiful legs, wondering if the young master liked her wearing this, but at this time, it was too late for her to ask, because Yi Qingyan was ready to start working as usual. Su Chen was lying there, and Yi Qingyan was obediently massaging him gently with her white jade hands, and still unaware of her own lethality, she asked in a sweet voice, "Master, are you comfortable?" "Yeah. It's comfortable, just as comfortable as yesterday." Su Chen reached out and clicked like, I have to say that Yi Qingyan's massage is indeed very comfortable, even to a degree that even professionals can't compare to. There was also a fragrance wafting from her body. I didn't know if it was body odor or something else. A maid's job is to give the young master a massage every day? Mia Mio stared at the two of them, her face almost turning red. Does she want to do this job too? That's too embarrassing. It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't. Su Chen was just about to speak to comfort her. Who said I can't? Mia Mio pursed her lips, jumped up, rode on him, and then used her delicate hands to start massaging Su Chen. How's it going? Is your strength enough? The punishment is too harsh. Su Chen was a little amused and reached out to give a thumbs up again. Although the back was a bit heavy, it had to be said that it was still quite soft. The strength is just right. Then, two women, a young maid and a little lowly maid, began to serve him. Of course, this is just an ordinary massage, it hasn't reached that level yet. Moreover, Su Chen was not in a hurry. He had just known Yi Qingyan for a few days, and his ability to conquer her was far from enough. He would at least wait until he had the chance before implementing it. I believe that by that time, there will be an explosive growth at the reversal point, and while massaging, Su Chen also began to recall the subsequent plot. Originally, after Lin Yi subdued a bodyguard tonight, the next day would be the classic plot of the godly rich novel, class reunion, show off. If we were to ask what the most classic plot is in the novels about the rich, it would definitely be the class reunion. Among the 10 novels about wealthy people, basically 9 of them have this plot, and the one that isn't there, sorry, it flopped, no one saw it. This is enough to show how important class reunions are in the rich novels. Tomorrow, Lin Yi will get a Ferrari F8 worth 3.5 million, and he will show off in front of his classmates, and Mu Qingwu was also present, and was shocked. All the classmates had a different opinion of Lin Yi. They didn't expect that he had become so rich. As for how he found out that the car was his, of course, the protagonist domineeringly blocked the parking lot intersection, and then the KTV waitress came over and asked him to move the car or something. Then everyone went out and was shocked when they saw it. In fact, if you look into this kind of plot carefully, it is really stupid. Not to mention that the KTV waitress didn't even check the surveillance, so how did she know which room the person entered? You knew that the car belonged to Lin Yi, and then you came over to ask him to move it. Just this kind of overbearing parking lot blocking intersection is ridiculous. Now that you have this luxury car, you have to show it off immediately or something. It was completely different from the last time Su Chen went to the antique street and deliberately parked far away for fear of attracting too many people. Whenever there is a chance to show off, the protagonist has to show off. Then, it is not difficult to imagine the subsequent plot. The manager of the KTV came over and offered to serve drinks, saying that Lin Yi was their new boss or something, and offered to waive the bill. Then the students were happy and shocked the whole audience. No one expected that the owner of this KTV was Lin Yi. Everyone was shocked. Generally, the plot of a novel about a wealthy man ends here, but Lin Yi's novel about a wealthy man is different. Oh. You didn't expect it. After experiencing the 2 previous exciting moments, he still has another exciting moment. In the original novel, at this time, Su Chen appeared again. He was very unhappy after being slapped in the face by Lin Yi yesterday. Then they happened to appear in the same KTV, saw Lin Yi, and deliberately came to toast him, and then the two started arguing. Afterwards, because of the system, Lin Yi gained a certain degree of immunity to alcohol, and in front of all his classmates and goddess Mu Qingwu, he got Su Chen, the rich second generation, drunk. To put it simply, in the original novel, the 2 people competed in drinking, and Su Chen was defeated. Shamefully, he was lying on the ground in the KTV like a dead dog, and Mu Qingwu looked at him with disgust. Then Mu Qingwu looked at Lin Yi with eyes full of admiration. Moreover, Su Chen was drunk and vomited while drinking, which was described as extremely disgusting, so Mu Qingwu despised and looked down upon him. The original plot is fucking outrageous. Su Chen thought about it and wondered if the author of this super rich novel didn't even need to use his brain when writing. Su Chen. Even if they did, the plot wouldn't always be like this. Chapter 51 Level 100 Demon King Suchen. Then, at the end, there is another exciting point. In the original novel, after getting drunk, Suchen discovered that this KTV was actually his territory. This KTV was just rented by Lenny, just like a shop, but then immediately, Suchen stopped the other party from renting the property, forcibly terminated the contract, and demanded a penalty for breach of contract. It's a huge loss anyway. Moreover, being bullied by others with alcohol in your own territory is really embarrassing and frustrating. At this moment, the system seemed to have heard Suchen's call or something. Ding. Triggering a special lottery. The current host spends 100 reversal points to draw once. Do you want to draw? Note, due to the special offer, the price is 90% off, but the items and skills you draw will also be greatly discounted. Would you like to draw them? What the hell? 100 reversal points for one draw? Suchen was completely shocked. Of course he smoked. There's no need to think about it. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining a bottle of strong liquor. Also, you've gained the talent, alcohol immunity. Note, this can be toggled on and off at any time. Suchen was completely surprised. This thing is great. In the KTV plot tomorrow, can Lenny slap himself in the face? MD, I can't kill him. The next day, when Yi Qingyan and Gong Mio went shopping for groceries together, holding hands like best friends or little sisters, the pork seller was stunned. He had really never seen such a beautiful woman. And one is a foxy girl, one cough cough, one is very cruel. Any man who finds these two will be squeezed dry, right? Hey! Old Lee, are you looking for death? At this time, an old lady in an apron rushed out and pinched her old man's ear in anger. Ouch! Ouch, honey, it hurts, it hurts. The pork seller cried with a miserable look on his face. The two women who caused the accident did not take this scene seriously and just passed by it. They also have to rush back to cook for their beloved men. Fudan University. Inside the female dormitory 502. An ordinary-looking girl smiled at Mu Qingguo and said, Xiao, every time you mention Suchen, you blush. If you really like him, you should go find him. Do you think he will come to you if you think about him all day long? He Yen Yu. The moment Mu Qingguo, the iceberg, heard Suchen's name, she blushed again and looked at him arrogantly. Hey! I'm just making a small suggestion. It's up to you. I'm going to the library first. Bai Qian smiled slightly, joked a few words, and then left. Only Mu Qingwu was left alone in the dormitory. Yes, she was indeed thinking about whether to call Suchen, because there is a class reunion tonight. All of them are from Fudan University, and one of her best friends invited her to go, so she wants to go too. In fact, the main purpose is to break everyone's view of themselves as icebergs. I want them to know that I am just an ordinary person and I also attend class reunions. In fact, there is no need to worry about it, but Mu Qingwu blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at her phone in a daze. She wanted to call that man and ask him to take her there. KTV Mingmen Entertainment Club, VIP room, the place for class reunion. The students from Fudan University had arrived early and were sitting there drinking, laughing, chatting and playing dice, holding the microphone, roaring the song. On the song request screen, the song currently ranked first in the country is Blue and White Porcelain, and the second one is Fireworks Cool Easily. Although Uncommon Characters is acceptable, it is ranked outside the top 100 songs because it's too damn difficult to sing. As4 Li Rin Show, it has long been banned on the entire internet. Not to mention the song ordering software, you can't even listen to it if you want to. It can only be circulated privately, but most people despise copycats and such, so not many people listen to it. The scene at this moment, everyone was very happy and the atmosphere was great. Almost everyone sang Blue and White Porcelain and Fireworks Cool Easily, because, compared to these two songs, the other songs are not songs at all, they are torture, so, there is no way. Suchen's move has raised their threshold for music. At this moment, an ordinary boy appeared in the VIP room. Lenny smiled slightly, walked in, greeted a few familiar classmates nearby, and then sat on the sofa, quietly waiting for the waiter who might come in outside the door and ask him to move the car. Yes, he obtained a Ferrari F8 worth 3.5 million through the Shinhouse system yesterday. Today is my class reunion, so of course I have to show off. Lenny has blocked the entrance to the parking lot with his car. I believe that soon the waiter will come in and ask him to move his car. What's more, he was wearing cheap clothes worth only 20 or 30 yuan. When he started to act cool, It would be even more offensive. He smiled foolishly, imagining in his mind how he would act cool later. Yes, Linny felt a little envious when he recalled the scene yesterday when the rich second generation named Su-chin drove a Lamborghini Veneno and shocked the whole audience. So I suddenly had an idea and decided to pretend to be like this myself. And now the class reunion is undoubtedly the best place, and Mu Chingwu will be there later. It is simply perfect, just. When the word perfect had not yet landed in my mind, a tall and beautiful woman appeared at the door of the VIP room. This person was Mu Chingwu. She only put on light makeup today, unlike other female classmates who were dressed up with heavy makeup, but even so, it is still easy to pick her out from a group of beautiful girls at a glance. This is Mu Chingwu, a woman who outshines everyone else. A well-deserved school belle. Chanel brand clothes make her naturally cool appearance even more eye-catching. As soon as he appeared on the stage, he attracted countless people's attention. Girls envy her and boys are amazed by her looks. However, before everyone had time to finish being surprised, a gentleman wearing a Louis Vuitton suit, exuding the temperament of a noble man, appeared on the scene. He followed Mu Chingwu and greeted them politely. "Good evening, classmates." "Hello, hello." In an instant, the students who were overwhelmed by the temperament looked at the person in front of them with surprise and respect. For some reason, they could sense the difference in level at a glance. It was as if a level 100 demon king came to their novice village to slaughter these level 5 and 6 warriors. It is a gap that will form naturally. Chapter 52. It's not my car that was smashed, right? Oh my god, School Beauty Mu is here too. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I would have gone to get my hair done if you had told me earlier. It's useless. Look at the man next to him. Can you compare with his looks? This man looks familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere. Alas, I can't remember where. At this time, the male students at the scene were a little envious when they saw the person coming. I didn't expect that I could come here with the School Beauty Mu, and he is so handsome. Damn, God is really unfair in male students. Times winky face. The girls at the scene were completely attracted by the noble temperament of this gentleman. Moreover, he was wearing a Louis Vuitton suit, which made him look like a rich man. The girls all have sparkling eyes. Omega, I wish I could give my heart to Su-chen. However, after seeing the man's female companion, they all inexplicably fell into a state of inferiority. School belle, I'm comparing my head with others. At this moment, the enemies met and were extremely jealous of each other. Linny glared at Su-chen with his beard puffed out, exuding his arrogance, trying to intimidate the other party. Originally, when he saw the goddess Mu Chingwu really coming for the appointment, although it was not a date with him, but I was still very happy. At least people came. However, unexpectedly, Su-chen, a non-student, also followed. This suddenly reminded him of the tragic experience yesterday. How could Linny not be angry and upset about this? But it's all useless. Su-chen didn't even look at him, and was already responding to the girls' attentiveness with a smile. Many girls came up to him to chat and ask for his WeChat account, but of course Su-chen didn't give any of them. His main purpose of coming here was to attack Linny and make a comeback. In order to deal with the protagonist Yi Xian in the future, make adequate preparations. Of course, in his eyes, Yi Xian was just a sheep with some attacking power. The unknown new protagonists he may encounter in the future are his real enemies. TSK, what's so great about this? Linny murmured in a low voice, feeling very unhappy. He was also envious. He was so envious of the feeling of being in the spotlight and being watched by everyone as soon as he appeared. Certainly not the kind of onlookers I was like yesterday. Linny thought back to yesterday and dug his toes into the floor. He never wanted to experience the feeling of showing off his gold card and being treated like an idiot by everyone again in his life, but it's okay. Linny looked outside the KTV door with a flash of heat and anticipation in his eyes. When the waiter arrives later, he will definitely be the focus. At this moment, the door really opened and someone came in. However, the person who came was not the waiter, but Lu Mingde, the monitor of their class. As soon as he came in, he said with a smile, "Fuck, brothers, something very interesting just happened outside." What? What's up? What happened? Once I accept my own weakness, then I am. What happened? Lu Mingde, stop keeping me in suspense and tell me now. Ha ha ha. Lu Mingde was still keeping the secret and laughed so hard that he fell on the sofa. He slammed the table and said, "Just now, do you know how popular it was?" I was dying of laughter. Classmates? Nima. Are you going to tell me or not? Fuck, guys, Aruba has arranged it directly. This is the pillar. Several men walked up to him and pretended to carry him and slam him against the KTV pillar. Okay, I'll tell you, that's enough. Seeing that everyone's anticipation was already at its peak, Lumingda didn't keep them in suspense any longer. He said with a bright smile, just now, at the entrance, in the parking lot, there was an idiot driving a Ferrari F8, showing off, blocking the entrance. Lumingda smiled happily and said, guess what happened? What's going on? Everyone asked curiously. As a result, a surly guy in an Audi A3 couldn't get in, so four burly guys got out and smashed his car with baseball bats. Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Lumingda couldn't help but laugh so hard he almost died. That stupid Ferrari F8 was smashed to pieces. It was in such a bad state that no one would want it even if it was thrown into the garbage dump. What the hell? Awesome. Grumpy old man is awesome. In this day and age, are there still idiots who park like this? And block the parking lot entrance and exit? What kind of person is this? What happened next? What happened? Everyone asked with great anticipation. Later, those four grumpy old men got in the car, reversed it, and drove away. Squad leader Lumingda was extremely passionate and performed on the spot. You don't know, there were so many people applauding at that time. It was so satisfying. It was so satisfying. And, most importantly, there was a Lamborghini Veneno parked not far from the Ferrari F8. Although it couldn't get in, it pulled over politely and didn't block the road. Tell me, sometimes, does quality really have nothing to do with money? Yes. People like this, even if they drive luxury cars, are still brain dead. What's the point? Fuck. I'm familiar with cars. My family is in the business. A Ferrari F8 is only about 3 million, and a Lamborghini Veneno is over 100 million. How the hell can these be on the same level? Hey! No? Lamborghini Veneno? Nimma, a god-level luxury car. As the old man spoke, his pupils gradually widened, and he almost scared himself. Fuck, I have to go and see. So, one by one, the classmates followed him out after seeing him leave. They had to watch the show after all, whether it's the smashed Ferrari F8 or the only Lamborghini Veneno in Chihuahua. They are both pictures worthy of posting on WeChat moments and making a big publicity, so everyone ran out to watch the show. Only Linny was left with a look of heartache and frustration. Damn it. Could it be my car that was smashed? He thought. The Ferrari F8 is blocking the entrance and exit. It seems there is no escape. Linny was so heartbroken and grief-stricken, and, the most important thing is, he still can't recognize his beloved car because he's afraid of being embarrassed. Wouldn't it be very embarrassing if others knew that the person who was just called an idiot by everyone was actually me? Therefore, Linny didn't dare to recognize him, nor did he dare to go out to check the condition of his Ferrari F8. There are 86,400 seconds in a day, and he earns $1 per second, which means 86,000 yuan a day. But this Ferrari F8 is worth $3.5 million, although it is a system task reward. But Linny was still heartbroken and almost died of grief. Damn, not only did I fail to show off, but I also lost my car. Chapter 53. Isn't this Sushin's car? Vedding. 200 reversal points reward. The current host spends 1,000 reversal points and can draw a lottery once. Would you like to draw? This is actually natural. It was Su Chen who ordered people to smash it. Someone from the umbu.to be more precise. They are the subordinates of the umbu. Don't you like blocking the road to show your coins? Then I'll just have someone smash your car and teach you how to show your coins. At this time, almost all the students came over to watch, and each of them showed an expression of astonishment. Oh my god, it's smashed like this, can it still be opened? This is basically useless, right? I guess no one would want it even if it went to the recycling station. What the hell, what's that next to it, a Lamborghini Veneno? Oh my god. This is so cool. Lamborghini Automobili. Lamborghini is a high-level developer of carbon fiber materials. The chassis is a carbon fiber monocoque. My dad has told me about this car countless times, but I never expected to see it in person today. Everyone was a little shocked. They didn't expect that there would be such a luxury car next to the Ferrari F8. This is too eye-catching. Even the Ferrari F8 being smashed up pales in comparison. Hey! Guys, what are you doing here? At this time, a male classmate walked over to the door and asked curiously. Zhang Juanda, come here quickly, there's a stupid guy whose car got smashed, huh? Why are you here just now? We are almost here. Come here, look. The classmates were calling him to come and watch the show together. Hey, what is this? When Jiang Juanda came over, he recognized the car at a glance. Isn't this Lamborghini Veneno Sushin's car? Why is it here? Sushin? What? You know him? Everyone was a little confused. At this moment, Jiang Juanda finally saw Su Chen next to him and said in horror, FFFF. The living Su God. At this time, he finally recognized Su Chen on the school forum and the school idol list, the man known as Sushin. Moreover, Sushin is Chu Yue's boyfriend. He is quite awesome and famous. How could he not recognize this? What the hell? The Sushin you're talking about is brother Chen? Damn. This car actually belongs to Su Chen? Oh my god, that school beauty Mu really found a treasure. This car is worth at least hundreds of millions. When everyone found out that Su Chen was the owner of this Lamborghini Veneno, everyone was stunned. Holy shit, the person who was just chatting with them calmly is actually worth over 100 million. No, his car alone is worth over 100 million. Moreover, he is humble and not arrogant. Such a rich second generation is rare, unlike the stupid owner of this Ferrari F8, who started showing off as soon as he had some money and even blocked the entrances and exits. He really deserved to have his car smashed. At this time, Linny also came out and watched secretly. When he saw his Ferrari F8 smashed into a pile of scrap metal, he felt so painful that he went crazy, and the most important thing is that these people are praising Su Chen, praising his Lamborghini Veneno, and praising his character. He also used the owner of the Ferrari F8, that is, himself, to elevate his quality and belittle himself, saying that the owner of the Ferrari F8 was a loser and an idiot. Ah! Linny gnashed his teeth and screamed madly in his heart, but in reality he did not dare to show any abnormality. He was afraid that his classmates would find out that the car was his, so he felt very upset. Not only did I fail in pretending to be cool, but I even had to suppress my anger. What a sad and frustrating feeling. Afterwards, after returning to the KTV, everyone was still discussing what happened outside, which made Linny feel even more depressed, and there's no way to vent after all. This was the result of his own insistence on showing off. Immediately afterwards, Blue and White Porcelain and Fireworks Cool Easily were played again in the KTV. The song request machine only has these two songs, and everyone has to sing them once. After a while, no one knows whose turn it is to sing the next song. There's nothing I can do, it's too popular, and crush all the songs. The most important thing is that everyone was singing Su Chen's songs, but no one recognized on the scene that the author of the original song was himself. It's just like a very popular song on TikTok. Although you know the melody and how to sing it, you don't know who the singer is or even the name of the song. The same effect was occurring at the scene at this moment. Su Chen was also a little amused and helpless, and then it was his turn to sing. Everyone was also a little surprised. Wow! This voice and singing skills are really good. It has the style of the original singer. The voice is somewhat similar to the original singer, but the singing skills are still a little worse than the original singer. However, it's pretty good. Really? Why do I feel like it sounds better than the original? The students present started discussing curiously. After the song ended, the second part of the plot soon arrived. The KTV manager came over and offered to serve wine, and accidentally discovered that Linny was their new boss, so he waived the bill. Afterwards, the students were delighted, and the identity of the boss Linny shocked the whole audience. Come over here. At this time, at the entrance of the KTV, Manager Wu was calling the KTV waitresses to bring some wine. Huh? What's going on? What happened? What does this manager want to do? I don't understand. Could it be that someone important has come and wants to kick us out? Just like in the original novel, the classmates began to pave the way for Linny. Boss Lin. At this time, Manager Wu came in with a flattering smile and several waitresses carrying wine. He said happily, Boss Lin. I heard you were here, so I asked someone to bring you some wine. Soon, 3 bottles of 1982 Lafite, a first growth classified growth, priced at 36,900 yuan, were placed on the table. A total of 110,000 bottles of Lafite wine were delivered. All of a sudden, the students panicked. Some were so scared that they dropped the microphones on the sofa. The whole place fell silent. They all asked in a panic and suspicious manner, "Hey, brother, we didn't order this kind of wine." Yeah, you're kidding. This is a Lafite bar, and it's from 1982. How are we poor students supposed to pay you? If this wine is real Lafite, it would cost at least 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a bottle. Isn't this KTV a forced sale? We don't want this, please go back. The people at the scene panicked all of a sudden and lost interest in singing. They looked at the manager as if he were facing a great enemy. Everyone, maybe you misunderstood. Manager Wu smiled flatteringly and said, "This is a gift from our general manager Lin to you all." Instantly, the whole audience was shocked. Chapter 54 lost sesame seeds and picked up watermelons. At this moment, Linny, who was sitting in the corner, was laughing so hard that his face was crooked. Yes, the appearance of this scene was exactly what he arranged. He became the owner of KTV Mingmen Entertainment Club yesterday. This is a reward for completing a task in the Shinhouse system. Moreover, Linny had already called manager Wu in advance and asked him to come and deliver wine during the class reunion, when the sensible and experienced Manager Wu heard this. He immediately understood what his new boss meant. Isn't it just to show off? I understand, just cooperate and it's done. So, at this moment, he immediately came over to bring the wine. This expensive 1982 Lafite wine almost scared all the students to death. Is it a gift from President Lin? Who is your President Lin? Is it a real gift or not? Don't scare me. A bottle of this stuff costs more than 30,000 yuan. Even if we split the cost, we still don't have enough money. We are just poor students. Why did he give us wine? Is Mr. Lin your boss? The students looked at each other and asked Manager Wu questions curiously. The Mr. Lin I just mentioned is actually this person. Manager Wu chuckled, walked over to Lin Yi, and introduced him. This is our President Lin. The wine you just had was given to you by him, and all expenses for tonight will be waived. This is also arranged by President Lin for you. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Lin Yi's arrogance was spreading wildly at this moment. He smiled brightly, feeling incredibly happy, but he still spoke modestly. Hey, Manager Wu, didn't I tell you not to reveal my identity? Oh, come on, I was trying to get along peacefully with everyone, but now you're acting like I'm some big boss. Lin Yi said blame with a bright smile, but in fact he was really happy. This feeling is so right, brother, it's so right. Ah, Mr. Lin, I didn't expect you to want to hide your identity. Well, I was wrong this time. Manager Wu also cooperated and was about to finish the performance and leave. Suddenly, he saw a person who subverted his cognition. Manager Wu's pupils widened as he stared at the gentleman in astonishment. He looked at the man with a hint of disbelief and asked tentatively, Mr. Su, Mr. Su? He never thought that his idol and male god would appear here. The Su family's influence is spread throughout Jiangchang. Not to mention this KTV, the entire area here, or territory, belongs to the Su family. Moreover, last time at the banquet, Su Chen not only got rid of his dog-licking persona, but also successfully counterattacked. In Manager Wu's opinion, this was simply awesome. He often chatted and boasted with KTV guests, and he was talking about Su Chen, his idol, a man who fought a comeback battle with great success and was born a nobleman. Whenever someone from the Su family comes here, the boss here, no, the former boss here, must treat them well, not to mention the only heir of the Su family. So when you see people, how can Manager Wu not be panicked and nervous? You should know that this KTV is only rented by you, Lin Yi. Just like the shop, the entire land here belongs to the Su family. Hello. Wearing a Louis Vuitton suit, Su Chen, who exuded the temperament of a nobleman, smiled and greeted. The arrogant atmosphere created by Lin Yi was immediately eliminated. It's like completely wiping out the opponent's territory, completely and thoroughly. Manager Wu was like a bootlicker, and was crazy about Su Chen's well-being and was very respectful to him. He even sent someone to deliver more expensive wine. He was very sensible and looked like a veteran. He handled affairs very maturely and was a talented person. However, in Lin Yi's eyes, he frowned and felt very upset. I thought, what the hell is going on? Isn't this Manager Wu just here to show off? How come while licking, he ended up licking Su Chen? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Su Chen, as if he was a big shot who came to a KTV and was being treated crazily, but he, Lin Yi, became like a passerby, and no one paid any attention to him. Even the newly delivered expensive wine seemed to be all thanks to Su Chen, and had nothing to do with Lin Yi at all. You bastard, I'm obviously the boss of the KTV. Lin Yi couldn't help but get a little angry and shouted, Hey! Xiao Wu, I think you're a little ignorant. How can you be a manager? You just give people wine? In an instant, he directly attacked the opponent's core. This is obviously the wine from my KTV, and you are giving it to others? Mr. Lin, you may not know this, but Mr. Su's manager Wu was a little overwhelmed. He was about to explain that the land here belonged to the Su family. In the past, when people from the Su family came, even if it was just people from the Ming department, the former boss treated them like a dog and treated them well. Linny slammed the table in anger and said angrily, I don't care who he is. This is my bar, Lin Yi's. You're giving away drinks in your name? I'm going to fire you today. Get out of here. In an instant, everyone looked at him, which made Linny feel very comfortable. This was the right feeling, this was the comfortable feeling. Manager Wu seemed to be hesitant to speak, but finally he couldn't stand this cerebral palsy anymore. MD, I did this for the whole KTV, but this new boss is so stupid. Anyone who has ever had a boss who was crappy, or even one who was not as smart as themselves and likes to give orders, knows how disgusting it is. Manager Wu was immediately disgusted and cursed on the spot. Alright. I'm resigning voluntarily. CNM people, do you really think I can't survive without you? Brainless thing. He angrily retorted on the spot. Moreover, he is familiar with everything about the KTV here. For example, regular customers who come here usually make arrangements by calling him. He has a lot of resources. With these resources, he can easily become a manager even if he goes outside, but if KTV Mingmen Entertainment Club loses him, it would be like breaking both of its legs. It is no exaggeration to say that it has gone from a normal person to a disabled person. You fucking bastard. Linny didn't expect that the other party would dare to fight back directly and even call him brainless. At this time, he had not thought about the importance of the other party's manager identity. Anyone who could be a manager in KTV at that time must have already grasped the connections. He, as a boss, was a truly ordinary person. After all, in almost all novels, the protagonists are not very capable and are just hands-off bosses, and he was actually throwing away his most capable subordinate, so it was really a big loss for him, or in other words, he was really stupid. Su Chen couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene, and then handed over a business card. Manager Wu, if you need a new job, you can call this number. In an instant, Manager Wu was extremely surprised. If he was not a fool, he would understand what Su Chen meant. This was to arrange a position for this little fanboy of mine, so he thanked her repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you, Mr. Su. He bowed and thanked, his face truly filled with surprise. I didn't expect to lose the sesame seeds and pick up a watermelon. Moreover, he believed that the resources under his control would definitely bring great benefits to President Su. This was his confidence. Just like that, Manager Wu, who was originally Lin Yi's general in the original novel and played a huge role in the subsequent business plot, switched sides and came under Su Chen's command. Ding. 300 reversal points reward. Chapter 55. Lin Yi, who has no emotional intelligence after a big incident happened at the scene. Lin Yi still had that smug look on his face, with a crooked mouth. It seemed like he had done something extraordinary. It's as if he's saying, look. I have the power to fire an employee at will. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that powerful? He had no idea how powerful a general he had lost, and was still gloating over it. It can even be said that all the protagonists in the stories of the rich are like this, self-centered, thinking that they are awesome and that's all, and not caring about anything else. I had no idea how important the thing I had lost was, or how stupid I was. Even some of the students present have realized the importance of Manager Wu. He is the old manager of a big KTV. I wonder how many connections he has. If you say fire, then fire him directly. It's really a no-brainer. This is just like Liu Bei firing Zhuge Liang as soon as he came to power. He really has no IQ. He thought his boss was Cao Cao, but in fact he was Lu Xie, a puppet without power. The scariest thing is that this puppet doesn't realize it's a puppet. He also looked very proud and thought he was Cao Cao, very powerful and able to fire people. This refers to Lin Yi, who was smiling triumphantly at the moment. He was enjoying the gazes of the crowd and felt that he was very awesome. After Manager Wu cursed Lin Yi, the stupid boss, for a few words, he left immediately. Before leaving, he thanked Su Chen crazily for giving him this opportunity. Lin Yi also cursed the other party without any hesitation, and they kept on cursing each other until Manager Wu left. The quarrel ended. And the way all the classmates looked at Lin Yi didn't think he was awesome at all, but rather as if he was an idiot. The most important thing is that this mentally retarded person has no idea that he is mentally retarded, which is outrageous. Classmates, feel free to enjoy these bottles of wine. This is 1982 Lafite. Your family backgrounds certainly don't suggest you've ever tasted such fine wine. I'll treat you all this time. Linny said with a smile, thinking he was a wealthy and magnanimous person. In fact, the students felt a little disgusted when they heard this. What do you mean our family background is that we have never tasted such good wine? Can you speak with some emotional intelligence? He has no vision at all. Su Chen is really awesome. Not only is he handsome and rich, but most importantly, he is low-key and polite. He is completely different from this stupid nouveau riche. No, 10 levels. It's not enough to describe the gap between them. At this moment, everyone thought that Linny was brainless. Even Mu Qingwu, who was always kind and friendly, thought he was brainless. There's something wrong with my brain. And Linny, the idiot, continued to talk. This wine, poor students like you can't usually drink it. It's over 30,000 yuan a bottle. Do you know how much a sip costs? Hundreds or even thousands of yuan. What he said really showed his lack of emotional intelligence. The classmates frowned when they heard this. Why did it seem like they liked it very much, or even begged him to drink his wine? Who the hell wants to drink it? It was obviously you who asked someone to bring it up, and Manager Wu obviously admires Su Chen more. Who the hell do you think you are, a nouveau riche? Hey! Why isn't anyone drinking? Are they not used to it? Or are they just scared? Linny patted his chest and assured, don't worry, everyone, I won't ask you for money. I know you don't have money, so just drink it. This idiot thought that everyone was afraid that he would extort money and so they didn't dare to drink his wine or something. Yeah, everyone, feel free to drink. Linny is so rich, how can we not drink when he invites us to drink? Su Chen directly opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite, poured it into the cup and drank it just like drinking water, and then continued pouring after finishing it. It's like pouring water. Don't take it seriously at all. In just a short while, half the bottle was gone. In an instant, Linny was stunned. Shit, my 150 million is gone just like that? He had originally planned that since his classmates didn't dare to drink much, he would split a bottle among them and keep the rest for himself to continue. Showing off. As a result, Su Chen is so shameless, just drink your own wine. Moreover, as soon as Su Chen finished speaking and taking action, the classmates immediately understood what he meant and opened the 1982 Lafite and started drinking. The more expensive wine that was delivered later was also drunk directly from the bottle by a classmate. It's really like drinking water. Linny had a bitter look on his face. It was so painful. Every sip you drink will cost you thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars. Moreover, after so many students finished drinking, they asked the waiter to continue serving more wine, and all of them were expensive wines. It seemed like he wanted to empty his wine cellar or something. He was pouring and blowing the bottles desperately. It was as if he was taking revenge on Linny for calling him a poor bastard and looking down on him and others. You're just keeping the fish, keep drinking. Our rich man Linny is paying the bill, everyone can drink as much as they want. At this time, Su Chen smiled and urged others to drink, using the method of provoking to the fullest extent. Goethe's old wine, Kwaichamadai 53% Feitian Matai, is worth 34,000. Remy Martin Louis XIII, valued at 27,000. Famous wines such as Lafite, worth tens of thousands of dollars, were all brought up by the waiters obediently. Let the students drink to their heart's content. Linny looked at Su Chen with hatred. His heart was like a knife cutting through him. I feel like all my fine wines are about to be cleared out in an instant. No! I have to drink my money back. So he also picked up a bottle of Feitian Matai and prepared to blow the bottle. Because Linny has the system, he has a certain immunity to alcohol. If he really drinks, he can really drink. Just before drinking, Linny looked at Su Chen and found that he was still trying to persuade him to drink. You are just raising fish, keep drinking. Don't give face to us, the rich Linny. And the classmates also obeyed and blew the bottles frantically, trying to take revenge on Linny. MD. This beast. While feeling distressed, Linny decided to retaliate against Su Chen, who was stirring up trouble. Hey, Su Chen, why are you always here urging people to drink? You said others are raising fish here, aren't you the same? How much have you drunk? Come on, PK. Coming? Su Chen showed a nice smile at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, the plot that was supposed to happen has finally come. In the original novel, during the PK process, he would be drunk. After all, Linny has the patience to be immune to alcohol. It's not a fair contest at all. However, after yesterday's lottery, Suchen not only won strong liquor, but also gained an alcohol-immune physique that can be turned on and off at any time.
Would I be afraid of you? Come on, let's PK.
Su Chen was no less impressive. He simply picked up the bottle and started blowing it without any fear, and all the drinks were paid for by Linny. The more he drank, the more he lost.
Ha!
Just wait for everyone to laugh at you.
Linny was not intimidated at all.
He picked up a bottle of Fei Tian Mutai worth 34,000 yuan and started drinking it right on the spot.
Chapter 56, Disgusting Linny. The scene of the 2PK instantly attracted countless classmates. Everyone looked at them in disbelief. He blew the bottle, making tons sounds, and poured the liquor into his mouth like crazy, as if it had no alcohol. It's even more powerful than the student's bottle blowing just now. At least others had paused before. But these two people are really fighting for their lives. One tried to drink the other down. A concept of trying to drink someone out of money, drinking like crazy. Moreover, neither of them was afraid of the other at all. It was definitely a 1v1 battle between real men. Everyone around was dumbfounded. They tried to put themselves in the situation, but they were afraid that they would not be able to last even 2 minutes and would vomit. Come again. Let's drink, don't stop. Come on, come on.
The two were still drinking and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Almost all the students in the KTV room were just watching them fighting. Moreover, both of them were calm and collected, and they looked like they could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. The fight continued like this: you drink a cup, I drink a cup, you drink a bottle, I drink a bottle. The two idiots were drinking together in front of everyone, neither of them giving in. Seeing that the time was ripe, Suchen directly asked the waiter to go to the front desk and get the wine he had just stored with her. That's right, it's the strong liquor rewarded by the system. Don't you, Linny, have alcohol resistance given by the system?
Isn't that awesome? Then let me show you how awesome the wine from the Destiny Villain system is. Let's compare and see whose system is stronger. As for Suchen himself,
there was no need to worry.
He was immune to alcohol. It was just like drinking water. At most, you just have to go to the bathroom a few more times. In fact, at this time, Linny had drunk so much that his face was a little red, but he still said unconvincingly, "What good wine can you have? Can it compare to my Fei Tian Mutai?"
As soon as he finished speaking, a bottle of wine called camphor was placed on the table by the waiter.
That's it? You can't just drink a wine you haven't even heard of its name?
Linny still had a smug expression on his face. Come on, open it up, 1 glass each, take turns drinking it all. In an instant, the classmates poured a large cup for each of them. Then, the drinking competition begins. First, the best actor Su Chin showed an unbearable expression on his face for the first time when he drank it, as if he was a little overwhelmed by this strong liquor.
TSK. That's it? Raising fish?
At this moment, Linny finally had a smile on his face. He just took out the glass of Confield wine and drank it down with a gulp. It was so heroic, just like when he was drinking those ordinary wines just now, free and easy. But the moment he drank it, Linny realized something was wrong. The alcohol immediately invaded all his nerves, and he became dazed and incoherent. This wine, good wine.
Good wine.
Then he poured himself a glass and drank it. In an instant, he could hardly stand. He was walking with a staggering gait, feeling slightly drunk, and then he suddenly felt nauseous. The heartburn and drinking alcohol irritated the gastric mucosa, causing excessive secretion of gastric acid, and he started vomiting in front of everyone. This disgusting scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind.
That's it? Fish farming?
Suchen directly borrowed the other party's words and started to mock him. Then he poured himself a few glasses in succession and drank them without changing his expression. This scene deeply shocked all the students present. Shit, Linny passed out after just 2 glasses of wine, but this man could actually drink several glasses without changing his expression. Isn't this too scary? Classmates, Omega equals some of the older guys who were drinking from bottles of white wine just now, and who had a good
alcohol tolerance, didn't dare to drink this bottle of Confei wine.
After all, after Linny got drunk, he vomited like a dog, which was a shameful scene. It was already deeply engraved in their minds.
This wine was definitely extraordinary. Linny held onto the wall, drunk and vomiting as he walked. He stumbled like a dead dog and spoke incoherently. Ran to the toilet outside for shelter, because a girl happened to go into the restroom in the KTV. Therefore,
Although Linny was drunk, the system's alcohol resistance still helped him maintain a bit of rationality. No, to go to the toilet outside to avoid the limelight. If he keeps drinking like this, he's really going to die. Is this guy a monster? Linny was drunk and staggered into the bathroom. He turned on the faucet and wanted to wash his face to feel refreshed, but as soon as he turned on the faucet, he felt nauseous and started vomiting in the sink. He looked extremely embarrassed. This disgusting scene scared the people who were peeing in the men's restroom so much that they almost shrank back. What the hell is this guy? Isn't it disgusting? Some people even took out their phones, filmed this extremely disgusting scene, and posted it on their moments. Fuck you, there's a stupid dog in the bathroom of the KTV Mingmen Entertainment Club. It scared me. Damn, I never want to come here again in my life. It's left a psychological trauma on me. Fuck you. Then, he directly selected several photos of Linny and posted them on his moments. Soon, a bunch of people started talking. What the hell? Brother Wei, what the hell is this? Fuck you, you idiot. I'm eating spicy hot pot. What are you doing? Ugh, disgusting. This guy is so disgusting. Damn it. I'll have to stay away from him next time I see him. Brother Wei, let's join his performance art. Ha 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 ha. The man taking the photo felt sick to his stomach when he saw this reply, and immediately replied, "Get lost." Joining the F*King, then, he immediately ran out of the toilet. Damn, it was an eyesore, really an eyesore. That beast is really The man named Brother Wei recalled what happened to Linny just now, and finally couldn't help vomiting at the door. There was a pile of vomit at the door of the toilet, which was extremely dirty. Chapter 57. Listen to me say thank you. Because of you at this time, Linny in the toilet was still smiling brightly, even ran into the toilet cubicle. What an enjoyment and comfort. This scene scared a classmate who came over here because he just cared about him. The boy was so surprised that it was like a thunder exploded above his head, and he felt like he had been electrocuted, and his mind was in a state of semi-delirium. In the end, he was so shocked that he stood there like a half-stuck log. Then quickly ran back to the KTV room and shouted, "Brothers! Linny! Linny is actually eating." On the other side, Linny was drunk and had a bright smile on his face, shaking his head. Although the taste is a little different from what I used to know, I have to say that it tastes really good. Because the door was not closed, his behavior was seen by the people who just came in from the toilet. Moreover, everyone who saw this scene felt their stomachs churning and began to vomit in an instant. More vomit accumulated at the toilet door. If the cleaning lady saw this scene tomorrow, she would definitely sing a song. Listen to me saying thank you. Because of you, I feel warm. At this time, Linny also came to the door. There was meat, some yellow, some white. He just laughed ha ha and lay on the ground to eat it, as if he had found a treasure. What? How is that possible? Linny is eating. Jiang Jinshin, are you kidding me? This isn't something you can joke about. Even though he was drunk, it's not appropriate for you to slander him like this. At this time, many students at the scene were speaking for Linny, thinking that such a thing could not happen. What the hell, even though he was drunk, it's impossible. You can't slander him like this. You don't believe it? Now, it was Jiang Jinshin's turn to show an expression of disbelief. You really don't believe it? At the same time, I was questioning myself, why don't you believe me? Everything I said is true. I don't believe it. Stop joking. Although Linny has low emotional intelligence, I think this joke is a bit too much. Jiang Jinshin, you are not jealous that Linny became the boss here, so? Everything I said is true. Why don't you believe me? Jiang Jinshin was so anxious that he almost cried. Fuck, I really didn't lie. Ahem. Well, if you tell such a story out of thin air, I don't think anyone here will believe you. At this time, Su Chen came out to persuade, why don't we go to the bathroom together? As the saying goes, seeing is believing, hearing is not. We have to see it to know whether it is true or not. Suddenly, Jiang Jinshin showed an embarrassed expression. He had a good relationship with Linny, otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to the bathroom to check on him just now. I was in a hurry just now, or my worldview was suddenly overturned, so I said it accidentally, but now that he had calmed down, he felt that he shouldn't have treated his brother Linny like that. Then he quickly shook his head and explained. I was just talking nonsense, don't believe it, huh? I was just joking because I saw that the atmosphere was a bit heavy, so I made a little joke. He scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. What the hell are you doing? One second they say we don't believe you, and the next second, fuck. I wasn't curious at first, but after you did that, my curiosity is instantly piqued. The students looked at each other and expressed their desire to go to the bathroom to see what was going on. I figured since everyone wanted to see it, there's no harm in taking a look. Suchin sneered and suggested, it's just a visit to the bathroom anyway, there's nothing to lose. Yeah. That makes sense. We won't lose anything by going and seeing it. Oh, you're right, I'm damn curious. Could it be that Lenny is really enjoying the delicious food? The students were all so bad that I couldn't help laughing just thinking about that scene. Not if it is true, then Lenny will definitely be famous in their school. So, a group of people formed a team and started going to the toilet to appreciate this famous scene in their minds. As a result, when I actually came to the toilet, almost everyone was so shocked by this scene that they were completely stunned. They cried out in panic, "No! No way, vomit, vomit!" This scene made the students feel nauseous instantly. Some of them started to retch, covered their eyes, and fled the scene. WDNMD. Isn't this too disgusting? No, I can't accept it. I can't hold on any longer, guys, I'm leaving now. His face can't be all. Nima, so disgusting. One by one, they turned around and fled the scene retching. They never imagined that Lenny would actually do something unimaginable that subverted their worldview. This is so disgusting. Even the woman Muchingu showed an expression of disgust. He covered his nose and left. She never imagined that Lenny was such a disgusting person. It's so disgusting. I don't want to talk to this person anymore in my life. I would even run away if I get close to him. Otherwise, this scene would instantly reappear in her mind. This time, Lenny didn't know that he had lost the right to choose a spouse on campus, and soon his reputation would spread throughout Jiangcheng. Chapter 58. The plot becomes interesting. Suchin is still handsome. This Lenny is too disgusting. Mu Qingwu left the scene with a look of disgust on her face. Fuck. Suchen, omega omega. At this moment, the most confused person was Suchen. He never imagined that the strong liquor rewarded by the system would be so powerful. In the original book, Lenny just got himself drunk like a drunkard, and was then laughed at by everyone, but now Lenny is almost ruined, right? Damn it, this was completely beyond Suchen's expectations. When the protagonist gets drunk, he turns out to be such a person and has such a hobby. Who could have imagined this? Suchen quickly decided to collect this bottle of Camfield wine. Wait until next time to use it. Ding. Reward reversal points, 500. In the evening, after returning to the villa, Suchen, who was receiving massages from two women, recalled what happened to Lenny just now, and felt a little nauseous. Master, what's wrong? Why do you have that expression? Yi Qingyan asked curiously while massaging with her delicate hands. Mia Mio also looked at Suchen with curious eyes. Ahem, today. So, Suchen recounted what happened tonight. After listening to it, the two women almost vomited on the spot. The most important thing is that Yi Qingyan has never seen Lenny, so she can't imagine it, but Mia Mio had seen it before. That night, this guy went against the young master. No wonder the young master said at the time, "That man is a fool, his brain is not normal." Now Mia Mio's face was filled with disdain and she finally understood what this sentence meant. Afterwards, Suchen closed his eyes and recalled the plot while enjoying the massage. Just when he returned home, he received an invitation letter from the Song family in Yanjing. The gist of it is an invitation to a dinner. An old man named Song, who is from Yanjing and has a very impressive background, is coming to Jiangcheng. So invitations were sent to all the upper-class celebrities in Jiangcheng. Suchen was not unfamiliar with this plot, because in the welcome ceremony tomorrow night, Yixian will finally appear again and shine. If we say that the birthday party of Xia Ruoshi from the Xia family at the Shanghai Hotel last time was considered a medium-sized party this time, it can definitely be considered a grand banquet, because, at previous birthday parties, most of the people who attended were people who were familiar with the Xia family, but this time, almost all the people coming here are from famous families. There will be more people, or in other words, weak people, and even families cannot enter this banquet at all. The foundation of the Song family in Yanjing is truly terrifying, not only in terms of business, but also in terms of fame. So, this time, it was also Yixian's show-off event, but the quality was higher and more awesome because, in the last banquet in the original novel, Yixian had already made a name for himself through the imperial green and uncommon characters. and he also robbed Xiaoruoshi of her marriage with an ultimate big shot. Then, Mr. Song from the Song family thought that Yi Xian was really a talent. I want to introduce my granddaughter to him. Yes, I want to introduce my granddaughter to him. This is outrageous. Su Chen, asterisk, in fact, as long as you look into it carefully, you will find that this plot is really full of loopholes. Although the protagonist is introduced to the big shot, no, the protagonist is met by the big shot and introduced to his granddaughter. This plot point is indeed very cool. Su Chen said that this was not uncommon in the novels he had read before, but this is outrageous. You know, Yi Xian made his name in Jiangcheng by stealing Xiaoruoshi's marriage. But you, Mr. Song, a famous figure, are going to introduce your granddaughter to the protagonist right away? What kind of logic is this? Su Chen was really powerless to complain. He had clearly snatched Xiaoruoshi's marriage away, which meant that the protagonist now had a partner. Then you introduced him to a girlfriend, gave him your granddaughter, and thought he was a talented person. I really don't know what to say. The most important thing is that the granddaughter introduced to the protagonist, Song Xier, is also a top student with glasses. This top-notch lady not only has a good figure, but also likes to wear black stockings. She is perfect in all aspects. You're going to give such a person to Yi Xian as his mistress. Su Chen really didn't know what to say about this old master Song. He was really brainless then. At the banquet, it is not difficult to imagine why Yi Xian was suddenly taken the initiative to be acquainted by Mr. Song, who treated him as his grandson-in-law and introduced him to his granddaughter, which shocked the entire upper class of Jiangcheng. This banquet, after all, is for the protagonist to show off. Su Chen looked at the invitation and wanted to tear it up. If the plot hadn't changed, in the original novel, Su Chen would stare at Yi Xian holding his fiancée. With anger and embarrassment, no, the engagement has been cancelled. Yi Xian took Xiaoruoshi to the stage and faced the Minotaur. Then the two of them did a pas de deux and rocked the house or something, because at this stage, the protagonist has already made a name for himself, and the main purpose of the banquet is to count his gains and the follow-up. Moreover, Mr. Song's son, Song Xier's father, Songbin, also has a beautiful wife. Even though she is in her 30s and 40s, she maintains a better figure than her own daughter, and her appearance seems to be in her 20s or 30s. She is a top-notch wife with a bright and beautiful face. However, in this plot, the other party will not appear yet, and in the subsequent plot, it will happen. At this banquet, there were 3 people from the Song family: Old Man Song, Songbin, and Song Xier. As for the others, they were basically just there to make cameo appearances. Then, when Su Chen saw Yi Xian holding Xiaoruoshi's hand and dancing, the frustration and anger he felt spread throughout the entire audience. No man can withstand the scene of having a green grassland on his head. However, no one will put themselves in the villain's perspective and experience how miserable the villain is. Most people just put themselves in Yi Xian's perspective and feel great about it. Only a time traveler like Su Chen would want to change his own storyline and truly become a destined villain. Moreover, after the protagonist Yi Xian was introduced to his granddaughter Song Xier by Mr. Song, after the dinner, it was too late and everyone stayed in the hotel. Song Xier got drunk and went into the wrong room and ended up staying in Yi Xian's room. However, since the other party did not have an extremely in constitution, Yi Xian kept his chastity, chose to be a eunuch, and did not take any action. He just washed the other person's face and then lay down on the ground and fell asleep. Let the woman Song Xier sleep on the bed. This point has also been praised by countless readers, who praised him for his endurance and not being a stud or something. This kind of protagonist is really interesting. However, Su Chen disagreed with this. You are the protagonist, loyal and faithful, right? Then I will exchange rooms, and the things that you, Yi Xian, dare not do, can be left to me. Asterisk. Asterisk, asterisk. Su Chen's expression suddenly became amorous and evil, but his eyes seemed to be smiling. He felt that the following plot was becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 59. Do you want to see your junior brother, Yi Xian? The most important thing is that Song Xier, this academic master with glasses and domineering lady, is a member of an ethnic minority. According to their custom, as long as you sleep with a man, you are considered the man this life, a lifetime commitment. Although Yi Xian, the dead eunuch, was afraid to sleep, Song Xier still gave him great help in the subsequent plot. After all, the Song family in Yanjing is really powerful and has great authority. The most important thing is that at this moment, Su Chen suddenly had an evil idea in his mind. If Yi Xian's senior sister Yi Qingyan were brought to the banquet tomorrow, the scene would definitely be very interesting. Su Chen lay comfortably on the black and white silk knee pillow, looking at the charming beauty on it, and asked, Qingyan, I have a question for you. Young master, what's the problem? Yi Qingyan said gently as she looked at Su Chen lying on her black and white silk thighs. It's like a gentle older sister next door treating her younger brother. The younger brother I'm referring to is a real younger brother. Not that kind of thing. In short, it is very elegant and gentle, and can really make people feel full of happiness at any time. But just after Su Chen asked the next question, the woman who was more charming than Peach Blossom suddenly became ferocious, like a demon queen, with hatred in her cold expression. The question Su Chen asked was, "Do you want to see your junior brother, Yi Xian?" The scene of the woman's expression changing wildly scared Xiamiya Mio, who was massaging Su Chen's legs next to her. It was the first time she saw Sister Yi Qingyan with such a horrifying expression. "Yes. I wish he would just die." Yi Qingyan's eyes were firm and she said without hesitation she wanted to avenge her father's murder. The pictures of Yi Xian in my mind have changed from a sunny and smiling boy to a murderous demon holding his father's head in his hand. She will never forget this, however, because Yi Qingyan lives so happily in the Su family, she almost forgot the main purpose of her coming here. The purpose of dedicating herself to the young master was precisely for revenge. Moreover, during this period of time, the young master did not force her to do anything she did not like, such as that kind of. There were obviously many opportunities, but the young master only let her massage and use his knees as a pillow, not going too far. This also greatly increased Yi Qingyan's favorability towards her, because the young master did not take advantage of the situation and was a genuinely good person, although, no matter what the young master did to her, she would not refuse, but there would inevitably be a little gap in her heart. It's like an uncomfortable feeling of being forced, but now, the young master did not do so. Therefore, Yi Qingyan is now really grateful to Su Chen in her heart. Therefore, he did not take the initiative to ask the other party about Yi Xian. As for revenge, we have to wait for the young master to bring it up first. And now, Su Chen finally mentioned Yi Xian's name, and Yi Qingyan's inner hatred emerged again. "You will be able to see him tomorrow, but there is a prerequisite: you must control your emotions," Su Chen said calmly. "Your survival is the greatest harm to him." Hearing this, Yi Qingyan blinked her big, watery eyes. She couldn't understand what the young master meant by this sentence, but the arrival of tomorrow made her understand. The next day, when Yi Qingyan was helping her young master adjust his tie, Su Chen smiled slightly and suddenly took out a bouquet of flowers from behind. This is made of flowers inserted and tied together, decorated with ribbons, etc., namely red roses, which is very beautiful. "This must be for Miss Xiaoruoshi." The charming beauty immediately revealed a charming smile on her pretty face, and said with some envy, "Miss Xiaoruoshi is so lucky to be loved like this by you, young master." Yi Qingyan had been in the Su family for so long that she was not unfamiliar with the name Xiaoruoshi. "I don't know how many times I've heard this from the Su family's servants." She was a woman whom his young master loved very much, the kind of woman he loved so much that he would do anything for her. So when the young master took out the flowers, she subconsciously thought that they were for the young lady. Yi Qingyan looked at the bouquet of roses and felt a little envious. "Xiaoruoshi? No, this is for you," Su Chen retorted directly, then handed over the bouquet of flowers. "No. That's impossible." Yi Qingyan looked at him with her charming eyes, and even stopped adjusting her tie. He was somewhat flattered and surprised, then suddenly smiled and said, "Master, stop teasing me. This must be for the eldest lady." Yi Qingyan smiled, thinking that Su Chen was teasing her and making fun of her. "Look at this." Su Chen pointed to the small note in the middle of the bouquet. The woman picked it up, opened it and looked at it. I have to say that she was stunned for a moment, and a touch of emotion flashed in Xu Weimei's eyes, because what was written on it was really her name. There is also a short essay attached below. The general idea is some words to comfort the other person, and let her live happily forever for the rest of her life after she has taken revenge, because I will be with her or something. After reading it, the woman was so moved that she walked forward sobbing and asked for a hug again. Su Chen hugged the other person gently, placing his left hand on the slender waist, and he habitually touches his head with his right hand. At this moment, saying anything else is redundant. Just give me a hug and that's all. Ding. 200 reversal points reward. The current host spends 1,000 reversal points and can draw a lottery once. Would you like to draw? Extraction. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hall of Fame dance ability. In an instant, duet dance, street dance, folk dance, and all the dance types in the world were integrated and entered Su Chen's mind. The next moment, he had become a dance master. After using up 1,000 points, if there are still 1,000 reversal points left, you can draw again. Just as Su Chen was about to draw the lottery, he was interrupted by the little Dai Gong Mio. She pretended to be a little girl, jumping around and pouting, saying, "I want a hug too." I want a hug too. So, Su Chen was a little amused and directly satisfied the other party. Although it is a bit painful, I have to say that it is still fun to hold the baby, and you can even lift him up high. Then it's time to meet Yi Xian. Are you ready? After Su Chen put Gong Mio down, he looked at Yi Qingyan seriously. He actually didn't know whether the woman was ready or not. However, he could probably guess that there were many reversal points to gain from this wave. When Yi Xian saw that the senior sister he had been looking for so hard was right next to his biggest enemy, one could not help but look forward to seeing what kind of expression he would have. I'm ready. Yi Qingyan's eyes were slightly cold, and she nodded seriously. Then let's go. Su Chen smiled slightly and prepared to take Yi Qingyan to their destination. Chapter 60, I was attacked by a minotaur? Hey, wherever you guys are going, I want to go too. Mia Mio raised her little head and asked, could it be that we're going to eat something delicious? No, you stay at home and you can't go. Su Chen did not agree to the other party's request. As long as you stay at home obediently, I will take you to eat ice cream when I come back. Okay. Hearing this, Mia Mio giggled and agreed. She was so cute and easy to fool. Afterwards, Su Chen set off in a Lamborghini Veneno. Although he has many cars in his garage, this is the one he is most used to driving, so he has been driving it all the time. In fact, he can change cars at any time. The banquet was held at Jinyuan Hotel. Every guest who comes in needs to hand in his or her gold-edged invitation. This time, countless luxury cars were parked outside the Jinyuan Hotel. Maserati, Pagani, Rolls-Royce, you name it, the license plate numbers are even more eye-catching. 66666, 16888, 54188, 00000. Extremely rare license plates gather here. It is full of dignitaries from the upper class. The Su family, Xia family, Feng family, and other families will all be present. In a corner location. Yi Xian, don't cause any trouble for me this time. Feng Xingguo warned, last time, Yi Xian messed up Huafeng Entertainment Company, one of his important industries. If this company hadn't invested tens of billions and was not so huge, it would have almost gone bankrupt. As long as it is a small or medium-sized industry, it will really evaporate in an instant. Fortunately, Huafeng Entertainment has many stars and enough crazy fans, so it can barely maintain its business. After all, this incident can be blamed on Yi Xian and has nothing to do with their GG. That's why I escaped. The explanation in one sentence is that the company did not go bankrupt because there were too many crazy fans. Otherwise, if it were any small or medium-sized entertainment company, it would definitely collapse. Well, it was an accident. There's nothing I can do about it. Yi Xian scratched his head and felt a little apologetic. He still had the same black, straight hair, slanted, sharp eyebrows, slender black eyes, thin, slightly pursed lips, and angular features. Compared with Linny, his appearance is still quite high. At least he is a decent protagonist. Moreover, I don't know if it's because of the aura of reduced intelligence or for some other reason. Anyway, Feng Xingguo forgave him. Just put on a forgiveness hat. Oh my god, Master Su is here. This female companion is so beautiful. This is a perfect match, so handsome, so beautiful. At this moment, there was a noise outside the door. Yi Xian clicked his tongue. He knew without thinking that this young Master Su must be referring to Su Chen. My most disgusting enemy is here, and the female companion? It must be the same one from last time, right? Chu Yue wearing La Mer instantly appeared in Yi Xian's mind. I have to say, this woman is indeed beautiful, the kind of beauty that you get from first love. Although I don't know the other person's name, I can tell by his appearance. Yi Xian guessed that the other party might have an extremely inconstitution. What a pity. Becoming Su Chen's woman means you will be unlucky in this life. Yi Xian snorted and looked outside the door, just as he was about to express regret or sympathy for Chu Yue. Suddenly, he was stunned. The whole person was stunned. It was as if the sound of the pendulum clocks at the scene had stopped and the whole world fell into silence. Gradually, helplessness surrounded Yi Xian and loneliness shackled him. He struggled hard, but could not break the shackles of fear. I even thought that everything in front of me was an illusion. The entrance of Jinyuan Hotel. A gentleman wearing a Louis Vuitton suit, exuding the temperament of a nobleman, appeared on the scene, and next to him stood Yi Qingyan, who was wearing a dress, and her long, snow-white legs were very dazzling. Her waist was so thin that it could be held in one hand. She was so flawless and otherworldly beautiful that she looked like a fairy from heaven descended to earth. Those charming eyes that could speak flickered like ripples, emitting a bewitching light, as if to suck people's minds in completely stunning the entire audience. Even the old man Feng Xingguo was somewhat surprised, thinking that he didn't expect that the young master of the Su family had such good taste. Yi Xian, who was next to Feng Xinghua, had already entered a dead silence. His pupils widened as he looked at the scene in disbelief. Senior sister, the senior sister he had been searching for so long. He actually found her. Yi Xian's eyes were filled with tears because of his emotional excitement. He was really about to cry. My senior sister, my beloved senior sister. Junior brother misses you. He doesn't want the position of Palace Master of Dragon King Palace, women, power, fame, or wealth anymore. At this moment, in Yi Xian's eyes, there was really only his senior sister, because the two are childhood sweethearts, grew up together, and have so many childhood memories. No matter whose childhood it is, that feeling of happiness is full of happiness when looking back. So Yi Xian's nose twitched, and he was really about to cry. But why would his senior sister stand by his enemy, Su Chen? What is going on? What is going on? Yi Xian couldn't help but question himself, and the most important thing is that when Su Chen responded to everyone with a smile, he also deliberately glanced at him condescendingly, as if he was showing off the fruits of his victory. At this moment, Yi Xian was really going crazy, from the previous disbelief to anger, and in the previous video, a man appeared behind the senior sister. Could it be that this man is Su Chen? Yi Xian was terrified when he thought about it, and his whole body went cold. If it was at this stage, the two would have a grudge against each other. No wonder this guy targeted me at the antique street. The more Yi Xian thought about it, the clearer it became. He felt that his brain had evolved. This feeling quickly made him understand everything. I was possessed by a minotaur? Yi Xian was stunned for a second, then looked at the two of them. I really didn't expect that Su Chen would bring his senior sister with him, and as his female companion, Yi Xian suddenly realized that his head was covered with green grassland. Moreover, at this time, Yi Qingyan also noticed him. After all, the protagonist's cuckold spirit is still quite attractive. However, Yi Qingyan showed no expression at all, neither happy nor angry. It was a state of looking at a stranger with almost no expression. Or perhaps it was the fairy's feeling of contempt for all living beings. She looked at Yi Xian as if he was looking at an ant. Is this still my former senior sister? Yi Xian's eyes were complicated. He really didn't expect that his senior sister would change so much. What happened behind all this? Chapter 61. Fat woman Wang Xiaohua appears again. Master. Senior sister. Yi Xian was filled with grief and indignation, and was about to rush forward. Feng Xinghua's face was instantly filled with question marks. This brat had just promised him that he would not cause trouble in the future, and then when he saw Su Chen, he turned around and rushed up to cause trouble. What the hell is this? Hey! Calm down, kid, and stop causing trouble. Feng Xinghua grabbed Yi Xian's clothes at once and used a lot of strength to pull him back. Yi Xian's face was full of innocence. Feng Xinghua didn't know who his senior sister was, so it was not difficult to understand. He must have thought he was going to cause trouble, but actually, that's not the case. Everything I did was for my senior sister. After the last banquet, Yi Xian also mobilized the power of the Feng family to try to find his senior sister. But no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find any clues. But I didn't expect to meet her face to face here today. How could he not be excited? He even wanted to rush up and hug his senior sister. But why are you with my enemy, Su Chen? This was something Yi Xian couldn't figure out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Stop making trouble. Feng Xinghua glared at Yi Xian and warned him, if you continue like this, we will really cut off all contact. After the last incident, the two had a big fight, but more often than not, Feng Xinghua unilaterally scolded Yi Xian. I didn't want to bring him here this time, but he begged me. Feng Xinghua didn't know if there was something wrong with his brain or what, but he agreed to the other party unconsciously and decided to bring him here. On the other hand, when Xiaoruoshi saw Su Chen wearing a Louis Vuitton suit and exuding the temperament of a nobleman, she was also stunned. Handsome appearance. Noble temperament, no matter what aspect, it is close to perfection. Xiaoruoshi pursed her lips. Ever since she knew that the other party was morning rise and curtain fall, her opinion of Su Chen had changed a lot. My male god actually coincides with my dog. Oh no, now the other party is no longer your bootlicker. However, thinking about the past still has a great impact on her. Just imagine, the person who keeps licking you in your daily life is actually the man of your dreams. It's really hard to hold back. In addition, Xiaoruoshi had to admit that the woman next to Su Chen was so beautiful. She was not inferior to herself in terms of looks and figure, which made her feel a little dissatisfied. The most important thing is that she can stand next to Su Chen. Yes, even Xiaoruoshi, who is usually conceited, feels that she is lost. But why isn't this the girl who wore La Mer last time, but changed it? A hint of doubt flashed across Xiaoruoshi's charming eyes. Could it be that Su Chen was deliberately trying to anger me both before and this time? changed different female companions to attract his attention. However, it turned out that she was overthinking it. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her and didn't even look at her. Want to capture a heroine like this? Just be indifferent. What's more, Su Chen is not very interested in her at the moment. Is it Yi Qinyan who isn't attractive? Or Chu Yue? Or Mu Qinggu? Or even Gong Miao? Ahem, forget it. No punishment now, absolutely no punishment. Moreover, if Xiaoruoshi, a woman, could get what she wanted by licking, then Su Chen in the original novel would have gotten it long ago, right? So sometimes, you have to do the opposite to achieve the desired effect. This banquet was very formal, and the invited guests were all celebrities who called themselves upper-class aristocrats. Except Yi Qinyan, who appeared with Su Chen's arm around her. On the other side of the scene, a woman from the Wang family, or to be more precise, a heavyweight figure, also appeared. According to the original novel, this character's appearance would not cause any sensation, because she is just a passerby, but at this moment, when Su Chen and Yi Xian saw this person, they both showed confused expressions and looked at each other at the same time. Two great enemies staring at each other. What kind of situation would allow this to happen? But at this moment, it really happened. When the daughter of the Wang family appeared, the two of them, one destined to be the protagonist and the other destined to be the villain, were both stunned. As they turned their sight, they saw a plump woman named Tank, twisting her enchanting barrel waist, appearing in front of them. The fat woman squinted her eyes and showed her buck teeth when she smiled. The hair on both sides could not cover her fat, round face. Wearing a custom-made 8XL black dress, directly transform into the ultimate tank form, weighing over 300 kilograms, it turned out to be the actor involved in the online romance incident, Wang Xiaohua. What the two of them didn't expect was that the other party was actually the daughter of the Wang family. Su Chen was stunned at first, but then he figured it out quickly. In the original novel, he was just a passerby character, but because of the butterfly effect of the online love incident, his appearance rate in the original novel changed. Her appearance shocked both of them. If there had been no online romance incident, there wouldn't have been such a character. Even if a daughter of the Wang family appeared in the original novel, no one would care. After all, she was just a passerby. But because of the emergence of the internet incident, she became completely different. Su Chen never dreamed that the person his subordinates had sent to carry out the mission would be the daughter of the Wang family. Yes. That day, fat woman Wang Xiaohua was extremely bored. When she heard about a job to meet someone in person instead of meeting someone she was dating online, she accepted it with a bright smile. When she heard that the other party was a handsome guy with both good looks and money, she was so happy that her mouth almost reached the sky. There's such a good thing? I'm definitely going to take this online romance. What? The other person is handsome, but a poor writer. It doesn't matter. Not only do I pay for it, I also pay for it. As long as the handsome guy gets close to her, everything will be fine. So she used her power to criticize all the other competitors. Of the 10 fat women that were originally required to be screened, she was the only one left. Moreover, the fat woman Wang Xiaohua kept her promise and subsidized each of them 20,000 yuan just to win the opportunity to meet in person that day, although Yi Xian beat her, scolded her, and even said he wanted to break up. But there is a fat woman named Wang Xiaohua who has an M physique and is absolutely unwilling to forget Yi Xian's heroic figure. Because Yi Xian has become the hero and idol in her mind, she would never forget his appearance. I will always remember that unforgettable date. I thought the next time I would meet Yi Xian would be an unknown time. Unexpectedly, she actually met her idol on the scene today. Could it be that God heard my call? If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. Fat woman Wang Xiaohua stared with her little eyes, unable to control herself any longer. He looked at Yi Xian like a wolf seeing a lamb, and let out a loud roar. Then, in Yi Xian's horrified eyes, a humanoid self-propelled artillery that swept the air rushed towards him. Chapter 62 The love-hate relationship with Wang Xiaohua. The distance between Wang Xiaohua and Yi Xian was not far, and she ran just a dozen steps with the momentum of a military charge. Everyone was startled for a second when they heard Wang Xiaohua's roar. He looked curiously in the direction of Wang Xiaohua. When the guests around saw Wang Xiaohua's murderous eyes and aura, their faces turned pale and they all stepped aside at the same time. A wide path was made for her in the hall, leading directly to where Yi Xian was. Fuck! Looking at Wang Xiaohua rushing towards him, Yi Xian's brain froze for a few seconds. Until now, he still didn't understand why this fat woman appeared at the banquet. Could it be that this fat woman is following him? I have to say that some of the protagonists have a very good grasp of this aspect of imagination. As Wang Xiaohua ran, her body weighing more than 300 pounds fell with every step, shaking the roof of the house into dust. Some guests who were far away were very surprised and whispered to each other, Who brought out the tanks? What tank? It's clearly a bomber. Shoo! Keep your voice down. That's the daughter of the Wang family, don't you want to live? Ah. It's her? I remember she never liked attending these kinds of parties. Suchen also watched every move over there with amusement, as if he was just watching from the sidelines. While the guests were discussing, Wang Xiaohua finally rushed to Yixian with a crying voice. Baby, I miss you so much. After saying that, in front of Yixian's horrified eyes, she fiercely snuggled into his arms a puff. The next second, Yixian felt as if a meteorite had hit his chest hard, and he almost vomited his gastric juice. Then he was knocked to the ground in pain by Wang Xiaohua's huge body, making a loud thud. The bones all over his body made a terrible creaking sound. For a moment, the whole audience was shocked. Whose general is this? Isn't that the daughter of the Wang family? Oh my god! Whose family is that boy she knocked over? It looks like they know each other. Are these two in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Otherwise, the daughter of the Wang family wouldn't be so excited in public. Ahem, this guy is so lucky. I'm afraid I'll never be able to enjoy such a beauty in this lifetime. Yi Xian, the person involved, was pressed down by Wang Xiaohua. His face turned green and he could hardly breathe. In order to make Wang Xiaohua relax, he had to speak in a gentle tone. You should get up quickly. Wang Xiaohua refused to give in. She had finally met the man of her dreams and she didn't want to leave his side for even a minute. Then I heard her throw a coquettish glance, and then said coquettishly, No. I want a kiss. After saying that, she was about to pout and kiss Yi Xian. Seeing Wang Xiaohua's fiery red lips, Yi Xian almost vomited blood. After a struggle, although he managed to save his mouth, Wang Xiaohua still left several big red kiss marks on his face. Why Yi Xian looked hopeless and finally got angry. Get out of here right now. After saying that, he struggled desperately. However, due to the huge size difference, his struggle did not have much effect. Fortunately, at this time the guests around saw that Yi Xian's face had turned green and he was barely breathing, and they were afraid that someone would be killed. Several waiters were hurriedly sent out, and they barely managed to move Wang Xiaohua off Yi Xian like a truck. Only then was Yi Xian able to breathe. His throat made a sound like a broken bellows and he gasped desperately. Not far away, Su Chen, who witnessed the whole process, had a serious look on his face. But my heart is filled with joy. Yi Xian and the fat woman are so beautiful, even more charming than Mona Lisa. Because of this sudden change, Su Chen once again gained 500 reversal points. After getting up, Feng Xinghua came over with a sympathetic look on his face and supported the staggering Yi Xian. But no matter how you look at Yi Xian's eyes, there is a hint of resentment. Wang Xiaohua also realized at this time that she was too excited just now and was afraid that she had scared Yi Xian. So, he looked at Yi Xian with some shyness and guilt. Xiao Xian, the Yin family was too excited to see you just now. Are you okay? Yi Xian almost vomited, and wiped the lipstick mark off his face with a look of grief and anger. Looking around, he saw the sympathetic looks the guests gave him, and he suddenly felt even more depressed. But when he saw Su Chen's half-smile not far away, he became completely angry. It's all because of this fat woman that I lost so much face. After thinking about it, Yi Xian opened his mouth and was about to curse. However, at this moment, Feng Xinghua suddenly grabbed him with an excited look on his face. Yi Xian, you're such a good boy. You knew the girl from the Wang family and didn't even tell me. It was the first time that Yi Xian saw Feng Xinghua's expression like this. I'm not familiar with her. Feng Xinghua, however, was full of disbelief. You don't know her well. If her daughter saw you so excited, would she just pounce on you? Besides, she calls you Xiao Xian, right? Yi Xian felt strange when Feng Xinghua said his name. However, after Feng Xinghua finished speaking, his expression became serious again. Yi Xian, Feng Xinghua, have been kind to you, right? Yi Xian was unable to mobilize many domestic forces, and in order to help Yi Xian, Feng Xinghua's company was even cheated by him. I was able to attend this banquet thanks to Feng Xinghua's help. So Yi Xian had no choice but to nod. Then stop hiding things from me and tell me the truth about what's going on between you and Wang Xiaohua. Yi Xian had no choice but to tell him about the love-hate relationship between him and Wang Xiaohua. Finally, under Feng Xinghua's shining eyes, he retorted uncomfortably, that was her wishful thinking. I just went out with her once. Feng Xinghua didn't think so. After hearing about the complicated relationship between Yi Xian and Wang Xiaohua, a bold idea even came to his mind. Yi Xian, do you know that Wang Xiaohua is not an ordinary person? Yi Shen looked at Feng Xingwu in confusion. Wang Xiaohua weighs over 300 pounds and has a weird way of thinking. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't look like an ordinary person. Then, Yi Shen heard Feng Xingwu say to him mysteriously, "She is from the Wang family." Wang family? Seeing Yi Shen's confused look, Feng Xingwu hurriedly explained the Wang family's background to him. Get it? Building a good relationship with her will greatly benefit you. After hearing Wang Xiaohua's family background with surprise, Yi Shen also understood what Feng Xingwu meant. He looked at Feng Xingwu speechlessly. "WDNM, you only say that because it is good for you, you old man are so bad." Feng Xingwu was just about to talk to Yi Shen again and ask him to build a good relationship with Wang Xiaohua. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise in the hall. Several figures suddenly appeared at the door. Chapter 63 Song Xier's Beauty. Among the several figures, the old man in the lead was leaning on a dragon-headed cane and looked energetic. A pair of cloudy old eyes exudes an aura of majesty without anger. It turned out to be the man who was crazy about giving away his granddaughter in the original work, the old man of the Song family. Don't be fooled by his ordinary appearance. He still has a kind smile on his face, but everyone knew that the combined status of all those present was not enough for Old Master Song to defeat alone. He is a ruthless character who can cause earthquakes in surrounding cities just by stomping his feet. "Mr. Song, how are you feeling lately?" The first person to greet them was Qin Duo, the eldest son of the Qin family, who was one of the top 3 people present. Only he can take a few steps forward to greet him, which shows respect and importance. Seeing Qin Duo, Mr. Song smiled slightly, and a few wrinkles immediately appeared on his face. "It's Xiao Qin. How is your grandfather?" Qin Duo was called Xiao Qin, which would be shocking in the outside world, but this is what happened here. Qin Duo himself even had a very friendly smile on his face, as if he took this title for granted. "My father is old and can't come here because his legs and feet are not strong enough. He can't compare to you who are still strong and healthy." It seems that Qin Duo's father must have dealt with Mr. Song before Old Master Song thought of his old friend, sighed, and encouraged Qin Duo a few words. He even rarely praised him for managing his own business well, and suggested that he might visit his grandfather later. Then, all the guests saw Qin Duo's face smiling so much that it was almost blooming. I guess Qin Duo hasn't laughed as much as he did today this whole year. But if you put it in someone else's shoes, if they were to receive such favor from Mr. Song, they would probably be more excited than Qin Duo. After all, Mr. Song represents the Song family, a major clan in Yanjing. If you can get one of his promises, you can even soar to the sky. In addition, standing next to the old man of the Song family was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who was serious and stern. It should be the eldest son of the Song family, Song Bin. He also exchanged a few polite words with Qin Duo and seemed to be a man who was not good at talking. In addition to these 2 people, the last figure attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Standing next to Mr. Song was a tall and beautiful woman wearing a specially made dress. She has fair skin and beautiful features. The fair and tender skin is extremely silky smooth, and looks as if water can be squeezed out of it. On her delicate face, her phoenix eyes were smiling, and there was a teardrop mole under her right eye. She wore a pair of glasses on her delicate nose, pearl earrings on her earlobes, and several diamond rings on her delicate hands, and her figure is so outrageous that Mama opened the door to outrageousness. There is almost no fat on her body. Her belly is flat and her figure is charming. Su Chen noticed at a glance that this girl either had a hobby of fitness or often practiced yoga at home. Whether it is her dress or the details, you can see that the beautiful Song Xier attaches importance to and is confident about her appearance. Everyone present was also attracted by Song Xier's figure. However, at a high-end banquet like today's, everyone present is self-aware. It's not like those stupid novels where people see Song Xier as pretty and just go up to her and talk to her regardless of anything. In addition to the Qin family, some local families of all sizes also gradually gathered around and greeted old Song politely. "This is my granddaughter, Song Xier. Come here to say hello to the uncles and aunts." Song Xier's lips curved up into a beautiful arc, and she greeted her elders in a very ladylike manner. After Mr. Song's introduction, everyone's guess was confirmed. From time to time, people praised Song Xier's beauty. A person like her with a good family background, good looks, and gentle temperament immediately gave rise to an idea in the minds of many elders. It would be great if this girl could marry into our family. Of course, they can only think about it, but many people knew that Song Xier was still single, and they still had feelings for her. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, many people invited Mr. Song to find a place to sit down and rest for a while, but old Song shook his head and seemed to be looking for someone in the hall. "A few days ago, my granddaughter insisted that I watch some live broadcast that only young people watch. There was a young man there who painted a picture and sang a song. He was so talented. I really admired him. I didn't expect that there would be such an outstanding person among the younger generation. I heard that he also attended this banquet. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Who is this person who can be praised so highly by Mr. Song in public? The people present were either rich or noble, and usually not many people watched the live broadcast. So few people know about the incident in which Su Chen beat Yi Xian. But there were still a few people who remembered Su Chen's appearance and looked over with some envy. Su Chen naturally also heard what old Song said and knew that he was talking about him, but no action was taken immediately. First of all, it would be very cheap to immediately stand up and say that you are the person involved. Secondly, he discovered that after old Song said this, Feng Xinghua was whispering something to Yi Xian. If he guessed correctly, Feng Xinghua might have mistaken Yi Xian for the young man that old Song praised highly. Su Chen smiled evilly, looking forward with some evil humor to what kind of embarrassment Yi Xian would make under Feng Xinghua's instigation. Sure enough, Su Chen guessed right when Mr. Song said he was looking for a talented young man who could sing, compose, and paint. Feng Xinghua immediately thought of Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian made a mistake at the beginning, he still thought that uncommon characters in duck were of high quality. That if Yi Xian could get close to the Song family, then Feng Xinghua, as Yi Xian's benefactor, could also take advantage of the situation. Perhaps the Feng family can become a first-class family by relying on the authority of the Song family. Thinking of this, Feng Xinghua became excited. He pulled Yi Xian, his expression unable to conceal his ecstasy. Yi Xian, the person Mr. Song was talking about is you, right? Yi Xian was stunned for a second. In that live broadcast, he was far ahead in popularity, but suddenly a Chang Yao Jin appeared out of nowhere and was severely slapped in the face by Su Chen. To the point that even now, he still hates Su Chen to the core. After all, in his opinion, his level was obviously much higher than Su Chen's, but those short-sighted audiences abandoned him and supported Su Chen, which was hard for him to accept. Perhaps it is my talent that Mr. Song values. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes also showed a hint of joy. After all, although Feng Xinghua's power was useful in his opinion, it still lacked some meaning. If facing a real big family, Feng Xinghua's small power would not be enough, and today, if we can build a bridge with the Song family who suppresses the whole situation. By the way, he captured the heart of Song Xier with his handsome and stylish appearance. Finally, with the help of the Song family, Su Chen will be killed. Chapter 64. Dare to pretend to be the person I am looking for. After thinking about it, Yi Xian nodded and said affirmatively, I think that what Mr. Song is talking about should be me. Feng Xinghua felt relieved when he heard this. At the same time, my mentality has also undergone a drastic change. Although he had been helping Yi Xian before, recent events have made him a little disappointed with Yi Xian, but today, after seeing the power of the Song family and the influence of Mr. Song. A fantasy arose in his mind, to gain the support of the Song family and let the Feng family rise, and now, this opportunity is right in front of him. He must consider whether this is his only chance in this life. As Feng Xinghua and Yi Xian gradually walked to the center of the crowd, more and more people recognized him. Ha! That's Feng Xinghua from the Feng family, right? That's him. Who's that fresh-faced guy next to him? He looks unfamiliar. Oh! It's him! The man who sang a rare song and drew a famous painting in the live broadcast a few days ago is him. What? Could this be the guy that Elder Song was talking about? This guy is going to climb up the social ladder. Then the Feng family may also rise. There was envy and jealousy in the eyes of the crowd, but none of these could stop Yi Xian from moving forward. When the feeling of being the center of attention returned to Yi Xian again, he felt that the aura that he had once lost seemed to be gradually returning to him. I felt refreshed and lightheaded all over. Taking firm steps, the two came to a place not far from Mr. Song. Qin Duo looked at Feng Xinghua with a puzzled look on his face. Although he knew Feng Xinghua, they only had business dealings within the company and he looked down on such a person, but Feng Xinghua acted like he had won the lottery today. His expression was completely different from his previous modesty, and he even looked a bit arrogant. Qin Duo was not stupid either. He turned his eyes and saw Yi Xian standing next to him. As the protagonist of the original work, Yi Xian's domineering aura is not very obvious, but at least in terms of appearance, he can be considered a relatively outstanding character. So, Qin Duo asked tentatively, Old Feng, who is this young man? Feng Xinghua smiled and pulled Yi Xian over, immediately introducing him. Chicken soup, ahem, sorry for the confusion, his name is Yi Xian, a distant relative of mine. A while ago, this brat insisted on doing some kind of live broadcast. He even made a painting and sang a traditional Chinese song. It had quite a big impact online. After saying that, he proudly pulled Yi Xian over. As soon as these words were spoken, Xin Duo understood. It turns out that this is the person that Mr. Song specifically asked to see, so he politely shook hands with Yi Xian. Young man, your future is limitless. After saying that, he introduced him to Mr. Song. Old Song was observing everything not far away with a smile on his face, while paying attention to the changes in his granddaughter's expression. Song Sierra, this girl, has always been the apple of his eye and the apple of his eye. Song Sierra herself is also very capable. After graduating from one of the world's top 3 universities, she took over several family companies. Not only did she manage them in an orderly manner, she even made the companies much bigger. And now, Song Sierra is old enough to get married, so Old Song is thinking about finding a good husband for his girl, but Song Sierra has such excellent conditions and high standards. Those playboys in Yanjing were not attractive to her at all. Or maybe she was extremely bored a few days ago and accidentally discovered Su Chen piking with Yi Xian on the live broadcast platform. Only then was he attracted by Su Chen's magnetic voice and noble and elegant temperament, especially the blue and white porcelain made by Su Chen. And Mona Lisa, the former made her feel the charm of traditional Chinese songs, and the beauty revealed between the lyrics and music made her truly feel the charm of the combination of traditional culture and modern art. The painting of Mona Lisa made her, a returnee who had worked abroad for many years, feel a spiritual resonance. A handsome young man, gentle as jade, the white clothes are unparalleled in the world. Song Sierra's admiration for Su Chen began with his talent and ended with his looks. Now all that was left was to test his character. So, she is still looking forward to today's banquet, but who is this person in front of me? Song Sierra took a second to react before she remembered that this man was Yi Xian, who left miserably after the PK with Su Chen. For a moment, her expression became strange. What is this guy doing coming up here? Su Chen should also be present at the scene. How dare he impersonate Su Chen? Then, Old Song found that his granddaughter was surprised and stared at Yi Xian without blinking. Old Song was very satisfied with his granddaughter's reaction and thought she was attracted to Yi Xian. Then, everyone noticed that Old Song held Yi Xian's hand with an admiring look on his face. He smiled and said, "Young man, your song and painting are both very good." As soon as Feng Xinghua saw Mr. Song's attitude, he felt there was a chance. He hurriedly pushed Yi Xian on the back, and Yi Xian immediately understood. Well, it's okay. Yi Xian felt proud in his heart. It seemed that there were still many people with vision. It can be seen that his level is much higher than that of Su Chen. Old Song was old and his eyesight was not very good, so he mistook Yi Xian for Su Chen. However, just as Mr. Song was about to introduce Yi Xian to his granddaughter, he suddenly remembered something. He turned around to look at Yi Xian and asked with a smile, "By the way, young man, what is the name of your painting?" Hearing what Old Song said, Yi Xian boasted, "Call the duck." Duck, duck? Mr. Song's expression suddenly became strange, as if he had discovered something wrong. "What's the name of your song?" Yi Xian looked at Old Song with pity, thinking that this old man had a really bad memory. If it weren't for his high position and power, Yi Xian would not bother with such an old man. At that moment, I had to suppress my emotions and replied, "Grandpa, my song is called Rare Characters." When Mr. Song heard Yi Xian's answer, his brows furrowed. "That's not right. I remember it was called Qing something porcelain, Qinghua something, or Huazi something. There are no rare characters in it." Even Song Sierra, who was standing by, couldn't stand it anymore. She hurried to Old Song's side and whispered something to him. When Yi Xian saw Song Sierra coming, his eyes lit up. After all, he had just experienced the Wang Xiaohua incident. So now everyone looks good looking, not to mention a top beauty like Song Sierra. Seeing her whispering with Old Song, Yi Xian thought that this girl had taken a fancy to him and was embarrassed to do so in public. I was just thinking about what posture I would use to politely reject her and play hard to get to the next second. He was sent into hell by a cold voice in his ears. "Humph. The young man I'm looking for is called Su Chen. How dare someone pretend to be him in front of so many people?" Seeing Old Song's angry face, Feng Xinghua's panicked expression, and Yi Xian's confused and ashamed look. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly. It was his turn to appear. Chapter 65, A Match Made in Heaven. Old Feng, what's wrong with this relative of yours? How could he pretend to be someone else? Xin Duo's legs started to tremble when he saw Mr. Song's dissatisfied look, and he questioned Feng Xinghua. If this old man left in anger, wouldn't all the people attending the banquet become a laughingstock? Feng Xinghua was also stunned by the scene before him. He pulled Yi Xian over, forced himself to lower his voice and asked through gritted teeth, "Yi Xian, are you messing with me? The person I'm looking for is obviously Su Chen. Why are you running over here to mess around?" Yi Xian did not reply, but was confused for a while. This shouldn't be the case. When the old man said he wanted to find someone, Su Chen didn't react at all. If there is a chance to slap himself in the face, that guy will definitely stand up immediately and give himself a cold shoulder. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Could it be? Yi Xian's smart brain finally reacted. Su Chen, you tricked me. Seeing everyone pointing fingers at him, Yi Xian almost bit his gums to pieces. He understood clearly now that Su Chen didn't stand up at the first moment just to make him look bad. Just as everyone was talking and Song Xier was comforting her old man, a magnetic voice suddenly came from the center of the hall. I'm sorry everyone, I was just chatting with someone else and didn't hear that Mr. Song was looking for me. Sorry. When everyone heard the sound and looked, their eyes suddenly lit up. I saw a young man with noble and elegant temperament, dressed in expensive clothes, walking towards me calmly with elegant steps. In an instant, countless people recognized who he was. Ah! It's Su Chen from the Su family. Young Master Su. TSK. I haven't seen this kid for a few years, and he's grown so handsome. It is said that the Su family has been thriving recently, and it's all thanks to young Master Su. As a leader among the younger generation, Su Chen's name has recently become very famous in the business and family circles. As so many people have long wanted to see what this former playboy went through to become what he is now. Su Chen slowly walked up to Yi Xian and gave him a look with a smile. Why Yi Xian was very angry. If Feng Xinghua hadn't been hinting at him with his eyes, he would have wanted to go up and punch Su Chen's damn handsome face. Why Yi Xian thought Su Chen would take advantage of his misfortune, so he was ready to leave the banquet to avoid being insulted. Everyone saw Su Chen raise his glass and said sincerely, "This man is the one who competed with me last time. I personally admire his talent. After all, he is a young man. It is understandable that he pretended to be me on impulse. I hope you will, for my sake, stop making things difficult for him." Yi Xian was dumbfounded when he heard this. The script is wrong. This still the Su Chen he knows. If it were me, I would also step on it hard with such a good opportunity. But how could he give up such a good opportunity? Yi Xian was full of confusion, thinking that there must be something wrong when things are so unexpected. The guests were in awe when they heard Su Chen's magnanimous words, and their impression of him improved immediately. Young Master Su is really good-tempered and has a big vision. The Su family is lucky to have such a son. I just don't know if the eldest son of the Su family is married. My daughter should like this boy. Come on, can your daughter compare to old Song's granddaughter? Hiss. What do you mean? Humph. Just wait and see, this brat Su Chen will either stay silent or soar into the sky. Even old Song looked at Su Chen with great admiration after hearing what he said. And no matter how you look at it, that look seems like he is sizing up his future grandson-in-law. When Yi Xian heard the guests around him praising Su Chen without reservation, he became angry. This guy is so hypocritical, he actually wants to use him as a tool to gain favor. No. We absolutely cannot let this guy succeed. Bah! Stop pretending, Su Chen. I know exactly what kind of person you are. Yi Xian's shout made quite a noise, and the expressions of the guests who were praising him suddenly froze on their faces. How did this guy get into the banquet? Young Master Su pleaded for him, but he turned against him and bit him? Oh my God! How uneducated! For a time, Yi Xian was criticized by thousands of people. Even Mr. Song, who had always been smiling, frowned again after hearing Yi Xian's words. He whispered a few words to an old man who looked like a butler beside him. The old butler understood and walked to Qin Duo's side. Mr. Song doesn't want to see this person again at this banquet. After saying that, he left without looking back. Qin Duo immediately understood and knew that the old man was really angry. He turned around with a cold face and looked at Feng Xinghua and Yi Xian. Old Feng, it seems that this relative of yours might not be suitable for our banquet this time. How about you take him out for a walk? These words were very tactful, but they cut Feng Xinghua's face like a knife, and it hurt so much. Feng Xinghua glared at Yi Xian unhappily and pulled him away from the banquet. Before leaving, Yi Xian's face was still filled with endless anger, which made Su Chen laugh. As Yi Xian left, a pleasant mechanical sound rang in Su Chen's ears. Ding. Detected. The protagonist hits the face, the host gains 500 reversal points. After the two of them left in disgrace, the banquet finally returned to its lively atmosphere. It's really a rat shit that spoils the whole barrel. Ugh. Qin Duo cursed in his heart. Then, he He walked up to Su Chen with a smile and exchanged pleasantries. The eldest son of the Su family is definitely the core figure of this banquet. I have to find a chance to contact him privately. Good boy, are you Su Chen? Old Song finally saw the real person, and there was a hint of appreciation and consideration in his eyes. Su Chen smiled slightly and nodded very politely. Hello, Mr. Song. I have long heard of your name. Old Song looked at Su Chen with satisfaction. The more he looked at him, the more he found this boy pleasing to the eye. On the other side, Song Xier, who had been observing Su Chen, had an indescribable emotion in her beautiful eyes, as misty as fog. While talking to Su Chen, Mr. Song was very impressed by the young man's excellent conversation and his calmness that was far beyond ordinary people, especially after knowing his identity. There are only a handful of young people who can communicate with him smoothly. Oh, by the way, this is my granddaughter. Xier, come and say hello to your idol. Su Chen was a little surprised to see Old Song waving to Song Xier lovingly. It turns out that Song Xier actually regards him as her idol. Song Xier took a step with her beautiful legs, which caught Su Chen's eyes. She stretched out her slender jade hand towards Su Chen, and her red lips opened and closed gently. Young Master Su, it's our first meeting. Please give me your guidance. Su Chen gently held Song Xier's soft hand, which felt cold and smooth. Hello, Miss Song. The scene of the two shaking hands was seen by countless people. Two words suddenly came to mind: a golden boy and a beautiful girl, a match made in heaven. Chapter 66. Poor Yi Xian, tragically ambushed by a typhoon. Looking at the two people shaking hands, Mr. Song felt comforted. My granddaughter is very proud and few people can catch her eye, and the only young man who could make her reach out and say hello in recent years was Su Chen. Seeing that his granddaughter had become smart, Old Song was very happy. How successful is young Master Su now? Song Xier looked at Su Chen with an intellectual smile on her face. It was as if he was the only one in her eyes. This feeling was extremely intoxicating, but Su Chen is not an ordinary person. What kind of test has he not experienced? Are you using this to test cadres? He quickly regained his composure. It's nonsense. Naturally, you can't compare with Miss Song. The moment he gently let go of Song Xier's jade hand, Su Chen's expression changed slightly. This girl, I actually secretly scratched the palm of his hand just now. After adjusting his expression, Su Chen once again became the image of a noble young man. Watching Su Chen's expression change, Song Xier showed a sly smile and slightly opened her red lips. Oh? I heard that Mr. Su's businesses are doing very well. And the song Blue and White Porcelain you composed, I listened to it several times every night before going to bed. I love it. It's just a casual doodle. I'm honored that Miss Song likes it. Seeing the two of them chatting in public, Old Song was very happy in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be serious and coughed lightly. Su Chen and Song Xier immediately looked at Old Song. Grandpa, are you suffering from pharyngitis again? Song Xier blinked, clearly asking this on purpose. Old Song looked at her helplessly but dotingly, pulled her to his side, and looked at Su Chen. Su boy, I see you're not young anymore. Do you have a girlfriend? Su Chen's heart trembled. The main event was about to begin. He shook his head decisively. After all, the ones at home and those he had met before were all wives, not girlfriends. As for the little lowly Gong, she can barely be considered a girl. Ahem. Sure enough, Mr. Song was even more satisfied. In that case, what do you think of my granddaughter? Su Chen raised his eyes and glanced at Song Xier, who looked at Old Song with some anger. When she noticed Su Chen's gaze, she immediately lowered her head with her earlobes red, looking as seductive as could be. Su Chen said seriously, Miss Song is a beauty, well-educated, and well-mannered, a woman who is as capable as a man. Old Song nodded, you have good taste. Then, Old Master Song sighed and said, my girl is not young anymore, but she has too high standards and has never found a suitable partner. Su boy, you two are of similar age, you can spend more time together in the future. Mr. Song's words are already very conservative. What he meant was, you can try dating my granddaughter. When these words were spoken, the guests around were shocked beyond words. After all, although the Song family is now led by Mr. Song, the eldest son Song Bin has been working behind the scenes. Once the old man retires in the future, all these Song family businesses will be managed by Song Xier. Thinking about it this way, doesn't it mean that Song Xier should be trained to be the next successor of the Song family? If Su Chen confirms his relationship with Song Xier, he will become the future son-in-law of the Song family and belong to the Song family in disguise. You can't afford to offend any of them, and you have to curry favor with them. Su Chen smiled faintly when he heard this. If Miss Song is willing, I can be her tour guide for a few days for free. Neither humble nor arrogant, old Song's evaluation of Su Chen rose to a higher level. Okay. It's settled. Song Xier also nodded happily, and the look she gave Su Chen was so charming that Su Chen couldn't stand it so far. The banquet went very smoothly and both the guests and hosts had a great time. Old Mr. Song was also very happy to meet such a young and outstanding young man like Su Chen, and he drank several glasses of 1982 Lafite. If Song Xier hadn't kept persuading him, he would probably have drunk a few more bottles of Remy Martin. The banquet ended and everyone dispersed one after another. At this time, the two figures standing at the door were very conspicuous. Those two people were not waiters. They kept looking around as if they were looking for someone. Hey! Lao Feng, why haven't you left yet? A guest passing by happened to see the two people. After looking carefully, he found that it was Feng Xingguo's face and was a little surprised. What surprised him even more was that Yi Xian, who was hated by everyone at the banquet, was actually next to him. Feng Xingguo smiled bitterly, waved his hand, and whispered, "Old Su, have Old Song and the others come out yet?" Old Su glanced at Feng Xingguo, then at Yi Xian, who was standing next to him like a frostbitten eggplant, and understood this is the rhythm of making an apology. But come to think of it, today's incident did offend the old man of the Song family. Although they were embarrassed to save face, they just drove Yi Xian away. But if one day you are in a bad mood and remember it, he might just wave his hand and make arrangements for you. By then, I'm afraid you won't even have anywhere to cry. Yi Xian stood beside Feng Xingguo, trembling with anger. If it weren't for that guy Su Chen, he wouldn't have made such a fool of himself. He never expected that it was clearly his own fault that made Boss Song so angry, and now Feng Xingguo has given him a death order, and he must apologize to Mr. Song. Whether others forgive or not is one thing, but their attitude must first be clear. Of course Yi Xian didn't agree to apologize at first. Why should he bow and scrape to an old man? He is the Dragon King, the crooked-mouthed god of war, the destined protagonist, and the holder of the aura of reduced intelligence. Seeing that he was reluctant, Feng Xingguo told him sternly, "If you don't apologize to me today, we will be enemies from now on." While Yi Xian was surprised, he also realized once again how terrifying the power of the Song family was. So much so that Feng Xingguo's attitude changed so much. At the same time, he was even more depressed that Su Chen had snatched away his opportunity. Holding your breath, unable to move it up or down, feels like constipation, so uncomfortable. Seeing that Feng Xingguo looked like he had aged 10 years in one night, Lao Su felt a little sad. So he kindly told him, "Mr. Song is in the back. He's having a great time drinking today. You two should be nicer and talk it over. It shouldn't be a big deal." Feng Xingguo nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, and finally he directly grasped Lao Su's hand, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, Lao Su, I cannot express my gratitude enough for your kindness. I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future." Lao Su smiled and waved, then got into his car and left. Feng Xingguo wiped his face and glared at Yi Xian beside him with a look of disappointment. If it weren't for this guy, he wouldn't have lost such a big person. After thinking about it, he was ready to give this guy some advice. However, before he could speak, the two of them suddenly felt a gust of wind blowing behind them. "That's not right. There is no strong wind warning today. How come there is a typhoon?" Just as the two were wondering, after the strong wind, a lion's roar suddenly sounded in their ears. "Ha! Xiao Xian, what are you doing? You must be waiting for me, right?" The shout came so suddenly that Feng Xingguo was so frightened that he almost collapsed on the ground. The two of them turned around tremblingly, only to find that the little tank King Xiaohua, who was wearing a N10 and greater than 5XL specially made dress, was looking at them with a smile, slim and graceful. Chapter 67. Brave Yi Xian, not afraid of difficulties. Nima, this guy is still haunting me. Whenever Yi Xian sees Wang Xiaohua's big face, he will recall the fear of being pressed under her, and he has a psychological trauma. He really couldn't understand why Wang Xiaohua kept pestering him even though he was so rude to her. Is it just because I'm handsome, or was it because she felt the domineering aura in herself? But, no matter what the reason is, why the hell isn't it a beautiful girl who's pestering me? Could it be that Wang Xiaohua and I are really destined to be together? Yi Xian was complaining madly in his heart, not knowing that his luck had actually been snatched away by Su Chen a long time ago, and he had also arranged everything for him. "Uncle Feng, Xiao Xian, aren't you waiting for Old Song and the others?" Wang Xiaohua curled up a tuft of hair with her thick fingers, and gave Yi Xian a wink while speaking. Why Yi Xian, who almost saw this scene, vomited out his breakfast from 2 years ago. Feng Xingguo was afraid of offending the Song family and had long been like an ant on the hot pan, and now after hearing what Wang Xiaohua said, I suddenly felt like a drowning person grabbing a straw. "Xiaohua, how did you know?" Feng Xinghua asked tentatively. Wang Xiaohua snorted when she heard that. I just saw it. I didn't expect Yi Xian to actually dare to contradict Elder Song at the banquet. He's so brave. He's worthy of being the man I've set my eyes on. Feng Xinghua almost choked to death. He didn't know how to respond and waited for Wang Xiaohua's next words awkwardly. Wang Xiaohua glanced at Yi Xian, then continued slowly, fortunately, I know that Mr. Song has a good temper, and our family has some friendship with the Song family. I just pleaded for Yi Xian, and Mr. Song said he forgave him. Feng Xinghua was overjoyed when he heard this, and immediately looked at Wang Xiaohua with gratitude. He didn't expect that the problem that had troubled him for so long could be solved so easily, but Wang Xiaohua did not appreciate his thanks at all. Instead she looked at Yi Xian, whose face was pale, with a focused expression. Why Yi Xian was also confused at this moment. He didn't expect that Wang Xiaohua could actually talk to Mr. Song. Really, don't judge a book by its cover. Oh, by the way, I don't have a driver to take me today. What should I do? I'm so worried. Wang Xiaohua's voice was coquettish, giving off a sense of the Han Chinese version of eating a peach. Feng Xinghua was a shrewd man and he could tell at a glance that Wang Xiaohua was asking for a favor. He could only cough lightly and said to Yi Xian, who was still in a daze beside him, Yi Xian, Xiaohua has helped us so much. As a man, shouldn't you express your gratitude? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian nodded mechanically and turned around stiffly, like a puppet. In recent days, he has really been like Yi Xian's uncle touching the electric switch and has lost a lot. Thanks. After saying this, he felt very uncomfortable and wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into, but after all, it was the K family who helped him. No matter how arrogant Yi Xian was, he couldn't get angry after what had happened recently. Seeing Yi Xian being so well behaved, Wang Xiaohua felt a strong desire to protect him. She shyly stretched out her little fist and gently hit Yi Xian on the chest, which immediately made Yi Xian feel stuffy in the chest. Hey! Xian, why are you so polite? Just go out with me some other day. Feng Xinghua looked at this scene with a pale face, thinking it was a pity that his daughter didn't go boxing. Ignoring Yi Xian's resentful look, Feng Xinghua didn't forget to assist and finish the job. What's that? Look how reasonable Xiaohua is. It's dangerous for a grown-up girl like her to go home alone. Yi Xian, you go and see her off. I'll take a taxi home myself. After saying that, he threw his frame key to Yi Xian and disappeared without a trace. Why Yi Xian held the car keys with tears in his eyes and looked at Wang Xiaohua's healthy body. If this girl were left on the street, who would dare to attack her? Unless they were tired of living, the criminals may not have even gotten close to her when she shouted, "Dame, help!" Then she threw a few cute girly punches and took the other person away. Let's go, Xian. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian was held in Wang Xiaohua's arms and walked towards the car. On the other side, Mr. Song and other guests were having a great time and were saying goodbye at the door of the hall. At this time, Old Song also saw Yi Qingyan following Su Chen. Su Chen explained decisively, "She is not my girlfriend." I thought to myself, yes, this is the wife of my part-time head maid. Seeing Su Chen speak so openly in front of Yi Qingyan, Old Song no longer suspected anything. Take Yi Qingyan into the car and follow the original plot. There should be another car racing competition with Yi Xian later. In the original work, Yi Xian and Su Chen invited Xiaoruoshi to ride in the car at the same time. In the end, Xiaoruoshi chose Yi Xian's frame, which made Su Chen in the original work very angry. So later he tried to race with Yi Xian, but the performance of the other party's car was much better than Su Chen's, so he was defeated in the end. But today Yi Xian was driven away by Old Song, and it is still unknown whether the subsequent plot will trigger Su Chen. However, at this moment, Su Chen suddenly saw Xiaoruoshi walking to Su Chen's side in small steps and gently knocking on the car window. Su Chen had a blank expression on his face. He rolled down the car window and asked in a very distant and indifferent manner, "Miss Xia, is there anything I can help you with?" Xiaoruoshi bit her lower lip. The moment Su Chen opened the car window, she found Yi Qingyan sitting in the passenger seat. Seeing Yi Qingyan's pretty face that was no less pretty than her own, Xiaoruoshi gritted her teeth. "Su Chen, can you give me a ride?" To be honest, Xiaoruoshi herself is very beautiful. If a normal person is stared at by her big, kiss-me eyes for a while, he or she will definitely be eager to agree to any of her requests. However, Su Chen was no longer the same person he used to be. Facing Xiaoruoshi, he looked at her as if she was a fool. "Don't you see there are only 2 seats in my car? Miss Xia, you should look for someone else." After saying that, without waiting for Xiaoruoshi's hesitant expression, he rolled up the car window, looking at the car slowly leaving. Xiaoruoshi suddenly felt very regretful, as if she had missed something very important. If it were before, he would never have rejected me. People are like this, they often learn to cherish something only after they lose it. Xiaoruoshi walked for a while in a daze, and suddenly found a car shaking on the side of the road. Xiaoruoshi frowned. Could it be that someone was playing some special sport in the car? Before she could get around, the car window suddenly opened, and it was Yi Xian. After comparing herself with Su Chen, Xiaoruoshi now has no good feelings towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian had already seen Xiaoruoshi and was very angry when he found out that she went to find Su Chen. Fortunately, she was rejected by Su Chen, so she had no choice but to ride in his car. After all, there was another Wang Xiaohua in the car along the way. Yi Xian was just thinking about finding a beautiful woman to help Wang Xiaohua neutralize the poison when Xiaoruoshi appeared. Then, Yi Xian waved to Xiaoruoshi enthusiastically. Chapter 68, It's the first time to play like this, so exciting. Yi Xian? Xiaoruoshi frowned because she saw through the gap that there was a huge creature sitting in the passenger seat. Is that a doll in your passenger seat? Yi Xian's expression froze and he turned around to look at Wang Xiaohua. Wang Xiaohua was staring at him with a smile, waiting to see how he would answer. No, the passenger seat is Miss Wang Xiaohua from the Wang family. You two are the same age, so you should have something to talk about. Come on in the car. Ever since Yi Xian saw Wang Xiaohua, he felt that everyone he saw had a pretty face, and now seeing a beauty like Xiaoruoshi, he almost shed tears. It was so hard for him. Xiaoruoshi looked at Yi Xian with disdain. She didn't expect that his taste was so strong. Then, she said coldly, "No thanks," and walked away from his sight in her high heels. Yi Xian's arm suddenly froze in midair. He was rejected, absolutely. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. It was all Su Chen's fault. If it weren't for him, I would have taken down Xiaoruoshi long ago. If it wasn't him, he should be the one to make friends with Mr. Song. The more Yi Xian thought about it, the angrier he became. He suddenly started the car and drove straight in the direction where Su Chen had just left. Honey, you looked so handsome when you were angry just now. Wang Xiaohua looked at him lovingly. Yi Xian was furious and roared, "Shut up!" Wang Xiaohua didn't get angry after being yelled at by Yi Xian. Instead, she had a crazy expression on her face, revealing her nature. On the other side, Su Chen was chatting with Yi Qingyan. Out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed a car following closely behind him. Soon, Su Chen discovered that the driver of the car was Yi Xian. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. The extraordinary driving skills that he had won by spending 1,000 reversal points in a lottery for this day can now come in handy. After all, Su Chen's car was a luxury car, so Yi Xian had to step on the accelerator hard to keep up. When Yi Xian saw Su Chen sticking out his middle finger from the car window, he could no longer bear it and became furious. Su Chen! The enraged Yi Xian was like a wounded lion. He increased the horsepower of the car to maximum and rushed towards Su Chen's car. However, Su Chen would not sit idly by and wait for death. After telling Yi Qingyan to fasten her seatbelt and sit tight, Su Chen's eyes changed and the car speed began to soar. The two cars chased each other, but the distance between them never widened. As the two of them raced forward, the speed displayed on the car gradually soared from 100 to 130, 150, in the end, it even reached 180. At this moment, Su Chen seemed to have entered a certain state. The car and he are like one, man and car are one. At this moment, an intersection suddenly appeared on the road ahead, and vehicles gathered around. Just on the surface you can see 6 or 7 cars driving side by side. However, when Su Chen saw the scene, instead of slowing down, he accelerated and rushed forward. It seemed that Su Chen's car was about to hit the little BMW at the speed it was driving. Several drivers nearby saw Su Chen's car and were amazed at how rich he was, but suddenly I found that he was so ferocious that the speed of the car reached almost 200. For a moment, all the drivers were scared pale. Hurry, slow down. It's too late. Just when everyone thought the cars would collide and be burned by Su Chen, something strange happened. The next second, Su Chen suddenly exerted force with his hands. He turned the steering wheel sharply, and suddenly the whole car started to drift and move in a serpentine manner. It shuttled through the few remaining gaps between the BMW and other vehicles. Not a single leaf gets on you. Just now Su Chen's car was only a few centimeters away from colliding with the cars on both sides, but Su Chen grasped these few centimeters. Yi Xian, who was behind, was also frightened when he saw the scene in front of him. Holy crap! Is this guy crazy? How did he do that? Yi Xian looked at the gap between the cars in front of him and felt ruthless. Damn, anything Su Chen can do, he can do too, so, step on the accelerator hard. Under the horrified eyes of the driver in front, he crashed hard into the rear of the BMW. The collision directly hit Yixin so hard that he felt dizzy. Fortunately, Fengxinghua's car had good shock absorption and the airbag popped out, so the two were not injured. What's more, Wang Xiaohua's fat is probably more effective than an airbag, asterisk asterisk asterisk. And at percent, the BMW owner looked at Yixin and cursed. If you don't have that ability, then don't try racing, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Yixin's car rushed out again. Yi Qingyan sat in the passenger seat, her face pale but rosy. How's it going? Not scared, are you? Yi Qingyan nodded, then shook her head. This is the first time I've played like this since I was a kid. It's so exciting. Su Chen freed one hand and touched the top of Yi Qingyan's head, saying lovingly, then I'll show you something more interesting later. At the front of the lane, two traffic policemen sitting in the traffic police car suddenly received a notice. Someone's speeding? The two looked at each other, somewhat shocked. He was driving over 200 miles per hour in the driveway. Is he crazy? Before he could finish his words, there was a whoosh outside the car window and a luxury sports car sped past. It was so fast. Like a flash of lightning, neither of them reacted at first. On the other side of the road, the speedometer clearly displayed a number, 233 km/h. The lightning had just disappeared and the two traffic policemen had not had time to open the car door. There was another roar coming from the road behind, and another car was speeding, and it was obvious that this car had just been in a collision, and a lot of paint had fallen off the front of the car. Oh my God! Do crazy people still appear in pairs these days? Under the shocked gazes of the two traffic policemen, Yixin's car sped out fiercely. This time, Su Chen's speed had reached 249 km per hour, and the scene outside the car window had begun to become a blur. Then, even at this ultra-high speed, Su Chen still sat calmly in the driver's seat. Overtaking and other actions were completed in one go without any panic. In fact, the car was driving very smoothly. This time, Yixin behind him also caught up. Wang Xiaohua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, fainted from fright at some point. This is a good thing for Yixin. Yixin's eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the car in front of him. I wish I could give the car a pair of wings and hit it hard. Just when Yixin was feeling a little depressed and couldn't catch up with Su Chen, but he suddenly found that Su Chen began to slow down. The distance between the two cars decreased visibly. Yixin was overjoyed and stepped on the accelerator at full speed, looking at Yixin. Behind him, Su Chen's lips curled up slightly. Chapter 69 Best Advertising Spokesperson. Yixin, P.S. In the previous chapter, some readers said that speeding is not a good behavior. It is just required by the plot. Everyone should obey traffic rules in real life. Seeing that he was about to catch up with Su Chen, Yixin's blood began to boil. However, the next second, Su Chen's poison suddenly came like a dragon's tail in the middle of the road. Follow a small path on the right and turn in. Oh my God. Seeing this scene, Yixin was dumbfounded. I didn't expect that Su Chen is so difficult to deal with like a loach. Then, Yixin hurriedly reversed the car and followed again. However, because of this incident, the distance between Yixin and Su Chen was widened again. Yixin, who was following behind, gritted his teeth and looked depressed. Su Chen's car was heading nowhere else. It is a winding mountain road on a nearby mountain. This is a well-known racing venue. Many local and national events have been hosted here, making it quite famous. Hundreds of winding and bizarre racing tracks have been specially set up on the mountain roads, because the weather here is very hot in summer. It is also called the Flaming Mountain Road, and Su Chen chose to compete with Yixin here, on the top of the mountain. The venue has now been contracted by racing enthusiasts from other places. It is used to hold a friendly race for leisure and entertainment, and mainly for making friends through driving. Although it is a friendly match, the passion of these racers for racing is beyond what most people imagine. They say friendship comes first and competition comes second. In fact, everyone has a strong desire to win and will not give in at all. In addition, the venue also invited many big anchors, experts, and official personnel from Bilibili, Weibo, and Tiger Shark to be responsible for the live broadcast of this event. The popularity of this live broadcast is also amazing. There were rows of spectators sitting in the viewing area outside the driveway. Some were shouting the names of their favorite players, while others were waving their cheering signs. It was really lively. The racing lanes are divided into several parts, including the plain part, the mountain road part, and the obstacle course part. At a glance, the endless racetrack is filled with large advertiser signs on both sides, and there are hot air balloons and other high-altitude live commentary in the air. With a roar from the ground in the distance, A cool blue Maserati MC20 Cielo convertible sports car appeared in everyone's sight after being modified by senior racing engineers. The car's tires still have excellent grip even at high speeds. When it's moving fast, it looks like a blue lightning bolt flying. The speed boards on both sides of the road also immediately showed his current speed, 188 km/h. Not far behind the blue Maserati, another golden Porsche came and was also chasing closely. It feels a bit like Yi Xian pursuing Su Chen. Wow! Leading the pack is Qi Tianda's sports car. As a veteran, Qi Tianda's control over the car hasn't diminished with age. Instead, it's become even more proficient, showing the demeanor of a renowned athlete. You should know that our Flaming Mountain Trail race is hundreds of miles long and includes not only flat land and mountain trails, but also fun obstacle courses. It seems that apart from a few veterans who are more familiar with the track, the other young people seem to be struggling a bit when faced with such a complex schedule. But a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. We can also see that Wei Tang, the youngest contestant, is chasing closely from behind, and he seems to be eager to compete with Qi Tianda. However, the champions of previous tournaments have all been won by Qi Tianda. I wonder who will win this time. Let's wait and see. The audience in the stands waved flags and cheered wildly, cheering for the players they supported. The hosts on both sides were also very passionate in commenting on the game. The racing driver named Qi Tianda is a nationally renowned racing professional. He has won countless awards in competitions large and small across the country. In the end, some people even participated in the competition just to break their own records. The situation on the track was very tense, and everyone's attention was focused on the cars on the track. Suddenly, a crackling sound of ground friction was heard from a small path outside the track. Then, a cool limited edition Lumbo Venom suddenly rushed onto the track. Oh my god! It's Landu! Landu? Where is it? Oh my god, it's such a waste to use this limited edition car for racing. For a moment, everyone's attention was focused on Su Chen's Rambo. The host nearby was also delighted to see the prey, and he introduced it like a treasure trove. Everyone may have seen this unexpected guest who suddenly appeared on the track. Yes, this uninvited guest's car is the Lamborghini Veneno we used to see in magazines. Venom! The limited edition Lamborghini Veneno is equipped with a powerful 6.5L naturally aspirated V12 engine with a maximum power of 750 horsepower and a peak torque of 690 Nm. The Venom has a dry weight of only 1,450 kilograms. With increased power and reduced weight, it can accelerate from 0 to 100 km per hour in just 2.8 seconds and reach a top speed of 355 km per hour, making it the fastest Lumbo ever. But is this brother a newbie who doesn't know the way and actually ran to our place? The audience in the auditorium immediately exclaimed wow, but before they could finish their exclamation, another car appeared behind Su Chen. Like Su Chen's Lamborghini Veneno, it once again amazed the audience. Wow! Is this car the organizer's advertising car? But ha ha ha! That's hilarious! There's no harm without comparison. When this car came out, I felt like my electric scooter was even better than this. Come on, this car is worth $1 million or so yuan after all. What kind of e-donkey are you? The car that everyone was talking about was Fengxing's classic car that Yi Xian was driving. Holy crap! What the hell is this place? Along the way, Yi Xuanguang had already tried his best just to keep up with Su Chen, and no one can move through various complex terrains as smoothly as he does. As a result, the car Yi Xian was driving now was missing a piece of paint, and now, various advertising banners on the road are pushed in front of the car, covering the entire front of the car. It looks as funny as it can be. No wonder the audience calls it an advertising car. There are even advertisements that say things like if you have frequent urination, urgency, or can't urinate completely, use XXX or it's good for him, it's good for me. It's a pity that Yi Xian couldn't see it and just thought there were some rags in front of him. Little did I know that one day I would become the spokesperson for that kind of advertisement. Chapter 70. It's definitely not a novice. Su Chen, who was driving the Poison, not only attracted the attention of all the audience, even the special guests and racing experts invited to the scene were shocked by this uninvited guest. In the director's room, several bigwigs' faces suddenly darkened when they saw Su Chen's car. How do you do your job? How could you allow outsiders to rush into the arena? Drivers who haven't familiarized themselves with the race sections beforehand are not allowed to enter the track. Don't you understand? This game is live. If you mess it up, I'll see how you end up. Before he finished speaking, Su Chen's poison had already begun to catch up with Chi Tianda, who was in the front. He looked calm and not panicked at all. Gently turn the steering wheel, change gears, lightly step on the brakes, and control the poison to turn one corner after another on flat ground. It's so elegant, even to the spectators outside, it seemed as if Su Chen had run the track hundreds of times beforehand. How else could he be so skilled at drifting, performing moves that look like special effects in a movie? As Su Chen accelerated, the speed of the poison soared wildly. 130 km/h. 160 km per hour. 190 km per hour. Whether it is a straight road or a curve, Su Chen always maintains high speed. If you say he is not professional, the audience will never believe it. When the audience saw Su Chen completing several runs without any pressure and about to catch up with Chi Tianda, who was in the lead, they exclaimed in surprise. Holy crap! Could the person sitting in this car also be a professional racing driver? I think it's very likely. Could it be arranged by the organizers to enhance the show's effect? The scariest thing is that this guy didn't even slow down at the bend. He was a bit too confident. Wow! He's almost catching up to Chi Tianda. Chi Tianda, who was leading the way at the front, was sitting in his Masha in ecstasy. Since spending millions to modify his car, his racing car has become even better and there is almost no track he cannot complete now. He returns to the track again to break his previous record. A heavy blow to the new generation of racers who try to surpass him and take away his title of Racing King. Humph, want to surpass him? Practice for another 10 or 8 years. At this time, he didn't know that a car was approaching him at high speed from behind until the voice of his own navigator sounded in the single-ear headset. Hey! Chi Tianda, watch your back. There's a car catching up. Chi Tianda frowned upon hearing this. Impossible. I didn't make any mistakes on that turn just now, which was enough to leave the rider behind me behind, unless, the navigator continued, you certainly didn't make any mistakes. You're a few points faster than your previous best time, but the other team is also very fast. Besides, his car refused to slow down at the bend. It looks like he's about to overtake you. Chi Tian was shocked, not slowing down for a curve? Is the other driver crazy? What kind of car is the other party's? Lamborghini, Poison. Chi Tianda was even more confused. Damn, isn't the Poison a limited edition sports car for viewing? How big of a spendthrift must one be to drive such a car on the track? But it wasn't over yet. The navigator seemed a little incredulous and said, the other person isn't on the list of contestants, and it seems, he's wearing a formal dress and has a female companion. Tianda? Damn, this guy is so full after dinner that he comes out to take the girl for a ride? What's more, the most terrifying thing is that according to the navigator, the other party's driving skills may even be slightly better than his own. How could he accept this? In order to practice racing cars, he has no woman in his heart and has been single until now. Damn it. The other party actually gave him a double attack. Chi Tianda's face looked a little solemn, and he became unusually serious. No matter who this guy is, as long as he's on the track, he's my opponent, and I'm going to do everything in my power to defeat him. After saying that, he suddenly stepped on the accelerator, with a blazing fighting spirit burning in his eyes. As time passed, the two cars got closer and closer. 100m, 50m, 30m, everyone present held their breath, afraid of missing the grand occasion. The male commentator, who knew the Lamborghini Veneno like the back of his hand, also raised his fist and explained, according to the intelligence we've obtained, the owner of this Lamborghini Veneno is not on the list of contestants. And based on the footage from the overhead camera, he's not actually a registered racing athlete. He's most likely just a racing enthusiast. When these words were spoken, the audience was shocked. Damn, a racing enthusiast runs even harder than a professional. The male commentator did not say the most crucial piece of information, that is, on this track of hundreds of miles, the other party was completely alone without a navigator. The ruggedness and danger of the flaming mountain road are well known throughout the country. The whole journey is hundreds of miles, and the ambulance and other things are waiting outside. I'm not kidding you. Except for those veterans who have run countless times, those who come to this track for the first time will be lucky not to get lost without a guide. Tianda, the other party is catching up. It is our own pilot. Chi Tian frowned and said nothing. Now I was already moving at full speed, with zero mistakes throughout the process, but even so, he still couldn't get rid of this tail. After thinking about it, Chi Tian's face became a little gloomy. The other party definitely cannot be a novice. Here he comes. He's trying to overtake you. Chi Tian was shocked. Has he arrived yet? Before his brain could react, his arm triggered muscle memory, the steering wheel was turned suddenly, and the car suddenly shook on the lane like a long snake. Su Chen, who was following closely behind, almost laughed out loud when he saw the scene. Naturally, he knew that the other party was causing trouble for him. Interesting, it seems there are still masters in the domestic racing world, but Su Chen looked at a road crossing not far ahead, with a smile on his face. It seems you are unlucky. That's right, Su Chen is preparing to overtake Chi Tianda at the intersection. At this time, the distance between the two cars was hardly more than 10 meters. The speed of the two cars also reached 250 kilometers per hour. When Chi Tianda saw the road crossing, he felt something in his heart. Maybe I can get rid of him completely here. Master, sometimes ideas overlap. It seems that Chi Tianda is really capable. It's just that, at the moment it appeared at the intersection. Su Chen accelerated. What? Chi Tianda looked at Su Chen's car, a few meters behind him. Until it is parallel to your car body. Finally, he accelerated while drifting and caught up with him. Oh my god! Who is this mysterious contestant? He's actually going to surpass Chi Tianda. If he can surpass Chi Tianda, he will most likely win the title of champion of this competition. And set a new record on the Flaming Mountain Road. Chapter 71. Mr. Su, Our Lady asked me to pick you up. Oh my god. Chi Tianda has been caught up. Before he finished speaking, everyone was watching, and in the eyes of countless viewers before the live broadcast, the poison car driven by Su Chen suddenly accelerated around a corner while drifting. In the middle of the curve, he was running neck and neck with Chi Tianda. To complete transcendence, Su Chen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, had a calm expression and even turned his head to glance at Chi Tianda, who was sitting in the car. Then, there was a loud friction sound on the ground. The poison kicked up a lot of dust on the track, and it flashed like a flash of lightning across the dozens of meters of route. Walk away. Under Chi Tian's confused gaze, Su Chen crossed the line, be the first to reach the finish line. Even the veteran male commentator who had witnessed countless competition showed a hint of disbelief in his eyes at this moment. For a moment, he, as the commentator, was at a loss for words. Awesome. Awesome pen. When these words were spoken, the audience was stunned immediately. The audience burst into unprecedented cheers. Bull pen. Poison bull pen. Ha ha ha. This commentary was spot on. I love it. But I'm uneducated, so I can travel the world with my words. But I haven't been to school, so I can travel the world with my words. Your Excellency is so wet. I admire you. The layman watches the excitement, while the expert watches the details. No one knew how shocked Chi Tianda was at this moment. First of all, Chi Tianda's racing car performance is absolutely top-notch. The tires, engine, and casing are all optimally designed and customized for the track. Secondly, he is very familiar with the track, having run it at least 10 times. Most people are no match for him. In the end, he made no mistakes throughout the race and set his best personal result, but even so, he still lost. Although he has broken his own record, however, he has had a demon in his heart since then. Su Chen had no idea that he had become Chi Tianda's only target in the future, because, although he had already crossed the finish line, he had no intention of stopping. Just because he wants to go home. In the presidential suite, Song Sierra sat in front of the TV and watched Su Chendu's graceful back as he left. She touched her lips unconsciously, her long legs twisted together. Su Chen, the surprises you give me are really more and more. On the other side, the racing competition scene. No, listen to my explanation. I really wasn't speeding. I didn't hit anyone on purpose. Yi Xian was surrounded by several traffic policemen, one in front and one behind, and he felt like crying but had no tears. Before I finished explaining to the traffic police, several policemen came over. Hello, sir. We found an unconscious girl in your passenger seat. We suspect you are connected to a human trafficking ring. Please come with us. Yi Xian was dumbfounded and said, Girl? You call this a girl? And what the hell is a human trafficker? No matter how Yi Xian struggled, he could not avoid the fate of being trapped in the fence, and the joyful journey of picking up soap after entering. When he got home, Su Chen was already sweating and was about to take a cold shower. The phone rang, and it was a message from the newly added Song Xier. "Are you free tonight? I have something to tell you." Su Chen was a little confused. What could Song Xier possibly want to tell him? "What's the matter? Can't you tell me over the phone?" Song Xier, "No, I have to meet you in person to tell you something very important." Su Chen, "Okay, then let's meet somewhere tonight." Although he was a little curious about what Song Xier was doing, Su Chen still agreed. In the evening, Su Chen arrived as scheduled and arrived at the hotel entrance. A beautiful Cheongsam girl standing at the door saw Su Chen's appearance and immediately walked up to him with a sweet smile. "Mr. Su, our lady asked me to pick you up." Su Chen smiled politely and entered the elevator under the guidance of the Cheongsam girl. It seems that this hotel belongs to the Song family. Su Chen looked at the surrounding furnishings calmly, clicking his tongue. Su Chen had never known about such a luxurious hotel before. With a ding sound, the elevator took Su Chen to the top floor. Walking into the luxurious presidential suite, those who didn't know would think they were walking into a woman's boudoir. It is obvious that this house was reserved for Song Xier to live in. Apart from some classical decorations, the huge space is filled with the beauty of modern art. Even the chandelier, hanging above your head, emitting golden light, is worth a fortune. From the details, we can see Song Xier's meticulous character. Su Chen didn't have to wait long before he heard a sound of light footsteps behind him. "Su Chen, you're here." Song Xier seemed to have just taken a shower. With a blush on her face, her beautiful eyes exude a moist and attractive aura. The black hair on her forehead stuck to her beautiful face, making her look extremely seductive. Su Chen's heart skipped a beat and he almost shouted out those words. "Monster! I need you to help me practice." In Song Xier's eyes, Su Chen, with his tall posture and clear eyes, exuded a hormonal aura. There was an indescribable feeling burning in her chest. "I'm sorry to ask you to come so late." Su Chen smiled indifferently and picked up a book on the table. "Miss Song also likes poetry?" Song Xier nodded, and a strange look suddenly flashed in her eyes. "Let's eat something first. I've prepared some fine wine." Su Chen did not refuse and sat down at the exquisite dining table with Song Xier. Next to the dining table is a large panoramic glass window, offering an unobstructed view of the city below. As night falls, the lights are bright and the scenery below is magnificent. "Young Master Su seems to understand poetry too?" After Song Xier took a sip of wine, her expression became even more attractive. Su Chen said modestly, "I know a little bit." However, Song Xier did not intend to let him go. It was not easy to find someone who could create both Mona Lisa and blue and white porcelain. She parted her red lips slightly, looked at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes and said, "She recently acquired a fairly famous painting and has been looking for a suitable poem to frame it. I wonder if young Master Su has any suitable poems." Su Chen pondered for a moment after hearing this, then smiled and said, "Now that Miss Song has said that, I actually thought of one." Song Xier looked at Su Chen without blinking. He just said softly, "I hear the echo, coming from the valley in my heart. Reaping empty souls with a lonely sickle. Repeatedly repeating determination, and then repeating happiness. There is always an oasis in the desert. I believe in myself, born like a bright summer flower. Unfading and undefeated, alluring as fire. Bear the burden of heartbeat and the burden of breathing. I never get tired of it." After Su Chen finished reciting the poem, Song Xier was still in a daze, until Su Chen waved his hand. "Miss Song, are you okay?" Song Xier looked at Su Chen's face and couldn't help but feel her heart beating fast. Then, Su Chen heard Song Xier say delicately, "Excuse me, Mr. Su, I feel a little dizzy. Can you help me to the bedroom? P.S. 800 swordsmen and axemen are already ambushed in the bedroom. Throwing cups is the signal." Doghead.jpg, Chapter 72, Mia Mio jumping. Helping Song Xier into the bedroom, Su Chen searched for a long time but couldn't find the light switch. "Miss Song, your bedroom, as the most sought-after princess of the Song family." This was the first time that Song Xier was so interested in a man. This would have been absolutely impossible in the past. Su Chen naturally couldn't remain indifferent after being attacked by Song Xier. He lowered his eyelids and looked at Song Xier's pretty face close to him, with a look of confusion in his eyes. "Miss Song, you are playing with fire." After saying that, He put his arms around Song Sierra's slender waist, feeling soft in the touch. Seeing this, Song Sierra giggled and put her arms around his neck. This was the first time in her life that her heart was moved, and she didn't want to miss the man in front of her. Suchen smiled with an ambiguous smile. "Oh, thank you so much, Miss Song." "Then how are you going to thank me?" Song Sierra said coquettishly. "Well, that's a problem, woo." In the evening, Songbin was handling the company's business when he suddenly remembered something and called his daughter. Beep beep. The phone rang for half a minute before someone picked it up. Songbin was a little confused. This girl was always a workaholic and it was impossible for her to sleep at this time. "Hello." As soon as Songbin picked up the phone, he felt something strange on the other end of the line. I asked Song Sierra a few business questions on the phone. Finally, when he hung up the phone, he didn't forget to tell Song Sierra, "Don't work out so hard so late at night. Go to bed early." Yeah, okay." Songbin then hung up the phone and shook his head helplessly. This girl. It never rains but it pours. After a while, Song Sierra's phone rang again. This time, the visitor turned out to be Song's mother. "Hey, Mom, what do you want to see me for so late?" Song's mother, who was sitting on the other side of the phone, had a face as smooth as jade and a charming look between her eyebrows. Her actual age was impossible to tell, that if she stands next to Song Sierra, it would not be an exaggeration to say that she is Song Sierra's sister. Song's mother called Song Sierra because she heard from Mr. Song that Song Sierra had met a very nice young man. And what's his name? Suchen, because there was a live video recording. Song's mother specially went to retrieve Suchen's video to watch. I found that this young man was handsome, talented, and had a good appearance. If her daughter likes it, she will definitely support it. After all, my daughter is not young anymore and has high standards. With such a good opportunity, Song's mother must seize it for Song Sierra. "Sheer? Why is it so noisy over there?" Mother Song had a strange expression on her face. Since giving birth to Song Sierra, Songbin has been busy with his own work every day. Mother Song frowned. "Why are you running so late at night? Aren't you afraid of getting tired?" After chatting for a few minutes, Song's mother hung up the phone. "Am I worrying too much?" The next day, early morning. Suchen opened his eyes, turned around and saw Song Sierra. This time, Song Sierra was leaning on his shoulder, sleeping soundly, with a few tears in the corners of her eyes. Suchen sat up, covered her with the quilt, and then left in a leisurely manner. It was not until Suchen disappeared that Song Sierra slowly opened her eyes, without a trace of sleepiness in them. She had woken up a long time ago, but she was a little shy. "When I think about how I drank a little too much yesterday, coupled with some inexplicable factors, I actually coughed." After a while, she remembered something bad and hurriedly picked up her cell phone. "It's over. I'm too embarrassed to face anyone." What was displayed on her phone was the call records with Song's father and mother. Song's father is a thick-skinned person and may not feel anything, but Song's mother shouldn't, probably, perhaps, notice anything. Now Song Sierra can only pray that Mother Song didn't discover anything yesterday. Returning to his big villa, Suchen felt refreshed. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Mia Mio jumping around. As soon as Gong Mio saw Suchen, she pounced on him with bared fangs and claws. "Master! So much energy." Suchen touched Gong Mio's little head and suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, I don't think I bought any gifts for you, Gong Mio." Mia Mio blinked her big cute eyes when she heard that, and looked puzzled. "Why did you buy me a gift? Didn't the young master treat me to delicious food?" Suchen touched his chin and said, "That's different. This is a gift to welcome you to the villa." Looking at Mia Mio's cute little face, Suchen gradually thought of what gift to buy her. Chapter 73. The black and white elves of Suchen's family. Inside the Su family villa, when Mia Mio saw the thick stack of exercise books in front of her, she blinked her cute big eyes and walked over curiously. "Master, what is all this? Why do I seem to have a bad impression?" Suchen smiled and touched Gong Mio's little head, explaining, "This is something that makes Gong Mio smarter." Mia Mio looked at the exercise book in her hand, not quite understanding what was going on. "Become smarter? Is Mia Mio really stupid?" On the large cover of the exercise book, it was clearly written 5 years of high school entrance examination, 3 years of simulation, Huanggang secret papers and so on. When Mia Mio opened the exercise book, her eyes became even more confused. She can recognize all the words in these questions if you read them separately, but once it was connected, she couldn't understand it then. Gong Mio raised his head and pursed his lips. "Master, I don't want to be smart anymore." It seems that before she lost her memory, she must have suffered a lot from the exercise book. Su Chen's smile remained unchanged. It's okay, I have prepared a second gift for you. A few minutes later, Mia Mio changed her clothes and walked out of the house shyly. Master, this dress looks strange. Mia Mio has never worn it before. Mia Mio held up the hem of her skirt with one hand and looked at Su Chen with a blushing face. Under the pure white Lolita skirt, Mia Mio's white calves are exposed. The intricate patterns and hollow design on the dress make Mia Mio look like a doll, with an indescribable appeal. Su Chen touched his chin and looked at Mia Mio not far away. He had wanted to do this a long time ago, but because he was afraid that Mia Mio would be scared, he waited for a long time. He didn't change Mia's clothes until she adapted to life in the villa and became close to him. However, what Su Chen didn't know was that even if he had asked Gong Mio to change her clothes, Gong Mio would have agreed. In Gong Mio's heart, Su Chen is the best big brother. Wow! So pretty and cute. Not far away, Yi Qingyan, who was wearing a pair of black and white silk stockings and looked like a black and white demon, saw Gong Mio in the living room. Suddenly, a little worry appeared in her eyes and she rushed over. Oh my god, Mia Mio, you're so cute. Yi Qingyan walked over to Gong Mio, squatted down, hugged Gong Mio, and stayed close to her. You can see that she likes Mia Mio's outfit. Sister, it's so itchy. Seeing Yi Qingyan and Gong Mio's pretty faces pressed together, they were like two flowers about to bloom. The colors are gorgeous and different. Su Chen chuckled. Qingyan, you came at the right time. I have prepared clothes for you. You and Gong Mio can change together. Yi Qingyan, Omega. A few minutes later, Yi Qingyan and Gong Mio appeared, one wearing a white classical Tea Party Lolita and the other wearing a black Gothic Lolita. On the other side, on the campus of Fudan University, Linny was walking on the road with a depressed look on his face. This time, he was holding a durian that he had just bought from the fruit stall. When people on the roadside saw him, they immediately backed away as if they had seen a rat or a cockroach. Some even walked up to him and teased, "Hey! Isn't this brother Lin, the shit catcher? When you come to eat aioli gay again, don't forget to start a live broadcast, I'll send you rockets." Another commented, "Look how dedicated they are. In order to get used to the smell, they even bought durian to strengthen their sense of smell. So professional." That's right. I think our school should just open a new major, shit studies. I think Senior Lin will definitely be the first professor. Brother Lin, is your graduation thesis about the taste of aioli gay? This topic has important research significance. If you need our help, just let us know. We'll provide aioli gay for free. Linny listened to the rumors and clenched his fists. That's right, because of the dinner incident last time, the news that he ate and drank lavishly and cheated on food and drink at Cheshuavu was spread by the students who attended the party. So much so that now whenever he appears on campus, he will be recognized immediately. When girls see him giggling, boys will go up to him and mock him. For this reason, he was given a nickname, the shit catcher. If an ordinary person was humiliated like this, he would have probably stepped forward and fought with those who were spreading rumors. However, Linny believes that doing so will not restore his image. Instead, he may be expelled and completely lose the opportunity to interact with the two campus beauties. This is something he cannot accept, so he has been looking for an opportunity during this period, an opportunity to turn things around, and recently he finally found this opportunity. In the original novel, Linny obtained the slam dunk ability given by the system. Therefore, I want to change students' views of me by participating in campus basketball competitions. Moreover, you can also rely on the super dunk and other skills given by the system to show off, and maybe make the fans fall in love with you. As the villain in the original work, Su Chen goes to the campus to pick up girls. In this plot of the original work, then it happened that a member of the school team was injured, so Su Chen took his place to compete against Linny. In the end, he was naturally slapped in the face by Linny, who was blessed with the system. Now it seems that Su Chen just thinks that this plot is too stupid. Damn, this team member couldn't have gotten injured at any other time. Why did he have to wait until Su Chen went to school to pick up girls and got injured? The most outrageous thing is that Su Chen actually went on stage like this. Don't you have any other substitutes? Besides, it's just playing basketball. Even if Linny performs well, he may not be able to get rid of the title of the king of shit catching. I don't know where his confidence comes from. On the day of the competition, everyone was doing pre-match warm-up exercises. On the basketball court, Linny had already changed into a basketball sweatshirt with his customized symbol written on the back. 2 big SB characters, it means super handsome. I finally got the opportunity to participate by bribing members of the student union. The expression on his face was serious and confident. This time, we can only succeed, not fail. Chapter 74 Chu Yue and Mu Ching Wu Beep. On the field, as the whistle sounded, the players from the red and blue teams took their positions. Judging from the height of the starting lineups of both sides, Linny is actually at a disadvantage. Although height is not everything in basketball, average height is an important factor. Unfortunately, Linny is a bit short, so he doesn't need to play center. Instead, another literary and skilled boy was responsible for fighting for the ball. The boys on both sides are in their 20s, at the peak of their vigor. Looking at the girls watching the game off the court, I naturally hope that I can win the game. When the blue team saw Linny's face from the red team, they began to mock him. After all, Linny is too famous. But fortunately, the players on the red team also know that Linny is a teammate for the time being, so they speak up for him. After both sides exchanged trash talk for a while, the game officially started. The whistle sounded again, and the game began. The guy on the blue team was the first to grab the ball and ran across half court. The first ball probably didn't go in because my touch wasn't very good. Linny chuckled, picked up the ball and ran away. You know, he might have gained a lot of movement speed because of his short stature. Run to the opponent's backboard, make a fast break, and then make a hook layup. The ball went in. The blue team was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that Linny was such a good eater and played the ball well. The red team's cheerleaders immediately cheered upon seeing this, cheered loudly for Linny and others. Come on, red team. Red team can do it. Linny and others were immediately motivated when they saw the long legs of the cheerleaders. I have to win the competition, and then I'll go ask the ladies for prestige. Next, seemingly due to the hormone effects of the cheerleaders, the red team appeared unusually powerful. As the best performing player, Linny kept staring at the person on the opposite side. He suddenly made a steal, and his shooting percentage reached a terrifying 8 out of 10. There is simply no solution. At this point, the players on the blue team were dumbfounded and quickly asked for a timeout. Who on earth is this kid from? With such strong abilities, why didn't he join the school team long ago? As soon as the ball got into his hands, my heart started to panic. No matter what, if we lose to the shit catcher today, we'll be too embarrassed to face anyone. After discussing it for a while, they finally decided to focus on guarding against Linny. The red team members naturally also saw Linny's ability. Tactically, Linny was designated as a protected person. Pass the ball to him. For a moment, the cheerleaders on both sides were competing with each other to see who had the loudest voice. On the court, the smell of gunpowder became stronger and stronger. Hurry up and defend. Dajwan, watch out behind you. Where are the people? Come and help me. After the game started, Linny swam around the field like a nimble loach. He contributed to many of the points. As the score between the two sides widened, the blue team was intercepted and made faces by Linny, which made the team lose their temper. There was even a bit of tension in the atmosphere. If the teacher hadn't been present, they would have wanted to beat someone up. I want to hit someone. Can you please add some football rules? Hold on. We still have a chance. That kid looks so skinny. He definitely doesn't have the stamina to keep up with the way he's playing. Everyone felt that it made a lot of sense. Linny's playing style was too aggressive, and it was a big taboo for players to consume their physical strength too quickly unless it is for tactical purposes. He would not play it as extravagantly as he does. Well, Dajwan, you'll be in charge of assisting in the defense and guarding Linny. Xiao Su, you're responsible for slipping under the defense when the ball is pushed forward. Pay attention to the opponent's rhythm. Let's pretend to relax our defense against that guy and then attack him. A hint of caution flashed in everyone's eyes. If this tactic failed, then they might have no choice but to admit defeat. At the beginning of the second half, the blue team players indeed changed their tactics. However, before the tactic could be fully implemented, a team member suddenly fell and was injured. Substitution. We request a substitution. But the level of our substitutes, according to the original setting, they are considered the new forces of the blue team, and the situation might be even worse if they were replaced by substitutes. Just when several people were in despair, a cry of surprise came from the audience seats in the stadium. Hey! That guy seems to be Chu You's rumored boyfriend. Hiss, what did you say? Isn't he Mu Qingwu's boyfriend? I saw Mu Qingwu get into his car with my own eyes. So you mean, this guy is the boyfriend of two school beauties? Oh my god, I miss Sharkman. Outside the court, a tall figure walked slowly towards them with his hands in his pockets. The person who came was none other than Su Chen. The players of the blue team looked at Su Chen stupidly, with countless question marks popping up in their heads, and they didn't know why. The thought came to my mind, this man will change the basketball game. Do you still have the jersey? Walking near a substitute player, Su Chen smiled. The younger student was intimidated by Su Chen's aura, and after reacting, he immediately replied, yes. It must be. After saying that, he took out a jersey from behind him, as if it was specially prepared for Su Chen. Su Chen took the jersey and thanked him. Then, under the gazes of countless people, he casually took off his Armani shirt. He immediately revealed his 8-pack abs, and then changed into a jersey. When they saw his abdominal muscles, the audience and cheerleaders who were already looking at what Su Chen was going to do all lit up their eyes. Mom! I'm in love. I don't care. Even though I'm a cheerleader for the red team, I'm going to cheer him on. Oh my god. I have this freaking feeling. What the hell is that? But, I'm a man. The brother next to him took a look at this person, quietly came over and asked, 010-101-0101, brother, I'm 0, are you 0 or 1? The brother had a question mark on his face? On the other side, when Linny saw Su Chen appear, his face suddenly became gloomy. If it weren't for him, I might have hooked up with Mu Qingwu. Even if you can't win her over, you can still gain a lot of favorability points. However, this time Linny was not afraid of Su Chen, because he has superpowers given by the system. Su Chen chose to appear on the field. Do these blind spectators like to cheer him on? Later on the court, Linny, will let you know what it means to be reborn as Jordan. Maybe it was because Linny played so smoothly in the first half that he didn't even know who he was now. However, at this time, another bizarre scene happened on the court. Two graceful figures ran out at the same time and headed straight for Su Chen, immediately causing a burst of ghostly howling. Su Chen! It's really you! Why are you in our school? There was a slight blush on Chu Yue's face, which looked like white jade under the sunlight. On the other side, a long-legged goddess with legs below the waist also slowly walked to Su Chen's side. You're here. It was Mu Qingwu. Chapter 75. The tragic experience has just begun. Chu Yue, Mu Qingwu, two campus goddesses gathered at the basketball court, just for a mysterious man. It would be a lie to say that people aren't jealous, especially before the game started. Two beauties ran to Su Chen to get him mineral water drinks. How are these single guys supposed to play when they've already been playing for almost half the game and are covered in sweat? Chu Yue and Mu Qingwu looked at each other and saw a hint of hostility and curiosity in each other's eyes. You have to know that although both of them are school beauties, they are not familiar with each other and have never taken the initiative to contact each other. If Su Chen hadn't sent them a message today saying that he might come to visit the school stadium, they wouldn't have come to watch the game, nor will they appear in the same place at the same time. The organizers and sponsors at the stadium vomited blood when they saw the two women. You should know that. The cheerleaders of the red and blue teams were frantically discussing with the two of them on the eve of the game to see if one of them could be allowed to play. Even if just one of them participates in this game, the number of spectators will double. To this end, they even offered an extremely outrageous price, 20 times the salary of ordinary cheerleaders. Even with such generous conditions, they were still rejected by the two. After all, there was no man on the court worthy of their cheers, and now, this hot man appears. That's why they appeared here, just for Su Chen. Su Chen looked at the two girls with different skin colors, without ignoring either of them. With a smile on his face, he walked up to them. Yue, Qingwu, I hope it didn't waste your time by asking you to come out today? After all, today is the weekend. In Su Chen's impression, girls are likely to go out and play with their roommates and good friends on weekends, but he forgot one thing, that is, both of them were school beauties. The relationship in the dormitory may not be as simple as imagined. It is said that in the girls' dormitory, there was even a situation where 4 people had 5 WeChat groups. Su Chen didn't know whether it was true or not. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chu Yue raised her little face and shook her head. We have a free weekend, nothing to do. But why did you suddenly think of our school today? I thought you forgot about me. Su Chen felt a little embarrassed when he heard the resentment in Chu Yue's words, because recently he has been busy competing with Yi Xian in wits and courage, or indulging in two-person sports with Song Xier. Sometimes I watch movies with Mia Mio, and my life is extremely fulfilling. So much so that he hadn't come to see the two school beauties until now. It seems that I can find time to take the two girls to my villa to play in the future. It would be good to let them get acquainted with the two head maids of their own family. Mu Qingwu felt a little jealous when she saw Su Chen talking to Chu Yue. I didn't expect that you and Xu Xiaohua have such a good relationship. Am I redundant? Ah, this. Su Chen could sense Mu Qingwu's jealousy even from half a meter away. He reached out and touched Mu Qingwu's head, and the latter's cheeks immediately turned red. I'm going to go to the game first. There are so many people waiting. After the game, I'll take you two for a ride to make amends. How about that? Su Chen had an apologetic smile on his face, which made the two little girls feel embarrassed. They are not unreasonable girls. Xu Yuwei glanced at Mu Qingwu and nodded. Mu Qingwu naturally did not want to be outdone. Okay, then be careful and don't get hurt. So, Su Chen walked to the center of the venue under the gaze of two pairs of beautiful eyes. Brother Lin, long time no see. While Su Chen was making preparations, he greeted Linny opposite him with a very friendly attitude. After all, he still needs to make some money from Linny later. If it weren't for his and Yixian's selfless dedication, Su Chen wouldn't have saved so much in terms of reversal points. Linny was not impressed by Su Chen's greetings. He just felt that Su Chen in front of him was his lifelong enemy. Linny said sternly but weakly, "Humph. Don't try to get close to me. I won't let you down in this competition." Su Chen chuckled when he heard that. With your mediocre skills, you still let me win. Seeing Su Chen's contemptuous look, Linny became more embarrassed and angry, hateful. But at this moment, the whistle sounded beep. The whistle blows and the game begins. Before the game, the situation between the two sides was already very clear. With Lin Yi's crazy scoring, if nothing unexpected happened, Lin Yi's side would definitely win, but now a Chang Yaojin suddenly appeared, and Su Chen became an unstable factor. However, Lin Yi was not panicked at all. After all, he had a system, and Su Chen would only bring humiliation upon himself if he came on the court. Xu Yuwei, Mu Qingwu, let me show you how miserable Su Chen looks after his defeat. I want to see what expressions you will make when Su Chen returns defeated. Perhaps, this game can change my image in the eyes of Xu Yuwei and Mu Qingwu. Maybe, slurp. And you can win their hearts. Lin Yi was thinking clearly in his mind and was full of energy. However, as soon as the game started, Su Chen put away his smile and his aura changed. Even the students in the audience felt an invisible cool breeze blowing slowly. Officially started. The moment the ball was served, Lin Yi was quick to grab the basketball and ran away. The first goal scored in front of Su Chen was so easy, but he was very curious. Why didn't the people on the opposite side come to stop him, but instead looked at him? Curiously, Lin Yi took the time to look back and froze in place instantly. Damn. What did he see? Why is the basketball in Su Chen's hands? He clearly grabbed the ball just now. Could it be that there are two basketballs? Su Chen glanced at the confused Lin Yi. Yes, Lin Yi had indeed grabbed the basketball just now, but the moment he passed by Su Chen snatched the ball away from him. Because Su Chen's technique was so fast, Lin Yi didn't even realize that he was fighting a battle of wits and courage with the air. Su Chen picked up the basketball and immediately felt the touch. Everyone saw Su Chen's figure like a wild cheetah, with his jersey fluttering, and he was making a fast break alone. The players on Lin Yi's side also reacted in quickly. Leaned back to defend, but Su Chen didn't care at all. He immediately gathered the strength in his waist and abdomen, aimed at the basket with all his wrist strength, and jumped high. A beautiful arc passed through the air, and the movement was completed in one go. It's a hollow ball. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Oh my god. So smooth. Not only is this guy handsome, but he also plays the game so gracefully. It's a pleasure to watch. Awesome. Awesome. This level of skill is more than enough for the school team, maybe even captain. On the other side, Lin Yi stared blankly at the player who was high-fiving Su Chen, his mind full of question marks. Being able to score from him who has been given the power by the system. Is this guy even more powerful than the system? Why? This is unscientific. Little did Lin Yi know that his tragic experience had just begun. Chapter 76. One God leads 4 pitfalls. When Su Chen's teammates saw that a big boss had arrived, they immediately perked up. One God leads 4 pits, and the 4 pits must cooperate and not fall behind. But as the game progressed, Su Chen's teammates discovered Su Chen's style of play is completely individual, and it seems that he doesn't need them to do anything. Just shout 666 from behind and then attract hatred to score. Of course, it doesn't mean that they are completely useless. They can still pass the ball. As soon as you get the ball, just shout "Big Brother, catch the ball," and then you can throw the ball to Su Chen. On the other hand, the opposing team had no power to resist Su Chen's quick attack. As Su Chen's fast break methods are different every time, making it difficult to figure out his routine. This led to the following situation on the field. Su Chen Fang got the ball and attacked the inside quickly alone. Every attack was accurate. When Lin Yifan got the ball, the opponent ignored everything and only focused on grabbing the ball, defending, and passing the ball to Su Chen. There was no offensive pressure at all. Lin Yi not only had to attack, but also had to defend against Su Chen's tricky offensive methods. He felt so miserable. Of course, Lin Yi is the one who has the most headache. He now feels like an ordinary player who cannot beat the opponent. Suddenly he got the help of a plugin and started killing people indiscriminately. However, before he could have enough fun, his plugin expired. Not only did it expire, but a big guy with a super cheat came to the server and beat him up. Suddenly falling from the peak to the bottom of the valley was such a huge contrast that Lin Yi could hardly accept. Lin Yi got the ball equals got robbed. Su Chen gets the ball equals scores. In the end, Lin Yi's teammates no longer trusted him, so they shot the ball themselves and even managed to score a few points. After this one-sided situation occurred, the audience clapped their hands until they lost consciousness. Even at the end, the cheerleaders on both sides had become indistinguishable from each other and were cheering for Su Chen alone throughout the whole process. Lin Yi acted as the best background board of the game, and was blocked by Su Chen many times. In this tournament, the score between the two sides gradually narrowed. Halftime, Su Chen had a relaxed expression on his face as he looked at the two girls running towards him. Because of the hot weather, beads of sweat appeared on his sword-like eyebrows. Su Chen, would you like some water? Su Chen, let me help you wipe the sweat off your face. Zhu Yue and Mu Qingwu came to Su Chen immediately, surrounded him and helped him wipe the sweat off his body. For a moment, all the boys in the audience turned green with envy. Where is the Shura field? Why does such a harmonious and peaceful scene appear? Everyone can't be like sisterly. These two school beauties are so well behaved and living together peacefully. Aren't you jealous? Su Chen was also a little surprised. The relationship between the two girls seemed to have improved since he came on the scene. It turned out that after Su Chen came on the court, the two tried to have a conversation. After learning about each other's experiences meeting Su Chen, the two found that they got along very well. Moreover, they are both ordinary school beauties and have no airs. So, they added each other's contact information and became sisters happily. After Su Chen learned the reason, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Maybe I can unlock new ways to play in the future. Cough cough. At the other end of the venue, the atmosphere seemed a little heavy. Although the players on Lin Yi's side were resting, they were not relaxed at all. What should we do? We can't defend against them at all. Damn, the first half was going smoothly. Who is that guy on the other side? I feel like even professionals can't play as well as him. What the hell, nothing goes right today. Lin Yi sat aside to rest, without saying a word, frantically searching for a solution in his mind. He had tried many times to face off head-on, but he had no chance of winning against Su Chen's attack. But if, gradually, a bold idea came into Lin Yi's mind, although he was a little hesitant, he was finally overwhelmed by anger. Turn and walk towards the corner. Beep. Soon, the second half began. After receiving massage from two school beauties, Su Chen returned to the stage feeling refreshed. People around him looked at him with envy and jealousy. The game begins. Lin Yi. Be careful. Before he could finish his words, the ball in Lin Yi's hand had been snatched away by Su Chen. Su Chen ran a few quick steps and came to the three-point line. Looking back at Mu Qingwu and Zhu Yue, the two girls immediately understood that Su Chen was performing for them. Suddenly, a look of shame and joy appeared on their white and smooth faces. Su Chen stood tall and straight, holding the ball in his arms and slightly raising it. The moment his muscles tensed, the perfect lines of his back were revealed. It immediately attracted the shining gazes of countless girls. Zhu Yue and Mu Qingwu fixed their eyes on Su Chen. With a pop sound, the scene boiled over again. At this point, all of Su Chen's three-pointers went in without exception. Lin Yi's face darkened, and the hesitation in his heart gradually subsided. On the court, several young people were running non-stop. Since Su Chen came on the court, he has been fighting 1 against 5. It can almost be said that this game became his own personal show. Lin Yi and his teammates' mentality gradually collapsed, but they still refused to give up. After all, they were leading by such a huge margin in the first half, but now their tactics have changed to defense instead of attacking, stalling for time. For a moment, the smell of gunpowder on the court became strong. The audience was so excited that they didn't dare to blink. Finally, there was a loud bang from the basket. It was Su Chen who started to play tricks. He raised his shoulders high, his eyes were wild, and he completed an authentic tomahawk dunk purely by relying on the explosive power of his waist and abdomen and his strong jumping ability. The graceful posture and smooth movements stunned countless people. Fortunately, someone had recorded the video earlier, so we didn't miss such a wonderful scene. Awesome, awesome pen. Wow! This style of play, only occasionally seen in international competitions, has actually reappeared today. Today's match was truly worth the trip. Boss, come on, one more. So cool. For a moment, the whole audience screamed. Shu Yue and Mu Qingwu also looked at each other and saw each other's pride in their eyes. Seeing that the scores between the two sides were tied and Su Chen was eventually overtaken, Linny suddenly called for a timeout. What the hell? Damn, I'm enjoying it. For a moment, many people looked at Linny with dissatisfaction. Even the players on Linny's side looked confused. They no longer expected to win. I just hope that the big brother on the opposite side won't let them lose too badly. Linny waved to the crowd, and after they formed a circle, he whispered in their ears, "We'll do this, and then this." After hearing Linny's instructions, several players' faces suddenly turned a little ugly. One player even looked up with an angry look on his face. This is against the rules. Chapter 77 The Ultimate 3-Point Shot. Linny ignored everyone's expressions and said in a deep voice, "XXX from the student union is my buddy. If you don't agree, you don't have to join the school team anymore, you." Several boys suddenly looked at Linny with anger. Then, Linny changed the subject and said, "But, if you cooperate with me in doing this, I will give you 10,000 yuan each after it's done." $10,000? Several people looked at each other, shocked and angry. For an ordinary college student, 10,000 yuan is already a lot. Linny looked at the expressions of the few people with pride. After all, he has tens of millions of dollars, now he only needs to pay tens of thousands of dollars, which he doesn't care about at all. For example, when he goes to a fruit store to buy fruit, he always chooses the most expensive ones, such as durian. Of course, he would never admit that he was looking for a substitute like durian because he missed the taste of aioli gei. In order to defeat Su Chen and regain his face, Linny has tried every possible means. Anyway, there were no cameras at the scene, so he had to use this trick after being given a good reward. Several players on Linny's side were a little confused, but finally gritted their teeth and agreed. So the game started again. Turning back to the arena, the audience looked at Su Chen excitedly, because there is not much time left in the game. They want to see a few more of Su Chen's incredible moves. Su Chen did not disappoint everyone, with several stylish dunks that maximized the visual effect. Shu Yue and Mu Qingwu even ran to the cheerleading team to cheer for Su Chen. I don't know how many spectators were envious. The scores on both sides are tied, and the game is about to end. But at this moment, something unexpected suddenly happened on the field. Someone committed a foul. When Linny Fong was attacking, he seemed to be fouled by the defender. The referee immediately blew the whistle. Defensive team foul. Offensive team free throw. A smug expression suddenly appeared on Linny's face. That's right, this is the trick he came up with, to make his players create the illusion that the opponent has committed a foul. Coupled with the refereeing arrangements made in advance, the situation on the field suddenly reversed. The audience was bewildered as they watched the situation take a sudden turn for the worse. Free throw? Holy shit! What's going on? I just saw a player fall down. Was he pushed by someone? The score is about to be reversed. What about this move? Is the referee toxic? For a moment, many people were talking about it. Linny walked to the free throw line and smiled at Su Chen. There are only 7 or 8 seconds left in the game. According to the rules, when the referee gives the ball to the free throw player, the shot must be released within about 5 seconds. This was Linny's plan. He was going to drag it out until the last second. As long as they score one more point than the other side, they win. A triumphant smile appeared on Linny's lips, and he gently threw the basketball in his hand. Under the witness of countless spectators, the basketball slowly went into the basket. The free throw was successful. At this point, Linny's side surpassed Su Chen's score. At this time, the number on the timer also reached 2 seconds. It is impossible to catch the ball in the air and then run across half court to shoot, because there is no time. Several players around Su Chen looked at Linny's ball into the basket with great annoyance and regret. This time, they did more harm than good. However, the player who committed the foul still felt that this matter was very strange. He really didn't remember pushing the opposing player down, but the referee had already awarded a free throw and there was nothing he could do. Shu Yue and Mu Qingwu looked at each other and looked at Su Chen with some concern. Before the free throws, everyone thought Su Chen's side would win. But suddenly something like this happened. No matter who it is, it would be very uncomfortable. Linny looked at Su Chen proudly, waiting for the game to be announced as over and for him to be declared the winner. However, as soon as he turned his gaze to Su Chen, he found that the other party had disappeared. Then, there was a burst of exclamations from the audience. Su Chen jumped to a very high height. He caught the falling basketball with his arms in mid-air. Then, at the moment when the time was about to reach 1 second, he threw the ball in his hand hard. Whoosh! The basketball was like a shooting star, streaking across the sky. Damn it! If this ball goes in, I'm going to go home and eat 10 pounds of aioli. Before Linny finished speaking, the basketball flew over mountains and rivers like a meteor, reaching the longest distance in his life. Then, it hit the basket, made a clang sound, and fell to the ground. The ball went in. Linny, Sigma? The audience below the stadium was stunned for a second, looking at each other. No? Am I dazzled? Where did that ball come from? It seems like that big guy on the opposite side hit an ultimate three-pointer from super long distance. This. Fucking awesome. For a moment, everyone realized what was happening and exclaimed in surprise. The scorer was also stunned at this time and glanced at the people around him. Is this a long three-pointer? The man swallowed and glanced at the time. Maybe. For a moment, the silence of the two people formed a sharp contrast with the audience behind them. The referee was also confused and looked at Linny with sympathy. I thought to myself, brother, I gave you the opportunity, but you were useless. Thus, the final results of the competition were announced. Su Chen's side overtook the opponent and won a great victory. Several players' faces suddenly flushed with excitement and they surrounded Su Chen. Boss, you're awesome. Have you ever considered coaching at our school? Su Chen declined the kindness of several people and pointed at Chu Yue and Mu Qingguo, who were not far away, with an embarrassed look on his face. Suddenly, the players received a million critical hits watching Su Chen leading Chu Yue and Mu Qingguo away. Lin Yi's brain was filled with blood and he almost fainted from anger. At this time, a player from Lin Yi's side walked up to him and taunted him. You just said that if that last goal goes in, I'll eat 10 pounds of allergy. I've already recorded it. Just wait for your promise to be fulfilled. Also, we will report you for threatening us and intentionally breaking the rules. You're on your own. The four players snorted coldly and glared at the stupid-looking Lin Yi. They felt disgusted if they looked at him any longer. Lin Yi knelt on the ground. Although it was summer, it seemed as if snow was falling on his head and a piece of background music sounded in his ears. Snowflakes are falling, the north wind is howling, and the world is vast and boundless. Su Chen didn't care about all this, because he had already obtained 1,000 reversal points from Lin Yi, and then he took the two school beauties out for a ride. Chapter 78. Yi Xian and Feng Xinghua broke up. Soon, a few days later, finally, it's Yi Xian's turn. Su Chen began to recall that in the original book, Feng Xinghua and Yi Xian took a fancy to a piece of land and wanted to buy it. This is a piece of land that has special meaning to the Feng family. It will take off if they buy it, but the land is of little use to others, and we have been delaying the seller for 2 days, deliberately delaying it until he lowers the price. As a result, in the original book, the old man who was selling the item sold it to another person because someone came to buy it in the past 2 days and the price was high. After Yi Xian and Feng Xinghua learned about the situation, they were completely shocked. Because of this delay, the business was lost. Then, in the original novel, Feng Xinghua cursed Yi Xian madly but couldn't kill him. After arriving, Yi Xian went to the place where the two people made the transaction and found out that the buyer was a scammer. It was to deceive the old man who was the seller. It turned out to be a fake contract, or there was a loophole or something. See through that buyer's scam. So, in order to thank Yi Xian, the old buyer sold the land to him at a 50% discount. Otherwise, if Yi Xian hadn't seen through the scam, he would have been cheated out of everything. Then Yi Xian pretended to be compassionate and humble, saying that there was no need for a discount and he would buy it at the original price. It turned out that the old man was an honest man. After hearing this, he sold it to him at the original price. In the original novel, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, but didn't say anything. In the end, he spent 1 billion to buy the land, and Feng Xinghua was very happy. This is roughly the plot. Su Chen drove a Lamborghini Veneno and quickly arrived at the scene, ready to intercept it. He also brought a team of lawyers to the scene to expose the buyer's scam and the loopholes in the contract. Soon, the old seller began to thank Su Chen repeatedly. Sir, thank you so much. Otherwise, I would have really been cheated by this guy. It's okay, this is what I should do. Su Chen was very humble, and when the other party was willing to sell it to him at a 50% discount, that is, 500 million, he did not refuse but accepted it directly. Anyway, he will have no intersection with this old man in the future. The scene in the original novel where Yi Xian pretended to be arrogant and merciful did not happen. It was impossible for Su Chen to be polite to a passerby. Later, when Feng Xinghua and Yi Xian from the original novel arrived here, they were dumbfounded, because they learned that the land had been bought by a man named Su. Look at you. It's obvious without any doubt, it must be that guy Su Chen. Feng Xinghua hated Yi Xian to the core and started cursing at him on the spot, because it was this guy who made him delay for 2 days. As long as he could wait until the old man lowered the price, he could make the move, but what now? This piece of land was directly snatched away by Su Chen. Not to mention waiting for the price to drop, they can't buy it even if they offer a higher price now. I didn't expect this to happen. Yi Xian looked innocent and spread his hands. He originally thought that his intelligence could save Feng Xingwa some money, but who knew that Su Chen would know about it and come to intercept it? Wait, you're still making me wait. You really are more of a hindrance than a help. Feng Xingwa continued to curse without any hesitation. He has tolerated Yi Xian for a long time, and he always creates trouble for him every time. I originally thought this guy was a lucky star, but who would have thought that he was such an unlucky guy? Afterwards, Yi Xian, the destined protagonist, could no longer bear such an insult, and the two of them started arguing on the spot, and they broke up completely. If Feng Xingwa is ready to completely cut off all ties with Yi Xian, he even called Su Chen. Yes, big families like these all have contact information with each other, and it's not difficult to get it. You can get it by just saying hello. Hello, Master Su, I'm Feng Xingwa. When Feng Xingwa made the call, there was a little awkwardness, because everyone knew what happened between him and Su Chen. Originally, there was actually no conflict between the two, but because Yi Xian got involved, their relationship became subtle. Oh, Master Feng? Su Chen smiled slightly, pretending not to understand, and asked, why are you calling me? In fact, you don't have to think about it to know that it must be about that piece of land. The location of this land is of great importance to the Feng family's future plans. It's like this, about that piece of land in Sanyang district. Feng Xingwa began to tell the story, and in the process, he also said a lot of bad things about Yi Xian. Anyway, the gist was that the relationship between the two had broken down. He also explained that the two of them broke up because Yi Xian was ignorant and always targeted Su Xiao maliciously. He also said that after the last banquet, he had seen through Yi Xian's true nature. So I hope to reconcile with Su Chen, and let the past be the past, just as if it never happened. The two of them may have other collaborations in the future. So that's what happened. Su Chen showed a nice smile at the corner of his mouth. It seems that the protagonist's thigh is not very reliable. Master Su, that piece of land in Sanyang district is really important to me. Feng Xingwa said bluntly, actually, there's not much point in keeping it with you, why not just sell it to me? How about we become friends? This can't be said to be meaningless, it's still somewhat useful. Su Chen said, implying that he had to pay more. Feng Xingwa, also a seasoned veteran, smiled and said, I understand. One price, 2 billion. How about it? Even Su Chen, who had expected something, was shocked when he heard this line. He only spent 500 million to buy this piece of land, and the other party offered a direct bid of 2 billion, compared with the original price of 1 billion yuan, it is doubled. This is too generous. It seems that this piece of land is indeed very important to the Feng family. I think we still need to meet and discuss it. When Su Chen said this, he actually didn't have any other intention, he just wanted to make a deal as soon as they met. As a result, Feng Xingwa thought that Su Chen was not satisfied with his offer, and then he raised the price again. Then 2.5 billion? His tentative voice sounded on the phone. Puff. Su Chen, who was drinking water, almost spit out the water. Is this really that arrogant? Just one sentence and you're going to add 500 million? Master Feng, that's not what I meant, and I, Su Chen, am not that kind of person. Before Su Chen finished speaking, the other party raised the price again. Chapter 79. Mu Qingwu comes to the company to look for someone? Then, what about 3 billion? Feng Xingwa asked tentatively. This had actually reached his limit. If it got any higher, there would really be no other way. When Su Chen heard this, he was dumbfounded. A piece of land worth 10 billion suddenly became worth 3 billion, is it a bit too exaggerated? And he could indeed hear that the other party seemed to have reached his limit. So he said, okay, Master Feng, I'll consider you my friend. Su Chen agreed immediately, and the two of them made an appointment to meet at a coffee shop to transfer the land. He directly made a huge profit of 2.5 billion yuan and also established a relationship with Feng Xingwa. The protagonist Yi Xian's #1 supporter was directly sentenced to divorce. The next day, when Mu Qingwu arrived at the Su Corporation, she said to the receptionist, hello, I'm looking for Su Chen. When the receptionist arrived, she was completely stunned. Damn, you call out the boss name as soon as you come, and the most important thing is that this woman is also a beautiful woman. Most likely, she knows their boss and is not here to joke around. Then. Okay, miss, please wait a moment, Then he hurried to contact the manager, and soon the manager also went to find Su Chen tremblingly layer after layer. When Mu Qingwu successfully arrived at Su Chen's office, she threw him a coquettish glance, very happy. "Hey, Qingwu, why are you here?" Su Chen was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party would actually come to the company. There was also a group of people gathered outside, discussing something. "Who do you think this beautiful lady is? She actually came directly to see young Master Su." "I don't know, but she must be a very powerful girl." "If it were you, would you dare to come directly to the company to find Su Xiao?" "I wouldn't dare. And my looks don't match it." "You still have some self-awareness, Roll. I'm here to bring you food." Mu Qingwu was a little shy and replied gently and enthusiastically. Then he handed the loving breakfast he made to Su Chen. "This is a lunchbox filled with some home-cooked dishes. It seems that they were prepared early in the morning." "Thanks." Su Chen responded politely and opened the lunchbox and started eating on the spot. Unexpectedly, it tasted quite good. Although it is ordinary, it tastes good. "How does it taste?" Mu Qingwu asked expectantly. Delicious." Su Chen gave a thumbs up, and later he found out during the conversation it turned out that Mu Qingwu prepared today's loving breakfast in order to repay the favor of taking her shopping last time, and I plucked up the courage to come to the company. It was indeed not easy to see Su Chen in front of so many people and through layers of communication. This was mainly because she wanted to give Su Chen a surprise. Otherwise, she could just contact him on WeChat. "Next time you come over, just tell me and it will be okay." Su Chen smiled slightly. "You are making it impossible for the employees to work properly." He pointed to the employees outside who were listening to the gossip and said, "A group of people were just watching the show, and some were discussing, huh? Isn't our Su Xiao Xiaoruoshi's lapdog? Why is he with other girls? You don't know this, do you? Young Master Su," it said, "ignored that Xiaoruoshi at the banquet. I'm not a bootlicker anymore." Chapter 80. I really can't stand it. Everyone's previous understanding was overturned by Mu Qingwu. After all, in their eyes, Su Xiao was just a bootlicker. No matter what Xiaoruoshi said or did, no matter how badly she treated him, he didn't care. But now, Su Xiao actually has a new love, and she is such a beautiful girl. Many people in the company were also happy for Su Chen finally got rid of the position of being Xiaoruoshi's bootlicker. Afterwards, Su Chen took Mu Qingwu to the amusement park, which he had promised her after the basketball game that day. Of course, he also agreed to Chu Yuwei. However, Su Chen, who was afraid of the appearance of Shura Field, did not dare to call Chu Yuwei. Although the two women have a good relationship now, he is not willing to create a Shura situation. I can only wait until next time to ask Chu Yuwei to come out and play. Afterwards, the two of them also played many amusement park projects: roller coaster, pirate ship, pendulum. Of course, this pendulum is a real pendulum, also known as a meteor hammer, which is a new type of amusement equipment currently popular internationally. The equipment has beautiful shape, scientific structure, and magnificent momentum. The super pendulum is a particularly popular and thrilling attraction in the amusement park. Mu Qingwu was screaming in surprise while playing. It was very exciting. Afterwards, Mu Qingwu naturally shook Su Chen's hand in the amusement park. Still proactive, this surprised Su Chen. He didn't expect that this girl had such a side. Then, the big hand used a little force to hold her small hand tighter. Afterwards, in an ambiguous atmosphere filled with pink bubbles, the two of them played more activities, such as bungee jumping and Ferris wheel. Later, while riding the Ferris wheel, Su Chen also said, "It is said that kissing at the top of the Ferris wheel will make you stay together forever. Do you believe it?" Afterwards, at the top of the Ferris wheel, Mu Qingwu's eyes were filled with emotion as Su Chen forcibly kissed her. Her hands were still being held down, and this feeling made her unable to stop, so she could only follow the other party's behavior and follow the process stupidly. "You know what? It smells pretty good." Su Chen was very satisfied. After the Ferris wheel ride ended, the woman blushed and kept her head down. It attracted the attention of many men. Both her figure and appearance are top-notch. They are really envious of such a female companion. And the most important thing is that few men can resist her shy look. If they knew that a woman was forcibly kissed on a Ferris wheel, they would probably die of envy on the spot. Of course, they don't know about it now. Only the two people involved know about this matter. "Can we really be together forever? You're not lying to me, are you?" Mu Qingwu asked with a hint of shyness in her beautiful eyes, a little doubtful. "Of course, why would I lie to you?" Su Chen approached her and whispered in a magnetic voice, If you don't believe me, let's find a secluded place and try again. The words and actions of the domineering CEO really made Mu Qingwu unable to stop. It's just like a man having his XP poked by some paper man. He really can't stand it at all. The women also have their own preferences in this regard, just like some men like mature women and some men like little Lolas. Some thieves even like married women. They have all kinds of fetishes. Mu Qingwu, on the other hand, happens to like the domineering CEO style in female-oriented novels and TV dramas the most. Chapter 81 Platinum VIP Card of Amusement Park. But just as the two of them were playing around in Disneyland and taking photos with various amusement park NPCs, I happened to meet Chu Yue and her best friend, Ma Shui. Hee. So it turns out that during the basketball game that day, I agreed to go to the amusement park, but I only agreed to go to Sister Mu Qingwu. Chu Yue pouted and said a little jealously. Indeed, Su Chen had promised them both that day, but who would have thought that Mu Qingwu would actually come to him on her own initiative, and he really had no choice. Ahem, that's not true. Look, Qingwu, Su Chen forced an explanation, saying that Qingwu came to the company to deliver lunch and then came to play. He also planned to bring Chu Yue to play next time, one time for each. I don't believe it. Chu Yue raised her eyebrows and turned her head away proudly. Now there are just 4 of us, shall we play together? Su Chen reached out and pinched Chu Yue's little face, and said in a somewhat coquettish way, in fact, it is more like comforting than acting coquettishly, just like coaxing a child. The occurrence of this scene can be said to be extremely beneficial. Although he might seem a bit straight to outsiders, Chu Yue was so attracted by Su Chen's good looks that her face turned red. Finally, she said with a strange expression, half believing and half doubting in her charming eyes, okay, I'll believe you this time, just this once. Okay, let's play together. Su Chen showed the amusement park's platinum VIP card in his hand, which allowed him to freely enter all the attractions and play as he pleased without even having to queue. Oh my god, this is a platinum VIP card for Disneyland. Chu Yue's best friend, Ma Shui, was shocked when she saw this card. Although they both had access to Disney's VIP channel by paying extra money, they still had to wait in line for a long time, but it is still much better than ordinary people. For example, you may wait in line for an hour or two and only play for 5 minutes, and the ENDIT was actually not that bad for them, as they only had to wait in line for about 10 to 20 minutes, and now, Su Chen actually has a Disneyland Platinum VIP card, a card that there are less than 20 of in the entire Jiangcheng. How could she not be surprised and shocked by this? This seems to be a gift from a friend. Su Chen had forgotten where it came from. Today, because he had come to the amusement park specifically, he rummaged through the drawer and successfully found it. That's why he can freely pass through all the attractions in the amusement park. Of course, even if he doesn't have this card, he can still pass through freely by just saying hello. Holy crap! Disneyland Platinum VIP card. Real or fake? Look at what he has in his hand. This thing seems very rare, right? I cried. I queued for 2 hours and only played the Sky Coaster for 4 minutes, while others could play with just 1 card. Is this power? I understand, my family. At this time, after being talked about by Ma Shui, the people around attracted a lot of attention. This made Su Chen a little embarrassed. After all, he was not Yi Xian or Lin Yi, and he didn't like attracting attention. If Lin Yi were here, he would have slammed the card on the table. Disneyland Platinum VIP card. Who can have one? There are less than 20 cards in all of Jiangcheng. I'm the only one who can take you on such a smooth and unimpeded tour. Chapter 82 Alas, I just want to be an ordinary person. Just thinking about that scene, Su Chen felt goosebumps all over his body and felt a little embarrassed. So, soon, a few people moved away from the crowd and started playing other games. However, even so, it still attracted a lot of attention. Look, that couple? They're so cute. 1 man and 3 women, and 2 of them are top beauties. Isn't this man too lucky? Hey! These seem to be the 2 most beautiful girls in our school. At this time, even though Su Chen put the card away and even though he went to the preparation area of the amusement park project in a low-key manner, he still attracted a lot of attention. There's no way around it. These 2 women are so attractive. After all, these are 2 campus beauties, and they really attracted countless attention. Moreover, the way those men looked at Su Chen was full of envy. If it were them, they would be satisfied with either of these 2 options, and would be willing to accept even half of their lifespan. Although when I go out with Yue, I do get surrounded by people, Ma Shui said with a bit of a smile, but there are too many people today. Yes, the situation at this point was no longer at the level of peeking or glancing in passing, but was staring at them directly and openly at the murderous and envious looks of the men. Omega. The women looked at him with envy. After all, being able to be with such a handsome guy is really enviable. Even if he is the third wife, they would be willing to do so, and the most important thing is that every time Su Chen goes to a tourist attraction, he is forced to show his Disneyland Platinum VIP card. Well, there are more hateful looks. What the hell? A super rich exclusive card. Not only does he have two goddess-like female companions, he's also handsome and rich? Damn, are you going to let me live? Brothers, enough talking, I'm going to restart. Where's the bungee jumping machine? I'm going to play it now. QAQ, this is too much, brother. At this moment, everyone was truly envious. Their eyes and resentment were so intense that no one could get through. If you didn't know, you might think that some big star had arrived and fans were there to pick him up at the airport. The staff present actually sent security personnel to come over and protect Su Chen while dispersing the crowd. There is no need to think about it. It must be that the boss here knew Su Chen's identity and immediately sent someone over. Otherwise, this damn envy will really get you into trouble. The gap between people is huge, and envy and jealousy are inevitable. I just want to be an ordinary person. Is it so difficult? At this time, Su Chen imitated Lao Ma. My happiest time was when I was a teacher, earning 80 yuan a month. This scene of Versailles malicious imitation made both women laugh. She was so happy that she even beat him with her little hands. Of course, it was very gentle, and they were reluctant to use force. After all, this was their favorite man. This also made the relationship between Mu Qingguo and Chu Yue better. After all, the relationship between the two was already good. Today's experience and outing together have made the two school beauties become good friends. Although Ma Shui was a little envious of the two people being able to be with Su Chen, she did not feel jealous or anything, more of a blessing. I wish these two beautiful girls can be with their loved ones forever. I was brought back by the editor. This book is not finished yet. Please don't spread rumors. Unspecified currency Omega unspecified currency. Change 1 star to 5 stars. Please, let's do a hip-hop dance for everyone. Chapter 83, Hall-level Chinese medicine. After playing in the amusement park for a long time, Su Chen decided to send Mu Qingguo home, while Chu Yue and Ma Shui had to take a taxi back. Of course, it was Su Chen who called the taxi driver. There was no other way because his Lamborghini Veneno only had 2 seats, and while driving, Su Chen also won a number of prizes. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Hall-level Chinese medicine ability. I have acquired medical skills, which are pretty good. Today I accompanied 2 girls to play. Maybe their favorability has increased or something. Su Chen has gained a lot of reversal points, so he can draw the lottery now. Hashu Tuo. County Road 674. When Su Chen drove the Lamborghini Veneno to Mu Qingguo's house, I have to say, I was really shocked. This place cannot be said to be dilapidated. It can only be said that the poor house has leaky roofs and thatched roofs. Just like an unfinished building, many poor people's clothes were hung outside. The word slum perfectly describes this place. You live here? Su Chen looked at Mu Qingguo and asked, with that beauty combined with her long white legs, she is an absolute beauty, and it is really hard to fit in with this environment. In other words, it is hard to imagine that such a beautiful woman would live in a place with such a harsh ecology. Even though Su Chen had read the original novel and knew that she was a common school beauty, he did not expect that she would be so poor. In other words, this can no longer be described as poor. Well, it's a little dirty here. Mu Qingguo pursed her lips, shook her head, and said a little embarrassedly, that's why I asked you to park farther away. I can walk back. Yes, she was on vacation from school today. While looking for Su Chen, she also planned to go home after class to check on her mother's condition. She originally didn't intend to let Su Chen come, but Su Chen, this domineering president, was too tough, so she had no choice but to take Su Chen home. Silly. Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He touched the other person's head gently and said, it's not like I think your place is dirty. You should have told me earlier. Yes, at this time Su Chen had already planned to ask Butlerly to find a place to live. How could his future wife possibly live in such a place? Afterwards, the two of them walked up the tilted and broken wooden stairs. Mu Qingguo's family's small house was on the 3rd floor, and the stairs creaked when they stepped on them. It feels very dangerous. Careful. Su Chen held the other person steadily and moved forward, but it seemed that Mu Qingguo was more skilled than him, and walked very steadily. Even though the handrails and treads have cracked in many places, there are still several treads missing in the middle of the stairs. Mu Qingwu was shaking when she stood up, but the woman didn't care, as if she was used to it. This inevitably made Su Chen feel a little distressed. Moreover, according to the original novel, Mu Qingwu has a bedridden mother. I believe you will be able to see her after opening the door. When he opened the door and walked into the house, Su Chen found that it was a brick and wood structure house, and when he looked up, he could see that it was leaking. Really, this environment is too difficult. Qingwu, you're back. Hey, who is this? At this time, a bedridden aunt who looked kind and loving turned her head and looked over. Yes, there was no bedroom, the bed was in the hall, and at first glance, you can guess that this aunt must have been very beautiful when she was young, but now that she is in her 40s or 50s, her beauty has inevitably declined and she looks a little old. In addition, the torture of long-term illness made her look even more haggard. Mom, I'm back. This is Mu Qingwu originally wanted to say boyfriend, but after thinking about it, she felt a little shy, blushing, and shyly said, "This is my classmate, his name is Su Chen." Then he introduced Su Chen. "This is my mother." Su Chen, huh? What a nice name. Mu's mother smiled kindly, but she was still bedridden. If other people saw her, they would definitely think that this aunt was impolite or something, but Su Chen knew that it was not that she didn't want to stand up, but that she couldn't stand up at all because of bed sores. She is paralyzed and bedridden, and it is very difficult for her to remember. Normally, I can live like a normal person because of the care of my aunt Mu Qingwu. In the original novel, it was Lin Yi who acquired the medical skills and spent several months to cure her, and he also won Mu Qingwu's favor. Hello, Auntie. I'm sorry, I forgot to buy something. Su Chen smiled a little embarrassedly. However, he has brought a huge gift, that is the Chinese medicine ability I just acquired. Yes, he wanted to intercept Lin Yi and cure Mu's mother in advance. Whether it was for Mu Qingwu or for a turning point, this was what he had to do. It's okay, it's okay. Boy, please sit down. Mu's mother smiled and looked at Su Chen with satisfaction. That was the look one gives to a son-in-law. After all, she knew her daughter best. Not to mention bringing a man back, she didn't even have a male friend, but now, he brought back a classmate. You don't have to think about it to know it, those who understand will understand. The boy is very handsome. Mother Mu couldn't help but praise, she is such a perfect match with our Qingwu. Mom. Mu Qingwu showed a hint of shyness, her face turned red all the way to her ears. Okay, no more, no more. Afterwards, the three of them began a polite chat, mainly asking about family matters. When Mu's mother learned that Su Chen was the heir of a group and not a student, she was completely shocked, but she didn't stop him because she knew her daughter definitely didn't meet the man for money, because she knows her daughter too well. The things that happen in TV dramas, such as selling daughters for fame and fortune or being with rich men for money, will never happen to her daughter. Auntie, can I see your feet? Su Chen asked, and the other party immediately replied, okay. Take a look, young man. Then, he lifted the quilt and found that it was a bedsore, which was caused by long-term pressure on local tissue, resulting in continuous ischemia, hypoxia, and malnutrition, leading to tissue ulceration and necrosis. Pressure sores can occur if you are bedridden or in a wheelchair for a long time, the padding in the splint is not placed properly, the plaster is uneven or contains debris, or the local area is subjected to pressure that exceeds the normal capillaries for a long time. The ultimate causes the necrosis of leg tissue, which leads to paralysis and worsens the condition. Su Chen, who has acquired the power of top-level Chinese medicine, can basically see where the problem lies at a glance. Chapter 84, is this person from the same world? Moreover, Su Chen could also see that during this period of time, there must have been a doctor helping Mu's mother, otherwise her leg condition would not have been able to maintain its current state. Perhaps it was for this reason that Lin Yi's medical skills were able to cure Mu's mother. If no one helps to treat the condition for a long time, it will be impossible to maintain the current situation, and then the protagonist will be impossible to cure. Sure enough, after Su Chen asked questions, he learned that Mu's mother was indeed being treated by a doctor named Tao, an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner who also lived nearby. The condition of the leg is quite serious. Su Chen gave it a quick check, but the condition was still treatable. Even if he couldn't maintain the current state before, he could cure it with time. It was just a matter of speed. My mom has been to many doctors for her legs. Mu Qingwu shook her head sadly, but they say there is no cure, so we can only maintain the status quo and wait and see if medical technology can improve in the future. Speaking of this, Mu Qingwu's charming eyes were already filled with tears. During these years, she and her mother had a really hard time and went through a lot of things. This is something that people who have never been sick will never understand. It's okay, don't worry, I have a way. At this time, Su Chen said lightly, but when Mu Qinggu heard this, she thought that Su Chen was going to use his family connections to start looking for a skilled doctor. That's not why Mu Qinggu seemed to want to say something but stopped herself. Su Chen understood what she meant. It's okay, I understand you. This silly girl must have thought that Su Chen thought she was with him because she wanted to treat her mother. However, Su Chen knew her too well in the original novel. Even if this was an act of filial piety, it was impossible for Mu Qinggu to deliberately give herself to a rich man. Her personality doesn't allow it. Not long after, two more people came to the scene. They were Mu Qinggu's aunt and the old Chinese medicine doctor, Dr. Tao. All of a sudden, the small room became lively. This time, Su Chen had already borrowed silver needles from the old Chinese medicine practitioner Dr. Tao and was preparing to start treating Mu's mother's foot disease. Young man, you also know medical skills? Old Dr. Tao was very shocked, and looking at the technique and the needles, he was definitely a Chinese medicine practitioner. I know a little bit. I'll try to see if I can heal Auntie's legs. Su Chen said this very calmly, but to everyone else, it was completely unbelievable. Mu Qinggu has been accompanying her mother to see countless doctors. The mother and daughter depend on each other for survival, and it is precisely because they have been seeing doctors everywhere that they are poor. I was also very lucky to have met my neighbor, Dr. Tao, who helped me maintain the current situation and wait for future advances in medical technology to see if it could be cured, and now, Su Chen is going to start treatment directly. How can they not be shocked? The young man just took a few glances. No way, is this true? Mu Qinggu's aunt was a little bit unbelievable. Originally, through the conversation just now, he had a good impression of the young man in front of him, who was humble and polite. Why did he suddenly become a little conceited? Yes, in her opinion, Su Chen was pretending to know everything. After all, so many doctors in big hospitals said directly that they couldn't cure it, but he wanted to give it a try. How can this be believed? Even Mu Qinggu's beautiful eyes showed a hint of surprise. Su Chen, are you serious? Let me try, Auntie, do you believe me? Su Chen asked back without comment. Why don't you give it a try? Mother Mu looked at the other person's fiery and confident gaze and found it difficult to refuse. Anyway, it can't get any worse now. Yes, she is now no different from a paralyzed person. In addition, with Dr. Tao here to supervise, there shouldn't be any major problems. Good. After getting permission, Su Chen began to give acupuncture, and soon, Dr. Tao was completely stunned by Su Chen's acupuncture skills. When Su Chen used his fingers to flick the needle tail or needle handle to make the needle body vibrate slightly during the needle retention process, Dr. Tao was so excited. Then Su Chen used a special tapping technique on the needle handle. He pointed the nail of his index finger at the needle handle or the tail of the needle and tapped it gently to make the needle body vibrate slightly. The vibration should not be too strong to avoid bending, sticking, or even ejecting the needle. At this time, Dr. Tao was completely shocked. Although he could not fully understand what kind of acupuncture this was, he assured himself that he had definitely seen it in ancient medical books. The most important thing is that this special method of shooting was clearly used, but Mu's mother acted as if nothing had happened and didn't even feel any pain. She is not completely paralyzed, and she still retains her normal perception. This means minimal pain and effective, which is an extremely terrifying form of acupuncture. Even when Dr. Tao was performing acupuncture, he could not guarantee that the patient would not feel pain. The most important thing is that Mu's mother looked as if she felt comfortable with the acupuncture, or was enjoying the feeling. This is extremely terrifying. In front of Su Chen, Dr. Tao can't even help him. His current state is like that of a primary school student in front of a university professor. Let alone the answers, he may not even understand the questions. The subsequent quick and slow puncture methods were so gentle and slow that they amazed Dr. Tao so much that his eyes widened unconsciously behind his reading glasses. On non-invasive and painless acupuncture discusses the origin of the proposition, its necessity and feasibility. It is a strategic breakthrough, not the ultimate goal. Future forecast. It has no intention to deny the manual tonification and drainage methods. It should be allowed to question that effectiveness due to the arrival of qi. Moxibustion does not necessarily require the use of moxa. Weak stimulation should not be a panacea. And how to develop. In Dr. Tao's opinion, Su Chen has practiced acupuncture at least thousands of times. This way, he not only knows the feeling of his hands when acupuncture is applied to the human body, but also can truly understand the patient's feelings when being acupunctured. and the degree of qi needed to exert therapeutic effects, otherwise, he would not have been able to reach his current level. But Dr. Tao raised his reading glasses and looked at Su Chen's age, probably around 20 years old. It is totally inconsistent with his medical skills. You know, Dr. Tao's medical skills have reached this level because he is so old, and what about Su Chen? University professor level, he is Dr. Tao, an elementary school student. Is this person from the same world? Dr. Tao was a little amused and confused for a moment. If someone didn't know, they would have thought that their ages were reversed. Chapter 85 Mom, your legs can move now. Moreover, a plan on how to treat Mu's mother has already formed in his mind. You just need to use acupuncture to stimulate the Shinmen, Neiguan, and Sanyinjiao points. Acupoints such as Baihui, Zhaohai, Shinmen, Taichung, and Fingfu can all repair the legs. Soon after the treatment, Dr. Tao was completely stunned. No, he was already dumbfounded during the treatment. Su Chen's ability in traditional Chinese medicine completely overturned his cognition. If Su Chen is at level LV 100, then this old Chinese doctor is basically at around level LV 5. It's really not on the same level as the other world. Young man, who did you learn this medical skill from? Dr. Tao couldn't help but ask curiously. He was like a primary school student who wanted to find out the truth. He really couldn't suppress his inner curiosity at all. I learned it from an old doctor in my family. Su Chen was talking nonsense and fooled the people around him. The gist of it is that there's a very good Chinese medicine practitioner in his family, and he's been learning from him since he was a child. Is that so? Dr. Tao and others were stunned after hearing this, but it is true that there are some great people in some big families, and it is normal that ordinary people like them cannot understand them. However, this medical skill is still too exaggerated. Dr. Tao looked a little blue and thin, as his medical skills had been honed over many years. We cannot say that he is a miracle doctor, but we can only say that he is indeed famous far and wide. At least there wouldn't be any problem in treating the poor neighbors next door or teaching the medical students at the university. In general, he can barely be considered a miracle doctor. However, in the eyes of Dr. Tao, he is not even 1/10 as good as Su Chen. Damn, how hurtful is this? Dr. Tao is really depressed. He no longer dared to imagine how powerful Su Chen's master was, and what level of monster he must be to be able to teach such a monster apprentice. However, at this moment, Su Chen had no time to care about their thoughts and words, because he could not hear them at all. He was concentrating and entering a flow state while giving acupuncture to Mu's mother. Mu Qinggu, on the other hand, was holding a towel and carefully wiping the sweat off his forehead. On Su Chen's side, the Baihui, Zhaohai, Shinmen, Taichung, Fingfu, and other acupoints all need to be taken seriously, as every minute and every millisecond makes a huge difference. So, you really have to be very focused. After about half an hour, it was finally over. During this period, Mu's mother inevitably felt some pain, especially in the later stages of the treatment. The silver needles were like little bugs, biting at her legs, giving her the illusion of being pierced by a poisonous insect. Soon, she was sweating profusely. Fortunately, Mu Qingwu's aunt was also there and could help her wipe the sweat off her face. She also gave her a towel for her to bite. He released the pain through his mouth and bit the towel hard. Moreover, during the process, Mu's mother never shouted to stop or cried out in pain, because she knew that Su Chen was really saving her. After all, Dr. Tao never called for a stop, which meant that there was definitely no problem with the treatment process. As the pain gradually subsided and the silver needles were pulled out, the entire treatment process was finally over. How are you, Auntie? How do you feel now? After Su Chen pulled out the silver needle, he breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed all of a sudden, and asked. It hurts a little bit, and feels a little bit cool. It was really hard for Mu's mother to describe the feeling in her legs at the moment, but it was very different from before. Then try moving. As soon as Su Chen said this, Dr. Tao's pupils widened unconsciously. Damn, a paralyzed patient. Can he move now? This is a bit too outrageous. Have motor neuron, pyramidal tract, and peripheral neuropathy been cured, just within half an hour? Then, when Mu's mother slowly moved her legs, even she was frightened. Then there was a burst of surprised and astonished shouts. Ah! Ah! It wasn't a cry of pain, but a cry of joy. Mom! You can actually move your legs, sister. Mu Qingwu and her aunt cried with joy. They jumped up excitedly and then hugged each other while crying. The scene suddenly became lively, but Dr. Tao was still in shock and couldn't recover for a long time. Chapter 86, Show you where I grew up. Dr. Tao, would you like to stay for dinner? Mu's mother asked Dr. Tao. No. Dr. Tao waved his hands repeatedly and continued, I still have a few patients to see. After coming here today, I suddenly felt that I had gained a lot of insights. This should be of some help to me in seeing the rest of my patients. Then I won't keep you here. I'm going to buy groceries. Mother Moo called out to her younger sister, little sister, accompany me to buy some food and have something to eat. Oh well. My aunt nodded. Mu Chingwu was still in shock. How could she cure her mother's paralysis so easily? Mu Chingwu had always dreamed of her mother being able to walk out of bed, but it had never happened. Now it had happened, right at that moment. The other party not only had strong financial strength, but also strong medical capabilities. This was too surprising. Auntie can't come back for a while, can you go out for a walk? Su Chen looked at Mu Chingwu and asked. Okay. I'll show you where I grew up. Mu Chingwu said. The two men walked out of the house. This is where Mu Chingwu grew up. There is really nothing special about it, but it is true that it is extremely poor. It is easy to imagine what people who grew up here would have to go through. They must be very strong inside and not afraid of anything. The most frightening thing in life is failure. Failure leaves you with nothing. But what if someone grew up with nothing? Knowing what it feels like to have nothing, what's there to fear? Without education, such a person might never achieve anything. If this kind of person were to study, he would most likely get what he wanted. People who have experienced hardship are more likely to survive in society and have a much better chance of living a good life than their classmates. Mu Chingwu didn't know how to introduce the place after walking all the way. When asked to introduce the school, she had a lot of words to say but couldn't say anything. When asked to introduce her home, there was nothing to say. A place that was included in the urban renewal would soon be submerged in the long river of history, and in the end, nothing would be left. According to the plot, when Linny came here, the demolition was in progress. Then, Linny happened to run into a drifter who was about to demolish Mu Chingwu's house. He used this man's super strong fighting power to solve the problem in minutes. Now that Su Chen is involved, Linny has absolutely nothing to do. The demolition has not yet reached the implementation stage, but it has reached the negotiation stage. Many people have talked to the developers' representatives and have also been threatened. The two men responsible for threatening the residents here are named Huang Tu and Huang Gai. These two people, one is the person in charge and the other is the deputy. Both of them have a gangster-like aura. At first glance, you can tell that they are the kind of people who will start fighting if they disagree with something and will fight first and talk later. Huang Tu pointed in all directions and shouted at Huang Jie. I don't know, it was in this narrow passage that I met Su Chen and the other two. As a vagrant, should I give way to Su Chen? Overthinking it, the two men stared at Su Chen with murderous intent, and their meaning was very simple: get out of the way, move aside, be more self-disciplined and get beaten less. What are you looking at me for? Do you know me? Su Chen looked at the yellow picture and asked. Who knows you? Who wants to know you? Get out of the way. Why should we give way? This is barely wide enough for 3 people to pass through, and we've already occupied 2/3 of the road. And you, on the other hand, are walking around so arrogantly, taking up the entire road with your uncaring steps. You're so cocky. I've taken over the entire road. What's the problem? I've even demolished this place. What can you do to me? Tear it down however you want. Su Chen shrugged. He can't do whatever he wants. I still live here. Mu Chingwu said to Su Chen. No matter how dilapidated this place is, it is your home, and the other party wants to demolish it, but it is your home. Little girl, what's the address you live at? Huang Gai looked at Mu Chingwu and asked. Number 237. I haven't negotiated with this family yet, and since I happen to meet you, let's talk. I'll give you 10,000 yuan in compensation for the demolition and relocation, and you'll have 10 days to find a house. Huang Gai said. Oh my. Oh my. 10,000 yuan, and it's gone for a night out. Are you taking someone's house just to pay for a night out? Su Chen looked at Huang Gai with a smile. Don't try to get yourself killed. Can't you see I'd never bothered to talk to you? If you're not the head of the household, don't talk. I'll smack you in the face. I am not the owner of the household, but I cannot prevent you from making the relocation offer. I reject and do not accept it. I don't think you're refusing to accept it. I think you're simply courting death. Huang Dai pulled out a knife from his body. Brush. Huang Dai gripped the hilt of the knife tightly and waved it a few times. Let me ask you whether these moves are simple or not. If they hit your body, it will definitely cause a perforation injury, which will bring you terrible harm. You want to scare me? Go ahead and do it, I won't stop you. Su Chen shrugged. I won't give you too many chances. I'll give you one chance in the end. If you keep going like this, you're really dead, do you understand? What do I know about this thing? Su Chen smiled. With a swish sound, the knife attack came towards Su Chen without any hesitation. He clearly didn't want to do this, but this damned person forced him to do it. This was really infuriating. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he had to attack. Su Chen shook his head, not knowing who this guy was with. Day after day of facing Huang Dai's attack, Su Chen dodged sideways. It was easily avoided. Before Huang Dai could react, Su Chen bent and raised his right leg, using his kneecap as the attack point to strike Huang Dai's waist harder. Then I heard a bang. Huang Dai was beaten so hard that he sat on the ground. Feeling extremely unwell, Huang Dai covered his kidney. It was right here that he had been hit. This time, it was like a hammer with accumulated power. It was terrible. It felt like the disc in his waist had been hit and dented. The pain was so severe that he almost lost his mind and became a little crazy. Brother, are you okay? Huang Tu was furious. Damn it! He bullied his brother without mercy. What kind of behavior is this? This is so disrespectful and doesn't take him seriously. He's dead. Chapter 87. I was speechless for a moment. I'm not okay. I'm really not okay. He hurts me so much. Huang Dai shouted. Huang Dai's current state is that he wants to retaliate but is very powerless. Once he makes the slightest movement, the pain in his kidneys will remind him how powerful his opponent is, which makes him extremely irritated. Huang Tu took out a chain from his body. As a veteran gangster, the weapons he carries are different. This chain is much more difficult to deal with than a knife or a stick. The knife and the stick have a trajectory. As long as you can identify the trajectory, you don't need to be a super master. Ordinary people can also dodge it. However, chains are different. Attacks from top to bottom are easy to dodge, but those from the side are difficult to dodge. It is also difficult to deal with the feeling of being attacked directly without a track. Huang Tu held the chain tightly in his right hand and began to dance. I can't see the specific trajectory. It can be seen that Huang Tu is quite experienced and he must have cheated many people with this chain. You keep dragging your feet. How long are you going to drag it out? Can't you just hurry up? Right now, just hit me. Don't waste any more time. I'm really annoyed just looking at you. Su Chen said to Huang Tuesday. Huang Tu was dumbfounded. According to the script, Su Chen should be very nervous at this moment and it is impossible for him to be so calm and casual, but the fact is that they are still urging you to take action and they don't show any fear of you at all. I don't know whether this guy is here for real or not, so let's just attack him. With a swish, Huang Tu took action. In an instant, he greeted Su Chen. The attack missed. The first time failed. The second time failed. Su Chen continued to dodge sideways, but he didn't just dodge, his mouth was also busy. Oh, this speed isn't enough, and this strength isn't enough. If you were a little stronger, the gust of wind would be even stronger. Even if I let you hit me, your attack wouldn't do anything to me. Su Chen said. Huang Tu didn't care about all this and just attacked Su Chen seriously. He wanted to let the other party know how powerful the attack power would be after this attack hit. Result: the continuous failures consumed Huang Tu's energy. Huang Tu's right hand is already a little tired, and he's a little groggy. Moving back and forth without a chance of hitting the target, who the hell would be in a good mood? Huang Tu clenched his hands silently and closed his eyes completely. He wished he could strangle Su Chen to death. With a bang. Su Chen's palm hit Huang Tu on the chest, that is, he hit the opponent the moment Huang Tu closed his eyes. No1 invites the other person to close their eyes, right? The decision to close his eyes was made by the other party himself. If the other party closes his eyes, he attacks him. Is there anything wrong with that? This is not a very good start. Huang Tu was extremely panicked at this moment. Second time, third time, Su Chen's attack continued to sweep towards Huang Tuesday. Huang Tu was constantly being beaten. This one wrong step led to another. Just because of this moment of carelessness, look, it's all over, right? This guy was simply pressing you down and beating you, not giving you a chance to escape. Brother, stop hitting me. I was wrong. Huang Tu immediately knelt down to Su Chen. Asa man, I will definitely not kneel down and lick your hands and kneel down to my parents like an ordinary person, unless I have reached such a desperate moment. In other words, kneeling down might give him a glimmer of hope. If he continues to be beaten like this, he will be beaten to death. At this moment, Su Chen really felt like he didn't know where to start. If he tried to deal with the other party, Mu Qingwu would be watching him. What kind of person has he become? Forget it, I'm not a person who likes to care about things, just get up. Okay, thanks. Huang Tu hurriedly got up and came over. The one in charge of the demolition? Su Chen looked at the yellow picture and asked. Huang Tu nodded. Isn't this the job he is responsible for? Give us one house based on the smallest apartment in the community as resettlement housing? Su Chen asked. I have no say in this. Huang Tu waved his hands quickly. If the compensation was based on square meters, he could decide how much to give based on the current price. But if it was a house, he couldn't make the decision. The future value of a house will be at least 1 million. This means that if he is asked to promise 1 million, he cannot do so. If you can't even make the decision, why are you still making such a fuss? Are you embarrassing yourself? Huang Tu was speechless for a moment. Go back and tell your boss that it's easy to demolish Mu Qingwu's house. We'll be reasonable. We'll renovate a new house for them to move into, calculate the transition costs, pay the rent every month, and calculate the moving costs twice. Then the Mu family will move. I can convey it, but I can't guarantee that he will do as you say. Roll. Su Chen waved his hand, Huang Tu nodded and left. From now on, this matter was between Ho Fang and Su Chen, and he had no right to interfere. However, if it is to fan the flames, this is still the work of the Yellow Picture Society. As they were strolling around, they came to the vegetable market. The vegetable market is also a legacy issue. Rows of stone platforms are where vendors place their produce. These platforms, built directly from cement, are a tradition from decades ago. Back then, labor was the least valuable resource, so a farmer's market could be built using only state-owned enterprise employees, cement, and water. If it were now, the value of these cements would be much higher than the plastic tables made by manufacturers. Let's get back to the topic. As the two men were walking, they saw a group of people gathered in front of them watching the fun. The center of the excitement was two middle-aged ladies and a butcher. These two ladies are Mu's mother and her sister. Normally, because Mu's mother is paralyzed, the problem of eating must be solved by her younger sister. This is the place where my sister sells meat. Mu's mother didn't come in person, so she naturally couldn't see the meat. She thought that the high temperature must have affected the quality of the meat along the way. Looking at it today, it is not the case at all. When my sister saw the meat, it was indeed very fresh. However, it was replaced the moment it was bagged. The replacement meat was the meat that was not sold out yesterday. Even if yesterday's meat and today's meat have been frozen and thawed, they will definitely be worse. The other party is cheating my aunt like this. Chapter 88. You won't get a good ending. Don't accuse me. Don't talk nonsense. The butcher grabbed Mu's mother by the collar. He was so angry that he wanted to attack a woman. No matter how old she was or whether she had just recovered from a serious illness, if she continued to talk nonsense, he would make her pay. This time I'll let you see how powerful he is. When the butcher was about to do something, his right wrist was also caught by another hand. It wouldn't be a big deal if it was just stuck. The key is that the other party was stuck very hard. It feels like being stuck in a machine, stuck in a lathe. If I continue to exert this much force, I really feel like I am not feeling well. The butcher's eyes were filled with indifference and coldness as he stared at Su Chen, hating this damn guy madly. The person who came to the rescue was Su Chen. And following the crowd, I saw at a glance that the person in distress was my mother-in-law. How could this be tolerated? Did you cure your mother-in-law just to have her come here to be beaten? If I hadn't seen it, there might be nothing I could do, but now that I've seen it, I won't allow such a thing to happen. It must be managed. I'm telling you, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, I'm going to make sure nothing happens to you. Do you understand? Who won't let anyone have a good outcome? Su Chen looked at the butcher and asked curiously. I won't let you have any good results. Whether I eat the good fruit or not, what can you do about it? You take yourself too seriously. Su Chen sneered. The butcher is so angry, so frivolous and arrogant, right? You're messing with him, right? Okay, just because of the other party's bad behavior at this moment, he must let the other party see how powerful he is. He wanted to pull out his right hand to show the other person once, twice, no matter how hard the butcher tried, he failed. Is there any misunderstanding between us? The butcher looked at Su Chen and asked. No, I saw it all clearly. As a grown man, you bully a woman. You are despicable. Su Chen said. Let me go, or I'll chop you to death. The butcher shouted. This guy actually called him cheap. This guy simply didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Come on, let me go and I'll let you go. Okay. The butcher angrily let go of Mu's mother. He wanted to see if this damn guy really dared to let go of his wrist. As long as the other party let go of him, the other party would be dead. He picked up the kitchen knife and chopped the other party as if he were ribs. Su Chen loosened the meat boss's wrist. The feeling was that the meat boss was not considered a threat at all. This really confused the butcher. This guy, you let him go just like that? What do you want to do? If you apologize to me, I can pretend that this incident never happened. Then it's better for you to just treat this as what happened. I won't apologize to you. Just give up. Su Chen said. The butcher has already picked up the kitchen knife on the table. This guy, is he really going to force him to take action? Su Chen remembered who this butcher was. This incident also happened when Linny and Mu Qinggu came to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. However, at that time, the other party bullied Mu Qinggu, and Linny faced him head-on. Now, because Mu's mother came out to buy vegetables to make delicious food for him, he was met by Mu's mother first. If the two of them hadn't come here while strolling, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This butcher is not a good guy. Before he started selling meat, he was a veteran gangster in the society. He's the kind of guy who will attack once he gets angry, not just yelling to scare you. Why are you looking at me? Why don't you take action? Su Chen looked at the butcher and asked. This is what I think. If I take action, it will definitely be a bloody storm. I don't want things to develop to this point. Now I am willing to give you a chance to apologize to me. Then you better make your move. I've been waiting for you to make your move for quite some time. I want to see how you cut me into pieces. Su Chen shrugged with a swish. At this moment, without even saying hello to you, he comes over brandishing a kitchen knife. This blow will cut through your flesh and bones. This blow was really planned. There will be no future in your life. Soon, however, all the trajectories were in Su Chen's hands. Facing such an attack, Su Chen turned sideways and easily avoided it. The second, third, and fourth times, each attack was made with all his strength, creating a feeling of strong wind. Simply from the perspective of killing pigs, the other party does have some power. If there are more attacks like this, it will really be extraordinary. But, do you want to threaten Su Chen's life in this way? Thinking too much is still too naive. Su Chen always identified the opponent's attack and easily avoided it. At this moment, the opponent was like a pornographic picture. Anger made the opponent lose his mind, and in the end he would tire himself to death and would not be able to hit him even once. 3 minutes passed. The butcher had already stood still, staring at Su Chen breathlessly. There's no way this could possibly hit Su Chen. If he couldn't even hit her, what was the point of continuing like this? Wouldn't that just be wasting his own energy? There was no point in doing this. I don't think the situation between us will develop to the point of violence. No, it's absolutely necessary. It has to develop to the point of fighting and killing. If you continue, you must not give me face. The butcher just wanted to find an excuse to end the dispute between the two people, but why was it so difficult? Seeing the other party's behavior was really infuriating. Have you finished your 3-acts plan? If you have, just tell me. I haven't even started yet. Su Chen smiled at the butcher. The butcher was so scared that he took 2 steps back. His eyes were fixed on Su Chen, and his right hand was already in his pocket. After a while, the butcher took out his cell phone and used blind typing to dial the number. In this accidental touch, he didn't know that the phone was even on speakerphone. Chapter 89. Who doesn't have a few big brothers? Hello, I'm Huang Tu. Huang Tu's voice came from the other end of the phone. Pornographic pictures? Such a face suddenly appeared in Su Chen's mind. He knelt down and begged for mercy, but he simply couldn't bear to look at his face. Brother, something happened here, something happened. What the butcher didn't expect was that the hands-free function was turned on, so he had to make the call with a stiff upper lip. Take your time and talk. Don't be anxious. Don't be afraid, I'm here. If anyone shows off like that, I'll help you deal with him. I was selling meat at the market when this guy came to mess things up. He relied on his agility to bully me because I couldn't chop him. Tell him to wait, 5 minutes at most. I'll be at the market in 5 minutes. He's so arrogant he shouldn't be afraid of me coming. I'm going to kill him. Huang Tu said on the other end of the phone. Wait 5 minutes, please. The butcher pointed at Su Chen and said. Su Chen shrugged, raised the corners of his mouth and smiled contemptuously. He didn't answer me, but he shrugged and smiled contemptuously. Brother, I don't think he takes you seriously. He'll be in trouble soon. I'm hanging up. The phone was hung up. The meat boss is having a headache now. Even if he calls for help, it will take time for the person to arrive. If the other party attacks at this time, he alone is no match for the other party. The fact that a person can dodge your attack flexibly is enough to show that he can hit you easily. In addition, if the other party grabs your wrist and you cannot break free, it will be really uncomfortable once this force is turned into an attack. The butcher calmed down and analyzed the situation. No matter how he analyzed it, he didn't think he was a match for this guy. It gave him a headache. Fortunately, Su Chen had no intention of paying attention to the butcher's stall. He turned around, shouted, "Buy some cabbage," and then walked towards the vegetarian stall. What this means from the beginning to the end is that there is no thought of escaping from here. 5 minutes is neither too much nor too little. If you are so slow, this golden time for escape will easily be delayed. Eggplant is good. Su Chen looked at the white eggplant. This eggplant looked different from the other eggplants. One look at it made people want to eat it. You might not know this, but this is the legendary fruit eggplant. It's sweet and juicy. So beautiful. Really? Su Chen didn't quite trust this boss. Well, it's very sweet, so I'll buy it for 1 cent, 10 yuan per pound. Then have some. Su Chen said. Yu Qingwu still expressed doubts. She had never heard of such a thing as fruit eggplant. Could it really be beneficial? Wait it. Su Chen took out a wet tissue and wiped the eggplant. Wipe once with a wet tissue and then wipe again with a dry tissue. In this way, hygiene issues are basically not a problem. But if you still think there are bacteria or something, there is nothing you can do. For Su Chen, the eggplant is already clean. Even if he got diarrhea from eating something unclean, he was a doctor, so what was he afraid of? He could just give him an acupuncture. It would only take a few minutes. He put the eggplant into his mouth and bit it harder, then he chewed it and spit it out. If you say this eggplant tastes better than regular stir-fried eggplant, I admit it, but where's the sweetness? And where's the juiciness? It's so rich and juicy, where does it come from? Just eat it. In front of the other person, Su Chen grabbed the eggplant with both hands and twisted it, but no juice came out. The eggplant was almost twisted into a dough stick, and it just looked like that, without any juice at all. The boss looked a little embarrassed. Normally, if someone bought this eggplant, they would definitely cook it. Even if they were crazy enough to eat it as a fruit, they would still say that you didn't take good care of it and the moisture would evaporate on the way. In this hot weather, however, this guy opened the package on the spot and ate it directly in front of you, which made you stunned and at a loss as to what to do. Because of the other party's operation, there is no way to find an excuse. Are you here to cause trouble? Do you believe I'll get someone to beat you up? You can't explain yourself, you can't fool people anymore, so you have to use force? Am I afraid of you? Su Chen looked at the boss and said. The boss clenched his hands. This wasn't a pork stall, and he didn't have a kitchen knife. He had no way of using any weapon to deal with this bastard. This was not going to work. What to do? We have to find a way to solve the other party's problem. Come on, go on, argue. Beat me. Just wait, who doesn't have a few big brothers? Humph. The boss took out his cell phone and directly called Huang Tuesday. Huang Tu is responsible for the public security of this vegetable market. He usually collects security management fees from these vendors. Once he encounters a troublemaker who wants to cause trouble, he will come. Look, Huang Tu has already arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market, and several brothers have gathered around him. Each of them is showing off their power and aggressiveness, and you can tell at first glance that they are not easy to mess with. Huang Tu's phone rang and he took out his cell phone to answer it. Who is it? Brother, I'm a vegetable seller. What is it? Someone's causing trouble. Tell him to wait a moment. I need to help the butcher solve a problem right now. Once the butcher is done, it's your turn. Okay. The phone was hung up. The eggplant boss looked at Su Chen with a sneer. Now that he had this pornographic picture to support him, how could he still be afraid of this brat? Have you finished the call? Where's the guy? Hasn't he arrived yet? Do you want me to call a Didi for him to come quickly? Don't be so arrogant, this will be your end. What are you doing later? Now. Su Chen said. The eggplant boss looked behind Su Chen and saw a group of people approaching him in a mighty procession. This guy was screwed. The one leading the group was Huang Tuesday, who is Huang Tu. Is there anyone in the entire vegetable market who doesn't know him? Normally, when someone causes trouble, he is the one who handles it. As time goes by, everyone has become smarter and anyone with a common sense will not cause trouble here. You're done, that's my big brother. The eggplant boss pointed behind Su Chen and said, Little brat, are you ready to die? You're causing trouble in my place, you simply want to die. Huang Tu shouted at Su Chen's back. As for Su Chen, he turned around and looked at the yellow picture. Huang Tu was really panicking at this moment. Oh no, why was it him? Yes, this guy lived in this area, so it was reasonable to run into him. Chapter 90, I can't stand the poor people. Huang Tu turned around, thinking again and again. He just pretended that he had never seen Su Chen, and walked away at this moment. He would definitely not seek death a second time. Although there were more brothers this time, but according to his analysis, with just these few pieces of material, unless they were armed with AK-47s, they would not be able to do anything to Su Chen. It's better not to make trouble for yourself and just run away. Xiao Huang. Su Chen just shouted. Huang Tu ran even faster, accelerating instantly and leaving the vegetable market directly. His idea was very simple. If he could escape, he would never stay in front of you. Su Chen looked at Huang Tu's back and shook his head. This guy was really disappointing. As a man, how could he just run away when he encountered trouble? If something happens, can't you take charge? Forget it, there is no need to bother with this guy. He is just a small fry. Don't let him fall into his hands in the future. Otherwise, this guy will die miserably. From this moment on, both the meat boss and the eggplant boss became extremely easy to talk to. If you wanted to buy something from their store, they would be lucky if they didn't give you money after weighing it. They would never dare to ask you for money. Then, go home for dinner. After dinner, Su Chen didn't want to stay too long, so he drove away immediately. Time flies and it is night. Su Chen was not sleepy at all, so he sneaked into the garage, then get on the bus and start. It's not that Su Chen wanted to sneak out and eat secretly, he just wanted to get the system's reversal points. If he remembered correctly, Lin Yi's nightlife was quite colorful. That is to say, today, Lin Yi will meet a heroine in his life. This heroine has a powerful background and is very spunky, but because of their encounter, she truly falls in love with him. After truly falling in love with someone, even the most tigress-like woman will become docile. So this woman, who would tremble all over if the outside world looked at her for even a second longer, just stayed quietly by Lin Yi's side. However, with Su Chen around, Lin Yi can forget about it. There was a girl sitting on the left side of the bar entrance, near the alley. You could barely tell her gender. It's so sloppy that people don't even want to take a second look at it. It was at this time that Lin Yi passed by. When Lin Yi saw the other party, he thought about how he had no place to spend the huge amount of money given to him by the system, so he immediately set his sights on the other party. He had already made up his mind to spend a lot of money on the other party under the pretext of poverty alleviation, spending hundreds of thousands, millions, or even tens of millions a day. Yeah, that's okay. Poverty alleviation has never been something that the system prohibits. On the contrary, this kind of positive energy is advocated by the system. However, it is important whether it is real poverty or fake poverty. Once you feel poor but in fact others are very rich, then it's over. The money spent will not help you increase points, but will only help you deduct points. The system is like this. Growth can make you stronger, but what about deduction? Once the deduction is gone, you will be wiped out by the system. The situation in front of Lin Yi was 100% poor, there was no doubt about it. Yes, it was this girl. Are you having any difficulties? If so, tell me. Eating, bathing, and resting are all fine. I can't stand the sight of pity. Su Chen said to the girl, just as Lin Yi had thought of his words and was about to lend a helping hand. Su Chen appeared and took action. This has disrupted Lin Yi's affairs. I want to eat something good, then find a place to clean up, preferably with clothes to change into, and stay comfortably for the night. How much do you ask for? I'm a person who loves helping others the most. Since you've met me, I'll fulfill all your requests. You're lucky you met me. Otherwise, if you met certain people, well, that would be really dangerous. Su Chen glanced at Lin Yi when he said this. Some people have already set their sights on Lin Yi, and they are talking about him. Lin Yi was so angry that he stomped his right foot on the ground again and again, wishing he could rush towards the damn Su Chen. Ding dong, reversal points increased by 200. Seeing the results, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, several figures were approaching this side. If nothing unexpected happens, these people are here to find this girl, then the female killer bodyguard beside Lin Yi would take action and easily take care of these people. Lin Yi also saw these aggressive people, and immediately made his attitude clear and took the initiative to stand aside. Well, what does this have to do with him? He just watched and did nothing. At this moment, these people had half surrounded and blocked the way of Su Chen and the others. As for Su Chen, it felt like he had never even looked the other person in the eye. His eyes were full of contempt, as if he simply didn't take the other person seriously. The leader is called Sun Shan. Sun Shan was furious when he saw Su Chen's attitude. He had such an impressive aura, surely he was going to give him a proper show of his attitude and then leave in a hurry? What kind of attitude was this? His behavior was truly infuriating. If he was determined to continue like this, he wouldn't take any chances. Are you going to bully a woman? Su Chen looked at Sun Shan and asked. What happened between us and her has nothing to do with you. Now, you disappear from our sight without a trace. It's that simple. I'm a person who loves to meddle in other people's affairs. If I encounter something, I will definitely take care of it to the end. It's that simple. So, you're planning on stirring up trouble, right? Well, I've decided to take care of it and not stir up trouble. I have to correct this. Shit stirrer, you are a shit stirrer. Sun Shan shouted. The next second, Su Chen punched Sun Shan. With his current combat capability, he can easily bully the other party unless he encounters special forces. But such a small character has become so arrogant and boastful day by day, which really makes people speechless. Sun Shan was so angry. Damn it! He attacked without even saying hello to him. This was simply a sneak attack. Very good. The other party will have to pay the price for his words and deeds. It is absolutely impossible for him not to deal with the other party. Chapter 91. It is only natural to pay back debts. Brush. Sun Shan moved. At this moment, he moved closer to Su Chen, intending to get close enough to launch a round of attacks at Su Chen. Result: complete failure. A failure. The second time failed, the third time was also the same. If a person does not dare to face reality, he will really not grow at all. That if you fail the first time, it is enough to prove that you don't have the ability to do anything to the other party. You should be sensible and stop it here. Don't make a fuss anymore. Sun Shan stared at Su Chen with gloomy eyes. He really hated this man madly. This guy had made him very uncomfortable. Then what? What has changed? Isn't it still the same? The more Sun Shan looked at Su Chen, the more uncomfortable he felt, and the more uncomfortable he felt, the more he wanted to launch a second round of attack. Go. Sun Shan gave the order. The facts show that Sun Shan is more difficult to deal with than ordinary little hooligans. The ordinary little gangster must have lost his mind at this moment, and then rushed towards Su Chen. Su Chen fought back and really took care of the ordinary little gangster in a few minutes. What's the result? The angrier he got, the calmer he became, and in that calm state he gave the order to the group of enemies. What can a group of people do? Isn't it still the same? It's still broken. Brush, one after another. The figures approached Su Chen. It seems that the rhythm is to drown Su Chen and capture him. Afterwards, the offensive was overwhelming, but the attack failed and there was no chance of success at all. Su Chen also launched a counterattack while dodging, and his counterattacks were accurate and precise, hitting these people again and again. Bang! The counterattack hits for the first time. Bang! The counterattack hits a second time. The counterattack hits several times. One at a time. In the blink of an eye, everyone came. So far, everyone has been beaten by Su Chen once. If these people don't know how to write the word sensible, then I'm sure they will be attacked for the second and third time soon. Sun Shan was retreating step by step. As the leader of this group, he was the most realistic one among them. Since he was no match for the enemy alone, Sun Shan ordered everyone to attack together. If they are still no match for the opponent when they attack together, and the situation is not right, won't he think about retreating? Hey, you're leaving just like that? Su Chen looked at Sun Shan and asked. This question completely scared Sun Shan out of his wits. At this moment, he had to speed up and leave the spot to a safe place. Disappointment, really disappointment. Su Chen shook his head. Lin Yi had originally stayed to watch the fun, but what happened? He was left alone. As he watched, he became even more furious. Ding! Reversal points increased by 100. The reversal point is something that only increases when Lin Yi or Yi Xian is present and destroys the other party's chances, whether it is this girl or the Sun Shan. They are all opportunities for each other, so if they are destroyed, they can grow. Let's go, are you going to follow? Su Chen glanced at the girl and asked. The girl nodded. Just like that, the opportunity that was originally supposed to follow Lin Yi to the hotel turned into an opportunity to run happily after Su Chen. After returning home, Su Chen handed the other person over to Gong Mio. Mio will be responsible for arranging accommodation and changing clothes for the other party. If the other party is hungry, she will provide food. As for cooking, whoever is hungry can cook it themselves. If that doesn't work, just order takeout. It's too much to expect her, a killer, to cook for you. Time flies and it's the next day. Su Chen stretched and got up. As soon as I arrived at the lobby on the first floor, I heard the doorbell. Look, there is someone standing outside this iron gate. Su Chen pressed a button and the iron gate opened automatically. After a while, the other party rang the doorbell. Su Chen walked towards the gate, opened the door. There was a man standing outside the door. The man who came was from the same group as Sun Shan and could be considered Sun Shan's employer. Sun Shan was only responsible for bringing the girl back, and the one who really wanted to collect the debt from the girl was him. Zhao Binli used this financial trap to force Hu Lili to submit. He didn't care about the hundreds of thousands of dollars. The main thing was that he liked Hu Lili as a person. As long as he got the right to use her body, he could keep her as a mistress and give her food every month. The key point now is that there is no way to take the people back, and they were forcibly disrupted by Su Chen. How can this be tolerated? You were the one causing trouble yesterday, weren't you? What trouble? I hired someone to collect the debt, and you took care of that person. What do you mean by that? Paying back a debt is only natural. What's wrong with me hiring someone to collect the debt? How much? 150,000. Alipay or WeChat? Show me the code and I'll scan it for you. If you want cash, that's fine too. I'll have my butler get it for you. Whether it's RMB, USD, or Euro, I'll satisfy you. Even if you want Zimbabwean currency, I'll get it for you. Su Chen said to Zhao Binli. Zhao Binli hesitated, not knowing what to say for a moment. He was not here to ask for money, to be precise, he was here to ask for people. Hu Lilio's money, so that's a matter between Hu Lili and him, right? Why did this guy ask to pay back the money on behalf of Hu Lili right away? This is really confusing. Hey, come back to your senses. Su Chen raised his right hand and waved his index finger in front of Zhao Binli's eyes. Hu Lili owes me money. She must come out and explain this matter clearly. She owes you money, 150,000, including legal interest. I can help her pay it back. No need to explain it clearly. It's not much money, there's no need to call her out. I just want to make it clear to him. I think your ears are itchy. Su Chen grabbed Zhao Binli's ear and twisted it with great force. At this moment, Zhao Binli felt terrible. He never expected that this damned guy would be so cruel and ruthless. Damn it, take out your phone and open Alipay. I'll transfer the money to you. Don't talk nonsense to me. If you keep talking nonsense to me, I'll let you know what a tiger's den is. Su Chen spoke. At this moment, Su Chen had no intention of discussing with the other party. His tone was purely commanding. If the other party did not do as he said, then congratulations, the other party was 100% dead. Chapter 92 Reward, Phantom Step. Ding. 200 reversal points. Do you want to participate in the lottery? Yes. Su Chen had another reversal point. Did that mean Lin Yi was nearby? Was this Zhao Binli related to Lin Yi? In fact, Zhao Binli first found Lin Yi, one of the parties involved last night, to inquire about the situation. With Lin Yi's help and guidance, he was able to find this place accurately. Then, Linny hid in the dark and peeped, but he didn't expect that he didn't find any trouble and was very angry. Ding! Host's lucky draw reward, Phantom Step. Literally, it means you're moving at the same pace as a shadow, leaving the enemy unable to touch you. This thing can only be used in close combat, then, go out and take a look. See if there's a chance to use this phantom footwork. If there is really no chance, find a sparsely populated place, and then use it suddenly. If you are not even familiar with your own martial arts, how can you deal with the enemy in the future? Is that the case? What Su Chen was thinking about was how to deal with his enemies in the future. However, just as Su Chen was about to leave, Gong Mio followed him. Mio followed Su Chen. As a female bodyguard and a first-class killer, she had to look like a killer, being provided with delicious food and drinks every day without even taking them out. Isn't this treatment a bit too good? With this kind of treatment, the value is totally unrecognizable. Gong Mio followed Su Chen, firstly, to demonstrate her own value, and secondly, to talk to him. She wanted to find a job, and the best thing would be to follow him from today. Following him around would save him from bringing women home every day. This is what he brought back. But what about the ones he didn't bring back with him? Who knows how many women he has out there? It's easy to make mistakes when there are too many women. If any one of them is not clean, it will be so troublesome. Gong Mio is thinking about Su Chen's health. Let's get back to the topic. Let's talk about something serious. At this moment, Su Chen just let the other party follow him. But he had just come out of the villa complex and turned into the greenbelt, and the feeling of being watched instantly came to him. This feeling reminded him that there was someone in the dark, and this person was staring at him intently, and had locked onto him. This was no joke. To be precise, he was staring at Mio. Su Chen is a descendant of the Su family, and the Su family is even more powerful. How many fools would dare to provoke the Su family? Even if he is confident in his own power, wouldn't he feel troubled by provoking the Su family? Once the Su family retaliates, whether it's with manpower or money, they will make you suffer so much that you wish you were dead. But Mio is different, a killer with amnesia. The fact that the killer has lost her memory is enough to prove that she has no backing and must have many enemies. If the organization thinks that she has run away and not returned to the team, then the organization will have to send professionals to clean her up. Something's not right. Protect yourself. Su Chen spoke to Gong Mio. Mio nodded. She also noticed that someone seemed to be watching her, and this feeling of being followed reminded her that the opponent's strength was quite powerful. She couldn't treat the opponent as a small figure. She must not underestimate the enemy and must treat the opponent with caution. At first, they were just staring at them, but now, they appeared from the dark and surrounded the two of them. If we want to completely surround them, can we do it with just 3 or 5 people? Wouldn't that require 100 or 80 people? Therefore, these 3 or 5 people can only surround them at most. If they want to run away, it will only take a moment, right? Disperse first. After Su Chen finished speaking, the figure rushed out. At the same time, Mio rushed out in an instant. 2 people, 2 directions. This really makes it impossible for the other party to deal with it in an instant. In the end, the other party still chased after Gong Mio. 8 people chased Gong Mio, and 2 people chased Su Chen. The 2 people chasing Su Chen really locked onto Su Chen's back and were ready to attack him at any time. These 2 rounds, these 3 rounds of attacks were all avoided by Su Chen in the first place. It felt like Su Chen was just playing a joke on the other person. As long as the opponent's offensive is as strong as a rainbow and the attacks continue to hit him, his phantom steps can immediately put him out of the attack trajectory. The opponent could naturally not give up and launch several attacks on him, but in the end, nothing would happen. That was for sure. These 2 people always felt that they were only a little bit away from Su Chen, and they could catch up with him if they worked harder. What's the result? As a result, this tiny difference meant that there was no possibility of catching up, which was really maddening. It would be fine if I couldn't catch up, but there was no chance of this attack hitting him. I had no idea what the situation was at the moment, and I was so unhappy about it. The 2 of them stopped and didn't want to chase anymore. The 2 men stopped moving, and Su Chen also stopped moving. If these 2 people didn't chase Su Chen, they would seem to attack Gong Mio. As soon as the troops were divided, Su Chen realized that the enemy's target was Gong Mio. He was also the target of the pursuit because they were afraid that he would have time to help Gong Mio. Now these 2 people are obviously too lazy to care about him and are going to rush to help their friends. If Su Chen comes again, they will just send one of them to block Su Chen's way. If Su Chen didn't deal with these 2 people at this moment, he would be in a passive position. Brush. Su Chen approached the 2 men at a very fast speed and attacked them in an instant. This set of boxing techniques plus the phantom steps, this is more than just the sum of the parts, it's combat power. Under such an attack, these two people really looked depressed. I didn't expect it to develop to this point. This person actually took the lead. Running alone meant they were not confident enough, and they subconsciously assumed the other party had no ability either, so they didn't take him seriously from the beginning. Now, this unexpected situation caught them off guard. Chapter 93. Haven't you figured out the situation yet? Su-chen has successfully dealt with the two brothers. After dealing with the two brothers, he immediately approached Mia-Mio. Mia-Mio hid herself, and when she was hiding successfully, she would occasionally attack and launch a sneak attack. In this kind of sneak attack situation, the person being attacked really feels a great pain in the head, and keeps getting beaten without any way out. If this goes on for a long time, it will really be a bad thing. Time flies. When the other party was about to withdraw, Su-chen came. Su-chen also hid in the dark and launched a sneak attack. They surrounded Mia-Mio and didn't notice where she was hiding for a moment, and then were hit by her sneak attack. Su-chen was different. He approached the other party in secret without revealing his whereabouts at all. This sneak attack was completely silent. It came directly without any movement. The attack hit the person's body and made him stunned. I couldn't recover for a long time. Not if this goes on for a long time. Everyone will be wiped out. The third brother just looked back and saw that the sixth brother who was behind him was gone. The fourth one on the left is gone too. It felt as if a crisis was looming over them. No, it's really not right. Boss, something happened. Evacuate, evacuate. The third brother drank. The eldest brother also became alert in an instant. He glanced at the third brother, and the two of them exchanged glances. Then, they accelerated and retreated in one direction. Then, Su-chen casually locked onto the third brother, and instantly rushed out from the darkness, approaching the third brother directly. He was not playing a joke on the other party. This attack was directly directed at the third brother with full confidence. The third brother didn't dare to look back. He was really nervous. No matter how panicked the third brother was, the attack still came and hit him. The blow landed heavily on the third brother, causing him to fall forward uncontrollably. Just like that, once you fall to the ground, there is no possibility of escape. Su-chen, on his side, looked at the other party calmly. He was ready to pursue the other party at any time. How the situation would eventually develop would depend on the other party's decision. Don't keep going on like this. If you have any ideas, just tell me. I'll follow your ideas completely. Okay? The third brother asked Su-chen. Su-chen touched his chin, feeling like he needed to think about it. The fact that they are considering it means there is a possibility of negotiating with you. Can you hand the person over to me and let me handle it? Gong Mio looked at Su-chen and asked. Su-chen nodded and said, of course. It's originally the other party's business. These people are targeting the other party, so it's okay for the other party to ask clearly. Mia-Mio tied up these captives and took them back. She threw them into the cellar one by one and prepared to interrogate them slowly. I just got back and the phone rang. The call was from Mu Qingwu. Mu Qingwu asked Su-chen out without saying anything. They just met at a restaurant on campus, then Su-chen should drive there. Maybe there is something important going on. Dining room. This time period is a bit awkward. It is definitely not the breakfast time, and it is definitely not the lunchtime. If you sit for a while longer, you can have lunch. Mu Qingwu asked Su-chen out just to have a meal. She had already made up her mind that since both of them were sure that they were each other's inseparable other, they should of course get along well with each other. At present, Su-chen has not waited for the suitor, but he has waited for a suitor. The man's name is Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong and Linny are sworn enemies. According to the plot, Zhang Kong saw Mu Qingwu and then teased her. The omnipresent Linny naturally appeared here and beat him up. So, could Zhang Kong just let him go? Of course, he would just spend money to hire someone to deal with him. As for Linny, he simply gave double the money the other party paid, and used the magic of money to let the people Zhang Kong hired beat him up, but he didn't hurt Linny at all. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be according to Linny's script, which is pretty good. Zhang Kong sat opposite Mu Qingwu. Sorry, there's someone here. People? People? I didn't see any. Did you see a ghost with your left eye? Did that ghost look like Lu Qingyun? I'm not messing with you. I'm not Zhang Shouwen and you're not that ghost. There's no possibility of contact between you and me. Go away. Go? Where to go? To your heart? Zhang Kong asked. Zhang Kong has now completely embarked on the shameless path, and he wants to continue being shameless to the end. When a man pursues a woman, he must be bold, careful, and thick-skinned. As long as you are shameless, there is an 80% chance that you will succeed. However, if you care about your face, then you will be too embarrassed to speak up and watch this woman become someone else's again and again. Am I late? Su Chen came closer and asked Mu Qingwu. You came just in time, but he took your place. Mu Qingwu pointed at Zhang Kong and said to Su Chen. Hey, don't you know there's someone here? Su Chen looked at Zhang Kong and asked. Are you human? I find it very vague whether you are human or not. Zhang Kong nodded. He thought he was very humorous and had a sharp tongue. As for Su Chen, his principle is that he will never argue with you if he can take action. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zhang Kang's hair. With such force, he lifted Zhang Kong up. He wanted to see how arrogant the other party could be. Zhang Kong took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He really wanted to pinch this damn guy to death. It was so fucking infuriating, really. Let me go. Zhang Kong shouted. Su Chen let go. Zhang Kong thought that this guy must have sensed that he was not to be trifled with, so he let go and gave in. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, and now Zhang Kong should continue his efforts and establish his own image. Apologize. Zhang Kong pointed at Su Chen and said. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Seriously, he just didn't want to bother with this psychopath. Why didn't he understand the situation yet? This person is blindly self-satisfied and self-confident. He is a natural optimist. Chapter 90. For the correct solution, apologize, you must apologize to me. Zhang Kong pointed at Su Chen and shouted. As for Su Chen, he looked at the angry and embarrassed opponent with a calm expression. Did he have any intention of paying attention to the other party? Zhang Kong felt that he was really ignored by Su Chen. Outside the door, Linny watched the excitement and silently chanted in his heart, beat him, beat him, beat him to death. He really wanted Zhang Kong to beat Su Chen to death. When he was about to rescue the beauty, Su Chen appeared again. He was like a ghost. Why was he everywhere? I asked you to apologize to me. Did you not understand, or could you not hear clearly, or what? I don't want to bother with you, I'm ignoring you, I don't take you, a little brat, seriously, that's what I mean. Su Chen said. Zhang Kong saw that he really thought of himself as a weakling who hasn't had a moment of being mad with shame, then losing their mind, and then being able to do anything? He was mad with shame and losing his mind at this moment to fight. It must be fought. The whistling punch was already heading towards Su Chen. It can be seen that this is a fatal blow and is not a joke. Then what? Was it successful? Su Chen dodged by turning sideways. Do you think you can hit Su Chen with such an attack? If Su Chen really got hit, would he still be able to live like a human being? It would be shameful. It would be a complete disgrace. Don't give the other party a chance to hit. Absolutely. The second pursuit comes again. What does 1 or 2 failures matter? They are trivial matters. As long as they persist, they will succeed. As long as they succeed, they can take down Su Chen. This is the other party's idea. It is very simple. What's the result? As a result, the second pursuit also failed, which was the same as the first time, the third time, the fourth time. The other party was in a fight with Su Chen, and it was absolutely impossible for him not to beat him until his skin was torn and flesh was exposed. After thinking it over again and again, Su Chen made this decision. Instead of retreating, he advanced and took the initiative to meet the opponent. He fought with his opponent in a fistfight. This is to let the other party see whose boxing skills are more powerful. The banging sounds continued to ring out, and it was obvious that Zhang Kong was at a disadvantage and his situation could be described as extremely bad. Zhang Kong seized the opportunity and took 2 steps back in an instant. His eyes were fixed on Su Chen. He had miscalculated, completely miscalculated. Zhang Kong thought that this guy was afraid of him, so he had such an attitude. What was the result? The other party didn't show any sign of being afraid of him. He would attack whenever he had to, without considering his feelings. This is really fucking embarrassing. What to do? At present, face has been lost, and it must be regained. Then he has to find the right solution, and the right solution is definitely not a one-on-one fight between him and the other party. Zhang Kong took out his cell phone from his pocket and stared at Su Chen with the phone in his hand. You want to give it to me? To apologize? No, I'm not giving it to you. I'm not offering it as an apology. Then get out of here. Don't show off in front of me. It's just a cell phone, right? Who doesn't have one? I still have an iPhone XR. Do you have one, you little bastard? Su Chen sneered as Zhang Kong told himself that he couldn't let this matter go. Zhang Kong was being arrogant and showing off. He didn't respect him, right? He had to make this bastard pay the price. He wasn't someone who could be easily offended. So, Zhang Kong just made a phone call. After a while, a van arrived at the scene. The car door opened with a loud noise. The figures got off the car one by one. Not when the last figure got off the car, he was holding a sack in his hand. After the sack was thrown on the ground, the wooden sticks inside instantly scattered out. The leader of the team is called Hu Zi. Hu Zi took 2 or 3 steps and arrived in front of Zhang Kong. Mr. Zhang, this is what's happening. If you don't use weapons and are just trying to scare people without taking action, you'll be fined 100 yuan each. If you do take action, you'll be fined 300 yuan each. If you go in and beat them up with a stick, you'll be fined 400 yuan each, and you won't be held responsible for anything. We're professionals, and nothing will go wrong if we go in with intent. As for the second type, the 300 yuan, if you start fighting without planning, you'll be held responsible for anything that happens. I choose the 400. Zhang Kong said, this creates 3 options, ABC, but in fact, isn't it just forcing you to choose the 4th one? If you choose the 100, and then the fight breaks out, who'll take action if they don't ask for money? Who'll be embarrassed? You. Everyone knows you paid someone. And, you'll have to bear the consequences of the 300.400 is different. You give the money to others and then just wait and watch the show. They go there with weapons, having gone through several drills, and have experience in how to defeat the enemy in the end. One by one, figures walked into the small shop. Hu Zi and Zhang Kong walked in front, and now, Zhang Kong has approached Su Chen. He has come back again. This time, he has come with a purpose. This time, he must get rid of Su Chen. Lin Yi, who was watching the fun outside the door, had not left yet. He wanted to see Su Chen being beaten up by this group of people. His cell phone was ready. Once the action started, he would record the whole process. Then, the script did not go according to what Lin Yi had expected. Little brat, I've already got people cheering for me. You're dead, dead. Zhang Kong shouted at Su Chen. As for Su Chen, he glanced at the other person and didn't want to pay any attention to him anymore. That look, filled with contempt and disdain, is really infuriating. Don't you understand what the situation is like right now? Damn it, oh. Su Chen dealt with the other party casually. Zhang Kang's eyes were already closed. This guy was a master of psychological warfare. These few words and expressions instantly made him extremely angry. Very good, this person has decided to commit suicide, right? It's unbearable, so take action and deal with this damn guy. Get started. Zhang Kong had already given orders to Hu Zi. Next, no matter how the store was smashed into shape, it had nothing to do with Zhang Kong, because all the actions were within Hu Zi's plan. Chapter 95. An ordinary BMW. Wait a minute. Su Chen looked at Hu Zi. Hu Zi really wanted to know what other plans and ideas this guy had, and what he was waiting for. He was very curious about this. How much money did I give you to deal with me? Su Chen asked. 400 per person. You have 10 or so people, and that's over $5,000, right? I'll give you 10,000. Take your people and beat him up right now. Su Chen chased Zhang Kong and said to Hu Zi. Zhang Kong sneered. What a joke. These were the people he hired. How could they lack any professionalism? Since he had paid these people to deal with Su Chen, they would definitely not listen to him. Is it Alipay, WeChat, or credit card? I have my boss phone with me. Alipay, does it support Huawei payment? I have a commercial number. Hu Zi said. Hey, what's going on? Are you guys still talking about business? Is this the time to be talking about business? You should take action, it's time to take action. Zhang Kong shouted at Hu Zi. Are you teaching me how to do things? Hu Zi looked at Zhang Kong and asked. At this moment, Su Chen had already unlocked his phone, opened Alipay, and turned on the QR code scanning function. Give me your payment code and I'll scan 10,000 yuan for you. Here, Hu Zi took out his mobile phone without any hesitation, opened Alipay, and entered the payment code. In a short while, 10,000 yuan had arrived in my account. This is a situation where they took your money and then took other people's money. They have no business credibility at all. They are completely shameless in this profession. They took people's money but didn't help them and even wanted to retaliate against the employer. I have never seen anything like this before. The money has been received. Well, Hu Zi really needed a lot of physical strength to attack, and this punch hit Zhang Kong directly and hard. At the next second, Zhang Kong was under the attack of the bearded man. Ding dong, reversal points increased by 100. Once you hear this hint, you can be sure that Linny is nearby. Su Chen looked out the window. On this side, Linny immediately became invisible. He really didn't expect that watching the fun would make him so angry. He really wanted to kill Su Chen. Isn't this just wanting but being unable to do it? Just think about it and that's it. Here, Hu Zi has fulfilled his mission, about double the price. Look, this is how Zhang Kong was beaten like a pig's head. Master, we're done here. Then take the money and go have some fun, Su Chen said to Hu Zi. Okay, let's go. Hu Zi immediately asked everyone to leave. What I hate most is this kind of bloody scene, but since you are acting in self-defense, I can't say anything, Mu Qingwu said to Su Chen. Your family's living conditions aren't very good either, and they called me to say they've approved the resettlement allowance and are ready to move. I've prepared a house for your family. Su Chen directly avoided the topic that Mu Qingwu was talking about. He took out a bunch of door keys from his body and handed them to the other party. The key is obviously different from ordinary keys. It is a spare key for the fingerprint lock. The door that the fingerprint lock is equipped with corresponds to the apartment type that should be in a high-end residential area. You're not going to give me a house to live in, are you? Mu Qingwu asked Su Chen. Why would I give it away? I'm lending it to you. You can return it to me whenever you want. If you feel comfortable living here, you can stay here forever. Come on, I'll take you to see the house, Su Chen said. In the end, Mu Qingwu did not resist and followed Su Chen into the car, speeding all the way without saying a word. We arrived at our destination smoothly. The destination is the villa complex in the east of the city. This villa complex has just been launched, although the current occupancy rate is not very high. There is no problem with decoration. IT is not allowed to install hardware in the villa because the developer has already completed the interior decoration and even equipped the wardrobes and other facilities, so you can move in right away. If you are not very satisfied with the software, then the sofa and wardrobe can be replaced, and the noise can be almost negligible. This is the service attitude of the villa. Even if the occupancy rate is 0, you will not hear the noise of decoration after you move in. Whoever decorates is violating the rules. If you don't like the decoration style of the developer, you can simply not buy the house. If you buy a house, you have to accept the decoration. Mu Qingwu thought it was just a matter of a residential area, but she didn't expect that it was actually a complex of villas. At this moment she was a little dazed. The car stopped outside the villa, because there is already a car in the garage, an ordinary BMW, worth about 1 to 800,000 yuan. The car keys are in the car. This car was specially equipped for this villa. The villa is a 3-story building. Each floor is about 300 square meters. The 3 floors together cover more than 1,000 square meters, from the garage to the first floor, from the first floor to the third floor. You can see it all in the blink of an eye. Mu Qingwu felt that it was a bit exaggerated for her and her mother to live in such a big house. 2 people don't need such a big house, right? If you don't have a driver's license, you can learn to get one. We've got a car ready for you, as well as a gas card and a membership card for the Four Sons store. Gas and maintenance are free. You just have to pay for parking when you go out. If you get in violation, I'll help you handle it. You're so good to me? How can I repay you? Mu Qingwu looked at Su Chen and asked. What's the point of talking about repaying someone? If you like someone, you're thinking about repaying them. Su Chen shrugged. Go out and take a look. I want to get familiar with the surrounding environment, Mu Qingwu said. Su Chen walked out of the villa with Mu Qingwu. The green belt of the entire villa complex is very well built. There is a main road and 2 lanes on the left and right sides. The lanes are also designed so that there is enough space for nanny cars. As long as a large truck does not come in, there will be no collision between the 2 cars on the left and right. Next to the driveway is a large greenbelt, which is a small park in the middle of the villa. The villa is built around this small park. Then, there are 2 bridges in the small park. These 2 bridges go directly from the villa road to the beach behind the villa. So, when you are free, you can take your children to the beach to play. Chapter 96, Secret Trick, Money Trick. I'm quite satisfied with this place. Mu Qingwu took Su Chen's arm. Just at such a discordant moment, a dog suddenly jumped out. Look, he started yelling at Su Chen and the other two. No one knew what was wrong with him. Su Chen's leg skills have been quite fast recently. Not only is its ability to run away first rate, but its ability to attack instantly is something that dogs cannot resist. Then I heard a crash. The dog barked a few times and then flew backwards. After flying backwards for several meters and falling down, the puppy was unwilling to leave. He just stared at Su Chen with a timid look in his eyes. That look was incredibly spiritual. After all, isn't it said that dogs are the most spiritual creatures? At this moment, this puppy was indeed incredibly spiritual. Look at Su Chen again. He took a step forward, and at this moment, the powerful pressure was directed towards this bastard. Look, the puppy is whimpering and backing away, and he seems so unwilling to do so. What's going on? A plump and wealthy woman appeared. She immediately went to the puppy, squatted down and picked up the puppy. You can see the dust on the puppy at a glance, which basically confirms that someone has attacked the puppy. The bastard is now at odds with Su Chen, so it is basically certain that the person who took action is Su Chen. Even the person who made the move was confirmed, so one could imagine the woman's mood. Her mood suddenly became not very good, and she stared at Su Chen with gloomy eyes. It's okay, let's go. When Su Chen saw the dog mother coming, there was nothing more to talk about. In such a situation, he simply left here and stopped chatting with the other party. Leave? Where are you going? You come when you want to come, and you leave when you want to leave? How can it be so simple? Where do you think this is? A place you can just leave at will? The mother dog pointed at Su Chen and started yelling. To others, this may just be a puppy, but to the mother dog, is it as simple as just a puppy? That's her son-in-law. He actually attacked his son of a bitch? Arrogant, the mother dog would never let Su Chen go so easily. She wanted to settle the score with him, and she had to settle the score clearly. What else? What else do you want? Right now, kneel down, kowtow, apologize, and admit your mistakes. It's that simple. Please don't let things develop to such an irreversible point. It's not good for you. The mother dog pointed at Su Chen and said, it's impossible to apologize, and don't even think about kneeling. If you think it's your fault and I have to accommodate you, and it has developed to an irreversible point, then just let it develop towards the irreversible point, auntie. You call me auntie? Isn't it, auntie? The mother dog clenched her hands into fists, and her upper and lower teeth were biting hard, making a crunching sound. Her anger was rising. She had never expected that this damn guy would be so disrespectful to her. Security, security. As the mother dog roared, the security guard came soon. It stood up right next to the mother dog. It feels like he is very familiar with the mother dog, and he directly supports the mother dog. Seeing this situation, Su Chen was basically certain that this matter was probably not as simple as he thought. The security guard has now locked onto Su Chen. It feels like I'm just staring at you. I can attack you at any time if I want to. As long as I launch the attack, your end will be death, no doubt about it. It's that simple. Don't look at me like that. Your eyes make me feel bad instantly. Once I'm in a bad mood, I will definitely punish you. Once my ability is revealed, I will really lose control. Who knows how this situation will develop? Am I afraid of you? The security guard asked. Then let me ask you, am I afraid of you? Su Chen looked at the security guard and asked back. The security guard took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He told himself to stay calm, concentrate and not listen to the slander of this bastard. No matter what this person says, these words will not affect me in the slightest. As for me, I should just ignore him and let him do whatever he wants. Get him for me, and I'll give you a big red envelope. At this moment, the mother dog used her secret weapon, the money magic. As soon as the dog mother used this money magic, things suddenly became simple. Even if the security guard didn't give face to the other party, he had to give face to the RMB. At this moment, the figure rushed out without any hesitation. It is absolutely impossible for me not to beat you until you cry for your parents. It's a good thing that the security guard has a strong aura. However, if you don't have the strength, it's useless to have momentum. Look, the security guard is approaching, and the Wang Baquan is covering Su Chen's body in one round. This posture seemed to be about to drown Su Chen. Su Chen, do you care? Do you care? He dodged sideways easily. After dodging, you can launch a counterattack at any time. The counterattack began. There were banging sounds. The combination of Su Chen's footwork and boxing skills is so predictable. At this moment, it is impossible not to beat the opponent to the point of crying for his parents. This is certain. 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Su Chen examined the security guard's entire body. My head hurts, shoulder blade pain, my body and lower body are in so much pain. This damn thing, this damn fighting power, this damn ability, it simply drives him crazy. He didn't expect the other party to be such a person. This makes him feel a little uncomfortable. The more serious the situation is, the more you need to calm down and think carefully. Only after you have thought clearly can you take action and defeat the opponent with one strike. However, my thoughts are constantly being beaten. If this goes on for a long time, I will definitely not be able to bear it. I was wrong. The security guard gave in. Chapter 97. So angry as for the security guard, that was just a small episode. Su Chen is not someone who likes to argue with security guards. The ultimate source of this is the puppy's mother, the mother dog. So, even if the security guard knows he's wrong or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is whether the mother dog will continue to act like this. The old woman was so frightened that she took 2 steps back. Her eyes were staring at Su Chen. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. It was not just a joke. If he was serious like this, it would be really scary. What's going on? Su Chen looked at the mother dog and asked. You, wait for me. The mother dog had escaped, and her own territory had been taken over by the other party. How could this be tolerated? If this matter got out, how would she survive in the outside world? No, she couldn't allow this to continue. She had to let the other party know that if she offended him, there would be no good consequences. This was certain. She would make him regret it. Then what? Does Su Chen care about the other party or what? Whatever the other party wants to do, he doesn't care. Even if the other party wants to find someone to retaliate, he doesn't care. Originally, this was the other person's fault. You should always use a leash when walking your dog. You keep saying your pet doesn't bite, but what happens? Are other people teasing the dogs without leashes? If you raise and walk dogs in a reasonable and standardized manner, there will be no problems. But if you are unreasonable and unregulated, and then blame others for being intolerant of dogs, there is really no way to deal with such people. The most correct way to deal with it is to ignore the other party. Well, don't take the other party seriously. As long as the other party loses interest in playing like this, the other party will naturally lose their former arrogance. How annoying is it that they don't take you seriously and are not afraid of your revenge? Here, the mother dog was on the phone. How could she allow these 2 people to play on the beach so arrogantly? They didn't take people seriously at all. She had to deal with him. She had to deal with him and let him know how powerful she was. Then, after an unknown amount of time, a motorcycle stopped in front of the mother dog. Third sister. The other party is a leader of the new underground order. His name is Grizzly. The mother dog's nickname is Third Sister. The third sister is not very capable, but that doesn't stop her ex-husband from being very capable. With just one phone call from her, Grizzly, one of the helmsmen, will come. Someone bullied me. How many people did you bring? About 10. As Grizzly finished speaking, a van arrived, the door opened, and figures got out one after another. These people are top-notch in terms of spirit and energy. Each of them looks like someone who is not easy to mess with. Then follow me. After saying this, the third sister walked towards the beach area. On the beach. Mu Qinggu was very satisfied with the environment here. First of all, there were 3 floors covering over 1,000 square meters, and then there was the green belt in the villa. There was also a beach belt outside the villa. Although it was an artificial beach, you couldn't tell what it was. Looking at it, it felt as comfortable as being at the beach. There is a security guard here guarding it 24 hours a day. People outside the villa will be blocked by the guardrails. If anyone tries to climb in, the security guard will find out immediately, so it is impossible to try to sneak into the villa from here. However, if it is a matter between owners, the security guards will most likely not intervene. It is not easy to provoke any owner, so it is better not to provoke them at all. This is the awareness of the security guards. Let's get back to the topic. About 10 people landed on the beach area and walked towards Su Chen in a mighty manner. This formed a semi-encirclement that surrounded Su Chen. As for Su Chen, he looked at the other person indifferently. There was contempt, frivolity, and disdain in his eyes. He didn't take the other person seriously. The grizzly bear took the lead and walked in front of Su Chen in just a few steps. He stood still and stared at Su Chen intently. "What are you looking at me for?" Su Chen asked. "Am I not threatening you?" "I'm threatening you to be more sensible." "Threatening me with your eyes? You're a person who fights with your eyes? How did you know I took you seriously? Day after day." "Young man, you should be able to tell that I get angry and lose my temper very easily. Once my temper gets angry, it's really uncontrollable." "Oh, this is the situation." "Apologize?" Grizz asked. "Just because of these few words from you, I'm going to apologize to you? You're probably overthinking it. This is obviously impossible. How could I possibly apologize to you? I don't know who you are, day by day." "Great. You're not just an arrogant and domineering guy. Just because of your behavior, you're not going to have a good ending. If it doesn't matter, then it doesn't matter. Why would I care about this? You're crazy." Su Chen gives people such a frivolous feeling. As for the other party, he was extremely angry with Su Chen. The grizzly bear's right hand stood up. At this moment, the little ones immediately understood and drew out their weapons. At just now, a group of people surrounded you, but now they are armed with weapons. If chaos breaks out, Su Chen will definitely not be afraid. However, if the other party accidentally injures Mu Qingguo, it is very likely that he will be injured, which would be bad. Su Chen felt that he should respond to whatever move the other party made and confront the other party head on. Su Chen took out his cell phone. "Want to call for help? I'll give you a chance." Grizzly pointed at Su Chen and said. Su Chen sneered and said, "First of all, don't panic. Send a location, and then a voice call request will be sent out." Then the call was connected. "Master Su. Call the Umbu brothers over here. There's a group of people here who want to arm wrestle with me. If they're from my own family, it wouldn't be appropriate to fight. Come over and identify them." "Okay, 5 minutes." Su Chen hung up the phone. In 5 minutes, the Su family's secret department will arrive at the scene. The issues between these hooligans should naturally be resolved by themselves, and he should not continue to get involved in them. Chapter 98. The order to return was issued. The sound of a helicopter was heard in the sky, the sound of a speedboat came from the water, and then there were footsteps on the pedestrian bridge. The three armies came to the rescue from 3 directions. The fastest ones are of course the ones in the sky. When the helicopter is 5 or 6 meters away from the ground, they directly slide down with the climbing ropes. Now, it's one group against another. To be precise, a large group of people surrounded a small group of people. The grizzly bear's situation is not very good. His eyes are staring at Su Chen with a fierce look. Is this the development of the situation he wants to see? The grizzly bear came here to cause trouble and to bully others, but in the end, the situation developed to the point where it was impossible for him to bully others, and others might even bully him. This situation really makes people unhappy. "Why are you looking at me?" Su Chen said to the grizzly bear. "I want to challenge you to a duel." Grizzly pointed at Su Chen and said. Su Chen shrugged. Could he really take the other person seriously? Whether they liked to challenge or not, they didn't care about the other person. Then, things became simple. The grizzly bear was so angry that he took out a telescopic stick from his body. After taking out the telescopic stick, he held it tightly and danced towards Su Chen once, twice. This is the dance of countless strong winds, because countless attacks have failed. It seemed that every time it was very close to Su Chen, just a little bit away from hitting Su Chen. This reminded him that if he worked hard, he could hit the target. He also worked hard according to this reminder, striving to hit the target, but he didn't get it. No matter how hard he tried, he would fail in the end. This really makes people speechless. How could this happen? The grizzly bear clenched his hands silently, wishing he could beat Su Chen to death. Su Chen felt that it was time to launch a counterattack. The other party's 3-pronged attack had been exhausted, and it was obvious that the other party could not do anything to him. Now, it was your turn to deal with the other party. You had to deal with the other party and be done with it. At this moment, Suchen rushed towards the grizzly bear. He rushed to the grizzly bear and attacked with fists and feet. The sound of bang bang was heard suddenly in this situation. It wasn't just a bang. Every hit brought pain to the grizzlies. Not only was it painful, but he also felt ashamed and embarrassed. How could this happen? Damn it, how did the attack hit him? The other party was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. If this continues, one-on-one will definitely suffer in the end. A group of people against one person? That's impossible. The other party has more subordinates than you. How could they have the advantage in numbers and let your group of people have a chance to deal with one person? Well, group fights are unreliable, and one-on-one fights are also unreliable. This really makes people feel a little melancholy. This is a feeling that makes people feel hopeless. In this case, we should consider evacuation. If you are the opponent, you will fight to the end. If you are not an opponent, why are you still being stubborn? That simply loses the meaning of being stubborn. Everyone, obey my orders. As long as I give the order, we will immediately take care of this guy. We must fight to the death. The grizzly bear howled at everyone. Everyone immediately clenched their weapons, determined to follow the grizzly bear even if it meant there was no turning back. Retreat, follow me. The grizzlies did give an order, but it was not an order to fight but to retreat. At this moment, he led everyone and rushed in one direction. No, this is the rhythm of breaking through. If a person really wants to run away, it is really not easy to stop him at that time. Grizzly and his subordinates quickly created a gap, and then ran towards the villa. He wanted to use the villa to get outside, and then get in the car and leave. On this side, Suchen also gave the order to return. The other person has disappeared from your sight without a trace when you least expected it. Even if you chase him, you may not be able to catch up with him, and it is not worth it to make him breathless in the end.so. Suchen's idea was very simple. This matter was settled here. Suchen asked the team leader to treat his younger brother well, and then he would not bother with the matter. There are more important things to do now. Mu Qinggu has already looked at the houses here, so the next step is to pick up Mu's mother. When Mu Qinggu heard Suchen say that he was going to pick up her mother, she was very happy. She had forgotten about her mother, but Suchen still remembered it. This son-in-law was great. No matter what good things happened, he always thought about his mother-in-law. Time flies. Look, we are about to reach the slums. At the same time, Linny ran into Mu's mother who was being nagged by a man. It seems to be because of some debt. Linny now has a system and a lot of money, but he just has no place to spend it. He just takes a few steps and goes forward. I don't have that much time to talk nonsense with you. You can come out and hang out now. So when will you pay me back? Give me a definite answer. The strong man said to Mu's mother. I will definitely give you the money. Just give me some time. Right now, I don't have that much time. Do you have a lot of money? It's only a little over 8,000. Give it to me. If you really don't have the money, we can find another way to settle the payment. Pay it in installments, twice a day, installment? Well, if you want, you can pay 2 or 3 times a day, once in the evening, once in the morning, and maybe even once at noon. The strong man nodded. You're such a filthy person. It's only a little over 8,000. Come on, give me a code and I'll scan it for you. Linny took 2 steps closer, and it looked like he was going to help the stranger pay back the money. He was so willful. It doesn't matter whether you know him or not, you just have to pay the money back. Is there something wrong with that? The strong man didn't expect that someone would appear at this critical moment, and his appearance would ruin his good fortune. You need to load some coins, right? Well, then just give the other party a code and don't trust that the other party will actually scan the code to pay. Chapter 99. A good time to spend money then, scan the code to pay, and the payment is successful. I gave you 9,000. The rest is interest. You can leave now. Linny said to the strong man. For the sturdy man, his eyes were a little cold. This guy didn't care and just helped the old woman to pay back the money. Did he lack this little money? He is in need of an old woman. Now that this guy has paid back the money, how can he get Mu's mother? Damn it, damn it. How could he ruin my good thing? This is really driving me crazy. Auntie, let me take you back. It's very dangerous outside. Linny said to Mu's mother, all right. Moo's mother nodded. Along the way, Moo's mother kept describing how beautiful her daughter was, and they arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye. Lini found it hard to imagine that a little girl living here could be so pretty and divine. After a while, Mu Qingwu came back. It's true that when enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. The moment Lini saw Su Chen, his emotions instantly became aroused. This guy was like his nemesis. He could meet him wherever he went. Every time he had the idea of spending money, there would always be him to stir up trouble. The other party was the biggest nemesis of the system. Looking at the other party made him angrier than ever before, and his mood instantly became not so good. Oh, it's you. Meeting you here, could it be that you have some ill intentions towards Mu Qingwu, so you're using a roundabout strategy to target her relatives? Don't talk nonsense. Am I talking nonsense? If I hadn't touched your heart, would you be so excited? There's obviously a reason for your excitement, and here's the reason. Su Chen shrugged and said Lini wanted to find the system to exchange for a set of stick techniques to beat this bastard to death. As soon as he saw this guy, his anger rose instantly and he couldn't control it. Mom, the demolition company is urging us to move. Isn't this just a small matter? I'll buy you a villa and lend it to you. Lini started. This was a good time to spend money. His system was designed to make him spend money. This opportunity was once lost and would never come again. He had to spend money. What to do with money? Of course, spend it. No need, Su Chen has already prepared the villa, the keys are all here, and I've seen the house. Mu Qingwu took out the spare key to the villa from her body, or to be more precise, the spare key to the electronic lock. The lock could be opened with the pupil fingerprint password, and the key was just to prevent power outages. Ding! Reversal points increased by 200. The prompt sound reminded Su Chen that Lini must be very unhappy and upset at the moment. If it weren't for him, the other party could have easily relied on his wealth to win the favor of Mu's mother, and all this favor would have belonged to the other party. However, in the end, it had nothing to do with the other party's money, and all the favor fell on Su Chen. I want to see what kind of villa it is and how big it is. I've never seen a villa before. Lini was very unwilling. He was afraid that Mu Qingwu had just made up a villa to maintain her image. He had to see clearly what kind of villa it was. Sure, let's go together. Take a taxi and follow us. Su Chen didn't have the slightest intention of rejecting the other party. So, Su Chen and the other two got in one car, and Lini got in another. Actually, the back seat of the sports car could accommodate two people, but Su Chen didn't want the other party to get in his car, and it wasn't him who invited him to go. We have arrived at our destination. Mu Qingwu still used the door key that she had shown off to open the door of the villa. Mother Mu arrived at the villa in an instant and began to observe the interior of the villa. This was where she would live and settle down for a while, so she had to take a good look at it. At the same time, the third sister also discovered the return of Su Chen and the others. If these two people hid in the villa and refused to come out, it would be difficult for her to know where they lived and whether they were from this villa complex. However, after these two people went out and came back, she directly discovered each other's whereabouts. In such a situation where she discovered each other's whereabouts, didn't she contact Grizzly? The Grizzlies were retreating strategically at the time, but that didn't mean they were going to let the matter go. They were definitely going to cause trouble for the other side. First, it is necessary to determine where the other party is, and second, it is necessary to determine how many people there are on the other party. And now, the third sister helped Grizzly confirm that there are currently 4 people in this group, 2 men and 2 women. Grizzly touched his chin and fell into deep thought. If he handled it properly, he could kill the other party before he could call for help. Then the revenge would naturally be successful, but what if it fails? Last time, the grizzly bear ran away, and this time it came back to cause trouble. Wouldn't the other party be angry? So once it fails, the consequences can be described as unimaginable. Then do something serious, divert the opponent's attention. Revenge is revenge, but it is not done by Grizzly Bear himself, but by his brother Grey Wolf. Very good, it's happily settled. Then things became simple. Grizzly Bear and Grey Wolf formed a group and came here with a dozen people. Grizzly Bear has found out that there is such a thing on the market called a signal blocker. Just circle the area you want to block and activate it, and the area within that range will be blocked. People from the outside world can't call in, and people within the range can't make calls out. Well, that's great. This is how it has to be done. When they arrived at the target villa, Grizzly gave the order to disperse and distribute the signal jammers. Then, they directly covered the place where the other party lived. Just as I was about to enter the yard and rush into the villa, the gate of the villa suddenly opened. Several figures walked out of the villa. Why did you come out? It was to drive Lin E away. You saw the house, and he was going out to eat. You continued to stay in his territory. Is that appropriate? Inappropriate, right? So, at this moment, go wherever is fun. Here, you will definitely not be welcome. Using this method, the intention is to completely drive Lin E away, but at least give you some face, so that we can meet again in the future. It's such a simple setting, but as soon as everyone came out, the way was blocked. Chapter 100. Various Lin E looked at Grizzly Bear, Grey Wolf, and others. He knew at a glance that these guys were not here to go shopping or eat. No matter how he looked at them, he felt that these guys were just hooligans. Lin E felt that it was time to pack the coins again. If he, as a man, didn't stand up at this time, who would? Hey, what are you doing? Are you trespassing? Is this about money? Tell me how much. I can pay you back if you can tell me the price. Lin E started yelling at the Grey Wolf. This is how the world works. If you have money, you have everything. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. No matter what the problem is, as long as you throw money at it, it can be solved. This matter is the same. You can solve it by throwing money at it. But it is obvious that he has no intention of indulging you, and he is not the kind of person who is greedy for money. The slap came in just a few minutes. There was only a loud snap, a clear and loud sound. The Grey Wolf's right hand was suspended in the air. He had just slapped someone and had not yet retracted it. At this moment, he was staring at Lin E. Lin E covered his face. He hadn't expected to be hit. How the hell had it gotten this far? Didn't he know he had money? Didn't he know he was going to spend it? This guy was completely different from what he'd imagined. He was much more annoying than he'd thought. You guys are committing violence on my territory. What's the matter? This is totally disrespectful to me. Su Chen approached in 2 or 3 steps, his eyes filled with a neither humble nor arrogant look. Perhaps the other party had more people, so he didn't take them seriously. My people have surrounded your villa, so what? The blocking system is already activated. Even if you use your cell phone or landline, you won't be able to make calls. Have you never been educated? If a wired phone line runs on a wire, then cutting the line is fine. Does that have anything to do with the shielding system? What can you shield? Did you cut the line? No. Since you didn't, then you only blocked my cell phone, you didn't block my phone line. Am I here to discuss the problem of telephone lines with you? But you said you blocked my phone line, right? I have to tell you that you didn't block my phone line. I'm really mad. The Grey Wolf directly pulled out a telescopic stick from his body, gripped it tightly, and swung it hard, and in an instant, the telescopic stick was thrown out. He held the telescopic stick tightly, ready to attack Su Chen at any time. So, is Su Chen afraid of the other party? From the moment the other party took out the telescopic stick, he looked at the other party indifferently, with a feeling of not even looking at the other party straight in the eye. He did whatever he wanted to make the other party angry, so what? You're sure you want to do this, aren't you? What? Okay, you're awesome, I won't spank you, no way. After saying that, the attack began, and without any ambiguity, it went towards Su Chen. Su Chen was still so calm and easily avoided the opponent's attack. Su Chen speaks with strength. Chapter 99. A good time to spend money. Then, scan the code to pay, and the payment is successful. I gave you 9,000. The rest is interest. You can leave now. Lin E said to the strong man. As for the sturdy man, his eyes were a little cold. This guy didn't care and just helped the old woman to pay back the money. Did he lack this little money? He is in need of an old woman. Now that this guy has paid back the money, how can he get Moo's mother? Damn it, damn it. How could he ruin my good thing? This is really driving me crazy. Auntie, let me take you back. It's very dangerous outside. Lin E said to Moo's mother, all right. Moo's mother nodded. Along the way, Moo's mother kept describing how beautiful her daughter was, and they arrived at their destination in the blink of an eye. Lini found it hard to imagine that a little girl living here could be so pretty and divine. After a while, Mu Qingwu came back. It's true that when enemies meet, they become jealous of each other. The moment Lini saw Su Chen, his emotions instantly became aroused. This guy was like his nemesis. He could meet him wherever he went. Every time he had the idea of spending money, there would always be him to stir up trouble. The other party was the biggest nemesis of the system. Looking at the other party made him angrier than ever before, and his mood instantly became not so good. Oh, it's you. Meeting you here, could it be that you have some ill intentions towards Mu Qingwu, so you're using a roundabout strategy to target her relatives? Don't talk nonsense. Am I talking nonsense? If I hadn't touched your heart, would you be so excited? There's obviously a reason for your excitement, and here's the reason. Su Chen shrugged and said Lini wanted to find the system to exchange for a set of stick techniques to beat this bastard to death. As soon as he saw this guy, his anger rose instantly and he couldn't control it. Mom, the demolition company is urging us to move. Isn't this just a small matter? I'll buy you a villa and lend it to you. Lini started. This was a good time to spend money. His system was designed to make him spend money. This opportunity was once lost and would never come again. He had to spend money. What to do with money? Of course, spend it. No need, Su Chen has already prepared the villa, the keys are all here, and I've seen the house. Mu Qingwu took out the spare key to the villa from her body, or to be more precise, the spare key to the electronic lock. The lock could be opened with the pupil fingerprint password, and the key was just to prevent power outages. Ding! Reversal points increased by 200. The prompt sound reminded Su Chen that Lini must be very unhappy and upset at the moment. If it weren't for him, the other party could have easily relied on his wealth to win the favor of Mu's mother, and all this favor would have belonged to the other party. However, in the end, it had nothing to do with the other party's money, and all the favor fell on Su Chen. I want to see what kind of villa it is and how big it is. I've never seen a villa before. Lini was very unwilling. He was afraid that Mu Qingwu had just made up a villa to maintain her image. He had to see clearly what kind of villa it was. Sure, let's go together. Take a taxi and follow us. Su Chen didn't have the slightest intention of rejecting the other party. So, Su Chen and the other two got in one car, and Lini got in another. Actually, the back seat of the sports car could accommodate two people, but Su Chen didn't want the other party to get in his car, and it wasn't him who invited him to go. We have arrived at our destination. Mu Qingwu still used the door key that she had shown off to open the door of the villa. Mother Mu arrived at the villa in an instant and began to observe the interior of the villa. This was where she would live and settle down for a while, so she had to take a good look at it. At the same time, the third sister also discovered the return of Su Chen and the others. If these two people hid in the villa and refused to come out, it would be difficult for her to know where they lived and whether they were from this villa complex. However, after these two people went out and came back, she directly discovered each other's whereabouts. In such a situation where she discovered each other's whereabouts, didn't she contact Grizzly? The Grizzlies were retreating strategically at the time, but that didn't mean they were going to let the matter go. They were definitely going to cause trouble for the other side. First, it is necessary to determine where the other party is, and second, it is necessary to determine how many people there are on the other party. And now, the third sister helped Grizzly confirm that there are currently 4 people in this group, 2 men and 2 women. Grizzly touched his chin and fell into deep thought. If he handled it properly, he could kill the other party before he could call for help. Then the revenge would naturally be successful, but what if it fails? Last time, the grizzly bear ran away, and this time it came back to cause trouble. Wouldn't the other party be angry? So once it fails, the consequences can be described as unimaginable. Then do something serious, divert the opponent's attention. Revenge is revenge, but it is not done by Grizzly Bear himself, but by his brother Grey Wolf. Very good, it's happily settled. Then things became simple. Grizzly Bear and Grey Wolf formed a group and came here with a dozen people. Grizzly Bear has found out that there is such a thing on the market called a signal blocker. Just circle the area you want to block and activate it, and the area within that range will be blocked. People from the outside world can't call in, and people within the range can't make calls out. Well, that's great. This is how it has to be done. When they arrived at the target villa, Grizzly gave the order to disperse and distribute the signal jammers. Then, they directly covered the place where the other party lived. Just as I was about to enter the yard and rush into the villa, the gate of the villa suddenly opened. Several figures walked out of the villa. Why did you come out? It was to drive Lin E away. You saw the house, and he was going out to eat. You continued to stay in his territory. Is that appropriate? Inappropriate, right? So, at this moment, go wherever is fun. Here, you will definitely not be welcome. Using this method, the intention is to completely drive Lin E away, but at least give you some face, so that we can meet again in the future. It's such a simple setting, but as soon as everyone came out, the way was blocked. Chapter 100. Various Lin E looked at Grizzly Bear, Grey Wolf, and others. He knew at a glance that these guys were not here to go shopping or eat. No matter how he looked at them, he felt that these guys were just hooligans. Lin E felt that it was time to pack the coins again. If he, as a man, didn't stand up at this time, who would? Hey, what are you doing? Are you trespassing? Is this about money? Tell me how much. I can pay you back if you can tell me the price. Lin E started yelling at the Grey Wolf. This is how the world works. If you have money, you have everything. If you have money, you can do whatever you want. No matter what the problem is, as long as you throw money at it, it can be solved. This matter is the same. You can solve it by throwing money at it. But it is obvious that he has no intention of indulging you, and he is not the kind of person who is greedy for money. The slap came in just a few minutes. There was only a loud snap, a clear and loud sound. The Grey Wolf's right hand was suspended in the air. He had just slapped someone and had not yet retracted it. At this moment, he was staring at Lin E. Lin E covered his face. He hadn't expected to be hit. How the hell had it gotten this far? Didn't he know he had money? Didn't he know he was going to spend it? This guy was completely different from what he'd imagined. He was much more annoying than he'd thought. You guys are committing violence on my territory. What's the matter? This is totally disrespectful to me. Su Chen approached in 2 or 3 steps, his eyes filled with a neither humble nor arrogant look. Perhaps the other party had more people, so he didn't take them seriously. My people have surrounded your villa, so what? The blocking system is already activated. Even if you use your cell phone or landline, you won't be able to make calls. Have you never been educated? If a wired phone line runs on a wire, then cutting the line is fine. Does that have anything to do with the shielding system? What can you shield? Did you cut the line? No. Since you didn't, then you only blocked my cell phone, you didn't block my phone line. Am I here to discuss the problem of telephone lines with you? But you said you blocked my phone line, right? I have to tell you that you didn't block my phone line. I'm really mad. The Grey Wolf directly pulled out a telescopic stick from his body, gripped it tightly, and swung it hard, and in an instant, the telescopic stick was thrown out. He held the telescopic stick tightly, ready to attack Su Chen at any time. So, is Su Chen afraid of the other party? From the moment the other party took out the telescopic stick, he looked at the other party indifferently, with a feeling of not even looking at the other party straight in the eye. He did whatever he wanted to make the other party angry, so what? You're sure you want to do this, aren't you? What? Okay, you're awesome, I won't spank you, no way. After saying that, the attack began, and without any ambiguity, it went towards Su Chen. Su Chen was still so calm and easily avoided the opponent's attack. Su Chen speaks with strength. Grey Wolf glanced at his brothers. He had already launched several attacks, each one more ferocious than the last. But what was the result? These attacks had no chance of success. With so many brothers watching, how embarrassing would that be? What to do? Give the order and let's all go together. It seems that this is the only way. What's wrong? Are you crazy? Su Chen looked at the Grey Wolf. Brother, do you think that just because you're a little smarter, you can keep showing off like this? No, not at all. As long as you're this unpopular, I swear, if I start to do something shady, I'll be scared myself. You can only scare yourself. If you expect to scare me, that's obviously impossible. I'm not afraid of you at all. Gentlemen, give him a good beating. The Grey Wolf shouted. Everyone immediately took out the weapons hidden on their bodies, which were of various kinds. Some of them came out with steel pipes, some with daggers, some with fruit knives, and some with multifunctional electric batons. It was obvious that they were preparing to use the Batten's hammer as an offensive weapon to launch a hammer attack. The big guy's eyes were locked on Su Chen, and this fierce look was enough to scare Su Chen to death. Just because there are many people and everyone has weapons doesn't mean they can turn the tables. It seemed like Su Chen didn't even look at everyone. Whoosh, whoosh, one after another. Figures rushed towards Su Chen. At this moment, in an instant, everyone wanted to start a group fight and take Su Chen down directly. One person wasn't enough to kill Su Chen, so how could so many people attacking together still allow him to pass? Impossible. Each one of them came with complete confidence. Su Chen glanced at everyone, and then he rushed out and moved towards everyone. After getting closer to everyone, he moved and dodged, avoiding the attacks of these people. He shuttled between the bodies of these big guys, back and forth for several minutes. The gray wolf and the grizzly bear looked at each other. This moment, I really encountered someone who was not easy to deal with. They blocked this place and used high-tech means. So many people attacked one person, but this person gave people such a ghostly feeling that people felt no hope. No matter how surrounded you are, they will always be able to weave through your attacks and prevent you from hitting them, just to drive you crazy. If this continues, who the hell can bear it? Retreat! Grizz sighed. The gray wolf nodded helplessly. It can be seen that if we do not retreat, if we continue to persist, we will ultimately fail and there is no point. It would be better to just retreat. The two of them first made preparations, then the gray wolf touched his thumb and little finger together, put them in his mouth, and blew a whistle. The little ones understood it instantly without any words. A whistle reminded everyone to fight or retreat. If you are in a standoff, a whistle means fight. If a fight breaks out, a whistle means retreat. The world of gangsters is simple. It is impossible not to fight when confronted, so there is no third situation. Chapter 101, Destruction? Are you the god of death? Because it is not within the scope of Lin Yi's story, there are no reversal points. Su Chen glanced at the hooligans who ran away, and then looked at Lin Yi. Don't look at me like that. Whatever they're doing here has nothing to do with me. Didn't you see? They slapped me in the face. It wasn't to avoid suspicion. I really don't know them. Whatever. You're not really welcome here anyway, so why don't you just leave? Su Chen looked at Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi pointed at Su Chen. This damn guy was really unlikable. He was trying to drive him away. In the end, Lin Yi walked away. Mu's mother now wants to go around and make some inquiries. As a woman who lives a homely life, the place she has to go to make inquiries is the vegetable market. This is the vegetable market in the villa complex, which is different from the one in the slums. Su Chen was very confident that nothing would happen if the other party went there alone. Su Chen took out his cell phone. Look, Song Sierre called. It had been a long time since I had eaten Song Sierre's meat, so Su Chen made up a random excuse and said goodbye to Mu Qingguo. Following the target given by Song Sierre, he rushed all the way towards where Song Sierre was. Song Sierre was in a restaurant at the moment. At this time of the afternoon, which was neither lunch nor dinner, there were not many people in the restaurant. Song Sierre only has two little sisters around her. This is because she wants to find a reason to trick Su Chen. If she invites him one-on-one and makes it seem like she really likes him, it will be bad for her image. However, if three people are eating and waiting for each other at the same time, the nature of the situation is different. It is simply treating each other to a meal. As for what happened after dinner, wasn't it just a bit of entertainment? She didn't have much to do, and neither did the other person. So, wasn't it just about getting to know each other better and communicating properly? He had to be completely obsessed with her, and spend every night with her. The call has been made and Su Chen has agreed to come, so coming is just a matter of time. Just wait patiently. While Su Chen was waiting patiently, nothing happened, but a bald man came instead. As soon as this man came in, he fell in love with Song Sierre at first sight. His right hand drooped towards Song Sierre's shoulder very naturally, looking like they were in love and didn't care about taking advantage of her. Then, Song Sierre took advantage of the situation and moved aside. What are you doing? Song Sierre stared at the bald man. Girl, I think you're quite attractive. We definitely look like a perfect couple. So, give yourself a chance and let's be together. I promise that I'll at least give you 3 to 5 days of happiness. I definitely won't abandon you in one night. The bald man raised his right hand and touched Song Sierre's face. From the posture and the feeling, it seemed like he was trying to take advantage of her. Looking at Song Sierra again, she dodged by turning sideways, not giving people face again and again. The bald man is also a gangster, and his temper really flares up at any moment. His right hand is already raised, and he is ready to slap you at any time. He is not joking then. As soon as the best friend saw that the other party was about to attack, she picked up the bottle and smashed it hard on the bald man's shoulder. The situation in TV dramas where the bottle explodes after being thrown did not happen. Instead, this time the bottle hit the bald man's shoulder solidly. The bald man's facial features became ferocious in pain, and he slapped his best friend in the face with his backhand. He is not joking with you. This time, he wants you to know how powerful he is. A solid hit. My best friend was beaten so hard that she squatted on the ground with her hands covering her face. To be honest, she didn't expect things to develop like this. It was indeed a miscalculation. The best friend stared at the bald man with gloomy eyes. The bald man was still not satisfied, so he already had his right foot ready to strike, but he hadn't decided whether to kick or kick. It's so lively. Suchen walked in, and originally, he wouldn't care how lively other people were, but he saw that Song Sierra was among the people who were arguing. If it's Song Sierra's problem, I can't just ignore it. It's none of your business, so don't come here looking for death. I'm telling you, the end of showing off is destruction. The bald man pointed at Su Chen and said, Destruction? Are you the god of death? You can kill me just by opening your mouth, and you won't be held legally responsible? So, this is self-destruction, right? If you think it through, you should just keep doing it, right? I don't even want to bother with you, you bastard. That's Su Chen's attitude. He doesn't care about you. The bald man was originally angry but had no place to vent it, so he was willing to do anything, even if it meant hitting the woman, as he had to vent his anger. What I didn't expect was that a boy would show up to seek death. Great. Just because of the other party's behavior, it seems impossible not to deal with him. This punch felt like the Pegasus meteor fist, and it was about to hit Su Chen in an instant. Closer, 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 and closer. It can be seen that this is a 100% fatal hit, not just a pretense. Su Chen turned sideways and easily avoided it. How difficult could it be? The bald man's attack failed and he felt a little embarrassed. A girl left him with no place to vent his anger, and now Su Chen appeared, leaving him with no place to vent his anger again. Right, okay, these bastards, die. With a swish sound, the bald man rushed up directly. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: he would not let Su Chen have a good time. The threat brought by this random attack was not just as simple as scaring people. If he hit once, it would hit a whole round. Wouldn't a round of attacks put you in danger of death? Today, Su Chen must be taught a lesson. Not everyone can be offended by this guy at will. If he offends him, the end result will be death. Su Chen didn't want to waste any more time with the opponent, so he just casually kicked the opponent in the lower abdomen. This time, I'll beat you so hard that you'll cry for your parents. Chapter 102. Are you a worthless cultivator? The bald man took several steps back. Good, that's great. He was just bravely pursuing his love. A troublemaker woman and a troublemaker man, these two troublemakers are doomed. Who the hell doesn't have some brothers? He took out his phone and started making calls. It was at this moment that Yi Xian arrived. Yi Xian was called here by her best friend. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be a group of bald men beating women today. Song Sierra and others suffered a little loss. When they were about to suffer a bigger loss, Yi Xian appeared and turned the tide, and beat these people to their knees and weeping. Yo, what happened? The tone of voice Yi Xian used when he appeared on stage was exactly the same as Su Chen's. It has nothing to do with you. Don't get close to it. Be careful or you'll get covered in blood. Su Chen said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Su Chen. This person was really not likable at all. Damn, this makes people very angry just by looking at it. Yi Xian felt that Su Chen was like his nemesis. Many times, he had every opportunity to make money, but as soon as he saw this guy, congratulations, his chance was 100% taken away by the other party. He just had to watch the other party making money, and then he was filled with anger. Very crazy now. It feels like everything is going to end, and I feel very angry. Yi Xian reminded himself to stay calm and not take it personally. Nothing had happened, and it would be inappropriate to get angry at himself. There was a noise at the door. Look, a Maybach stopped. Several strong men got off the car. Each one of them was big and strong, and looked very powerful. A car like this equipped with a man like this really ruins this car that costs 200 yuan to put on the ground. It's obvious from the looks of these guys that they're not here to chat with you. You can tell they're getting out of the car just to get you, and they're going to attack you and beat you up so badly. Yi Shan also wanted to make a move to load up the coins. As a result, these people were very reasonable. If they weren't trying to make trouble with you, they wouldn't even bother to fight you. You didn't exist as an enemy. Look, they directly bypassed Yi Shan and headed towards Su Chen. As for Su Chen, he didn't care whether the other party bypassed Yi Shan or not. It didn't matter. He just had such a proud feeling. Little guy, just now, I was alone. Look, now several of my brothers are here. Do you really understand what the situation is like right now? Tell me. The bald man who was beaten by Su Chen pointed at Su Chen and asked. What is it? I say, now that my brothers are here, are you going to apologize to me? I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I apologize? Why should I admit my mistake? The basic premise of apologizing and admitting a mistake is that I have done something wrong. Did I do anything wrong? You little bastard. Su Chen looked at the bald man and asked. The bald man was so angry that he was in a state of great anger. He wanted to rush towards Su Chen and hit him with a few iron fists. His anger was so strong that his head hurt. Get rid of him. Shen Wansan had a bad temper. After pointing at Su Chen and shouting at him, he didn't hesitate at all and rushed towards Su Chen first. This punch was really meant to hit Su Chen's face. Look, this attack failed. Couldn't the other person just easily avoid it by turning sideways? The second attack was also aimed at hitting Su Chen's face with full confidence. If you can avoid it the first time, how can you hit it the second time? It was just the same as the first time, easily and simply avoided. This is not it. It has seriously affected Shen Wansan's mood. How can he avoid it? No, this cannot be allowed to happen. The more the opponent can avoid it, the more likely he is to hit him. He is starting from the point where the attack fails. He must get up from here. He must hit this guy. TSK. It feels like I won't stop until I hit the target. Okay, fine, since that's the case, I have nothing more to say to you. I'll take the initiative to solve the problem. After Su Chen finished speaking, Shen Wansan had a bad feeling of the next second. Su Chen's attack was directed at Shen Wansan. Look, I hit the target again and again after I started doing it. A left hook, a right hook, each one more powerful than the last, then you can hear the continuous sound of banging, and the attacks one after another are so dazzling that it makes people feel dizzy. At this moment, Shen Wansan was in a really bad mood. I didn't expect things to develop like this. Damn, I'm so unhappy. Shen Wansan told himself that he must calm down. I said useful, this is not a matter of being calm or not. This is a situation where you are being beaten without any change. It is not a good thing to continue being beaten like this. Why is it so? Tell me, why is it so? Su Chen looked at Shen Wansan and asked. Shen Wansan did not say anything in the face of Su Chen's pressure. Wouldn't it be a calculation by the other party if he spoke at this moment? We will not allow the other party to take advantage of us. So, you're not going to communicate with me anymore, right? Fine then, my iron fist is always ready. It's up to you. Su Chen's right hand has been raised, and it looks like he can attack the opponent at any time. This is how I think about it. Look, isn't this the case? We are all cultivators, and it's not easy to cultivate to this day. Are you a cultivator? What level? Amateur boxer. Amateur boxing means just throwing a few punches at home. Are you a shitty practitioner? I'm talking to you nicely, so be serious. Shen Wansan pointed at Su Chen and shouted. Okay, I'll be serious. I'll leave your gangster nature to the police. Su Chen took out his cell phone and called the police if possible, so that professionals could handle the matter. Chapter 103, Lone Ranger-like existence. After a while, the police arrived in a car. Then, the man was apprehended and put into the police car. There wasn't enough space in this police car, so another one was mobilized to accommodate all the people. Then, Su Chen was given a brief statement. He no longer needed to participate in this matter, and the anti-gangster operation could be left to the police to handle. Ding! Reversal points increased by 100. Su Chen didn't expect such a surprise. It seems that this is Yi Xian's opportunity. If Su-chen didn't come, Yi Xian would also appear at the first moment and then support the girls. It can be seen that Yi Xian was not called by Song Xier, but was obviously summoned by one of her two best friends. Then Su-chen had to stir things up. You may not know who this is. He's the famous Yi Xian. His glorious deeds are all listed on Baidu Encyclopedia. Su-chen took out his cell phone and opened Baidu Encyclopedia. In fact, this entry was added by Su-chen, and the purpose was to discuss Yi Xian and Lin Yi. Not only Yi Xian's entry was added, but Lin Yi's was also added. This description is based on facts, but it uses different description methods to exaggerate the bad side, which is a malicious interpretation of Yi Xian's behavior. It felt like it was a fact that you couldn't refute, but Yi Xian and Lin Yi didn't think that way at the time. Even if they tried to defend themselves, no one would believe them. At this moment, the girlfriend who copied the bottle took a careful look at the entry, and then, after reading the entry, she looked at Yi Xian. She really didn't expect that Yi Xian was such a famous disgusting man. There is nothing wrong with a person becoming famous. Generally, he becomes famous for good things. Even if he does something bad, it can still become famous enough to be found on Baidu. Yi Xian is completely different from ordinary people. Why Yi Xian's eyes were locked on that damn Su-chen? Damn it, there were so many pretty girls on the other side. Why did he still interfere with his ability to pick up girls? Yi Xian definitely wanted to take revenge on Su-chen, but he had no intention of making it public. Su-chen and his friends left. Why Yi Xian silently took out his cell phone and made a call. The person on the phone was one of his subordinates, who often carried out missions abroad and was a lone ranger. However, in terms of strength, this subordinate is definitely top-notch. His combat power is enough to fight against Yi Xian. Although he ended up in failure, his strength is definitely enough to deal with Su-chen. Why Yi Xian felt that he didn't need to deal with Su-chen himself, and it would be enough to send a subordinate over. After a while, the subordinates appeared and followed Su-chen and others. The subordinate is called Sitama Shang. Sitama Shang is a low-key person who doesn't like to do things in a flashy way. It would be great if we could find a quiet place with few people around to do the job. If you can't find it, just keep following it. When you find the fatal blow, strike instantly without hesitation and take down the opponent directly. 3 women put on a play, and the play lasted from day to night. They didn't have a proper meal that night. They were the first group of customers to arrive when the bar opened at 7 o'clock. The advantage of this time is that it is relatively quiet and not so noisy. There are also plenty of seats. There are no performances, just some music playing, just like ABAR.so. When this tracking guy came in and sat next to a table, it was really easy to find the other party's trace. Su-chen originally felt that someone was following him. Now, it was confirmed and he recognized the other person at a glance. Identification is identification, but to finally confirm it, doesn't it also require some testing? Su-chen walked towards the toilet. Just as he was about to go in, he turned left, which was the direction of the back door of the bar. The bar has 2 doors, the main door and the fire door. No one uses the fire door, but it is possible to use it, because in bars you pay first and then enjoy yourself. As long as you have paid, you can leave if you want. No one will stop you whether you go out from the front door or the fire door. Situ immediately realized Su-chen's intention, so he stood up and walked towards the back door of the bar. Opened the door. Situ came out of the bar immediately, but at this moment, there was no trace of Su-chen. This guy seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Situ was so angry that he wanted to crush anyone to death. Damn it, damn it. Situma's right foot stomped on the ground again and again, making a banging sound. Behind Situma, a figure walked out. Who else could it be but Su-chen? Are you looking for me? Su-chen asked Situ immediately. Situ immediately turned around and looked behind him. This kid was really quite good. Judging from his fearless behavior, it seemed that it was impossible not to deal with him. I asked you a question, but you didn't answer me. You're so rude. Su-chen said. Situ snorted immediately. So, you've decided to continue being so rude, right? Su-chen asked, with a swish. Situ immediately took action. Asa Special Forces King, he usually speaks with his combat effectiveness. Since this location is very good and conducive to his performance, wouldn't it be unfair to the other party if he doesn't perform well? Naturally, he wanted to teach the other party a lesson and let him know how powerful he was. These attacks of swinging punches, straight punches and hooks looked quite difficult to deal with. Since it can develop again and again, it is enough to show that Situma's attacks have all failed, isn't it? Now, Situma seemed to have the situation under control, but he was actually in a state of confusion. If he couldn't succeed immediately, then it would be difficult to succeed later. In such a difficult situation, he turned around steadily, his eyes staring straight at Su Chen. He could show his terrifying attack power at any time, but now he needed more preparation. Have you finished your three-pronged attack? You've also realized that you can't do anything to me? Are you already powerless and have no choice but to attack? Su Chen looked at Situ and asked immediately. Situ didn't answer the other party immediately anyway. Situ-masan didn't answer the other party. It was definitely not him who was anxious. As for the other party's anxiety, he just let the other party do whatever they wanted. He didn't worry about it. Chapter 104, Self-Confidence Destroyed. So, you've decided to remain silent, right? Fine, you have your ideas, and I have mine. You can show off all you want, but I'm sure you won't get away with it. Su Chen had already said what he wanted to say. Since the other party did not cherish the opportunity to apologize properly, there was no need to apologize. He could just take the other party down. Situ immediately took full precautions. He was the king of special forces, how could he be afraid of the enemy? With a swish, Su Chen's figure was already approaching Situ-ma. This attack came as the figure got closer and also greeted him. This posture means that you will be submerged in it in no time. It really looks like someone who was not easy to mess with. Situ immediately recognized Su Chen's attack and responded immediately by moving away. He dodged every attack from the opponent, and his dodging was indeed accurate, but when would this trend end? It feels like there is no hope. This life is simply filled with despair. No, I can't let my self-confidence be destroyed like this. Whether there is hope or not, you have to give it a try. The sudden punch was aimed directly at Situ-ma. At this moment, all Situ-masan could do was to put his arms together in front of him. Then he heard a bang, and the punch had hit Situ-ma-shang's arms. This made Situ's facial features look ferocious. Situ immediately rolled backwards along with the attack force, and after rolling, he stood up and was on guard. He was really on guard and was ready to fight to the death at any time. This is not a joke. Can we talk or not? Situ asked immediately. You're not here to chat with me, are you? You're tracking me down just to fight me, aren't you? I gave you the opportunity, and you immediately came and attacked me. Now that you can't win, you're asking me if we can chat? Of course not. What can I talk about with you, haha? Okay. It doesn't work, that's all. Fuck. Situ-ma's hands were clenched tightly, and his 5 fingers pressed together towards his palms, making a creaking sound. He really wanted to rush towards this damn Su Chen and take him down. At this moment, he was almost mad at this guy. What to do? It's not easy to deal with. Su Chen did not take the other party's crazy and evil behavior seriously. If you want to come, you come. If you don't want to come, he will take the initiative to attack. He did not think of letting the other party go easily. He would launch an attack at any time to cover the other party. Situ immediately seemed to be determined to fight Su Chen to the death, but in fact, he turned around and accelerated at this moment, and fled away in an instant. It's not that Su Chen couldn't catch up. The 3 girls were still in the bar. If he just chased them and ignored them, then if someone tried to chat up these 3 people and acted like those bald guys, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage if he wasn't there? Forget it, even if he was unwilling to give up, Su Chen would not continue to chase Situ-ma. Let's just stop here. This time, the other party was lucky. Next time, if the other party still shows off in front of him, he will deal with him in no time. Su Chen is back. For Song Xier, Su Chen just went to the toilet. It was just during the time when he went to the toilet that he took advantage of the situation and immediately took care of Situ, who was following him, and made him run away. After a few drinks and a chat, everyone came out of the bar first. The 2 girls were sent back, and then Song Xier was sent back. Since everyone was drinking, it must be the designated driver who was responsible for taking them there. After the 2 came back, another close combat was inevitable. Time flies and it is late at night. There was a man standing outside the window of Song Xier's house. The man's name is Su Benoit. Su Benoit is Song Xier's suitor. He has always pursued the other person sincerely and shown his true side, hoping to move Song Xier. What's the result? The result was so disappointing. Song Xier was always in a cold state, as if she didn't want to have any involvement or connection with him. This really made Su Benoit a little difficult to accept. Today, Su Benoit came to the green grass outside Song Xier's window unwillingly and stood there. It was pretty good to just watch silently. You don't turn off the lights in the middle of the night. Are you afraid of the dark? Su Benoit didn't know what was wrong with him. He felt that his woman was afraid of the dark, so he should do something and couldn't just ignore it. Well, take action. As for the front door, it is not easy to knock open. Even if someone opens the door and sees you, they will not let you in. There is no point in opening the door. What Su Benhua needed was to appear in front of Song Sierra, so the only way left was to enter through the window. Fortunately, Song Sierra thought that no one would climb so high and enter through the window, so she didn't have the good habit of closing the window when sleeping. Since the other party didn't like to close the window, it would be better to let the other party know that the window must be closed. In this way, relying on his mountaineering skills, Su Benhua climbed up easily in no time. Then I went from the balcony to the living room. At this moment, Su Chen also walked out of the master bedroom. He heard the noise and naturally knew that someone was invading. Knowing that someone was invading, he naturally had to come out to see what was going on. I saw Su Benhua at first sight. I really didn't have a very good impression of Su Benhua at first sight. This guy's expression and overall temperament gave people the feeling of being extremely vulgar. Some people really can be known to be bad people just by looking at their faces. At this moment, Su Chen knew from Su Benhua's face that he was not a good person. Su Benhua clenched his hands silently. After seeing that there were other men in the goddess's home, his anger could not be suppressed. Even if there is a man in the goddess's family, that man must be himself. This goddess is his, and no man is allowed to get involved. He wants to kill Su Chen. Chapter 105. Aren't you good at talking? Who are you and why are you here? Su Benhua looked at Su Chen and asked, if this guy didn't explain it clearly to him, then congratulations, this guy is really dead. If he takes it seriously, there will be no ambiguity at all, and he will not hesitate to attack. There is a possibility that he will kill Su Chen. That's it. Who I am is unimportant. Why I'm here is also unimportant. Now, the key is your behavior, trespassing. If I call the police, TSK, the police will be there to take you away in a matter of minutes. Do you understand that, little bastard? Are you still threatening me? You still want the police to send me away? Can you still live to see the police arrive? Die, die, die. Su Benhua's figure moved directly towards Su Chen. He didn't care about anything. He wanted to get close to Su Chen in an instant, launch an attack in an instant, and solve this guy Su Chen as a problem in an instant. Su Chen panicked? Did he take the other party seriously? It's obviously impossible. Who cares about you? Su Benhua's attack had arrived and was avoided by Su Chen. Being avoided once or twice is not a big deal. What people fear most is losing hope. Of course, we must not lose hope at this moment. Therefore, Su Benhua's attack was as powerful as a rainbow, and he had to hit Su Chen before he could attack again. Another failure. Su Chen's phantom steps made it extremely easy to avoid the opponent's attack, without any difficulty. As long as the opponent is so self-righteous and continues to be so reckless, the final result will be that no matter how many times the attack comes, it will be avoided as many times. There is no doubt about it. It really makes people feel depressed to death. If this goes on for a long time, it will seriously waste people's energy. You did it on purpose, didn't you? You were just being clever and trying to trick me into attacking you, right? You thought I would fall for your trick? You thought I would be like you? No, it's impossible. Su Benhua stopped moving. He would never let this damn guy continue to lead him by the nose. With a bang, Su Chen punched Su Benhua. When Su Benhua thought that Su Chen was just good at dodging, he directly launched a counterattack, which left him stunned. Su Benhua was unable to stabilize himself for a moment and just sat on the floor. He did not expect the situation to develop like this. Damn, this seriously affected his mood. I'm telling you, you've seriously affected my emotions and pissed me off. If I continue to lose my mind like this, I might kill you. What is possible? Come on, just do it. If you have any ideas, turn them into actions. Once they turn into actions, just launch the actions and cover me with the attack. I'm going to kill you. Don't hesitate, I'm going to kill me. This is Su Chen's attitude. He will do whatever it takes to provoke the other party and develop the situation in whatever way he can to drive the other party crazy, with just this one purpose: I will not let the other party have an easy time and I will drive this guy crazy. Su Benhua closed his eyes. His mother told him that the more such a situation occurred, the more calm and composed he had to be. He must not be led by this bastard. This guy did it on purpose. Could he have tricked him? Any action of Su Benhua only represents himself and does not represent Su Chen's attitude. As for Su Chen, I will bully you if I want to, and do whatever I want. At this moment, Su Chen followed up with a palm strike directly towards Su Benhua's chest. This feeling, it just hits the mark. As Su Benhua also noticed this guy's pursuit, so he supported himself on the ground with his hands, stood up, and then retreated, but after taking 2 steps, he retreated to the corner of the wall. He had retreated to the point where he had no way to escape. And then, the other person's palm strike was right at his body, right? Each time you are beaten, your scalp is numb and your heart is heavy. There is simply no way to beat you. Su Benhua knelt on the floor. If he could run, Su Benhua would run. If it is possible to talk, he also hopes to talk. It can be seen that if you run, you can't escape, and if you talk, the other party is not interested in talking to you. If this goes on, it's going to drive you crazy. How could he allow himself to be driven crazy by the other party? So, we have to do something serious. There is no other way but to apologize, so just apologize to the other party. What's this for? Su Chen looked at Su Benhua and asked. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Su Benhua said. You're wrong? How are you wrong? I think you're absolutely right. How could you be wrong? No matter who is wrong, you can't be wrong. You're such a stubborn and opinionated person, right? Su Benhua frowned. What the hell is this guy trying to do? This dog's unpleasant behavior is really making people feel uncomfortable. Come on, aren't you a good talker? I'm calling the police. Su Benhua pointed at Su Chen. Oh, it's like you've scared me. If you don't call the police today, you're my grandson, seriously. Su Chen said to Su Benhua. Su Benhua was so angry. This guy, this kind of arrogant and irritating behavior was really maddening. Who the hell didn't have a temper that couldn't be stopped once it started? He was the same. If you can't stand it anymore, then call the police. This guy committed false imprisonment and malicious wounding, right? Those are felonies. After a call to the police, they came to the door and knocked on the door. Within 5 minutes, the door was also opened by Su Chen. I was the one who called the police. He illegally detained me. Su Benhua pointed at Su Chen at the door and shouted at the police. The police immediately looked at Su Chen. First of all, this apartment belongs to my girlfriend, and she's in the bedroom. Secondly, we didn't invite him. That should be clear now. Can we ask the owner? The police asked. Su Chen made a gesture of invitation. The policewoman immediately walked towards the bedroom. Who knows if it is convenient in this bedroom? The policewoman had no rest restrictions. Chapter 106 Getting in Trouble Investigation completed. The result of the investigation was that Su Benhua was taken away. Breaking into a private residence, regardless of what he was trying to do, can be classified into many categories based on this point alone. The most minor offense is burglary, and he will definitely be put in the detention center. The inevitable result is that he will have a criminal record, and the child will no longer have the chance to take the civil service exam. After Su Benhua left, Su Chen naturally continued to go play with Song Sierra. Time flies and it's the next day. So, Su Chen drove home. The journey was smooth, and when they arrived at the gate of the villa complex, Su Chen's eyes were staring straight ahead. These two people were standing here as if they were waiting for someone. As soon as his car appeared, the other party waved at him, which meant that he should stop the car. Yes, the other party was waiting for him. Su Chen stopped the car. He wanted to see what tricks these guys were up to. A figure approached and stood in front of Su Chen. Hello, my name is Hu Bing, nice to meet you. This feels like it's very polite. As the saying goes, you shouldn't hit someone who smiles at you. So what should you do? Since they are so polite, you have no choice but to extend your hand and shake their hand, just to get to know them. Little brother, is my sister Hu Lily at your home? If you can confirm that she is your sister, I can confirm that he is in my house. Identity card, household registration book, all kinds of information. As long as you ask for it, I can show it to you. I can confirm that she and I are on the same household registration. She is my biological sister. We were born to the same mother, so we are not half-sisters. Oh, that's at my house. As for proof, there's no need to look at it. She can tell at a glance whether you are relatives or not. I want to take her back. Of course, this is your family's business. As long as she is willing to follow you, I won't say anything. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Just like that, Hu Bing returned with Su Chen. Then, Hu Bing successfully sought his sister Hu Lily. Hu Lily, follow me home. Hu Bing was straightforward and directly stated his purpose and wanted to take the other party away. What's the point of going home? Arrange a blind date for me? I don't want to go back. If I go back, I won't even have the most basic freedom. Why go back? No, I won't. Hu Lily refused very decisively. Hu Tu, do something. Hu Bing's order was issued. Hu Tu took 2 steps towards Hu Lily and grabbed her wrist. No matter how she struggled, he would not let go. It seemed that he was going to force Hu Lily to leave here. Isn't that a bit too arrogant? What I meant is that if she is willing to follow you, you can take her away, but she doesn't want to go with you at the moment. What kind of situation is it that you are forcing her to leave like this? Don't you respect me? Su Chen couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up. I really advise you to stay out of other people's business. Hu Tu pointed at Su Chen and said, release your claws and release the person. It's that simple. Su Chen didn't waste time talking to the other party, he was too lazy to do so. I told you to stay out of other people's business. It had nothing to do with you, but you ended up getting into trouble. Now, let me ask you, is it worth it? Is it necessary to escalate things to this point? Hu Tu was making his final persuasion. If the man still didn't listen, he would have no other options. Is this meddling? What did I promise you in the beginning? As long as they're willing to go with you, I won't stop them. But, are they willing? They don't want to, right? You're at a loss for communication, aren't you? I just can't communicate. Is there something wrong with me? I'm just like this. What can you do to me? Okay. Hu Tu was so angry that at this moment, he didn't hesitate at all and kicked Su Chen with a whip kick. He wanted to take Su Chen down with one blow. Looking at Su Chen again, he easily avoided it by turning sideways. This difficult. 5 minutes passed. Hu Tu hadn't been idle for the past 5 minutes. Whenever one attack failed, he'd try a second time. Whenever the second failed, he'd try a third time. He was determined to take Su Chen down. This attitude and this feeling was simply about giving Su Chen a hard time. As for Su Chen, it's certain that he doesn't care about the other party. He doesn't care about you. Do whatever you want. It doesn't matter if you continue to attack. You are nothing. This is certain. This is really maddening. At this moment, Hu Tu stood still. This person had been dodging, not confronting him head-on. This wasn't right. If he kept dodging like this, when would it end? When would it end? The other person was having so much fun, and he didn't have the time to keep playing with him. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you sick? Su Chen looked at Hu Tu and asked. Look, isn't that the case? I want to have a good talk with you. You now have 2 choices. Continuing to attack me is irritating me. Stop it now and don't go on seeking death. Which path do you choose? Su Chen looked at Hu Tu calmly and asked. Are you sure you'll win? Are you so sure? Why are you so cocky? What do you want to do? Tell me what's on your mind. Hu Tu pointed at Su Chen and shouted. So, I'm giving you 2 options, but you're not going to choose either, right? You can't be serious anymore, right? Su Chen asked. Hu Tu really had no other tricks left but to launch a sneak attack. He also realized that this damned bastard was determined to keep making trouble. Okay, then let the other party know how powerful he is. At this moment, Hu Tu's figure moved directly towards Su Chen. At this moment, this attack was launched without any hesitation, and it had to hit the target. There is a feeling of explosion and sneak attack. Then, he came with full confidence. At present, they have come, but they have not been successful. As long as Su Chen wanted to, avoiding the opponent once, twice, 3 or 5 times would be as easy as fun. It was not difficult at all. So, he had to keep avoiding him.